In the depths of the wintry snow realm, the crystalline phoenix soars amidst swirling frost, while the radiant dragon of starlight lurks within the depths of the starry lake. And the ethereal star spirit flits between the myriad stars of the sky. Time is mastered, allowing the sequence to pause and rewind within a spiraling vortex. What appears as celestial bodies gives birth to sentient constellations. Dreamlike and surreal, the scene of blue and purple blossoms unfolds in the tranquil blue alleys. Animals, plants, elements, and spirits coexist in this world where humanity, nature, and spirit beasts share a symbiotic existence. Contracts, evolution, cultivation, and battle form the main themes of life. Chapter 1. Beast Tamer. In the heart of the Arctic, endless mountains of ice rise upon the pristine white expanse, while snow spirits flutter joyfully through the frigid canyons, their cheerful calls echoing. Across the vast ice fields, snow deer run freely. In the distance, a colossal structure stands against the cold winds, enveloped in a blue radiance that shields the city from the harsh storms, resembling a gargantuan steel beast. Beyond the protective barrier, a snow crane departs from the massive iron creature, soaring towards the horizon. Upon the crane's back sits a young man in meditation. This youth is named Lynn E. 8 years ago, while assisting his father, Lynn E, in procuring provisions for spirit beasts during a trip abroad, he was unexpectedly drawn into an ancient relic through a sudden spatial rift. The relic was fraught with peril, yet he fortuitously found himself in the safest core area, where he indulged in dragon and phoenix fruits and sipped exquisite jade nectar, living a life of unparalleled comfort, even forgetting he was inside a relic. It was not until the relic was deciphered by the Federation that he was extricated by the venerable Mr. Yong. Initially eager to return home to see his parents, he had unwittingly consumed an abundance of treasures within the relic, leading to an early awakening of his beast taming talent. His excesses rendered the efforts of the Federation and several other organizations futile, resulting in him being sent to this desolate ice field as manual labor. Naturally, he was resistant, protesting loudly, exclaiming, "I am merely 12 years old. This is child labor. You exploit child workers, I shall report you." To his surprise, Mr. Zhong actually provided him with a phone, which he promptly dialed for reporting, only to discover that it was Mr. Zhong who answered. He vividly remembers the kind smile on Mr. Zhong's face. Given such benevolence, he chose to remain, insisting it was entirely voluntary. Over the course of 8 years, he became a beast tamer, leveraging his extraordinary talent derived from the energies of rare treasures within the relic to ascend to the pinnacle of the Federation in just 5 years. Due to the overwhelming nature of his talent, a result of resource accumulation leading to an unstable foundation, many geniuses labeled him a prodigy. To offer others a chance, he decided to merge his entire cultivation with the beast taming space, creating an independent miniature world. Thus began his renewed journey in beast taming cultivation. Remarkably, in 3 years, he once again stood at the zenith of the Federation, renowned as Tinshing. Yet he remained unable to take that final step. Many urged him to accept that the 9th-tier Beast Tamer and the disaster-level Beast Tamer represented the ultimate limits of beast taming. The implication was clear. They wanted him to relinquish his aspirations. However, as a traveler from another realm, Lynn E understood that the 9th-tier Beast Tamer was by no means a terminus, but perhaps merely a beginning. After all, such was the narrative of the novels he had read. Thus, he embarked on his 3rd cycle of cultivation, which brings us to the present. He aims to elevate his strength from a novice beast tamer, progressing through the ranks of professional beginner, intermediate, advanced master, king, heavenly king, and totem-level beast tamer, ultimately reaching the disaster-level beast tamer. At that time, with the peak of disaster-level beast tamer prowess, he would merge the powers he had previously separated with his own, convinced he could break through that barrier into a new realm. Of course, this methodology was inspired by the cultivation techniques he had encountered in novels from his previous life on Earth. That it should be similar, perhaps. Lynn, he was uncertain. Reflecting on his journey, from his birth as a traveler to the beast disaster in Yong City at age 3, the fierce battle against the Heavenly King at 8, being ensnared in the ancient relic at 12, and subsequently being taken under Mr. Zhong's guidance, his prowess had skyrocketed to that of a disaster-level beast tamer before he embarked on his current path of renewal. These experiences would undoubtedly qualify me as a protagonist in any novel, he mused. Could I truly be the main character? Lynn E muttered, reminiscing about his parents and younger siblings in Yong City, shaking his head in disbelief. His parents were indeed alive. Furthermore, protagonists in novels often possessed golden fingers or systems in contrast. He had merely relied on his good fortune to become the Federation's strongest beast tamer in a few short years, with nothing else to speak of. As for his system, 2 decades had passed without a hint of response. His progress was solely attributed to persistence and effort. Calculating the time, the annual Beast Tamer Talent Awakening Day should be in just a couple of days. Lynn E and Lynn Sean are nearly 16 now, if I recall correctly. Lynn E stroked his chin, pondering that after 8 years away, he would return home just in time for his younger siblings' awakening of their spirit beast talents. As a devoted older brother, how could he not bring back a gift? Upon awakening their spirit beast talents, they would be able to contract their first spirit beast and officially become novice spirit tamers. Spirit tamers are also known as beast tamers. The first spirit beast contracted by a spirit tamer is of utmost significance, as it greatly influences the tamer's growth. It is not merely the strength of potential that matters. While a spirit beast with strong potential can elevate a tamer's growth ceiling, the real prerequisite is the ability to unlock that potential. Otherwise, it bears no distinction from an ordinary spirit beast. In fact, a spirit beast may even become a burden to the tamer. Generally, newly awakened tamers have low soul strength, and the spirit beasts they can contract are typically in their juvenile stage. It is rare for someone to contract a mature spirit beast right after awakening their talent. Thus, for newly awakened tamers, while the potential of the initial spirit beast is crucial, the compatibility of the beast's attributes with the tamer's talents is even more paramount. Water affinity talents should pair with water spirit beasts, while fire affinity talents should align with fire spirit beasts. If one awakens a water affinity talent, yet contracts a fire spirit beast, not only will the effects of the talent be diminished, but the inherent attributes of the tamer's talent may also disrupt the spirit beast's natural flow, causing irreversible damage. In the most severe cases, it could even lead to death. Next in importance is the growth rate of the spirit beast. A spirit beast that can swiftly transition from its juvenile stage to maturity can significantly aid the tamer in quickly advancing from novice to professional beast tamer. For newly awakened tamers, the best gift would undoubtedly be a juvenile spirit beast. I recall that there's a pack of snow wolves residing in the nearby snowy mountains, and their strength is quite formidable. The pack leader, that Song Yi Snow Wolf, possesses both ice and darkness attributes. The bloodline must be exceptional, otherwise it could not have independently cultivated to the level of a top-tier overlord in the wild. In this world, the strength of spirit beasts is categorized from lowest to highest as follows: Awakening, Extraordinary, Battle General, Lord, Monarch, Overlord, King, Totem, and Disaster. To have a spirit pet with a minimum potential of Overlord level is a coveted dream for countless individuals. After all, the potential of a spirit beast is paramount. Even without rigorous training, nurturing, or evolution, simply allowing the spirit beast to grow naturally would enable the tamer to achieve at least the rank of advanced professional spirit tamer. With diligence and a stroke of luck, reaching master or king status is not beyond the realm of possibility. Fortunately, this period coincides with the snow wolves' breeding season. Had he delayed by a month or two, the wolves would have entered the maturity stage. I shall aim to acquire 2 snow wolves. A new journey begins, seeking readers, subscriptions, and encouragement for updates. Chapter 2, Little Snowball. Gazing at the vast expanse of white snow and the towering ice mountains surrounding him, Lynn E pointed in a direction and spoke. Tread the snow. Let us proceed that way. The tread snow Lingi immediately adjusted its course and took to the skies. The winter city behind them gradually faded from view, while the flat ice plains ahead became increasingly undulating, indicating the growing strength of the spirit beasts. Occasionally, the silhouettes of lord-level spirit beasts could be glimpsed. Lynn E had come with a purpose and had no time to concern himself with these lord-level spirit beasts, urging Tread Snow to forge ahead. Fortunately, they were not disturbed by the spirit beasts during their flight. Perhaps luck was on their side. Before them, atop a snow-capped mountain, a massive giant ape, its body glistening like white jade, lay in slumber. This was the Shuling giant ape, the sovereign of this snowy domain. Whether in the glaciers, plains, or high altitudes, no spirit beast dared to challenge its authority, until the tread snow Lingi flew by. The wind, laden with snow, struck its face, rousing the slumbering giant ape. It raised its head to the sky, observing the audacious tread snow Lingi that dared to trespass through its territory. Rising, it let out a roar, its voice echoing like thunder, filled with the fury of a ruler, sweeping across the surroundings. Every spirit beast that heard the roar bowed its head in trepidation. Even within the territory of the neighboring Kangi snow wolves, The playful wolves outside were startled by the bellow. However, being subjects of the Kangi snow wolves, they showed little reaction to the giant ape's roar. If a battle were to ensue, they would not flinch. After all, this was not their first skirmish. Within the territory of the Kangi snow wolves, a group of individuals clad in white snow gear advanced toward the center of the territory. Upon hearing the roar, they all looked up toward the domain of the Shuling giant ape. Among them, a woman with strands of crystalline blue hair peeking from beneath her snow hat turned to the slightly aged leader, Wu Zhongyu, and inquired, "Elder Wu, did you not say that the Shuling giant ape and the Kangi snow wolves have just concluded a fierce battle, making this the optimal moment to capture the snow wolf cubs? What is the meaning of this roar?" Listening to the furious roar of the Shuling giant ape and the inquiry from the young descendant of the Yun family, Wu Zhongyu found himself momentarily perplexed. To assist Yun Lin in capturing the snow wolf cubs, he had risked his life to stake out here for several months, and had indeed discerned the patterns of conflict between the Shuling giant ape and the Kangi snow wolves. Logically, after a fierce battle, there should be at least a fortnight of respite for both Lord-level spirit beasts, yet only 3 days had passed, and the Shuling giant ape had stirred again. This was simply not right. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Zhongyu spoke. "Well, young lady, it is possible that another creature has encroached upon the territory of the Shuling giant ape, disturbing it. This should not concern the Kangi snow wolves. Look over there at the snow wolves." He gestured to a distant slope where several adult snow wolves were lazily lounging, with a few young cubs frolicking nearby. Yun Lin responded, "What does that imply?" Wu Zhongyu nodded, explaining, "I have spent several months in this snowy realm. If the Shuling giant ape truly intended to engage in battle with the Kangi snow wolves, they would have already sounded their howls of war. At that point, the snow wolf tribe would be on high alert, and such a leisurely scene would be impossible." Yun Lin scrutinized Wu Zhongyu closely. "Elder Wu, are you certain?" Wu Zhongyu hesitated. He was not entirely sure. However, now that they were in the territory of the Kangi snow wolves, if they were to retreat and return later, the snow wolf cubs would have entered their growth phase. This did not concern him much, but it was significant for Yun Lin. As one of the largest families in Yangchang, they were approaching the federal ceremony for the awakening of spirit talent, and capturing the cubs at this moment was undoubtedly meant to prepare the younger generation of their clan. Any delay could lead to dire consequences for him. Resolute, Wu Zhongyu dismissed his doubts, refusing to believe that the patterns he had observed for so long would be disrupted just as they entered the snowy realm for the purpose of capturing the wolf cubs. "Miss, I am certain, if the Shuling giant ape and the Kangi snow wolves were to truly engage in battle with my nascent king-level prowess, even at the risk of my life, I would ensure your safe departure from this snowy land." Seeing Wu Zhongyu's determination, Yun Lin raised her hand and said, "Elder Wu, you overestimate me. I did not intend to question your judgment. I merely wish to present the Kangi snow wolves as a gift for my younger brother, and I hope no errors occur in this endeavor. My inquiry is simply to ensure that matters progress smoothly, minimizing any potential casualties, for all present are my elders." Her words moved the crowd, and such a master was indeed worthy of their unwavering loyalty. "Let us proceed cautiously. If the Shuling giant ape and the Kangi snow wolves truly engage in battle, we shall abandon the capture of the snow wolf cubs and retreat." Tread Snow. Is it directing its roar at me? On the back of Tread Snow, Lynn E listened to the roar of the Shuling giant ape and patted Tread Snow's back as he spoke. Tread Snow nodded and emitted a sound. He, a disaster spirit master, although currently only possessing the strength of an intermediate spirit master, had garnered a formidable reputation in the realm of spirit beasts over the years. Other spirit beasts refrained from disturbing them, yet this one dared to roar at him. How audacious! Tread Snow, turn back, let us confront it. With that, Lynn E stood up, and Tread Snow Lingy turned in the air, flying directly toward the Shuling giant ape. Atop the mountain, the Shuling giant ape continued its roar. One massive paw opened wide, gathering snowballs in its palm, preparing to bring down the audacious intruder. Then, it noticed the Tread Snow Lingy turning back. "Roar! You dare return!" The Shuling giant ape roared again, even adopting a battle stance, unafraid of the opponent's aerial advantage, until it spotted the figure on Tread Snow's back. The Shuling giant ape rubbed its eyes and looked again. "Roar! What's this?" With a low growl, the giant ape hesitated momentarily, but then turned to flee into the glaciers. "Little Snowball, let us see you run." Just as it prepared to escape, Lynn E's voice echoed from behind, causing the Shuling giant ape to freeze in place, turning around to find its fierce expression replaced by one of submission. It even shattered the ice beneath its feet, extracting a pool of clear spring water to present in its palm, displaying an attitude of contrition. To become a ruler among spirit beasts, one must possess a degree of intelligence. Although it sensed that Lin E currently exuded only the aura of a battle general, it dared not act recklessly and could only obediently acknowledge its fault. After all, this was not its first encounter with defeat. The Shuoling giant ape clearly recalled their last meeting, when it had felt Lynn E to be weaker, possessing only extraordinary strength. In an attempt to salvage its pride as the sovereign of the snowy realm, it had decided to teach Lynn E a lesson. Unexpectedly, Lynn E unleashed a three-eyed black dragon, merging with it to become a formidable figure clad in black dragon armor, wielding a dragon-scale sword, radiating an aura that rivaled kings and totems. Then, it promptly conceded. Chapter 3, Armored Treant. Little Snowball, were you just roaring at me? Leaping from the back of Tread Snow to the shoulder of the towering Shuoling giant ape, Lynn E inquired, patting its shoulder. The Shuoling giant ape shook its head vigorously, one hand still holding the spring water while the other gestured animatedly at the water, Lynn E, and itself, babbling incessantly. Though there was a language barrier between beasts and humans, at least for Lord-level spirit beasts, the meaning was not lost on Lynn E. The essence was, Brother Lynn, you jest. Little Snowball would never dare to roar at you. I merely saw you passing by, and thought to offer you some Bing Ning Lu that I had accumulated. Oh, Little Snowball, how thoughtful of you. I recall when I sought Bing Ning Lu from you back in the day, you were not wearing this expression. Lynn E replied with a smile. Should someone witness an individual calling a mountain-like white ape Little Snowball, and the latter readily accept this moniker, they would undoubtedly ponder the extent of ridicule endured. Lynn E chuckled, his gaze shifting to the Bing Ning Lu, which had indeed multiplied since his last departure. Bing Ning Lu, a rare spirit essence that can only be born in frigid realms yet requires a modicum of warmth, explains why the Shuoling Ju Yuan often resides atop snow-capped peaks. In contrast to other ice-related spiritual entities, Bing Ning Lu possesses a gentle texture. Frequently employed as a buffer in the evolution of ice-type spirit beasts, it is also suitable for nurturing younglings, enhancing their mastery over ice elements, and even beneficial for ordinary humans, devoid of any adverse effects. Although it is classified as a 6th-tier spiritual essence, its mild nature allows it to be categorized alongside 7th-tier entities, making it a splendid gift. Lynn E had previously contemplated what to present to his parents, having already settled on gifts for Lynn Air and Lynn Shan. Now, the perfect offering had presented itself. He retrieved 3 porcelain vials, filled them to the brim with Bing Ning Lu, and secured them in his embrace, preparing to depart. The Shuoling Ju Yuan widened its eyes in alarm. Truth be told, it felt a twinge of panic, for the amount of Bing Ning Lu Lin Yi had gathered was but a mere fraction compared to what it possessed. It recalled that during Lin Yi's last visit, he had completely drained its supply. Was it possible that Lin Ge had chosen not to forgive it? Disastrous consequences loomed. Returning to the back of the Ta Shuoling He, Lin Yi discerned the Shuoling Ju Yuan's trepidation and scratched his head, questioning if he truly appeared so fearsome. The Shuoling Ju Yuan nodded in affirmation but abruptly caught itself and vigorously shook its head, exclaiming that Lin Ge was, in fact, the best. Thus, the misunderstanding resolved. Lin Yi shrugged, lightly tapping his foot, prompting the Ta Shuoling He to take flight towards the territory of the Tsang Yi Shuolang, leaving the Shuoling Ju Yuan in the biting wind, lost in self-doubt. Something felt amiss. Was this a ploy to lure it into a false sense of security? A tempest of confusion swirled within the Shuoling Ju Yuan. It could not fathom why Lin Yi had simply departed. For a time, it remained in a state of indecision, one hand raised with the Bing Ning Lu atop the mountain peak, until several minutes later. When it saw no sign of Lin Yi's return, it cautiously placed the Bing Ning Lu back and resumed its position on the mountain. In the core region of the Tsang Yi Shuolang territory, the landscape diverged from that of the Shuoling Ju Yuan, devoid of towering snow mountains, instead featuring countless spherical formations of intersecting ice-blue icicles scattered throughout the icy thorn forest. These served as the lairs for innumerable snow wolves. Among these abodes, one lair stood particularly prominent, vast in size, and perched upon a low hill, the den of the Tsang Yi Shuolang king. Below the icy thorn forest, Yun Lin and her companions gathered, deliberating strategies to capture the Tsang Yi Shuolang pups. I will attract the attention of the Wolf King. Wu Yin Wu Yu. You two will divert the rest of the Tsang Yi Shuolang's focus, creating an opportunity for Zhang Xiao Yin and the young lady. Wu Zhongyu instructed. Turning to Yun Lin. Young lady, you will accompany Zhang Xiao Yin to the Wolf King's lair. She will ensure your safety. Once we capture the Tsang Yi Shuolang pups and depart the Wolf King's den, you will launch this signal flare into the sky. Wu Zhongyu produced a signal flare and handed it to Yun Lin, then addressed the group. Upon seeing the signal flare, do not engage with the Tsang Yi Shuolang. Retreat immediately. We will regroup at the inn in Lindong City. The group nodded in agreement. Yun Lin obediently accepted the signal flare. Facing the prospect of confronting a peak-level spirit beast, she, as a high-ranking spirit master, simply complied. Let the mission commence. With those words, the group swiftly dispersed to their designated positions, awaiting the arrival of the Tsang Yishuelang. While Zhang Xiaoyan guided Yunlin towards the Wolf King's lair, Wu Zhongyu lingered for a few minutes before estimating that everyone was in place. Leaping atop the icy thorns, just as he prepared to summon the spirit beast from his beast space to create a disturbance and draw the Tsang Yishuelang King's attention, a large white crane swaggered overhead. Not soaring high, it flew just above the icy thorn forest, astonishingly unchallenged by any snow wolf. Heading directly towards the Tsang Yishuelang King's den, Wu Zhongyu stood dumbfounded. He recalled that there were no snow cranes in this icy thorn forest. Their sudden appearance perplexed him, leaving him to wonder why the Tsang Yishuelang showed no reaction. Was there truly no snow wolf in the vicinity? Wu Zhongyu refused to believe such a notion. He recognized that this snow crane could potentially impact their actions, and he resolved to utilize it to create the necessary diversion. With a mere thought, a massive spatial door materialized behind him, the portal swaying like verdant grass, from which a root-like tendril extended, anchoring itself into the ground. Out emerged a colossal treant clad in brown rock armor, adorned with a verdant canopy under which hung several green fruits. The treant's rock armor seamlessly merged to form a visage, exuding an aura befitting a dominant spirit. This was the PGSHRN. Intercept that crane, Wu Zhongyu commanded as the Tashueling he attempted to flee. The PGSHRN swiftly transformed its tendrils into a barrage of spears, launching them at the Tashueling he with a whistle of wind. In the air, the Tashueling he emitted a melodic cry, its form becoming ephemeral before splitting into 3 white cranes flying in unison. Cloning skill? Wu Zhongyu furrowed his brow. Typically, such skills produced one true body with the others merely as illusions. However, this situation seemed different. The central Tashueling he remained steadfast while the 2 flanking cranes altered their trajectory, confronting the spears head-on, their wings flapping and conjuring a blizzard that encased the tendrils in ice. Several beams of white light shot forth from the Tashueling he, shredding the tendrils to pieces, ultimately embedding them into the forest below, revealing several pristine white feathers. The assault was not yet concluded. The Tashueling he swung its wings, delivering a series of slashing strikes aimed at the PGSHRN's trunk. The PGSHRN hastily conjured a wooden shield for defense, but in the next moment, the shield shattered, the force of the strike undiminished. At this juncture, Wu Zhongyu realized he had landed on treacherous ground. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing on the back of the suspended Tashueling he. He quickly cried out in supplication, "Esteemed senior, I am Wu Zhongyu. My eyes were unobservant, and I failed to recognize that this crane is one of your spirit beasts. I beseech you, overlook my transgression and grant my spirit beast a chance at life." Lynn E remained silent, standing atop the Tashueling he as he observed the PGSHRN being torn apart. With the demise of the PGSHRN, Wu Zhongyu, as its master, immediately faced backlash, spitting blood. He did not curse or harbor resentment. Instead, he once again pleaded for mercy, not for himself, but for the sake of Yunlin's snow wolf pups. "Please, esteemed senior, I implore you to spare my life." He refrained from invoking the name of the Yun family from Yong City to bolster his position, fully aware that, to someone of Lin Yi's caliber, such a mention could invite calamity. If he were to survive, he would do so by any means necessary. If he were to perish, he would not burden the Yun family as future generations. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke. "I care not for your motives, but from the instant you laid hands upon me, your fate was sealed." Hearing this, Wu Zhongyu offered a bitter smile. He refrained from begging once more, instead summoning his spirit beast, even if it meant death. He aimed to create a ruckus to divert the Tsang Yishuelang King's attention and provide an opportunity for the young lady. However, Lin E offered no reprieve. "Tashue, finish him." Acting swiftly, the Tashueling he unleashed several feathers imbued with radiant light, freezing Wu Zhongyu's expression in the act of summoning his spirit beast. With the Master's demise, the summoning naturally failed. Chapter 4. The Choice of Yunlin. It has been 10 minutes. Why has old Wu not made a move? Could something have gone awry? Outside the lair of the Wolf King, Yunlin gazed at the stillness of the ice-thorn forest, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Zhang Xiaoyan shook her head in reassurance. "My lady, do not fret too much. The mightiest here in this snowy domain is the sovereign peak Kangyi Snow Wolf King. Old Wu is a formidable king-level expert. His spirit beast, the armored treeman, may possess only the strength of a 7-star sovereign, yet under Old Wu's exceptional talent, it harbors no fear of the Kangyi Snow Wolf King. Should it merge with its spirit, it could even contend against the Wolf King. Moreover, the Wolf King has yet to depart its lair. Unless a stronger spirit beast or spirit master appears from the outside, it is improbable that Old Wu would encounter any danger. We simply need to wait patiently." As Zhang Xiaoyan spoke, Yunlin's anxious heart gradually calmed. Just as Zhang Xiaoyan had asserted, a king-level expert with a 7-star spirit beast, when utilizing spirit merging, could hardly encounter peril unless faced with a celestial-level expert or a monarch-level spirit beast. In this frozen wasteland, where could one find so many idle powerful beings? Even if they existed, Old Wu would not be foolish enough to provoke them without reason. Just as the two began to relax, a shadow swooped overhead, landing steadily at the entrance of the Kangi Snow Wolf King's lair. Zhang Xiaoyan immediately concealed herself, while Yun Lin, driven by curiosity, glanced over. In that fleeting moment, she beheld a snow-white spirit crane and a young man descending from its back, holding a radiant green crystal and nibbling on a verdant fruit. Before Yun Lin could discern the stranger's features, Zhang Xiaoyan swiftly pulled her into a prearranged hiding spot. Do not look around carelessly. Spirit beasts possess keen senses. How could there be anyone here? This question lingered in Yun Lin's mind, and she soon recalled Zhang Xiaoyan's description of Old Wu's main combat spirit beast, a wooden, mythical armored treeman, essentially a spirit plant. As the daughter of the Yun family, she had encountered numerous spiritual entities, and the green crystal held by the young man, based on its markings, was evidently a spirit wood core, and of considerable quality at that. The spirit wood core serves as a collective term for the cores of spirit beasts from the wood and plant categories, and each emergence of a spirit wood core signifies the demise of a spirit beast. Contemplating this, Yunlin swiftly turned to Zhang Xiaoyan. Quickly tell me, what characteristics does Old Wu's armored treeman possess? For instance, what kind of fruit does it bear? Zhang Xiaoyan, though puzzled, felt compelled to respond since the young lady had inquired. Indeed, you have posed the right question. Old Wu's armored treeman is unlike others. It boasts formidable attack and defense capabilities, truly a battle spirit beast, and it bears fruit. The fruits it produces, known as soaring fruits, are richly aromatic, enticing in color, and juicy, with effects comparable to 4th-tier wood-type spiritual objects. Listening to Zhang Xiaoyan's description, even without having seen the soaring fruits, Yunlin could envision their hue, especially in light of the glowing spirit wood core. The implication was clear. Follow me into the wolf's lair. As Yunlin stood and began to stride towards the lair, Zhang Xiaoyan intercepted her. My lady, we cannot proceed. The Wolf King has not yet left. If we enter now, we may not be able to exit. Old Wu will not come. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyan's face registered confusion, but upon witnessing Yunlin's resolute stride, she immediately followed, asking, My lady, do you know something? Old Wu is likely dead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan felt as though the sky had fallen. Their ability to traverse the snowy region so unimpeded was solely due to Old Wu. He was the backbone of their group. With their pillar of support collapsed, could they still hope to escape the territory of the Kangi Snow Wolf King? Did she still have a chance at survival? Was this related to the shadow they had just seen? Yunlin nodded, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on the icy footprints leading into the lair. Resolutely, she stepped inside, while Zhang Xiaoyan hesitated, lacking the courage to follow. She was not a guardian of the Yun family, merely a hired hand for Yunlin. And while she had previously complied with orders, now that Old Wu's fate was uncertain, and Yunlin was recklessly entering the lair to seek her demise, she could not bring herself to join her in such folly. Zhang Xiaoyan turned and swiftly retreated. Everything that had transpired was merely Yunlin's conjecture. She needed to return and verify the truth. If Old Wu truly lay dead, then Yunlin would have no further need for rescue, and she too must prepare to flee, ready to evade a manhunt by the Yun family of Yong City. Should Old Wu still live, perhaps she could reach him in time to save Yunlin from the jaws of the Wolf King. Though this might result in a failed mission and no reward, it was a far lesser consequence compared to being pursued by the Yun family. Zhang Xiaoyan's departure was anticipated by Yunlin. It was nearly impossible to expect a hired spirit master to risk their life alongside her. From the moment Old Wu perished, their party had effectively disbanded. She was no longer the central employer, but merely an ordinary intermediate-level spirit master. An intermediate-level spirit master could not safely navigate back from the Kangi Snow Wolf territory to Lintong City. She did not wish to perish. She needed someone to guide her out. Failure meant no reward, and her hired companions would naturally not risk their lives for her. Given their struggles to exit the snowy region, they would be even less inclined to carry her, a liability. Even if she were taken along, should they encounter unsolvable dangers, she would undoubtedly be the first to be abandoned. And to seek out the one who had slain Wu Zhongyu? The likelihood of death was high. Facing death on both fronts, she resolved to take a gamble, wagering that the one responsible for Old Wu's demise knew her father in Yong City. If successful, under this person's guidance, she could assuredly escape safely. If she lost, death was the only outcome, but that had always been the conclusion she feared. As she pondered, Yunlin entered the depths of the lair, revealing a forest woven from a spirit beast known as the purple ice vine, with a grand passage leading further inside. As she ventured deeper, She observed purple fruits sprouting from the spiny tendrils of the purple ice vine. The purple ice vine fruits. Yunlin was slightly taken aback. She had seen ice vine fruits before, but had not expected the purple ice vine to thrive in such an environment, coexisting with the cangy snow wolf. Truly, her horizons had been broadened. Wandering through the thickets of purple ice vines, Yunlin surveyed her surroundings, devoid of the nervousness she had felt moments before. Resembling a curious tourist instead, unbeknownst to her, she arrived at the center, a chamber of the cangy snow wolf. Have you come to avenge that old man? A sudden voice jolted Yunlin from her reverie, and she looked up. There, on a slab of blue ice, lay two majestic, snow-white wolves lounging lazily. A figure reclined against the larger cangy snow wolf, playfully teasing a few recently born wolf cubs with its saline fruit. The two cangy snow wolves gazed on, their eyes filled with resignation. Nearby, a snow-white spirit crane leisurely enjoyed the ice vine fruits freshly picked from the purple ice vine. Chapter 5. The wolf cub in hand. An idyllic scene unfolded before Yunlin, leaving her momentarily at a loss for acceptance. Observing the seemingly non-threatening cangy snow wolves, she questioned whether this truly was the Wolf King. Despite her disbelief, it did not hinder her from grasping Lin Yi's earlier words. At this moment, she was certain that old Wu had indeed perished, slain by someone who appeared to be of her own age. Lowering her head, Yunlin replied, "The younger generation dares not." Lin E picked up one of the wolf cubs, examining it closely. "Then what brings you here? To feed Xiao Yi and Xiao Shui?" "Xiao Yi, Xiao Shui?" Yunlin raised her gaze, scanning the expanse before her, ultimately settling on the two cangy Shualong that exuded an air of helplessness. "You dare refer to the Wolf King as Xiaoya?" She silently scoffed, though she dared not express her thoughts aloud. Bowing slightly, she spoke. "As a junior, I acknowledge that the elder is not one who revels in slaughter. I kindly request you to inform Wu Lao of the grievances he has caused you, compelling you to take such drastic measures, so that I may provide an explanation to his descendants." Lin E gently set the wolf cub down, gradually straightening up, resting his hands upon the cub's back, and propped his chin on them as he retorted, "Why should I provide you with an explanation? Just because you are a woman?" He had initially been in high spirits, bringing treading snow to select gifts for his younger siblings. While other spirit beasts had remained undisturbed, that old man had audaciously summoned a spirit beast to attack treading snow. Had it been any other spirit master, a bloody confrontation would likely have unfolded in the ice-thorn forest. Now, he had the audacity to inquire. Had he not been completely unfamiliar with these individuals and lacking any enemies, and had that old man not acted so suddenly, he would have urged Xiaoya to tear this individual apart long ago. Yunlin's body trembled slightly, and she even closed her eyes in anticipation of death. Yet, moments later, she realized that her adversary had not struck. Instead, they had picked up another cangy Shualong, examining it closely before finally speaking. "It was presumptuous of me, and I hope the elder will not take offense." After saying this, Yunlin began to analyze the situation. Based on the other party's previous demeanor, it was evident they were not a bloodthirsty individual. Otherwise, they would not have remained standing after her remarks. With no vendetta and a lack of bloodlust, it could only be concluded that Wu Zhongyu had provoked this person, leading to his demise. "Wu Zhongyu, are you truly this foolish? Unable to discern the right moment or occasion, you recklessly provoke a spirit master. You may have met your end, but what of the Yun family? This is utterly infuriating." After piecing together the events, Yunlin cursed in frustration, unable to fathom how such a mindless individual could ascend to the status of a sovereign-level spirit master. Was it merely due to age? The elder is a compassionate person. Although my protector, Wu Zhongyu, was in the wrong, and despite him having perished at your hands, I, Yunlin of the Yun family in Yangqing, still wish to extend my apologies on his behalf. I hope you can overlook past grievances. If possible, I kindly request that you escort me away from the snow domain. Yunlin was so incensed that her mind momentarily faltered, watching Lin E playfully tease the wolf cub, and the words slipped from her lips. After speaking, she immediately regretted it. She thought, "I suppose I am destined to die here. After all, my ultimate fate is death." Lin E, who was completely absorbed in entertaining the cangy Shualong cub, lifted his gaze upon hearing her words, removing his hat. Yunlin was momentarily taken aback. She did not consider him a person with lustful intentions, so she could not comprehend why he asked her to remove her hat. It was best to comply obediently. As the hat was removed from her head, her crystalline blue hair danced in the frigid wind. Observing her azure locks, Lin E nodded slightly. Indeed, she belonged to the Yun family of Yangqing. Although he had been away for 8 years, as an ambitious transmigrator, he possessed a certain understanding of the factions in Yangqing, with the Yun family being one of them. The most notable trait of the Yun family was their ice blue hair, a manifestation of their ice attribute talent, purportedly inherited from their ancestors. Such hereditary traits were common within the Federation. For instance, The Dantai family, who revered the totem of the golden flame lion, took pride in their golden hair, while the Shangwan family, who worshipped the totem of the frost fire cold dragon, bore a hereditary resemblance to the Yun family's ice blue hair. Encountering an acquaintance in the snow domain was unexpected for Lynn E. This young woman, though she often spoke without thinking, displayed a degree of rationality, refraining from overt hatred. If she maintained this composure, she could at least survive until the series finale. A soft voice echoed, causing Yunlin to tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. She had guessed correctly. She would not die. She could hardly believe that in the heat of the moment, her words had led to her survival. And the other party had agreed to take her away. Surely, her ancestors were looking after her. She promised herself to pay homage upon returning home. What does the elder require? Anything within my means, I shall provide. If I lack it, I will gladly exhaust the Yun family's resources to procure whatever you desire. Do you have a Ziyuan Xingling in your Yun family? Yunlin's lips twitched, yet she maintained a smile as she replied. The elder truly holds my Yun family in high regard. The Ziyuan Xingling, a space-type spirit beast, is not something my family possesses. Nor is it something the entire Azure Federation can easily capture in the starry skies. Since the establishment of the Federation nearly 1,000 years ago, there have only been a handful of documented captures of the Ziyuan Xingling, with the most recent attempt 8 years ago led by the venerable Yong, who sought to capture the disaster-level spirit beast, the Xinghui Yaolong. Ultimately, it ended in failure. If even Zhong Lao could not capture this spirit beast, it is indeed a daunting request for me. As Lynn E listened, he carefully selected a wolf cub to hold in his arms. Exchanging glances with the Kangyi Shualong behind him before speaking, "Did you not say you could provide anything for me?" His earlier words had merely been to exhibit his sincerity, yet the other party had not adhered to the expected script. Yunlin was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. In the silence, Lynn E and the Kangyi Shualong exchanged glances, ultimately leading to the wolf's acknowledgement of Lin Yi's raised fist with a low growl, agreeing to allow him to take the cub. "Now this is more like it," Lin E exclaimed, beaming as he patted the Kangyi Shualong's belly. Yunlin, who had been silent, suddenly lifted her head. Wait, I wasn't speaking to you." Lin E, in high spirits after securing the cub, threw a lifeline to Yunlin, saying, "Yunlin, from now on, refrain from boasting before you possess sufficient skill, otherwise, it will be you who ends up embarrassed. Do you understand?" Yunlin, seizing the opportunity to step back, nodded repeatedly. "You are right, I spoke without thinking earlier." "Stop calling me elder," Lin E interjected. "I'm merely a 20-year-old handsome young man, and being referred to as elder by a woman in her 20s is rather absurd." Yunlin smiled. "The term elder signifies your prowess and does not imply you are old. Of course, if you dislike this title, I can change it. I just wonder what you prefer to be called." Lin E pondered for a moment, gazing at his reflection on the icy surface before stating, "Just call me handsome young man." Yunlin felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Was this truly a legitimate title? Treading snow, let us depart. Lin E paid no mind to the matter, carrying the wolf cub and walking outside. Treading snow, having consumed the Bingman fruit, followed suit, along with the Kangyi Shualong, who rose to closely trail behind. Only Yunlin remained, numbly pacing. She yearned to shout to the heavens, "Why is the elder I encountered so absurd and unconventional?" Chapter 6, A Transformation from Adversity to Favor. "Oh, Xiaoya, no need to see me off. Hurry back, your wife is waiting for you inside. Can you bear to leave her alone?" At the entrance of the wolf den, Lin E was already seated atop Treading Snow's back, glancing back at the Wolf King, and waved his hand dismissively. The Wolf King let out a howl. "Oh, whoa, who sent you off?" "I merely wish to take one last look at my offspring." Lin E understood this perfectly. So you want to be beaten, do you?" he teased. Upon hearing this, the Kangyi Shualong immediately lowered its head, only to raise it again with a sycophantic, stiff smile, emitting a conciliatory howl, which left Yunlin in a state of shock. Since when did the Wolf King engage in flattery? This was the Wild Wolf King, after all. Wu Zhongyu's investigation was rather superficial. Deductions. Dead. Deductions from his descendants. "I don't even consume wolf meat. Taking your child is a sign of respect. Don't act as if it's a tragic parting. If it can accompany me, you can return and enjoy your time with your wife." Lin E continued speaking. Yet Song Yishuelang maintained a demeanor as if facing a poignant farewell, which provoked Lin E to raise his hand in exasperation. "You act like a dog. If you keep pretending, I might just take you down." Startled by this threat, Song Yishuelang ceased its act of suffering. As a sovereign-level spirit beast, it understood the distinction between growing naturally in the wild and forming a contract with a spirit master. Accompanying a spirit master would expedite the growth of its offspring, potentially allowing them to surpass their father in a short span of time. Moreover, being with the individual before it, Song Yishuelang was acutely aware that while its offspring could never become this individual spirit beast, being taken away would surely lead to a promising future for them. The reason for its exaggerated lamentation was merely to imitate the humans, who often feigned distress to elicit better treatment for their young. Had the circumstances allowed, Song Yishuelang would have gladly followed Lynn E as a mount. Oh woo! Wait a moment. With a howl, Song Yishuelang turned and vanished from the entrance of the wolf den. Moments later, it reappeared, clutching a piece of blue ice crystal and several Bingman fruits in its mouth. Lynn E recognized these as gifts prepared by Xiao Yi for the wolf cub before their parting, serving as an initial investment for the cub's development. 1,000-year cold marrow and 5th-tier Bingman fruits. Quite impressive. I shall accept them. After stowing the items away, Lin E waved his hand. Return now, Xiao Yi. In the future, I will bring it back to see you. After I leave, make sure to get along well with Xiao Shueqiu. Do not spend your days bickering. You are all comrades, and resources should be shared amicably. The ice stew will benefit you, and your cold marrow will aid it as well. Exchange some cold marrow for ice stew. I am sure Xiao Shueqiu will be more than willing. Oh woo. It won't he agreed to that. No worries. You should go ahead. Just say it was my suggestion. If it dares refuse the exchange, I will assist you in dealing with it. Song Yishuelang and Xueling Zhuyuan were the first two spirit beasts Lin E encountered in the snowy realm. They lived within this snowy expanse without ever harming humans, categorizing them as the more peace-loving type of spirit beasts. Lin E estimated that after their resource exchange, the likelihood of these two surpassing the sovereign limit and entering the ranks of the king level was quite high. It could be considered a support before his departure. Once arrangements were made, Lin E turned to the dazed Yun Lin standing on the ground. Hey, Yun family girl, it's time to go? Oh, alright senior. Yun Lin snapped back to reality at Lin Yi's call and obediently mounted the back of the Ling He. Her thoughts still lingering on what Lin E had just said to Song Yishuelang. Let us go, Ta Shui. The Ta Shui Ling He flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards Yong City. Behind them, Song Yishuelang climbed to the top of its den, gazing over its territory before looking up at the silhouette of Ta Shui Ling He. A woo! A resounding howl erupted from its mouth, soon echoed by howls from all directions in the ice-thorn forest. The wolf pack was bidding farewell to their little leader. The wolf cub on Ta Shui Ling He's back, upon hearing the multitude of howls, straightened up and emitted a few juvenile calls, seemingly responding to the pack's farewell. A woo! I will surpass my father. It was not until they left Song Yishuelang's territory that the howls gradually faded into silence, completely dissipating. The snowy realm was unlike other desolate areas. Here, spirit beasts were intricately interwoven, and even a king-level powerhouse could fall if they were not cautious. What were you weaklings doing here? Don't tell me you came to capture Song Yishuelang's cubs. As they traveled, Lin E, with time to spare, surveyed the surrounding snowy landscape while teasing the wolf cub, casually inquiring. Yun Lin's lips twitched uncontrollably. Such words were somewhat presumptuous. To capture its Song Yishuelang cub, she had enlisted a king-level powerhouse and 5 master-level spirit masters. Such a configuration was top-tier even within Yong City. Were they really that weak? The masters might not suffice. But at least there was one king level. The distinction between a king-level powerhouse and a master was significant, as the former could connect with spirit beasts on a deeper level and elevate their own spirit integration. Yet, that single king level had perished without a sound. Well, compared to a being that could intimidate a peak sovereign Song Yishuelang with a mere gesture, they indeed seemed quite feeble. This year's talent awakening ceremony is about to commence. My younger brother has just turned 16. Our Yun family primarily possesses ice-type talents. So I intended to capture its Song Yishuelang cub as a gift for him to become a spirit master. I never anticipated this revelation, amused Lin E. He had not expected her to be so transparent. If they had sought some Bingman fruits, or even the 1,000-year cold marrow, he could have understood. But attempting to capture Xiao Ye's offspring with merely a king level? That was tantamount to courting death. You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. You killed a king level. And I should be grateful? Yun Lin mused silently, yet dared not utter, please enlighten me, senior. Given the audacity to capture Xiao Yi's offspring, they should have investigated the distribution of spirit beasts in the vicinity. Not to mention the king-level Feng Ling Xuan Nu and Bing D Scorpion deeper within the snowy realm. What about Xiao Yi and Xiao Shueqiu? What do you think their relationship is like? Oh, right, Xiao Shueqiu is that Xueling Zhuyuan. Lin E refrained from answering and instead posed a question. At that moment, Yun Lin's expression shifted. She had previously been pondering which spirit beast Lin E referred to as Xiao Shueqiu, only to discover it was the Xueling Zhuyuan, equally a peak sovereign like Song Yishuelang. In response, we investigated that Song Yishuelang and Xueling Zhuyuan frequently engage in large-scale battles. Their relationship should not be amicable. However, from what Lynn E had said to Tsang Yishuelang earlier. Yunlin felt that the relationship between Tsang Yishuelang and Xueling Zhuyuan was not as hostile as it seemed on the surface. Furthermore, she paused, recalling a remark made by Wu Zhongyu. Although large-scale battles often occurred between Tsang Yishuelang and Xueling Zhuyuan, no spirit beasts ever perished. Previously, she had thought little of it, but now, upon reflection, it felt amiss. How could there be large-scale battles without casualties, especially among spirit beasts, which inherently possessed wild instincts? Upon coming to this realization, Yunlin's eyes widened. Were they friends? Were their frequent battles merely training exercises? Releasing the wild instincts of spirit beasts to foster the growth of their subordinates? Lynn E chuckled, "You are quite astute." Upon receiving a definitive answer, Yunlin recognized the gravity of the situation. If these two peak sovereign spirit beasts were friends, then their attempt to capture another peak sovereign spirit beast's cub was fraught with peril, even if they managed to capture it initially. Once Tsang Yishuelang discovered its offspring was taken and howled, "Do you think Xueling Zhuyuan would come to help? They possess some strength." Believing Wu Zhong, you could withstand Tsang Yishuelang Wang, while the others could hold off the king-leveled Tsang Yishuelang, allowing them to safely retreat to Lindong City. All hinged on Tsang Yishuelang being without allies. If Xueling Zhuyuan intervened, would they still live to leave Tsang Yishuelang's territory? The answer was self-evident. Yunlin, who held no grudge against Lynn E, now felt a profound sense of gratitude. If Wu Zhongyu had survived, they would all be doomed. Now that he was dead, it had provided them with a lifeline. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyan's departure would likely inform Wu Yin and Wu Yu. If they could not meet again, it would suffice. If they could see them once more, she could explain later. Whether they listened or not was of no concern to her. She merely needed to convey the message. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." Lin E waved his hand dismissively. That old man sought his own demise. This was merely a fortuitous outcome. Tell me about the current situation in Yong City. During his time in Lindong City, aside from a few peaceful months, he had spent the rest executing missions or traveling to execute them. After so many years away from Yong City, it was time he reacquainted himself with the circumstances. Should any incidents arise, like a Dragon King descending or his younger siblings being bullied, it would allow him to act a bit, wouldn't it? Chapter 7. Am I to call her my stepmother? On June 7th, one of the busiest days in the entire WIL in being, a multitude of fresh talent is set to join the vast ranks of YLNGSH after today. Various groups and families rise early to present their prepared juvenile spirit beasts, eagerly awaiting the selection by their younger kin or to attract gifted YLNGSH. This practice is often referred to as investment. Although it is common for a cultivated YLNGSH to be poached after gaining a certain level of prowess, with few remaining loyal to their families, many groups remain undeterred. This is because 6 months post-awakening ceremony, the Youth Spirit Beast Master Competition and the Youth Cultivator Competition will commence, drawing the attention of the entire Federation. In just half a year, if the invested YLNGSH can make an appearance and achieve notable results, it serves as the finest advertisement, with returns far surpassing the initial investment. Thus, as the sun rises, groups and families across various cities prepare, with some even stationing themselves with juvenile spirit beasts at the gates of the awakening ceremony, awaiting its conclusion. Yong City, located in the southern region of the Federation, is no exception. In the east of Yong City, a grand square stands, where flying spirit beasts are stationed and crowds disperse in all directions. This is the docking area for spirit beasts, akin to an airport, serving as a stop for travelers arriving from afar. Suddenly, a magnificent white crane, carried by the winds of snow, descends upon the square, drawing the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, a registration officer from the city guard approaches. "Greetings, please present your identification," he politely requests with a slight bow. To ensure the safety of the citizens from the entry of unfamiliar flying spirit beasts, the registration officer must swiftly ascertain the identity of the individual. Should any suspicion arise, a mark will be placed for further investigation, and any wanted individuals will be apprehended directly. These regulations are well known among the people of WIL in being, who comply with the local city guard during inspections. Failure to present the necessary documentation could result in being treated as a wanted criminal, with the local guard authorized to use lethal force against any resistance, receiving accolades for their actions, even if it is later discovered that one is innocent. The consequences of violating the rules could still lead to dire outcomes. Under such stringent regulations, the registration officer secretly hopes the owner of the unfamiliar spirit beast will not comply. The city guards surrounding the area are already on high alert, eager for advancement. YNLN, fully aware of the harshness of these rules, promptly dismounts from the back of the snow crane and presents her identification. The officer verifies her credentials. "Miss YNLN, welcome home. Upon confirmation, the officer offers a warm smile and turns his gaze towards LNY, still perched upon the crane. Sir, may I kindly request your identification? YNL, and also looks over, her curiosity piqued. After 2 days, she still does not know the name or residence of her savior, wishing to express her gratitude but unsure of where to send her thanks. Adhering to the rules she set, YNLN dismounts from the crane, retrieves her mid-range device, and presents her information. Mr. LNY, welcome home. A few seconds later, the officer smiles as he returns the device and proceeds to another recently arrived flying spirit beast. YNLN's eyes widen in realization. She heard the words welcome home, a phrase reserved for residents of the Federation, while visitors are greeted with wishing you a pleasant journey. This implies that LNY, the one who brought her back to Yong City, is indeed a local. She now understands why he asked her to remove her hat, as he was confirming her identity as a member of the YN family. The surname LN is quite renowned in Yong City, and the only notable figure she can think of is LNTNHI, the breeder from YLN Spirit Pet Shop. Could it be that LNY is the son of LNTNHI? Perhaps she should ask her father, who, being somewhat inept, might not know LNY personally. Thank you for bringing me back, LN Sr. I apologize for the trouble these past 2 days. I have matters to attend to and shall express my gratitude more formally in a few days. LNY waved his hand dismissively. Feel free. YNLN slightly bowed and swiftly departed towards the YN residence, while LNY shook his head at her retreating figure. A formal visit of gratitude? He hoped it wasn't he to question him. If so, that would certainly be amusing. With a smile, LNY turned and, accompanied by the now smaller snow crane, made his way to the location of YLN Spirit Pet Shop, recalling that his father should be there at this hour. Exiting the square, he entered the bustling city of Yong, savoring the long-missed local delicacies as he wandered, eventually arriving at the entrance of YLN Spirit Pet Shop. As he pushed aside the curtain to enter, a cheerful voice greeted him. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Our shop specializes in. Just as he stepped inside, a vibrant young lady, radiating energy, emerged from behind the counter, enthusiastically introducing the products. LNY pondered when they had hired a new employee, especially such a young girl. Was his father perhaps pursuing a younger partner? He made a mental note to mention this to his mother later. I am looking for LNTNHI. The young lady responded with a professional smile. I'm sorry, sir, but Master Ellen's appointments for today are fully booked. If you wish to evolve a spirit beast, please reserve a slot for tomorrow. His father had become quite the figure, it seemed. The young lady, slightly displeased, replied firmly, Sir, please use civil language, or I will have to ask you to leave. LNY was taken aback. In 8 years, aside from the initial encounter with Elder Ziching, he had never been threatened by anyone, especially not in such a direct manner. Intrigued, he wanted to see just how far this girl could take it. What of it? Call him old if I wish. Just as she prepared to take action, a middle-aged man, resembling LNY and appearing as if he had just emerged from water with his disheveled, damp attire, approached from the back of the shop. As he dried his hair, he inquired, Shio-YN, what is going on? I could hear the commotion from the back. The girl named Shio-YN was about to explain when LNY interjected, Old LN, I'm back. How could you speak to Master LN like that? Upon hearing the familiar voice, LNTNHI paused, raising his hand to silence Shio-YN, staring in disbelief at the figure standing at the shop's entrance. You, stammering. LNTNHI approached LNY and playfully slapped him on the back. You little rascal, you finally decided to return? LNY ducked his head and chuckled. I knew you wouldn't be pleased. Observing his son's unchanged mischievous demeanor, LNTNHI laughed heartily. Then turned to Shio-YN. Today, the shop will remain closed. You may return home. Your hours will be accounted for. Understood, Master LN. Shio-YN recognized that this unexpected visitor had a close relationship with Master LN and feeling out of place. She nodded in acknowledgement before packing her things and leaving. LNTNHI hung the closed sign on the shop and, placing his arm around LNY's shoulders, led him upstairs. Come, I need to ask you something. Once in the upstairs bedroom, LNY raised a hand to halt him. Old LN, before you ask, I have a question for you. LNTNHI waved dismissively. No respect. LNY rubbed the back of his head, which wasn't sore at all, and retorted, What? Should I call her stepmother? Upon hearing these words, Lin Tianhai's mind momentarily faltered, yet the thought of the recently departed Shenyun filled him with a trembling fury, prompting him to rise and glance around. Where's my knife? Have you seen my knife? He exclaimed. All right, Lao Deng, enough with the jokes. But what is the matter with Shenyun? Lin E interjected, pulling Lin Tianhai back to focus. Lin Tianhai returned to the sofa, casting a glare at Lin E to express his loyalty to his wife before speaking. She is After all, a pitiable child. Let us not digress. Get to the point, Lynn E urged, well aware of his father's nature. He knew that if he allowed Lin Tianhai to ramble, the tale would stretch for hours. In short, she lacks sufficient funds and wishes for my assistance in evolving her spirit beast, Lin Tianhai summarized succinctly. Lin E continued, and seeing her plight, combined with your aversion to staying in the shop, preferring to be with the lush Bibo Yi and Qing Tenhua, you invited her to help manage the store, offering to assist with her spirit beast evolution in exchange for her help. Am I mistaken? Lin Tianhai nodded repeatedly, displaying a look of approval that signified his son understood him well. Opening this shop was never my intention. It was established for you. And even the deed is in your name. However, you were too young at the time, and later, due to the incident with the ruins, it was delayed. Lin Tianhai placed a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Now that you have grown, this shop will be entrusted to you. Wait, Lao Deng. Ding. He had been tirelessly completing tasks in the snowy domain, yearning to return home for some relaxation and carefree enjoyment of life, only to find himself thrust into the role of store manager. There was no way he could agree to that. Just as Lin E was about to refuse, a familiar yet foreign mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detected that the host possesses ownership of the shop. The spirit pet cultivation system has been activated, and the beginner's package has been dispensed. System? Lin E was bewildered. He had already ascended to the pinnacle of this world, having become a disaster spirit master not once but twice, and now he was being awakened to a system? Was it because he held ownership of the shop? This establishment had been founded by his father during his childhood, and now that ownership had been transferred to him. Lin E momentarily questioned whether Lao Deng was also experiencing some issues. Son, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Lin Tianhai observed Lin Yi's abrupt quietness with concern. Even if you do not wish to be the store manager, there is no need to react this way. Lin Yi shook his head, suppressing his excitement, and smiled. No. It's nothing, Lao Deng. I merely think you possess remarkable foresight. I am indeed thrilled to take on this role as store manager. Previously, Lin Yi had envisioned returning home to lead a leisurely life, but now, by a stroke of chance, the system had awakened, and he found the prospect of being a store manager rather appealing. He leaned closer and whispered, Lao Deng, let me tell you, I have a modicum of knowledge regarding cultivation techniques. This position is undoubtedly meant for me. I will excel as the store manager. Just watch. I will inevitably expand this shop to Xinghu City. You? Lin Tianhai regarded his eldest son with disdain. It was not that he looked down upon him after years apart. Rather, there was a clear distinction in the federation between cultivators and spirit masters, those who could evolve a spirit beast to the awakened stage, whether through known evolutionary paths or creating entirely new forms, were rare. Even with only awakened potential, upon certification by the Cultivator Association, one could become a trainee cultivator, progressing through the ranks of junior, intermediate, senior cultivator, and eventually, to master cultivator. Those who reached the rank of master cultivator were capable of independently aiding sovereign-level spirit beasts in their evolution. Moreover, those able to assist overlord level, king level, or even totem-level spirit beasts were invaluable human resources for the Federation, capable of influencing its future trajectory. They were named after the stars, referred to as Xinghue, Haoyue, and the brilliant, sun-like Yong level. From his earliest memories, Lin Tianhai had immersed himself in the knowledge of cultivation, dedicating over 20 years to this profession, and had only just attained the rank of master cultivator. His greatest aspiration was to cultivate an overlord-level spirit beast and join the ranks of Xinghue, contributing to the field. And how old was Lin E? At most, he was merely 20. Even had he begun learning about cultivation from birth, achieving the status of master cultivator would have been the pinnacle of his potential, especially considering that prior to the age of 12, he had merely assisted in menial tasks. Nonetheless, hearing his eldest son embark on the same path as himself piqued Lin Tianhai's curiosity. He leaned in and blinked, asking, pray tell, what level of cultivator are you currently? Don't be embarrassed if it's low. I shan't mock you. As he spoke, Lin Tianhai produced his master cultivator badge, pretending to polish it before Lin Yi's eyes. Lin E nodded, understanding that only Lao Deng could jest about his own son in such a manner, a fitting reflection of his childhood memories of being ridiculed. In contemplation, he retrieved a badge from his pocket. Lin Tianhai immediately leaned closer, observing the pentagon design composed of 5 blue droplets, 3 of which were illuminated. This was the badge of an intermediate cultivator beneath Xinghue, with each droplet representing a stage of cultivation. The 3 illuminated droplets indicated that he was indeed an intermediate cultivator. You? An intermediate cultivator? Wait a moment. Lin Tianhai's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed something. Glancing at the date inscribed beneath the emblem, he read, March 7th, 2034? Presently, it was June 7th, 2040, meaning this badge had been issued 6 years prior. You attained the status of intermediate cultivator at just 14? My son is indeed a genius. Initially taken aback, Lin Tianhai erupted into hearty laughter before suddenly asking, Son, why did you not pursue further certification after reaching intermediate status at 14? Lin E shrugged. I simply lacked the time. What a pity, Lin Tianhai sighed, not pressing further. Now that you are an intermediate cultivator, I can entrust this shop to you with confidence. Should you encounter any uncertainties regarding cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. After all, I am a master cultivator. Lin E smiled and nodded. No problem, Lao Deng. They continued to converse for some time, during which Lin E inquired about his mother and younger siblings. From Lao Deng, he learned that his mother had become a king-level spirit master. It was noteworthy that when he had been embroiled in the ruins incident, his mother had only just begun her journey as a high-level spirit master. To have achieved such a rank in merely 8 years was indeed remarkable, placing her among the faster progressors in the realm of spirit masters. As for her current whereabouts, Lao Deng informed him that she was engaged in exploration of the ruins, which did not surprise Lin E, as his mother shared his father's obsession with spirit beast cultivation. As for his younger siblings, they were still at school undergoing the Federation's talent awakening ceremony and would likely return home later that afternoon. Chapter 9. The System Little Spirit. You need not worry, Lin Tianhai said, rising and patting Lin E on the shoulder. Due to various circumstances, your mother did not witness your ascension as a spirit master and often reminisces about it. Today is Xiao Air and Shauner's day of awakening their talents and contracting spirit beasts to become spirit masters. She will surely return home tonight. In this world, the significance of becoming a spirit master is akin to the coming-of-age ceremonies depicted in certain martial arts novels. Although one can become a spirit master at 16, with 2 more years until true adulthood, most people are acutely aware that from the day they contract their spirit beasts, they are no longer children. Rather, one is a distinguished Yuling Shi. It is imperative to shoulder the responsibilities befitting a Yuling Shi, a duty that entails strengthening oneself for the protection of ordinary citizens. Thus, every parent within the Federation aspires to witness their child forge a contract with their first spirit beast, transforming from an ordinary individual into a Yuling Shi. This is indeed a profoundly anticipated event. Very well, Lin E nodded as he retrieved a wooden core radiating a verdant glow from his pocket. Since Mother is returning, I shall entrust you with the gift I have prepared for her. Lin Tianhai gazed at the spirit wood core, feeling the abundant wood energy emanating from it, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. What is this? Lingmu Hexin. How could I possibly be unaware that this is Lingmu Hexin? Lin Tianhai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having devoted so much time to the study of wood and water elemental beasts, if he were unaware of the spirit wood core, it would truly be a disgrace. What I inquired was, is this intended for me? The Lingmu core was casually acquired by me on my way back, and should prove beneficial to Lao Deng in his research on the evolution of the Baishuren. Lin E tossed the core nonchalantly and added, this is not considered a gift for you. As for what the actual gift is, that shall remain a secret until tonight when I present it together with my mother. Upon receiving the Lingmu core and feeling the profound essence of what energy emanating from it, Lin Tianhai confirmed that it was indeed the core of a Dominion-level wood-type spirit beast, and not merely one at the initial Dominion stage. This was undoubtedly the core of a high-tier Dominion beast. To think that this Lingmu core, which he was told was casually obtained by his son on the way home, is not even a genuine gift. To be honest, he harbored a slight anticipation. Regarding your 8 years of experiences, as your father, I shall refrain from probing too deeply. As long as your actions do not jeopardize the safety of the Federation, I shall unconditionally support you. Now that the shop is entrusted to you, whether it is to operate or to wander through Yansheng is entirely at your discretion. I shall delve into the study of the Bai Yi Shu Ren. With that said, Lin Tianhai briskly donned his coat and descended the stairs. With the 6th-tier spirit wood core at his disposal for meticulous research, he remained confident in uncovering the evolutionary path of the Bai Yi Shu Ren. As he watched Lao Deng depart from the shop, only Lin E remained within. Finally having the opportunity to explore the system. Allow me to introduce myself. Spirit Beast Cultivation System Xiaoling, at your service. Greetings, host. This system is designed for the cultivation of spirit beasts, primarily assisting the host in nurturing and selling them. Although I have not been certified by the Federation's Cultivators Association, I have successfully assisted a totem-level spirit beast in evolving to the catastrophe level, thus earning the title of a Li Yong level cultivator. Do you believe I am in dire need of you? Scanning of the host is about to commence. Host, Lin E. Age, 20. Talent, Beast Transformation Technique. Spirit Mastery Level, Pseudo-Intermediate Spirit Master, Peak of Calamity Spirit Master, 3 times Recultivation. Cultivator Level, Fierce Sun Contracted Spirit Beast. None. The silence of the system is deafening. This cannot be right. Its host ought to be an unremarkable novice. just embarking on the journey of becoming a Yuling Shi and a cultivator. What is the matter with the disaster spirit master and the solar level cultivator? The system was left bewildered, utterly confounded and greatly astonished. Its prowess was fleeting, merely a product of cultivation. Ding, the host possesses extraordinary talent, able to assist the totem's evolution at such a tender age. However, do you comprehend the evolutionary paths of all spirit beasts? What is the optimal evolutionary route for spirit beasts? You may not comprehend, yet Xiao Ling is aware. I possess the capability to assist in the evolution of totems. By fulfilling system tasks, evolving spiritual beasts, and selling these creatures, one may receive corresponding rewards. I am a calamity spirit master. Does the host not desire to ascend to the starry sky? I am currently undertaking my third attempt at remediation. Could you assist me in calculating the probability of transcending the limits of a disaster spirit master? Given my peak prowess and the amalgamation of my previous 2 levels of cultivation, thereby ascending to the celestial expanse. 99%, is that not the conclusion? The host has been detected as extraordinary, possessing an invincible demeanor. The initial system rewards are insufficient to support the host's current growth. Thus, the system rewards are now undergoing optimization. Optimization successful. A task is now issued. Task 1. Successfully assist 3 awakened tier spirit beasts in completing their evolution and successfully sell them. Task progress, 03. Task reward. Fangjia Jingpian, function, stabilize a space, used to perfect a small world, allowing a small world affected by spatial storms to become an independent small world. Observing the system's updates and the sudden emergence of tasks, the task appears exceedingly simple. However, the reward elicits a slight curve at Lin Yi's lips. The Fangjia Jingpian is intriguing. Even if I strip away my cultivation and transform the first Beast Master space into an independent small world, my inexperience could lead to the Beast Master space encountering spatial turbulence, resulting in a spatial storm. I must admit, you possess some merit. Yet, that is all there is to it. I am aware that although you have indicated none in the contract spirit beast section, you have certainly detected that entity residing in the first world. How long do you think it can withstand the onslaught of the spatial storm? Will it endure until I become a calamity? To be candid, dear host, you have truly exceeded Xiao Ling's expectations. Even the beings of the starry sky yearn for the elusive spirit beasts, which are often difficult to acquire. Yet, you have successfully formed a pact with one and nurtured it to the level of calamity. Do you not wish to learn about its subsequent evolutionary path? Xiao Ling can speak frankly. Even if you successfully transcend the Shinkong realm and enter the vast expanse of the stars, discovering his method of evolution will prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, difficulty does not equate to impossibility. Can one not allow another to finish their discourse? You are not human. Since the host harbors no expectations for Xiao Ling, there is little significance in Xiao Ling's continued presence. The system is in the process of detachment. Detachment progress, 10, 20. The system is about to be detached, with progress at 90, 91, 99, 99. Lynn E raised an eyebrow. Continue. A host with a distinct personality. Xiao Ling acknowledges you now. Chapter 10. ZY and Xing Ling. In the contest of wits against the system's Xiao Ling, Lynn E emerged victorious, seizing the initiative. He was no mere puppet obedient to the system's design. Henceforth, he would comply with unwavering resolve. Do you understand? Upon hearing the humble and deferential tone of the system's voice, Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile once more. He had successfully trained the system, marking what could be considered a pioneering achievement among the ranks of transmigrators. Unprecedented, truly unprecedented. Xiao Ling, obey my command. Xiao Ling is at your service. Open the novice gift pack. Since the system has been upgraded, it stands to reason that this novice gift pack should also be enhanced. It would not be unreasonable to expect a Fangjia Jingpian within. Seizing the moment before the system concludes its notification, Lin E spoke up. After he finished speaking, he distinctly sensed a brief lag in the system's prompt, lasting merely half a second before it resumed its normal function. The novice gift pack has been activated. The host has acquired the abilities of evolution simulation and the eye of spiritual insight, along with the item Fangjia Jingpian. This is quite promising. A boundless future awaits. As he gazed at the crystal chip resting in his palm, completely transparent, revealing only the milky contours of the external world, yet radiating a profound terrestrial force and rich spatial energy, Lin E remarked. Let us delve into the details of these 2 abilities. The Eye of Spiritual Insight, derived from the Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu, is a discerning skill capable of identifying any object, including spirit beasts, presenting their information in numerical form. Evolution Simulation, originating from the fate-based spirit beasts, assists in identifying potential evolutionary paths for spirit beasts. Upon hearing about these 2 abilities, Lin E nodded in approval. The The first enables him to gain clarity regarding the names and skills of unfamiliar spirit beasts, while the second reveals the forthcoming evolutionary pathways of spirit beasts, including potential materials and methods. It can be said to be tailor-made for a cultivator. Lynn E raised his hand, and a remarkably stable spatial rift appeared within the room. On the other side of the rift lay a realm shrouded in darkness, devoid of verdant hills and clear waters, replaced instead by blackened earth, remnants of wooden stumps, and a relentless storm that raged ceaselessly. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern glimmers of starlight. This was his first beast mastery space, which was meant to be a vast expanse illuminated by the brilliance of the earth and the celestial stars. However, due to a single misstep on his part, it had transformed into its current desolate state. A profound silence enveloped the area, devoid of light. Lynn E stepped forward into this realm, and as he did, streams of violet light enveloped him, shielding him from the ravages of the spatial storm. Immediately, a voice, heavy with authority, resonated through the air. "E, why have you come again? Are you so idle that you frequently visit this beast mastery space? Have you abandoned your training? You need not worry about me, brother. However, such visits should not be so frequent. If you wish for me to endure less hardship, focus on your training, merge your cultivation, and combine the three spaces. This way, the spatial storm will cease, and I shall be freed." Ah, my cursed charm. Such a commanding voice uttering such conceited words prompted Lynn E to roll his eyes and turn away. As he walked, he expressed his exasperation. "I initially sought a solution to the spatial storm to assist you, but since Xing Bao is so averse to it, I shall take my leave." Just as his foot crossed the threshold, a frantic voice called out from behind him, now devoid of its previous authority, sounding more like a young boy. "Brother, Ego, father, do not leave me. Xing Bao is suffering. I long for liberation. I do not wish to remain in this desolate place. I promise to never report you again. I wish to see Sister Huanli. Ego, please save Xing Bao." Lin E turned around, gazing upwards. Above in the spatial realm floated countless dim stars, while a chasm as dark as an abyss opened amidst them, unleashing numerous spatial storms that raged forth. At the forefront of the rift stood a humanoid figure shrouded in starlight, from which brilliant rays emanated, countering the expanding rift. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer approach, one would sense the immense power emanating from each point of starlight, rivaling the full force of a totem strike. Merely gazing upon it invoked a sense of reverence. This was Lin Yi's first spirit beast, and also the first gift bestowed upon him by Elder Yong. Apart from the treasures found within that ancient relic, a spirit beast from the cosmos. You have made a wish, have you not? It has been several years since you last saw Sister Huanli. You must miss her, Xing Bao remarked, scratching his head. His tone then shifted to urgency. Ego, do not just stand there. I need help. You do not wish to see your beast mastery space in such disarray, do you? Lin E appeared indifferent. This space has existed for many years. Repairing it is not an immediate concern. You, however, are eager to see Huanli. Xing Bao chuckled but remained silent. Lin E added with a jest, that might disappoint you. We are not in the winter realm, and Huanli has gone on a mission with her master. You will not find her outside. Upon hearing this, Xing Bao felt as though the sky had fallen. My sister Huanli. Ignoring Xing Bao's lamentation, Lin E focused his spiritual gaze to examine Xing Bao's information. Race, Ziyin Xingling. Gender, unknown. Level, Catastrophe 9-star peak. System, Spatial System, Star System. Status, Lost. Bloodline Potential, Super Catastrophe. Growth Stage, Growth Period. Skills, 1. Starfall, Heavenly Level Z, Yin Xingling summons the stars from the heavens to strike the target. 2. Starshine Throne, Super Heavenly Level Z, Yin Xingling gathers stars and starlight to form a throne. Within the range of the starshine, all spirit beasts and their masters rapidly recover stamina and spiritual energy. 3. Starshine Ancient Path, Super Heavenly Level Click to expand skill details. Lin E meticulously scrutinized the information that materialized before him, absorbing every detail. Apart from a few skills that he interpreted slightly differently, everything aligned perfectly with his understanding of Xing Bao. In this world where humans and spirit beasts coexist, all spirit beasts, except for the undying undead, are categorized into several stages from birth to death: egg, embryo, juvenile, growth, maturity, peak, twilight, and death. The growth period, as its name implies, signifies that the spirit beast has not yet fully developed and possesses potential for further growth. The subsequent maturity and peak stages represent the zenith of a spirit beast's combat prowess and intellect. Once the twilight stage is reached, a spirit beast's power begins to decline until its eventual demise. For spirit beasts with low bloodline potential, such as the commonly found pet spirit beast Ling Chao 2 in the Azure Federation, their lifespan is merely 15 years, with the last 5 years spent in the twilight stage. As for his Xing Bao, It had been 8 years since their contract was formed. And now he learned that it had only reached the growth stage. There was still ample room for development. Were it not for the scarce information about Zi Yanxingling on this planet, he would not be so astonished. Yet, it mattered little. If it had already attained peak catastrophe during its growth stage, it indicated immense potential. Moreover, it suggested that this creature had been coasting along until now. And he should feel fortunate. Beyond the information, his primary concern lay with the evolution path. On this planet, the growth of Zi Yanxingling had reached its limit. To achieve further enhancement, evolution was the only method, yet there was no known evolution path for Zi Yanxingling on Blue Star, as Xiao Ling had indicated. Without it, even entering the starry sky would not suffice to facilitate the evolution of Zi Yanxingling in a short time. The same held true for other spirit beasts. For Blue Star, catastrophe was the pinnacle. To transcend this limitation and venture into the starry sky, it was essential for spirit beasts at peak catastrophe to evolve. However, no spirit masters who surpassed catastrophe had emerged on Blue Star, leading people to subconsciously believe that catastrophe was the zenith of spirit masters. Nonetheless, there remained some spirit masters and breeders, like him, who firmly believed that a path existed beyond catastrophe, yet it had yet to be discovered. If reliant solely on the exploration of Blue Star's inhabitants, Lynn E surmised that facilitating the evolution of Zi Yanxingling would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, the circumstances had changed. He possessed an advantage. Let me observe the forthcoming path of Zi Yanxingling, and let me witness the wonders of this evolutionary deduction. Chapter 11, The Three-Eyed. Evolution Path 1. Zi Yanxingling to Zi Yanxingjun. Zi Yanxingjun. Spatial system, star system, interstellar monarch, capable of evolving stars. Utilizing stars as a foundation and starlight as energy to unleash attacks, an exceptional battle mage. 2. Zi Yanxingling to Starcore Hunter. Starcore Hunter, spatial system. Star system, traverses the rifts of space, wielding stars as scabbards and space as blades, capable of severing all, an outstanding hunter and assassin. 3. Zi Yanxingling to Star Constellation Cloud. Star Constellation Cloud, spatial system, star system, mysterious system, capable of merging with the world and becoming part of it, harnessing the power of the cosmos for offense, formless and unfathomable. So many evolution paths, such detailed methods of evolution. It is noteworthy that across the entirety of Blue Star, no evolution path for Zi Yanxingling existed, and even a single catastrophe-level spirit beast evolution path was elusive. To suddenly present 3 evolution paths was nothing short of extraordinary. This was akin to providing blueprints for a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel to a world still entrenched in the production of ordinary airplanes and cannons. All one needed to do was follow the specifications to construct that spacecraft. The only challenge lay in sourcing the materials. Among the evolution materials, Lynn E recognized a few that could be found on Blue Star, but for the majority, he had never even heard their names, including the Fong Jie crystal. The system task reward was indeed the Fong Jie crystal. It appeared that to facilitate Xing Bao's evolution, he would need to complete system tasks, but fortunately, the tasks were simple and the rewards were abundant. This was not an exaggeration, it was a gift beyond measure. The materials required for the evolution of the star beasts are numerous, and currently, he possesses very few of them, necessitating a gradual collection process. Furthermore, he has more than one spirit beast to evolve. Hence, the task is not urgent. For now, he must first repair the first world. Lin E took out the Fangjie crystal and placed it in his palm, gazing up at the Ziyuan star spirit, Xingyuan, and declared, "Arm." The Ziyuan star spirit turned its head, instantly captivated by the Fangjie crystal. For reasons unknown, it suddenly perceived the aura emanating from the crystal as enticing, almost as if it were delicious. From the land and spatial essence radiating from the Fangjie crystal, Xingyuan understood that it was intended for mending the spatial rifts. However, he could not see Huanli Mimi outside. "Igu, that thing in your hand smells so good. Why not let me have a taste? I can endure for a few more years." Calculating the time, Huanli would soon return from her mission with her master. Yet, considering that Xingbao had taken the initiative to speak, Lin E decided to grant this request. He feigned to throw the Fangjie crystal, prompting Xingyuan's eyes to widen. "Igu, I'm coming." With that, waves of starlight erupted from Xingyuan's form, pressing against the ever-expanding rift, while Xingyuan's body collided with Lin E, gradually merging into him. As for Lin E, starlight erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being in a swirling cloak of starlight, with a shimmering cape adorned with stars flowing behind him, reminiscent of flowing sand, surrounded by constellations. Behind him, a radiant assembly of stars coalesced into a grand throne, upon which sat a towering figure clad in starlight. With a river of stars swirling in its hands, Waya, imposing and solemn, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon. An overwhelming aura emanated outward, but in an instant, Lynn E reined it all in, not allowing even a fraction to escape. Nonetheless, some still felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. Let us commence the repairs. With that, Lynn E concentrated energy into the Fangjia crystal in his palm and struck it against the ground. The earth trembled, sending ripples radiating outward until they reached the barrier of the small world. The tremors continued, and with Lin Yi's energy continuously pouring in, they surged along the edges of the barrier skyward until they made contact with the rift. Countless spatial particles appeared, gradually mending the rift. During this process, Lin Yi felt as though he were a small pond being continuously drained by a pump. Fortunately, through the fusion with the Ziyuan star spirit, the pond transformed into a vast ocean, averting the fate of being drained entirely. His talent closely resembled that of a master-level beast tamer, achieving an ultimate understanding with spirit beasts, reaching a state of mutual fusion and transcendence, akin to attaining the rank of a king-level beast tamer, yet with subtle differences. Typically, fusion signifies the mark of a king level, but this did not apply to Lin E. Since awakening his talent, he could fuse with any spirit beast and harness their abilities. The fusion process could be deemed compulsory. Regardless of the spirit beast's willingness, it would occur. However, spirit beasts subjected to forced fusion would develop a sense of resistance, shortening the fusion duration, and upon exiting the state, they would often retaliate against him. To avoid such occurrences, Lin E generally refrained from compelling spirit beasts to arm themselves. Should he choose to do so, he would exhaust the spirit beast's energy entirely before disarming them. This way, once disarmed, the spirit beast would be akin to a withered plant, devoid of the vigor to retaliate. As Lin E continually infused energy, the Fangjia crystal fully integrated into the space, and the rift in the sky was comprehensively repaired by the spatial particles. The black spatial storm vanished, and the entire area experienced a long-awaited tranquility. Yet Lin E did not cease his efforts. With the rift mended, the next step was transformation. He aimed to restore this beast tamer space to its former glory. A rich essence of spirit energy was released from his palm, flowing into the ravaged world, stimulating buried seeds to sprout vigorously. Wherever the spirit energy traveled, verdant greenery flourished. Trees burgeoned, flowers blossomed vibrantly, and the dim stars in the sky began to twinkle brightly. Savoring the fragrance of the flowers, Lin E clapped his hands. Easily accomplished. You don't know the exhaustion of using someone else's spirit energy, Xingyuan retorted, detaching from Lin E and appearing drained. You should have a sense of the size of this small world. If it weren't for my abundant spirit energy, you would have drained me dry. Such a lack of respect. Lin E feigned annoyance, ruffling Xingyuan's head. Construct a star bridge to connect to another small world. With this place restored, it's time to relocate some spirit beasts, otherwise it will be too desolate. Isn't it fine being empty? I could use it for a date with Huangli Mimi later. Xingyuan scoffed, feigning discontent, yet his body obediently began constructing the star bridge. Before long, a bridge of stars appeared before Lin E, linking the two small worlds. The area where Lin E stood was desolate, while on the other side, near the pond, deer, tigers, wolves, and other spirit beasts frolicked. And the sky was filled with soaring phoenixes and colorful birds, including the cangy snow wolf Lin E had brought back from the snow domain. Let us go and allocate areas. With that, Lin E stepped onto the star bridge, with Xingyuan following closely behind. Upon entering the other small world, Xingyuan called out loudly towards the distance, "San Yaner, your grandfather Xing has come to see you." In the distance, a massive black dragon soared down from the sky, shrinking its form as it approached Lin E. "Ego, what brings you here?" The black dragon ignored Xingyuan and focused on Lin E. Feeling neglected, Xingyuan was momentarily incensed. "What's the matter? Is my EGE's beast tamer space now a small world that you're not allowed to visit?" Upon hearing Xingyuan's voice, the black dragon turned its head, feigning surprise. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's little Xingzi. If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were just a passerby. San Yaner, do you want to fight? Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Observing the tense standoff between his two main combat spirit beasts, Lin E felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "All of you, be quiet. Now, I need you to transfer a portion of the spirit beasts to the first world and modify the environment to help them adapt. If you want to brawl, do it in the starry sky after we finish here." Chapter 12, Bo Yuan's Treasure Tree. After Lin E transferred some spirit beasts from the second world to the first world and arranged their living spaces, he descended to discover that dusk had fallen. Yong City was already ablaze with lights. Outside the spirit pet shop, various food stalls were set up, bustling with crowds and the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Has it gotten this late already? Lin E marveled at how swiftly time passed. He approached a small stall and bought a few skewers of grilled bird, munching on them as he made his way home. The spirit pet shop was merely a store to him. The second-floor bedroom was only for emergencies. His true home lay in a small manor not far from the shop. The manor was not large. Apart from a two-story building, the rest was farmland and a stream. In the fields grew the Bai Bo Yi, along with its evolved form, the Bai Yi Shu Run. While the stream was home to the Qing Tan Hua and its evolved form, the Shui Ren Hua, both meticulously cultivated spirit beasts by Lao Deng. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lin Manor, the door was ajar, and through the gap, he could see a stone path, unchanged from 8 years ago. Lynn E smiled as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. After only a few meters, the sound of the Bai Yi Shu Ren's skill, Vine and Tangle, accompanied by the croaking of the Qing Tan Hua, approached Lynn E. Unfazed, he raised his hand, enveloping the vines in white light. A pulling force drew the vines to his palm. With the blessing of his talent, he forcibly absorbed the attacking Bai Yi Shu Ren into his body. In an instant, he completed the arming process, transforming into a figure adorned with green leaves atop his head, clad in bark-like armor, with vines trailing behind him like a flowing cape. Then, the sudden change occurred, and the croaking ceased. The Qing Tan Hua was bewildered, not understanding how its companion, meant to guard the entrance, had vanished in an instant. However, it matters not. The alarm has already been triggered. A rapid succession of footsteps echoed from the direction of the attic, and 2 figures, one male and one female, came into view. Clad in the blue and white attire of Yong Chung E Zhong, the girl's long hair flowed with the breeze as she squinted at him, lost in thought. The boy, with his neatly cropped hair and piercing gaze, fixated intently on him, observing the human-like form that bore the traits of a spirit beast. Lin Shan understood the formidable power of the individuals before him. The fusion of spirits undoubtedly indicated a king-level spirit master. But what of it? This was the Azure Federation, and Yangcheng was home to several kings. Moreover, trespassing into private residences was a crime, and he could report them at any moment. Not to mention, his mother had just returned today. She too was a king-level spirit master. With such confidence, Lin Shan felt no fear toward the individuals before him. Yet a twinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. He had just awakened his talent, and with no spirit beast contracted, encountering a king-level master was a daunting prospect. Should the other party choose to act ruthlessly, despite his confidence, it remained merely that, confidence. Even if the person were to be captured or killed later, it would not alter the grim reality of death. After all, the dead cannot be revived. Who are you? What brings you to my Lin family estate? As he questioned them, Lin Shan furiously sent messages to his mother from behind his back, while simultaneously calling out to the tree in his mind, "Tree Grandpa, what is this guy's strength? If something unexpected happens, can the soul escape? I have already instructed you to refer to me as Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu, and not to conflate me with those inferior trees." A voice laden with discontent echoed in Lin Shan's mind. "Moreover, do not underestimate me. On this planet, there is nothing that my eyes cannot see through." Lin Shan replied, "Tree Grandpa, what's going on? I can't see through him." Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu trembled within. Realizing that a being on a planet where even the starry realm had not manifested could elude its skill, the spirit eye. How could it respond? To admit it could not see through the figure? Absolutely not. Having just boasted, how could it then claim ignorance? Furthermore, it could not outright say it was blind. It had indeed perceived certain information, merely that of a Bai Yi Shu Ren. Yet, the individual before them was human, albeit in a fused state with the Bai Yi Shu Ren, which felt off. This fusion appeared strange, as if the Bai Yi Shu Ren had not done so willingly, but rather had been coerced. Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu feigned profundity. "Kid, you cannot provoke him." Having spoken, it fell silent. An existence it could not discern was a precarious situation. Should the other party discover its presence, complications would surely arise. Lin Shan was left speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could a newly awakened talent defeat a king-level master? If he could, why would he even inquire? Meanwhile, on Lin Yi's side, as Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu attempted to probe his information, it was intercepted by Xiao Ling. Frustrated by Lin E's earlier manipulation, Xiao Ling promptly revealed his details. "Dare to investigate? Watch me expose you." Now, Lin E was carefully studying the information presented. Race, Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu. Gender, androgynous. Level, pseudo-king, true catastrophe. Type, wood. Mysterious. Status, spiritual state, dispersed. Potential, super catastrophe. Growth stage, soul state pinnacle. Skills, 1. Spirit eye, heavenly level 2. Spirit attachment, heavenly level. The Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu can actively attach to a spirit master in a spiritual state, allowing the spirit master to temporarily gain powers not their own for combat. 3. Spirit suppression, heavenly level. Click to expand and view all skills. Evolution path, Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu to Wan Tong Ji Bao Shu. Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu to Ji Bao Yu Yao Shu. Upon reading the information about the Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu, Lynn E couldn't help but glance at Lin Shan. An old man who possesses the ability to attach himself and knows everything. Could my younger brother truly be the protagonist? Such thoughts crossed his mind, but he refrained from voicing them or responding to Lin Shan. Instead, he turned to Xiao Ling and asked, Xiao Ling, what does super catastrophe mean? System version is too low. Oh, understood. In simple terms, the system can currently only assess catastrophe-level spirit beasts. Any that surpass this level are classified as super catastrophe. At this moment, Lynn E, who had remained silent for quite some time, stepped forward. Lin Shan instinctively reached out to stop her, but she pushed his hand away and looked at Lynn E. You are my elder brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's face broke into a long-lost smile as he disarmed himself, returning the Bai Yi Shu Ren to its original place, and ruffled Lin E's hair. You are the best little sister, unlike certain boys. Lin E shot a glare at Lin Shan and pulled out a crimson stone from his pocket, offering it to Lin E. This is for you, as a reward for recognizing me. From the conversation between his second sister and the individual before him, coupled with Lin Yi's expression, Lin Shan suddenly remembered he had an elder brother. Yet, upon seeing the stone, he felt disdain. It's just a worthless rock. What is so special about it? You must be envious, Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu interjected, piercing Lin Shan's thoughts. You truly lack appreciation. That is a feng shui. Look at its color, its luster. It can only be born from the blood of a pure-blooded phoenix. Wait, pure-blooded phoenix. Chapter 13, Sankai Luan Quebec. The aura emanating from the feng shui was intensely rich. As Lin E felt the energy radiating from the crimson stone, she sensed her bloodline stirring, her talent rejoicing. She had only just awakened her talent. It was inherited from their mother, Yi Lingxi, and was a combat-enhancing talent for phoenix-type spirit beasts, known as Qian Huang. When used within the same realm, her talent could bolster her against phoenix blood spirit beasts, rendering her nearly invincible, and even allowing her to contend with those of higher realms. Furthermore, when used on spirit beasts with faint phoenix blood, it would stimulate the phoenix blood within them, facilitating their evolution. However, without a contract with a spirit beast possessing phoenix blood, her talent would be rendered useless, a mere ornament. The potential was immense, yet simultaneously limited. Throughout the Azure Federation, Lin E was aware of numerous phoenix-type spirit beasts, among which were two pure-blooded phoenixes, one ice and one fire. The ice phoenix resided in the depths of the snow domain, possessing formidable strength beyond her current reach, while the fire phoenix was held by the highest enforcement agency in the Federation, the Holy Guard, under the code name Qian Mei, also unattainable for her. Unable to obtain a pure-blooded phoenix, she could only seek a spirit beast with phoenix blood for a contract, and she happened to know of one with faint phoenix blood located at a spirit beast breeding center in Yangcheng, a facility dedicated solely to providing spirit beasts for shops. Fortunately, her father owned a store. However, his focus was not on the shop. Yet she could use the rare spirit pet shop's credentials to make a purchase. As the holder of the Qian Huang talent and the renowned Feng Yuxing Jun of the past, Lin E had ample confidence to nurture the spirit beast step by step, allowing it to shed its mundane blood and transform into a true phoenix. If she possessed the feng shui, she could activate the phoenix blood within more swiftly, accelerating its growth. But the feng shui was far too precious. Despite her longing for it, Lin E held on to her pride and firmly pushed the feng shui back, stating resolutely, Elder brother, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu incessantly shouted in Lin Shan's mind, urging him to ask for it. Kid, quickly obtain that feng shui. In due time, Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu will help you cultivate a pure-blooded phoenix to play with. Lin Shan scoffed. If you want it, go get it yourself. Oh, you little brat. Bo Yuan Ji Bao Shu seethed in frustration. If I could go, I would have done so already. I am not an outsider. I am your true elder brother. After so many years without seeing each other, what is wrong with giving a gift upon reunion? As Lin E spoke, he directly pressed the feng shui into Lin Shan's palm. Now, take it obediently. Thank you. What is with the thanks? Call me brother. Lin E gazed at the feng shui stone in her palm, sensing the phoenix bloodline within it. Despite the fact that the bearer was her elder brother, she still felt unworthy of receiving it. However, she found herself in dire need of this item. She would not accept the feng shui stone without reciprocation. Just wait. Once she had grown stronger, she would certainly assist her elder brother, just as she had helped their mother. Thank you, elder brother. Lin E smiled, finding it quite agreeable. He was not a prodigal, after all. He understood that the talent for spirit manipulation was hereditary, with stronger abilities having a greater likelihood of being passed down. Their mother possessed phoenix-type spirit manipulation talent. Moreover, with his younger sister and younger brother just awakening their talents, he seized the opportunity to present the feng shui stone. only to discover that he had indeed sensed the phoenix aura from his second sister, Lynn Shan. He speculated that she had awakened a talent similar to their mother S. As Lynn E was his sister, and they were family, the fengshui stone would be beneficial for her, so he decided to gift it without hesitation. Besides, he had plenty of such stones. If he ever ran out, a trip to the snow domain would suffice. Without further thought, Lynn E turned and patted Lin Shan's head. Lin Shan stepped back a few paces, expressing her displeasure. What are you doing? This child seemed a bit rebellious. I was pondering what thoughts might occupy your mind. Lin E said, displaying a look of confusion. How dare you question someone who could potentially be of the kingly level, right after you've just awakened? Are you truly unafraid of death? Or is your mind simply unhinged? Even though this is the Blue Federation, and we are on our home turf, there is no spirit master behind you who could contend with me. Were I not your elder brother, but rather an enemy of your family, you would have perished long ago. You wouldn't be here chattering away, at a loss for words. Lin E had intended to offer Lin Shan a piece of advice from someone with experience, when suddenly, approaching footsteps caught his attention. The three of them turned in unison. At the other end of the stone pathway, a woman with a gentle appearance, clad in a blue long dress, approached briskly. Perched on her shoulder was a tricolored bird-like spirit beast with long red tail feathers. Upon reaching them, Yi Lingxi, having learned of the commotion, shielded Lin E and Lin Shan behind her and looked at Lin E in astonishment. Little E, it's me, mother, Lin E replied with a smile. But before he could finish, he received a slap. What do you mean, mother? Am I that old? Call me sister. Such was her refusal to acknowledge her age. Indeed. My beloved sister Yi. Ah, now that is correct. Finally revealing a gentle smile, Yi Lingxi enveloped Lin E in a warm embrace and cupped his face, scrutinizing him closely. You've lost weight. Have you been suffering outside? You're home now. After expressing her concern for Lin E, Yi Lingxi turned to Lin Shan, who had messaged her, saying, Mother, there's trouble brewing, urgent. Little San, where are the troublemakers? Lin E had been pondering how his mother had arrived so suddenly, only to realize that his younger brother had called her. It seemed he wasn't entirely foolish. He knew to seek help. However, seeing his younger brother with his head down in silence, Lin E, as the elder brother, felt entitled to answer on his behalf. The troublemakers might be me. Yi Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning to her second daughter, she saw Lin Shan nodding. She then slapped Lin Shan lightly, saying, You don't even recognize your elder brother, and yet you claim there are troublemakers? I believe it's you who wants to stir up trouble. Lin Shan, feeling wronged, remained silent. With green leaves atop her head, clad in bark-like armor, and tree-like patterns on her face, it was indeed remarkable that he could recognize her. All right, Sister Yi. Let us return home for now. Today, your elder brother is back, and I'm happy, so I'll let you off this time. But if you do this again, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days, Yi Lingxi threatened, shaking her fist. Now go and call your father home. Lin Shan trembled slightly, nodded, and turned to flee towards the fields, eager to escape this troublesome place. Come, let us go home with mother. Yi Lingxi linked arms with Lin E and Lin E, walking along the stone path, chatting as they headed inside. Lin E maintained a cheerful demeanor, nodding in response from time to time, while his gaze occasionally fell upon the tricolored bird-like spirit beast. He sensed something extraordinary about this creature. Species, tricolored lawn bird. Gender, level, sovereign 3-star. Type, fire. Status, free leisurely. Potential, peak sovereign. Growth stage, mature. Skills 1. Fire bath. Earth level. The tricolored lawn bird feeds on fire and enhances its combat power while basking in flames. 2. Meteor fire rain. Earth level. Skill level classification, yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven. Upon reviewing the information on the tricolored lawn bird, Lin E deduced that this must be the spirit beast through which his mother had advanced to the kingly level. However, he recalled that his mother's primary combat spirit beast had been a Qianfeng butterfly. How had it transformed into this tricolored lawn bird? Evolution pathway. Tricolored lawn bird, 5-color sparrow, tricolored lawn bird, fire lawn bird. The 3 colors fade, leaving only fiery red. Evolution requirements. Mastery of fire bath must reach perfection, and the concentration of phoenix blood within must reach 25. The higher, the better. Current concentration, 17. As Lin E examined the evolution pathway of the tricolored lawn bird, he understood. A spirit beast possessing a phoenix bloodline, even if only a trace, could exhibit extraordinary strength under the influence of his mother's exceptional talent, Qianhuang. No wonder it had transformed into this tricolored lawn bird. With a new spirit beast on hand, he thought of the old one. Upon entering the house and sitting on the sofa while enjoying grapes peeled by his mother, Lin E voiced his curiosity. Mother, what happened to your Qianfeng butterfly? It's in the spirit beast space. What's wrong? Yi Lingxi continued peeling the grapes. But upon noticing Lin Yi's gaze fixed on the tricolored lawn bird on her shoulder, She quickly understood and explained, "What do you take your mother for?" "The Qianfeng butterfly was my first spirit beast, and after so many years, there is a bond. How could I simply discard it for a new spirit beast? The Qianfeng butterfly has reached a bottleneck. After so many years at its peak, the lifespan of butterfly-type spirit beasts is inherently short. Once they enter their twilight years, their condition declines rapidly. If I don't enhance its bloodline potential or break through to sovereign level, it may perish within a few years. Fortunately, I found a specialist who studies the evolution pathway of the Qianfeng butterfly and obtained a list of materials needed for its evolution. I've already gathered more than half, and only a few items remain to facilitate its evolution." Yi Lingxi popped a peeled grape into her mouth and playfully poked Lin Yi's forehead. "Otherwise, do you think I risk my life exploring ruins for nothing? It's all to collect materials for the evolution. If it weren't for the Qianfeng butterfly, who would willingly brave the dangers of ruins?" As she spoke, Yi Lingxi looked at Lin E. "You don't actually believe that I enjoy exploring ruins, do you?" Lin E scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, for he had indeed thought so. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Yi Lingxi crossed her arms and turned away in annoyance. "I can't believe my son sees me this way. I'm upset now, the kind that won't be easily soothed." Lin Yi's mouth twitched while Lin E covered her face in embarrassment. Their family had it all, a nurturing master and a spirit master, neither of whom were top tier, but still respectable within the Federation. Yet this family of 5 was a peculiar mix. The nurturing master was utterly engrossed in breeding, capable of living alongside spirit beasts for months, while the spirit master behaved like a delicate girlfriend at home. And there was a rebellious younger brother, along with an elder brother filled with uncertainties due to a life spared by circumstances. Just the thought of it made Lin E feel weary. This household relied on her. Just as she prepared to soothe her irate mother, Lin E retrieved a porcelain vial from his pocket. "All right, mother, don't be upset. Look at the gift I brought you." Upon opening the vial, a wave of chill accompanied by a faint fragrance wafted through the air, instantly recognized by Lin E. The 6th-tier supreme spiritual object, Bingning Lu, is a gentle ice-type spiritual item. It can enhance the physical constitution of ordinary individuals and allows its master to expel impurities from within. However, its production conditions are exceedingly stringent, and it is typically sold by the drop. Upon seeing the porcelain bottle held by her elder brother, measuring 20 centimeters in height and 8 centimeters in width, Lin E immediately approached. When she discovered that it was filled with Bingning Lu, she fell into deep contemplation. Where did he acquire such an abundance of Bingning Lu? Did he rob a spirit beast? Generally, naturally occurring spiritual items are guarded by spirit beasts. And for something like Bingning Lu, the minimum guardian is a sovereign-level spirit beast. How could he have managed to rob one? She was perplexed yet profoundly astonished. Yi Lingxi also caught a whiff of the fragrant air. Her earlier jest was merely playful. She was not truly upset. Unlike those genuinely angry young girls, who remain unconsoled regardless of how boys attempt to appease them, she recognized the Bingning Lu as a royal-level beast tamer. However, she feigned ignorance. "What is this?" Lin E patiently introduced. "This is a 6th-tier spiritual item, Bingning Lu. It's beneficial for the skin, especially suitable for you, mother." "Thank you, my son. You are truly wonderful. My son is the most handsome." Yi Lingxi joyfully accepted, showering him with praises, her emotional value reaching its peak. After the playful banter, Yi Lingxi grew serious, weighing the at least 1 gene of Bingning Lu in her hand before returning it. "Xiao Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but your return is the best gift you could give me. I do not require so much Bingning Lu. When the time comes, you can share some with your father, and also give some to Xiao Er and Xiao Shan. They have just awakened their talents. Consuming this will benefit their future. Let them enjoy it too." Lin E returned it, refusing. "No need, mother. I have Bingning Lu for Lao Deng and the others. What you have is specially prepared for you." To convince her, Lin E produced another porcelain bottle, larger than the one in Yi Lingxi's hands, containing at least 2 genes of Bingning Lu, leaving both her and Lin E speechless. Since Lin E had prepared some for Lin Tianhai and the others, Yi Lingxi naturally accepted this special offering for her. Subsequently, Lin E filled a small white jade porcelain bottle with half a gene of Bingning Lu and handed it to Lin E, continuing to chat with his mother. Lin E, now in possession of the Bingning Lu, would occasionally interject. While conversing, Lin E suddenly recalled that even without Xiao Ling, he was already a nurturer. Now with Xiao Ling, the evolution of the Qianfeng butterfly should be straightforward, shouldn't it? "Mother, can you summon the Qianfeng butterfly for me to see? I am now a nurturer myself. Perhaps I can assist in its evolution without anyone else's help." Yi Lingxi did not refuse her eldest son's request. Even if it could not evolve, it would be fine to let the Qianfeng butterfly breathe a little before recalling it into the beast space. The summoning was unpretentious. A circular azure magic array materialized, with a blue butterfly pattern at its center, indicating the summoning of a butterfly-type spirit beast. The color of the array signified its attributes. Azure indicated it belonged to the wind or wood element. Generally, as long as a beast tamer possesses sufficient mental strength, they can contract multiple spirit beasts. The differences in summoning arrays are visible not only to external observers, but also to the spirit beasts within the beast space. Of course, it is not an issue if they do not observe. Lynn E found such behavior rather distasteful. In his view, this form of summoning was merely ostentatious, akin to a pre-casting gesture, and quite significant. Such displays could easily attract ambushes. However, in the current situation, there was no concern, nor was there in formal competitions. In an emergency, if he witnessed someone employing such a showy summoning method, he would undoubtedly intervene. Those with strength could flaunt it, but he preferred ambushes. In life and death battles, who would engage in a fair fight? Taking advantage of the absence of spirit beasts for protection to eliminate the opponent was far more effective. He maintained a certain level of tolerance towards apprentice beast tamers, as summoning is not an instantaneous process. It requires extensive practice and coordination with spirit beasts to achieve quick summoning or even instantaneous fusion. As Lynn E pondered, Yingxi had already summoned the Qianfeng butterfly, and a gentle breeze swept through the room. The Qianfeng butterfly is renowned for its elegance. This wind-type butterfly spirit beast is relatively small, measuring about 1 meter, with a body of verdant green and expansive wings adorned with azure wind patterns. Its mere presence brings a refreshing breeze. On Earth, disregarding its size, it could serve as a fan in the summer without consuming electricity. Since childhood, Lin E had enjoyed playing with spirit beasts, and as his mother's primary combat spirit beast at that time, the Qianfeng butterfly naturally garnered his greater affection. It seemed to recognize Lin E, fluttering around him gracefully upon its emergence. Qianfeng butterfly, it has been a long time. Lin E reached out to caress the Qianfeng butterfly, which obediently leaned against his hand. Species, Qianfeng butterfly. Gender, unknown. Level, sovereign 8 stars. Attribute, wind. Status, happy joyful. Potential, sovereign. Growth status, peak period end. Skills 1. Gentle breeze. Mysterious level. The appearance of the Qianfeng butterfly is accompanied by a refreshing breeze that significantly reduces its energy consumption during flight and can also be utilized for attacks. 2. Wind disaster. Earth level. The Qianfeng butterfly charges its energy, flapping its wings to unleash an overwhelming storm against its target. 3. Wind transformation. Evolution path. Qianfeng butterfly wind disaster butterfly. Qianfeng butterfly wind spirit butterfly. Qianfeng butterfly, Qianfeng phoenix butterfly. Upon reviewing the Qianfeng butterflies panel, Lin E discovered that, as his mother had mentioned, the Qianfeng butterfly indeed encountered a bottleneck, primarily due to its bloodline potential. The peak period was drawing to a close. He understood the Qianfeng butterfly well. Typically, its lifespan is around 30 years, with potential generally at the commander level. This one, however, was among the more potent Qianfeng butterflies. As for those reaching the sovereign level, Lin E had yet to encounter one, perhaps due to his limited exposure. Qianfeng butterflies are relatively common within the Federation, and there is a publicly recognized evolution path leading to the wind disaster butterfly. The wind disaster butterfly is a spirit beast that manifests with level 8 gales. When in large numbers, they can even create disastrous windstorms. If a significant gathering of wind disaster butterflies occurs, the Federation dispatches beast tamers to disperse them, and during mating season, they also send beast tamers to guard against potential wind disasters. During his time in the snow domain, Lin E had the fortune of experiencing a blizzard caused by a similar spirit beast known as the snow disaster butterfly. Aside from the wind disaster butterfly, Lin E also recognized several evolution paths for the Qianfeng butterfly. He believed that the Qianfeng phoenix butterfly was most suitable for his mother, as it carries the bloodline of the phoenix. Although it cannot evolve into a phoenix, it would significantly enhance his mother's talent. Furthermore, possessing the bloodline of such divine beasts, even if diluted, would greatly extend her lifespan, ensuring she would not face premature death within a mere decade. Mother, is the evolution path you found for the Qianfeng butterfly publicly known or a private one? Regarding the evolution paths of spirit beasts, aside from some official research conducted by the Federation or those derived from relics, the rest of the evolution paths developed by nurturers are proprietary. Individuals have the discretion to decide whether to disclose them. If public, then all citizens of the Federation can see the evolution materials, potential post-evolution, and new spirit beast names. Advanced nurturers and above can access detailed evolution methods. If not disclosed, it will only indicate which nurturer developed a new evolution path for a spirit beast, along with the name of the evolved spirit beast and possibly a photograph. It is a private evolution path. What is the name after evolution? Wind spirit butterfly. The evolution conditions for the wind spirit butterfly are perfect proficiency in gentle breeze and a growth stage exceeding the growth period. Required materials: Feng Lingyu, Qing Mu Tong. Observing the evolution requirements of Feng Ling Dai and the necessary materials, Lynn E spoke again. Mom, I can also evolve the Feng Ling Dai, but I believe it may not be the best fit for you. I have a new evolutionary path in mind. Would you like to hear about it? Upon hearing this, Lynn E, who had been deep in thought, also lifted her head. She, in fact, had a new evolutionary path for Qian Feng Dai that could enhance her mother's innate abilities. The evolved spirit beast would be called Qian Feng Dai. She was also seeking an opportunity to evolve Qian Feng Dai for her mother, and since her elder brother had mentioned it, she was eager to hear about this so-called evolutionary route. If it did not suffice, she would take matters into her own hands. According to the developments of her previous life, Qian Feng Dai had yet to be recognized by the people of Lanxing. It was an unknown spirit beast. Her brother surely had no knowledge of it. When the time came for her to evolve a Qian Feng Dai, she would astonish her brother, mother, and father with a delightful surprise. At that moment, she could almost envision the astonished expressions on her family's faces. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Yi Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. She had initially thought her son was merely speaking to amuse her, only to realize that there truly existed an evolutionary path for Qian Feng Dai. Really? Then please enlighten me, little E. If it is feasible, I shall entrust you with the evolution of my Qian Feng Dai. Rest assured, mother, I will not disappoint you, Lin E declared, patting his chest before beginning to introduce the evolved spirit beast, which was to be called Qian Feng Dai. What? Upon hearing the name Qian Feng Dai, Lin E sprang to her feet, her mind buzzing. How did her brother know about Qian Feng Dai? Xiao E, what's the matter? Lin E turned to her brother. While their mother looked at her in confusion, she then realized she had lost her composure. No, it's nothing. Please continue, brother. After awkwardly laughing twice, Lin E sat down. Her ears perked up to catch every detail. However, the more she listened, the more astonished she became. For the method of evolution and the evolutionary path that her brother described matched her knowledge precisely, and was even more detailed and accurate than what she knew. It encompassed skill proficiency and growth stages. At that moment, Lin E felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She had thought her reincarnation was something remarkable, only to find herself facing a setback right after awakening. Yet, she could not fathom how her brother knew about the evolutionary path of Qian Feng Dai. Did he possess some hidden secret akin to her own reincarnation? While Lin E was lost in thought, Lin E and their mother had already confirmed the evolutionary path, Qian Feng Dai. After all, it could effectively utilize her innate talents and significantly extend the lifespan of Qian Feng Dai. It was a decision even a fool would make, let alone a strikingly beautiful woman like Yi Lingxi. Since the materials for evolving Feng Ling Dai were not vastly different from those for Qian Feng Dai, Lin E inquired about the materials their mother had gathered for the evolution of Feng Ling Dai. Anything usable could be put to immediate use. If there were any lacking, he would provide them. If he also lacked them, they would gather them slowly, as there was no rush for the evolution. Naturally, Yi Lingxi was very attentive to the evolution of her spirit beast, and without needing to check again, she stated, I currently have Feng Lingyu, Qing Mu Tong, Ing Feng Chao, Qing Shiyu, Huaning Mu, and Jingyin Shi. Listening to the list of materials, both Lin E and Lin E nodded subconsciously, as these were indeed among the primary materials required to evolve Qian Feng Dai into Feng Ling Dai. However, upon hearing the latter few items, they exchanged glances, and after a fleeting moment, Lin E lowered her head. It was normal to lift her head, but the brief exchange of glances before she lowered her head indicated her awareness of the evolutionary path of Feng Ling Dai. Logically, she should not have known these things. Nevertheless, Lin E did not press further, as everyone had their own secrets, just as his parents did not inquire about what he had accomplished over the past 8 years. He felt no need to question Lin E about how she came to know the evolutionary path of Feng Ling Dai or the origin of the Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu within Linshan. Asking would yield no true answers, regardless of the response. What he could do was to steadily manage the shop, ensuring the safety of his family and allowing his younger siblings to grow up in peace. As for those matters, the truth would reveal itself in due time. For now, he needed to address the issue of their mother being deceived. Mom, you might have been misled. What? I was deceived? Yi Lingxi exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Just as she was about to ask something, the sound of the door opening caught their attention, and the three of them turned to see Lin Tianhai returning with Lin Shan. What? Who was deceived? Chapter 16, The Contract. Lin Tianhai wiped the sweat from his forehead with a cloth around his neck as he walked in, questioning, who was deceived? Who else could it be but your wife? Lin E replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. As a husband and a breeding master, your wife was misled in her endeavor to evolve her spirit beast. Pray tell, Mr. Lin, what is your perspective on this? As he spoke, Lin E picked up a book, rolled it into a cylindrical shape, and presented it to Lin Tianhai, adopting a host-like demeanor. What? Lin Tianhai's reaction mirrored Yi Lingxi's upon discovering her own deception, and he turned to Lin E. What is going on? Explain it to me in detail. Lin E cleared his throat and summarized. In brief, our mother sought a breeding master to evolve Qianfeng Dai. That breeding master provided a list of materials for evolving Qianfeng Dai into Fengling Dai, which included, but was not limited to Yingfeng Chao, Qingyu Shi, Huaning Mu, and Jingyin Shi. After presenting the materials, Lin E fell silent. Yi Lingxi wore a perplexed expression, waiting for more. Lin E remained silent. Her head bowed. Lin Tianhai's expression grew grave as he pondered, while Lin Shan looked at the silent group, utterly bewildered. Why is everyone so quiet? I want to know why. Tree Grandpa, could you please explain? Your mother has indeed been misled, Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu replied succinctly before falling silent again. This left Lin Shan trembling with anxiety. Was that all he wanted to know? He needed to understand the specifics. The deception has reached my doorstep. At this moment, Lin Tianhai slammed his palm on the table, frustration evident on his face. Lingxi, tell me, who is that breeding master you consulted? To dare openly extort materials and spiritual objects under the guise of evolving spirit beasts, he must not be welcome in the Breeding Master Association. Finally, Lin E understood the reason behind the situation. What a relief. Dad, you're quickly shirking responsibility, Lin E interjected, still keeping her head down. Lin Tianhai's heart sank. Daughter, one must choose their words wisely. I spoke no falsehood. As a breeding master, you were oblivious while our mother sought to evolve her spirit beast, which nearly led to her deception. Can you truly say you bear no responsibility? Lin Tianhai was left speechless. As the head of the family, focusing solely on evolving spirit beasts while neglecting his family, treating the shop as a mere formality, which led to his wife being deceived, he indeed bore responsibility. I accept my faults. I am guilty. The matter of atonement could wait. Now, Lingxi, tell me who that breeding master is. Such a disgrace to the breeding master's reputation. I shall ensure he cannot survive in this industry. At that moment, Yi Lingxi realized the reason behind the deception. As a royal-level spirit master, being deceived by a breeding master filled her with a desire to storm into the other's shop and have Sankai Luan Ke teach him a lesson, demonstrating that she was not to be trifled with. However, seeing her husband so furious, she abandoned that thought, for it was indeed illegal. Although the other party had also acted unlawfully, the matters concerning breeding masters should be resolved by the breeding masters themselves. Moreover, if not for that individual, she would have never discovered her eldest son's talents in breeding. Evolving Qianfeng Dai not only allowed her innate abilities to manifest, but also enhanced her strength. That person is named Duanjia. Upon hearing the name Duanjia, Lin Tianhai's expression shifted to one of recognition. He was acquainted with this individual, though not intimately. Duanjia was a master breeder from Shixing, the neighboring city of Yingxing, with whom he had previously discussed the evolution of spirit beasts and the potential for profiting from them. The implication was clear. Duanjia sought to recruit him. At that time, Lin Tianhai was wholly engrossed in the evolution of spirit beasts, aspiring to cultivate a dominant-level spirit beast, and he dismissed such endeavors with disdain, opting to decline the offer. He had no desire to entangle himself in such matters, nor did he intend to pursue a connection with the Breeders' Association. While not averse to complications, he refrained from involving the Lin family to avoid any repercussions. It was unexpected that he would now find himself deceived by Duanjia. Regardless, he felt compelled to intervene. However, the blatant invitation from the other party hinted at ulterior motives, suggesting the presence of someone backing Duanjia, for a mere master breeder would not possess such audacity. With this contemplation, Lin Tianhai turned to his wife and children, assuring them that matters concerning Duanjia were to be handled by him alone, urging them not to get involved. After his admonition, he addressed Yi Lingxi, stating, Lingxi, do not seek Duanjia for the evolution of the Qianfeng Dai. While I may not be able to evolve the Fengling Dai, I can assist in its transformation into the Fengzai Dai according to the published evolutionary path. No need. Yi Lingxi shook her head, concerned her husband might misunderstand her intentions. Xiao Yi has discovered a new evolutionary route for the Qianfeng Dai, one that surpasses the Fengling Dai. So your assistance is unnecessary. Just focus on confronting Duanjia. Can I really watch him wander the streets? Lin Tianhai's heart felt a gentle pang upon hearing her refusal, interpreting it as a lack of trust from his wife. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he quietly pieced himself back together. He turned to Lin E and, upon receiving a nod from him, looked back at Yi Lingxi and affirmed, I guarantee the task will be completed. Seeing Lin Tianhai's solemn demeanor, a smile spread across the family's faces, and the atmosphere brightened. At that moment, Lin E presented the prepared Bingning Lu to Lin Tianhai, who felt a surge of excitement upon receiving it, while Lin Shan wore a look of disappointment, as he had no gift to present. Third brother, come here. Lin E beckoned, causing Lin Shan's face to light up with joy, though he quickly masked it, feigning indifference. What is it? A sharp clap rang out as Yi Lingxi playfully struck him, the sound loud, yet harmless. How can you speak to your elder brother like that? I was wrong. Lin Shan admitted, though internally he remained unconvinced. It was merely a matter of a few years' difference. Previously, he had thought differently, but now he had his own prowess. In terms of strength and breeding skills, he would eventually surpass his elder brother. At that point, he would ensure Lin E spoke to him with more deference. Unaware of Lin Shan's thoughts, Lin E would likely have laughed at them. With a grand gesture, he summoned the Kangyi Shualong, who had been frolicking in the second world, into the room. The wolf appeared bewildered, searching for its companions. Upon spotting Lin E, it joyfully bounded over, circling around him like a playful pup. Take a look at the gift I have prepared for you. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Thank you, elder brother, Lin Shan replied politely. An unusual display of decorum driven primarily by a desire to avoid punishment. Furthermore, when the Kangyi Shualong appeared, his mind raced with thoughts of the Buin Shiji Bao tree, which exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, a Yusing cub? No. It possesses only a trace of bloodline, hardly substantial. But how can this be? On a planet so remote that even the Shinkong realm is unaware of it, how can there exist a spirit beast with Yusing Lang blood? Kid, what are you hesitating for? Quickly take in this cub. With it, and with the knowledge of your Shu Lord, if you nurture it diligently, you might just revive the Yusing Lang bloodline. Once you enter the Shinkong realm, you will surely stride with confidence. As the Buin Shiji Bao tree continued its exclamations, Lin Shan realized the extraordinary nature of this wolf cub, especially considering it was gifted by his elder brother. This spirit beast was prepared just for you. Since you admire it, why not forge a contract directly? Thank you, elder brother. Lin Shan expressed his gratitude once more and, under the watchful eyes of his family, established an equal contract with the Kangyi Shualong. Chapter 17. The future. There exist 3 contract models between a master and a spirit beast: equal, slave, and faith. Among these, the equal contract is the most common. In this arrangement, both master and spirit beast stand on equal footing. Neither is the master of the other. The master nurtures the spirit beast, allowing it to grow at an accelerated pace beyond what it might achieve in the wild. As the spirit beast matures and gains power, it, in turn, enhances the master's abilities. This mutual benefit fosters a deep connection, often referred to as a meeting of hearts. Only through this connection can the spirit beast merge with the master, a process known as Rongling. During Rongling, the spirit beast integrates into the master, resulting in the latter exhibiting some characteristics of the spirit beast and enabling the release of its powers and skills. Individuals with combat aptitude may even enhance their own talents post-Rongling, augmenting their combat prowess. However, true mastery is only attained at the Wong level. Prior to that, barring exceptional talents, masters typically rely on directing spirit beasts in battle. It could be said that achieving Wong status marks a significant threshold, as without it, the truth remains elusive. Rongling serves as the hallmark of Wong status, which is why Lin Shan regarded Lin E as Wong level. The equal contract fosters mutual achievement. In stark contrast, the slave contract is characterized by coercion, wherein the master forces a contract upon the spirit beast, disregarding its feelings entirely, solely to enhance their own power. Under a slave contract, the master often resorts to coercive measures to command the spirit beast into battle, resulting in a lack of emotional connection or bond between them. In the eyes of the master, the spirit beast is merely a tool for augmenting strength. Such contracts are notably brutal, particularly given that some spirit beasts closely resemble humans, and some, possessing noble bloodlines, can even assume human form, leading to unspeakable abuses under the guise of a slave contract. The Azure Federation, where Lin E resides, advocates for harmonious coexistence between humans and spirit beasts, thus prohibiting slave contracts. Lastly, we have the faith contract, typically applied to Wong-level spirit beasts, akin to worshipping totems. Humans venerate spirit beasts, and in return, the spirit beasts provide protection. When a certain threshold is reached, humans may bear offspring with traces of spirit beast bloodlines, inheriting certain abilities and characteristics, which can perpetuate through generations, potentially elevating the spirit beast to the status of a totem. Such contracts were common in ancient times when humanity was not as powerful as today, relying on their faith in spirit beasts for survival. Nowadays, faith contracts are rare, yet some still exist. Families like the Dantai, who venerate the golden flame mad lion, the Shangwan, who worship the frost flame cold dragon, and the Wong, who honor the purple fire azure bird, represent unique exceptions, with their totems being among the most formidable of all. After Lin Shan contracted with the Kangyi Shualong and established the Beastmaster space, Lin E turned his gaze toward Lin Air. Little sister, do you have a spirit beast you desire? If so, let me know, and I will find a way to procure one for you. Yes, of course, Lynn E replied, fully aware of the spirit beast that would best align with her talents as a reincarnate. A pure-blood phoenix would be ideal. However, to openly request a pure-blood phoenix would be to place an undue burden on her elder brother. Moreover, she already had her own plans. Thank you for your kindness, elder brother, but I have a target spirit beast in mind, so I won't trouble you. Seeing her response, Lynn E did not press the matter further. He rose to assist their mother in the kitchen, hoping to alleviate her burdens while cooking, but upon entering, he was promptly shooed away. You are unfit. Let your father handle it. As Lynn E was expelled, Lin Tianhai waved his index finger. Just as he reached the doorway, a burst of flames erupted from within. It was not a kitchen explosion, but the flames of the Sankai Luan K, making the implications clear. Ah, I just remembered. There are the Bai Yishu Rin in the fields awaiting my care. I shall take my leave now. Call me when it's time to eat. After saying this, Lin Tianhai rushed out the door. Observing his awkward retreat, the three siblings could not help but chuckle. Once Lao Deng exited, Lin E summoned Lin E and Lin Shan to his side. Now that you both have awakened your talents and become you masters, the third brother has even contracted a spirit beast and become an apprentice Yuling master. What are your plans for the future? Lin Shan opened his mouth, wishing to express the grand ambitions buried deep within his heart, such as becoming the strongest breeder in the Federation, the mightiest Yuling master, and unleashing the bloodline of the Yuxing wolf within the Tsang Yishuel Lang, ultimately striding towards the cosmos in an invincible manner. However, these aspirations were too grandiose. While they held a chance of realization, they were more dreams than plans. Thus, Lin Shan hesitated. On the other hand, Lin E had been contemplating her future since realizing her rebirth 8 years ago. Naturally, she had her own plans. I intend to contract a spirit beast first, then cultivate, evolve, and advance it with my own abilities. In 3 months, I shall enter the Xian Ling Academy as the top scholar of Yong City and participate in the Federation's Youth Yuling Master Competition 6 months later. After graduating from the Xian Ling Academy, I plan to join the Judgment Division. This is my immediate plan. In truth, Lin E had much more to say. For instance, entering the Xian Ling Academy as the top scholar of Yong City was to attract the attention of the Academy's higher-ups for better access to a secret realm controlled by the Academy. Joining the Judgment Division was aimed at competing for a chance to become a Saint Guardian candidate. Both paths were for the sake of spirit beasts and the future. Listening to Lin E's plans, Lin E nodded. The Xian Ling Academy is one of the 5 highest academies in the Federation, alongside Shinsu, Huanyu, Inshuang, and Lanyu. The principal is a totem-level Yuling master, a kind and elderly lady whom Lin E had met. The academy is renowned for its flying spirit beasts and an all-female faculty, making it a coveted institution for many males. Regrettably, it only admits female students, which makes it a suitable choice for Lin E. As for the Judgment Division, Lin E was well aware that its assessments were exceedingly stringent and brutal. Within, examiners treated everyone equally, regardless of gender. He had the fortune of serving as an examiner 3 times, and regardless of whether candidates passed or failed, they were all deeply moved by him. However, securing a position in the Judgment Division is not merely a matter of passing assessments. One must also possess a clean background. Due to the longevity of humans linked to spirit beasts, the scrutiny extends not just to 3 generations, but to 7. Nevertheless, Lin E had no need to worry. Despite such inquiries, her family's lineage remained impeccable and rooted in the Federation. Step by step, rising higher, Lin E commented, shifting his gaze to the third brother. Lin Shan found inspiration in his sister's plans for his own future path. Like my second sister, but instead of the Xian Ling Academy, I aim to attend the Yin Shuang Academy, known for its ice-type spirit beasts. Moreover, this year's top scholar in Yong City is surely mine. Lin Shan's enthusiasm ignited, as if viewing Lin E as a formidable rival, while Lin E regarded him with disdain, seemingly conveying, "You?" Observing the exchange between Lin Shan and Lin E, Lin E chuckled, affectionately ruffling their hair. It's good that you both have plans. Should you encounter any trouble or matters regarding spirit beast evolution, do not hesitate to seek your elder brother. I am your strongest support. The 2 siblings nodded earnestly, outwardly agreeing, yet internally reluctant to trouble Lin E, believing they had grown up enough as Yuling masters to resolve their own affairs. One was a reincarnate, nearly omniscient, while the other, possessing the tree grandfather, felt confident in her abilities. The 3 continued their light-hearted conversation, with Lin E asking the most questions, particularly regarding Lin Yi's activities over the past 8 years. Lin E merely smiled and replied that he had been watching the snow in the harsh winter, which irked Lin E enough to ignore him. Not long after, the voice of Yi Lingxi emanated from the kitchen, announcing that the dishes were ready and it was time to eat. Lin E and Lin E rose to fetch the food, while Lin Shan dashed outside to search for Lao Ding and Lin Tianhai. Soon, the family gathered around the round table, which was laden with a sumptuous feast prepared by Yi Lingxi. After dinner, Lin Tianhai once again stepped outside, leaving the mother and siblings to chat in the living room. Chapter 18, Store Renovation. The next day dawned bright and beautiful, with gentle breezes and warm sunlight. After a simple breakfast and bidding his mother farewell, Lin E stepped out, for from this day forth, he would assume yet another identity, the manager of the Yong City Yiling pet store. Upon arriving at the store, Lin E discovered it was already in operation. He pushed open the door, and the previously stern Shen Yun, whom he had advised to be more civil, was now arranging items within the shop. Hearing the door curtain rustle, she turned and greeted him with a smile. Seeing Lin E, her expression showed no surprise. While organizing her items, she cheerfully said, "Good morning, Mr. Lin." As Lin E entered, he appraised the sole employee of the store, casually picking a spot to sit, and jested, "So polite today? You don't seem as eager to kick me out as yesterday." Shen Yun recognized the playful tone and remained unperturbed, continuing to organize the merchandise. Manager Lin is joking. Hearing her address him as manager caught Lin E off guard. It seemed Lao Ding was not entirely unreliable. At least he had been dependable in notifying about the management change. "Please hold on for a moment. I have some questions." Shen Yun paused, turning to look at Lin E, wondering if he was preparing to assert his authority as the new manager. She assumed he was a spoiled rich kid who disapproved of her squandering family wealth, thus assigning him to this managerial role. However, she was indifferent to the situation. Her primary goal was to evolve spirit beasts, a commitment made with Lin Tianhai, the breeding master, requiring her to manage the store for 6 months. With only a week left until that deadline, she bore with it. Afterward, once her spirit beast evolved, she would soar to great heights, free as a bird, unrestrained by anyone except the laws of the Federation, let alone this new manager. As she speculated, her smile remained intact. "Feel free to ask, manager." Lin E, lacking Shen Yun's imaginative musings, simply wished to understand the store's operations and the items for sale. Once he comprehended everything, he would meticulously plan for the future, such as selling spirit beasts. "Please describe the main items sold in the store, just broadly, as well as the operating hours." "Certainly, Manager Lin." Nodding in response, Shen Yun began to elaborate on the store. Currently, the primary sales were spirit beast food, along with some Qing Qing Guo brought by Master Lin. Lin E was aware that Qing Qing Guo was the fruit of the Bai Yi Fong Hua, an evolved form of the Bai Bo Yi. The Bai Bo Yi, a wood element spirit beast, stood about 1 meter tall and was named for its green leaves adorned with wave-like patterns. It did not bloom or bear fruit. It merely took root, entwined, and photosynthesized. In contrast, the Bai Yi Fong Hua would flower and bear fruit, yet like the Bai Bo Yi, it lacked combat abilities and posed no threat. Its only function for humans was generating oxygen through photosynthesis. Lin E did not interrupt Shen Yun and continued to listen attentively. Additionally, during Master Lin's tenure at the store, there had been a quota for evolving spirit beasts, which was no longer available. As for the operating hours, they usually spanned from 7 in the morning until 8 in the evening. That encompassed the basic information about the store. After Shen Yun finished speaking, she fell silent, while Lin E stroked his chin in contemplation and even stood to examine the signboard. Yiling Pet Store indeed. The spirit pet shop, ironically, does not sell spirit beasts but rather specializes in their food. It raises the question of what truly constitutes a spirit pet shop. With operating hours extending to an exhausting 13 hours, not including commuting time, Lin E, who toiled as a worker in his previous life, found it intolerable to endure such long hours without overtime pay. He glanced at the ever-smiling Shen Yun and pondered how she managed to persevere in such a grueling environment. Could this be the allure of a spirit master? As the shopkeeper, he could not abide such extended hours and had no desire to manage the spirit beast food. Even with staff on hand, he aspired to be a considerate manager. With a decisive clap of his hands, the wooden table beneath him cracked and collapsed, sending a resounding crash throughout the previously tranquil room, startling Shen Yun. Lin E regarded the splintered wood, realizing the table was of inferior quality and needed replacement. Shen Yun tilted her head in confusion. Lin E, balancing on one leg atop a stool, gestured emphatically at the cluttered surroundings, declaring an overhaul was necessary. "Manager Lin, is that wise?" Shen Yun cautioned. Although the shop had minimal revenue, it was the culmination of Master Lin's years of dedication, and such abrupt changes seemed imprudent. Her concerns were rooted not in the shop itself, but in how these renovations might jeopardize her agreement with Master Lin regarding the evolution of spirit beasts. "I am now the manager. My word is law," Lin E stated, further solidifying Shen Yun's impression of him as a reckless youth. Nevertheless, she sought to salvage the situation and discreetly texted Lin Tianhai. A moment later, a response arrived. "The shop manager is my eldest son, The shop is his domain. He can transform it as he wishes, even if it means tearing it down. Cooperate with him, and in a few days, I will assist you with the spirit beast evolution. I will not go back on my word. After reading the message, Shen Yun fell silent for a moment. With the evolution of spirit beasts now assured, what was there to hesitate about? Manager Lynn, please give your orders. Seeing her compliance, Lynn E waved his hand, halting operations, and instructed her to clear out the miscellaneous items. Understood, manager. Shen Yun, undeterred by the potential recklessness of Lin Yi's directives, rolled up her sleeves and promptly hung the closed sign, flinging open the doors to summon spirit beasts to assist in moving the shelves and the piles of spirit beast food. Within the hour, the shop was cleared. As she carried the last bag of spirit beast food outside, she wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Lin E, who was surveying the surroundings. Manager Lin, everything has been moved, but what should we do with these items? Should we wait until the renovations are complete to bring them back? Gazing at the now empty shop, Lin E had already devised a plan. The shop spanned 200 square meters, with an 8-meter entrance and a depth of 25 meters. He intended to divide it into 2 sections, the inner area for the evolution of spirit beasts, while the outer area would remain as is for selling and displaying spirit beasts. As for the spirit beast food, aside from the ching fruit, everything else was of no use. He aimed for a high-end approach, selling rare spirit beasts, and instructed her to find someone to buy the remaining items. Shen Yun was taken aback. Sell them? Upon seeing Lin E nod again, she refrained from further inquiries and swiftly called to arrange for the sale, leaving only the ching fruit in a corner of the store. Chapter 19, The Green-Haired Turtle. Watching the truck loaded with the shop's possessions drive away, Shen Yun realized a significant transformation was underway. Whether it was for better or worse, she remained uncertain. Upon re-entering the shop, she found Lin E with a stick, sketching on the tiled floor. As she approached, she saw he had drawn 2 lines dividing the space into 3 sections. Manager Lin, what else would you have me do? Pointing to the tiles between the lines, Lin E instructed, remove these tiles and replace the soil beneath with nutrient-rich soil suitable for spirit plants. The cost will be deducted from the account. Understood, manager. Since the sale of all inventory had commenced, Shen Yun had ceased to be surprised by Lin E's orders. She recognized the shop might be at an end, and all she needed to do was comply. As she began to pry up the tiles, the sound of the door curtain being lifted caught her attention. We're not open today. Even if you wish to, we cannot conduct business, she called out without looking up. Lin E, however, recognized the approaching figure as his younger sister, Lin E, and was taken aback. Little sister, what brings you here? Lin E had not intended to come. She had planned to obtain the shop's operating certificate to purchase a Fengshui spirit beast from the Ling Pet Cultivation Center, but when she sought their father, he informed her that the certificate was at the shop, which had now been transferred to her elder brother. She was about to explain her purpose when she noticed the empty shop and Shen Yun laboring. Elder brother, what are you 2 doing? The previous shop did not meet my expectations. Now that it belongs to me, I intend to make some simple renovations, Lin E replied. And what are the items for sale? She inquired. They were cleared out at a low price, he answered. Lin E merely acknowledged this with a nonchalant "oh." To her, Lin Yi's continued existence was somewhat of a surprise, a variable. In her eyes, whatever he did seemed entirely normal and reasonable. Shen Yun, however, grew increasingly silent. Recognizing Lin E's calm demeanor, which felt unsettling, especially considering the shop's impending demise. After a brief inquiry, Lin E explained, Elder brother, I wish to go to the Ling Pet Cultivation Center to purchase a spirit beast and would like to use the shop's operating certificate. Lin E was aware of the Ling Pet Cultivation Center, which primarily sold spirit beasts to shops and affluent individuals. However, wealthy patrons often avoided such centers due to their lower caliber, preferring to cultivate their beasts or commission adventurers to capture them. Nevertheless, he too planned to visit the center to acquire spirit beasts for the shop's replenishment. How fortunate. I also need to procure a few spirit beasts for the shop. Let us go together to the Ling Pet Cultivation Center you mentioned. Lin E nodded in agreement without refusal. Before departing, however, she turned her gaze to Shen Yun, who had been assigned the role of laborer by Lin E. Sister Shen Yun, why not join us? Me? Shen Yun stammered, unsure. Of course, Lin E affirmed warmly. The shop is empty, and there is no business to conduct. Instead of lingering here, why not accompany me and our brother to the Ling Pet Cultivation Center? It could serve as a pleasant diversion. Shen Yun glanced at the half-removed floor tiles, then looked up at Lin E. Is that truly acceptable? Lin E nodded. If you wish to go, then go. Then I shall. Without hesitation, Shen Yun accepted, realizing that this young master was unlike others. While most would be gentle and protective, he was quite the opposite. She refrained from boasting about her appearance, recognizing that even as a mere employee, she should not be treated like a laborer. She had already been assisting with the shelves, and rather than expecting help, she understood his role as the owner. There was no need for him to remind her that as a spirit master, even without achieving the status of a king, he should possess more strength than to complain about moving a few items. The very reason a 200 square meter shop could be emptied in an hour was evident. With plans set, the three of them exited together. Due to explicit regulations set forth by federal law, with the exception of the city patrol teams, the city's Ling Shou Aviation Company, and a select few special groups, the remainder of flying Ling Shou are strictly prohibited from soaring freely within the city limits. Even among the special groups, any Ling Shou ridden within the city must be registered within the records of the federal cities. Failure to comply results in immediate apprehension for violating the law. To avoid any potential conflicts, Lynn E opted not to ride the Tsu Ling H and instead boarded a bus with Lynn Air. Arriving at the store at 9 in the morning and with an hour of commotion, it was now only 10 o'clock, well beyond the morning rush hour. The bus was remarkably spacious, with only a handful of passengers. Each of these individuals was accompanied by 1 or 2 Ling Shou, predominantly certified pets deemed non-threatening by the federal standards, with only a couple being non-pet Ling Shou. For instance, at this moment, a large green-furred turtle was staring intently at Lynn E, its shell the size of a grinding disc. In the past, Lynn E would have thought the turtle's owner to be rather lazy, as despite the longevity of turtles, one must consistently maintain the aquarium and clean algae to prevent the growth of green fur. However, he no longer held such views, for the world was replete with peculiar Ling Shou. The green fur, as it turned out, was not algae, but rather an intrinsic part of the turtle itself. Species, LCO Gu. Gender, level, battle general 1 star. Type, water, grass. Status, unyielding. Potential, mid-tier lord. Growth status, mature. Skills, 1 water gun. Yellow LCO Gu opens its mouth and shoots a column of water at the target. 2 longevity. Mystical, a turtle lives through 3 generations. Even when humans depart, the turtle remains, highlighting the turtle clan's enduring lifespan. 3 photosynthesis. Upon observing the LCO Gu and its unyielding status, Lin E shook his head. It appeared to be challenging him to a staring contest, just as he contemplated engaging the green-furred turtle in a playful duel of gazes. He swiftly dismissed the idea. This turtle was female, and should their eyes meet in a manner akin to a turtle gazing at a mung bean, it could lead to an undesirable situation. Thus, he diverted his gaze. The LCO Gu was already in its mature stage, and judging by its owner's youthful appearance, it was likely not the turtle's first master, but perhaps the second at the very least. Truly, it was a testament to the long lifespan of turtles. Ling Shou with such longevity were not uncommon within the Federation, and many could be described as such. This gave rise to issues of Ling Shou inheritance. It was quite common in the Federation for a young master to travel with a mature, or even peak-stage Ling Shou, leading to the playful moniker successor for those who owned Ling Shou not originally theirs. Moreover, due to the turtle's ease of care and long lifespan, many individuals took delight in raising one from a young age, allowing for bonding as they aged, and upon passing, the opportunity to pass it on to their progeny. Even if the nurturing was subpar, as the LCO Gu aged, its strength would naturally increase, sometimes yielding unexpected rewards such as breakthroughs or advancements. Such occurrences have been documented within the Federation. Therefore, the LCO Gu ranked first on Lin Yi's list of potential purchases, given its affordability, popularity, and the assurance of a swift sale, especially after evolving into a LCO Gu. Chapter 20. The Enthusiastic Receptionist, BIG. The bus wound its way through the streets, the ebb and flow of foot traffic creating a tapestry of movement. After approximately half an hour, Lin E and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Ling Shou Cultivation Center. The center was expansive, with an entire street devoid of merchants, as all shops had been purchased and transformed into cultivation facilities. En route, Lin E had gathered information regarding this center. It was the largest Ling Shou cultivation center in Ying, housing a plethora of Ling Shou that encompassed nearly every common breed, with a comprehensive array of attributes, save for the elusive space, time, and mysterious types. The trio disembarked and made their way toward the center, coincidentally encountering a man exiting who was none other than the master they had seen earlier with the LCO Gu. His expression appeared rather dour. As they passed by, the man, feeling a sense of camaraderie for having shared a bus ride, kindly warned, "Hey, brother, this cultivation center does not sell Ling Shou to individuals. They only sell to shops. If you're not representing a shop, it's best not to go in." Noticing Lin E and Lin Air's frigid silence, SHNYN turned to the man, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the warning." The trio continued onward toward the cultivation center. Observing their persistence, the man's eyes flickered with determination as he stepped in front of them, proposing, "Wait a moment. How about we discuss something?" Lin Air furrowed her brow, ready to dismiss him, but Lin E, recalling the task at hand, raised a hand to halt her. Are you hoping for us to assist you in purchasing a Ling show? The man nodded vigorously, clearly eager, believing that since the three represented a shop, they would be acquiring multiple Ling show, and adding one more would not pose an issue. Of course, I am aware this is not ideal, and I do not expect you to assist for free. I am willing to pay 40 above the original price of the Ling show. What do you think, brother? Typically, shops purchasing Ling show from cultivation centers would mark up prices between 25 to 35. However, this individual was offering a price that exceeded the market rate by a significant margin, indicating a particular interest in a specific Ling show. Tell me, what type of Ling show are you seeking? If it does not conflict with our interests, we may consider it. The man's face lit up as he exclaimed, a fire type, Yn Chu. Not considering, Lynn E interjected decisively before Lynn E could speak, as her own target was precisely a Yn Chu with Phoenix lineage. However, she recalled that in her previous life, the one who had forged a contract with such a Yn Chu and unlocked its latent potential was a woman. What was this man's situation? The Yn Chu, a common fire-type Ling show, typically exhibited potential ranging from extraordinary to low-tier lord, with common evolutionary paths leading to Yn Chu, Yn Hu Chu, and Zyn Chu. The Zyn Chu's growth potential ascended to that of a monarch. Aware of her sister's firm rejection, Lynn E understood that her desired Ling show was indeed a Yn Chu, yet even a Zyn Chu could only evolve to the level of a monarch. He could not fathom that his sister, with her little secrets, would opt for a fire-type Ling show whose evolutionary potential capped at the monarch tier. Surely, that Yn Chu must possess extraordinary lineage. His anticipation grew. Furthermore, in such a vast cultivation center, there would undoubtedly be an abundance of Yn Chu, and it was crucial to retain potential customers. Lynn E observed the despondent man and consoled him. Do not be disheartened. I have heard that Master LNTNHI's rare Ling show shop in the eastern part of the city will be selling Ling show tomorrow. They may have the Yn Chu you seek. Upon hearing this, SHNYN abruptly turned to Lynn E, questioning, can a shop restock so quickly? Is it solely for selling Ling show? Lynn E lowered her head, deep in thought. The man, however, appeared thoroughly confused, stating, but I remember Master L.N. did not sell Ling show. That was in the past. He has begun selling now. Oh. The man nodded, still bewildered. If Master L.N. is selling Ling show, I must go and take a look. He then smiled at Lynn E, saying, thank you, brother. With that, he turned and walked away. With a potential customer retained, Lynn E called out, let us proceed inside. The interior of the cultivation center was expansive, with sofas arranged for resting. As the center exclusively catered to shops, and since shops visited at fixed times to procure stock, there were almost no patrons present aside from a few young women in uniform. Upon their arrival, the women greeted the trio with delight, showing no signs of indifference due to their youth, but rather an extraordinary enthusiasm, as if fearing that any delay could jeopardize their performance metrics. How may we assist you? Surrounded by their eager inquiries, Lynn E truly felt the warmth of their hospitality. Lynn E gazed at the crowd, sweetly responding, sister, we are here to purchase a spirit beast. Oh my, your words are so sweet, remarked a woman whose name tag read by Go. However, I must apologize, as we do not sell spirit beasts to private individuals here. Lynn E was already prepared. She turned to her elder brother, Lynn E, who promptly produced the shop's business license and handed it over. Baiga leaned in to examine the license closely. Yiling Ling Pet Shop, she exclaimed. As soon as Baiga spoke, the other staff members began to chatter excitedly. Yiling Ling Pet Shop? Isn't that Master Lin's establishment? I recall that Master Lin does not sell spirit beasts. In Yong City, it is well known that there are only 3 breeding masters, and Master Lin Tianhai is somewhat peculiar. He does not sell spirit beasts, but rather the food for spirit beasts. Previously, he would only assist in the evolution of 1 spirit beast per day, with appointments required, and now he has even cancelled the slots for evolving spirit beasts. There are rumors that Master Lin is on the verge of a breakthrough to become a Starshine-level breeder. Baigu raised her gaze to the 3 individuals before her. Judging by their features, 2 of them bore a resemblance to Master Lin, leading her to surmise that they must be his son and daughter, while the other was presumably a shop employee. The business license appears to be in order. Please, follow me, and I shall introduce you to the varieties of spirit beasts we have at our 00 breeding center. If you already have a specific spirit beast in mind, please let me know, and I will guide you in selecting it. Baigu gestured invitingly, indicating that they should head to a private room designed to protect customer privacy. No need for that. Please take us directly to the breeding area for the Yin K, Lynn E replied decisively, as she wished to find that Yin K without delay to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Baigu glanced at Lynn E, who, in her eyes, was the eldest and thus the most authoritative among the 3. Upon seeing Lynn E nod, she spoke up. Very well, please follow me. Under Bai Ji's guidance, The trio traversed a corridor composed of the luminous vine spirit beast, Shi Guangteng Man. As they passed through, the corridor emitted a gentle white light, a purification ability intrinsic to light-type spirit beasts, ensuring that no ill omens would affect the growth of the spirit beasts in the breeding area. After passing through the corridor, they encountered several passageways, each adorned with different types of vine spirit beasts, indicating the elemental attributes of the spirit beasts in each respective area. Following Bai Gu into the passageway designated for fire-type beasts, they soon arrived at the breeding zone for the Yin Quebec Chapter 21, purchasing a spirit beast. As the Yin K is a flying spirit beast, the ceiling of its breeding area was enclosed with transparent glass, specially designed to allow views of the blue sky and white clouds while preventing escape. Below, the ground was covered in fine sand, beside which a spirit spring continuously flowed. And at the rear stood a type of spirit plant known as Hong Yi, with red leaves and trunks. This served as both food and habitat for the Yin Quebec. Due to the red feathers of the Yin K, it was challenging to spot them among the red leaf forest from the isolation zone. However, many were seen flying outside. Bai Gu stood in the isolation area and informed the three, "You may now select your spirit beasts. Once you have made your choice, I will have someone retrieve it for you. Please note that once selected, it cannot be exchanged, so consider your decision carefully." Lynn E was well aware of the breeding center's rules and remained silent. While Lynn Air began searching for her long-desired Yin Quebec, Lynn E stood by calmly. Having no particular requirements for a spirit beast, he was content with anything that was not of inferior quality. After Lynn Air made her selection, he would choose one or two to take home for evolution. Suddenly, Lynn Air looked up at Shen Yun. "Sister Shen Yun, please help me choose as well. If you spot a Yin K that stands out, do let me know." Shen Yun was taken aback by Lynn Air's request. She had never revealed her talent to anyone. And although Lynn Air might have merely been casually asking for assistance, their eye contact made her feel as though her secret had been uncovered. It was not an exaggerated feeling. Her talent enhanced her vision, allowing her to perceive details more clearly and even identify weaknesses during combat. Lynn Air prompted again, "Sister Shen Yun, please do not decline. I trust your judgment is far superior to mine." Shen Yun had intended to refuse, but Lynn Air's insistence made her realize that Lynn Air indeed knew about her talent. How did she come to learn of it? After 2 invitations, Shen Yun reluctantly acquiesced. "Well then, I will do my best." Lynn Air responded, "Sister Shen Yun, please pay close attention," and abruptly closed her eyes, seemingly in concentration. Only Lynn E could sense the aura of the phoenix. "Qian Huang, all birds come to bow." Under the influence of Lynn Air's talent, the once tranquil and harmonious Yin K breeding area became alive as all the Yin K seemed to respond to an unseen call. Soaring out from the red leaf forest to gather before the four, Bai Gu was taken aback by the scene. Shen Yun understood why Lynn Air had asked her to observe closely. It was to help find an extraordinary Yin Quebec. However, did not all Yin K appear the same? No, wait. Shen Yun closed her eyes once more and reopened them, revealing azure pupils. Her gaze fixed intently on one particular Yin K, which also turned to look at her. The Yin K's pupils shimmered with a hint of orange-yellow, and upon closer inspection, Shen Yun noticed that this Yin K's tail feathers were slightly different. While the others were entirely red, this one bore a faint golden sheen. She recognized that this was the spirit beast Lynn Air sought. The Yin K was abundant and reasonably priced, and Shen Yun could also contract a second spirit beast with her mental strength. If Lynn Air chose not to take it, she might consider acquiring it for herself. At that moment, Lynn Air opened her eyes and asked, "Sister Shen Yun, have you found a Yin K that stands out?" Shen Yun pointed, "It is this one." Without hesitation, Lynn Air instructed Bai Gu to retrieve it, placing her utmost trust in Shen Yun because the previous owner of this Yin K had indeed been Shen Yun herself. This was precisely why she had invited Shen Yun to accompany her to the breeding center. As the customers made their selection, Bai Gu remained silent. Regardless of how unique the spirit beast was, it was their choice, and she merely needed to follow through with retrieving it. Soon, the chosen Yin K was captured. Upon leaving the breeding area, the Yin K resisted, struggling against the confinement. However, under Lynn Air's talent, the Yin K's demeanor calmed, and it willingly formed a contract with her. Through the bond, Lynn Air could clearly sense the trace of Phoenix bloodline within the Yin K, which began to exude joy in response to her. With the contract complete, Lynn Air's anxiety dissipated. She had taken the first step. Next, she only needed to awaken the Yin K's bloodline and guide it step by step towards its evolution into a phoenix. Furthermore, with the feng shui gifted by her elder brother, nurturing it would accelerate the activation of the Yin K's bloodline significantly. Species, Yin Quebec. Gender, NA. Level, Awakening 8 stars. Element, Fire. Status, Happy elated. Growth stage, Juvenile. Potential, Commander. Skills 1. Fireball, Yellow level, the Yin K condenses fire elements into a fireball the size of a fist to attack targets. 2. Fire Cloak. Yellow level, it generates a thin membrane of fire around its surface, capable of resisting some energy erosion. Evolution Path. Yin K, Yin Hua K, Yin Jing K, Yin Wei K. With a tail of flame, it incinerates all. Evolution Requirements. Perfect proficiency in Fire Cloak. Phoenix blood concentration within the body reaching 5. Higher is better. Current bloodline concentration 13. After reviewing the information on the Yin K and noticing a unique evolutionary pathway not available to other Yin K, Lynn E understood why his younger sister had chosen this particular one. It possessed a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. However, he pondered if that bloodline was a tad too diluted. He even considered telling Lynn E, just ask me, and I can procure a pure-blood descendant of the Phoenix for you. However, observing my younger sister playfully teasing the wine Q, as it chirps and flutters around her in circles, both radiating joy, I reconsidered my initial thoughts. After all, nurturing a spirit beast from a young age fosters a deeper bond. Moreover, does this not possess a bloodline connected to the Feng system? Although faint, it can indeed be enhanced. In the future, I shall procure some spirit objects carrying the Feng bloodline for my sister. As for my third brother, it seems he is yet to receive the Millennium Cold Essence. It is only fitting for a boy to endure some hardships. Subsequently, I casually selected 4 healthy and well-tempered wine Q. Although the task from the system only indicated 3 spirit beasts, I believe that as the store manager, I must not be bound by the system's tasks, lest I become a mere puppet. I intend to operate according to my own principles. I shall focus on being a store manager, pursuing an elite path, and exclusively selling spirit beasts alongside our homegrown Qingqing fruit. Hence, I ventured to another breeding area and selected 2 widely favored LCO Gu, 3M Y Chuan, 2 BIRH, and 2 Qing Ying. Just as I was preparing to take the selected spirit beasts to pay, Lynn R suddenly turned to SHNYN and said, Sister SHN, I really like this wine Q. SHNYN responded with a smile, and Lynn R continued to inquire, can Sister SHN also contract a spirit beast? SHNYN nodded. It is indeed possible, but her words trailed off. Yet both Lynn R and I understood the implication. The expenses associated with nurturing spirit beasts are immense. Not only must they be fed and cared for, but their growth also requires a substantial supply of spirit objects, and evolution incurs further costs. Let us not even mention the few spirit beasts that possess particularly voracious appetites. If funds were abundant, SHNYN would not have to work for half a year merely to secure an opportunity for a spirit beast's evolution. I shall gift you a spirit beast. Chapter 22. The Buried Treasure. Lynn R's words were astonishing. This was, in fact, the true reason she had insisted on SHNYN accompanying her. She was not an ungrateful wolf. Since she had taken something that rightfully belonged to SHNYN, she ought to offer appropriate compensation. A spirit beast would constitute part of that compensation. In her past life, SHNYN had become a formidable figure in the Federation thanks to the wine Q, but she was still limited by its bloodline. Stagnant within LNXing, SHNYN's talent is commendable, particularly suited for contracting assassin-type spirit beasts. She should not be confined to LNXing. Once Lynn R cultivates her wine Q and acquires sufficient resources, she will lean towards SHNYN. This too will serve as part of her compensation. In future discoveries of ruins and secret realms, she will endeavor to ensure that SHNYN acquires additional resources. This lifetime, she intends to lead SHNYN beyond LNXing. Now that we are at the Spirit Beast Cultivation Center, you should also select one. I will cover the cost. SHNYN was taken aback. She could not comprehend why Lynn R would spontaneously gift her a spirit beast, merely for assisting in selecting a unique wine queue? Perhaps. However, SHNYN was aware she could not afford it. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lynn. But I currently have no intention of contracting a second spirit beast. Thank you. I think that white fluffball cat is quite nice, Lynn R interjected, disregarding SHNYN's protests, and suddenly asked, Sister SHN, do you dislike cats? This unexpected question disrupted SHNYN's thoughts, and she instinctively replied, not at all. No sooner had she spoken than Lynn R declared, then add one white fluffball cat. The white dove moved swiftly, capturing the indicated white fluffball cat in less than 3 seconds after Lynn R's words. Why refuse a free opportunity? Each wine queue costs 65,000. LCO Gu 50,000 each, MY Chuan 45,000 each, BIRH 60,000 each, Q Ing 70,000 each, and the white fluffball cat 70,000. The total amounts to 890,000 WIL in coins. The YLing Spirit Pet Shop primarily sells spirit beast feed, so Mr. Lin surely does not need to purchase feed from us, right? Compared to market prices. Purchasing spirit beasts at the cultivation center is indeed much more economical. 15 spirit beasts for 890,000 falls well within Lynn E's acceptable range. If sold in a shop, these spirit beasts would fetch at least 2 million. Despite being a disaster spirit master, money is not as plentiful as one might think. For raising spirit beasts is truly costly. Not to mention the need to gather materials for the evolution of Xingyuan, MLN, the three-eyed black dragon, and others. Higher-tier spirit beasts require increasingly rare and expensive materials for evolution. Even the spirit beast feed. He turned to SHNYN, who shrugged her shoulders. If you say sell them all, then I shall sell them all. Lynn E glanced at the white dove. Let us purchase some spirit beast feed. Apart from the feed for the Qing, we shall take the feed for the others based on a 7-day supply. The white dove could hardly believe her ears. A shop dedicated to spirit beast feed was now selling spirit beast feed at their cultivation center. She did not fully understand and did not inquire further. Perhaps they were contemplating a transition. She simply needed to prepare the spirit beast feed. As for sales, more is never a bad thing. The total for the spirit beast feed amounted to 20,000, bringing the grand total to 901,000 WIL in coins. How shall Mr. Lin proceed with the payment? Lynn E produced a bank card and handed it over. Please swipe the card. Beside him, Linar also took out her phone. I will cover the cost of my wine queue and the white fluffball cat, along with the feed. Receiving the bank card, the white dove hesitated, glancing at Lynn E. He shook his head at Linar. You girl, enough with the complaints. Then turning back to the white dove, he said, just proceed with the card swipe. The white dove swiftly processed the payment of 901,000 WIL in coins. Listening to the notification of funds received, Linar turned. Her large eyes fixed intently on Lynn E, as if to say, that white fluffball cat is my gift to Sister SHN, and I will pay for it myself. The white dove returned the card to Lynn E, smiling gently. Mr. Lin, will you be taking these spirit beasts with you? Or shall our breeding center deliver them to your doorstep? Lynn E disregarded Linar's gaze, smiling as he replied, it will not trouble your breeding center. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all the selected spirit beasts, except for the white fluffball cat, into his small world, a maneuver that astonished the two witnesses. Linar had seen this at home and was not surprised. She continued to glare at Lynn E, expressing her dissatisfaction over the payment. SHNYN had also witnessed space equipment before. In the WILN Federation, as long as one has some money, one can purchase space attribute equipment at the Treasure Pavilion. The most common forms are rings, bracelets, and necklaces. However, all such space equipment share a common limitation. They cannot store living beings, only inanimate objects. Truth be told, SHNYN had never seen space items capable of housing living creatures. At this moment, her initial impression of Lynn E shifted. He seemed markedly different from the typical frivolous young master, or rather, he was not frivolous at all. From shock and confusion, SHNYN fell into contemplation. While Lynn E did not grant her time to ponder, what are you still dawdling for? Take your spirit beast and return to the shop to continue working. Interrupted in her thoughts, SHNYN, visibly displeased, cradled the white fluffball cat and muttered to Lynn, fine, let us go. After departing from the Lingling Spirit Pet Cultivation Center, Lynn E did not accompany SHNYN back to the shop, but instead headed towards the Treasure Pavilion branch in YNGCHing, intending to purchase some low-level materials for the evolution of the spirit beasts he had acquired and to adorn the shop. Before long, Lynn E arrived at the foot of a retro wooden building that clashed with the surrounding modern architecture. This was the YNGCHing branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Although it was a branch, the building remained opulent, crafted from wood. Each timber was sourced from wood-type spirit beasts. And even the loft itself was fashioned from a spirit beast. Race, JHULNGBI, gender. Level, Monarch 9 stars. System wood. Status, slumbering. Potential, upper tier monarch. Growth status, mature. Skills, 1. Rooting, 2. Spirit wood barrier. Earth level the JHULNGBI extends its branches and leaves, merging to form a barrier that wards off attacks. 3. Photosynthesis. Such establishments, built upon the bodies of wood-type spirit beasts, are rather rare, as spirit beasts often undergo significant changes in form and stature alongside their evolution. Among them, the transformation of the wood-type spirit beasts is the most profound. Should the Juhua Lingbai undergo an evolution, the structures above would bid farewell to their current form. Only establishments like Jinbao Go, which rely on a spirit beast that has reached its growth limit as their foundation, can simultaneously showcase their financial prowess while providing a certain degree of protection for the shop. In Lin Yi's view, this holds little significance. However, within the legally stringent confines of the Whalon Federation, as long as one pays taxes punctually and abides by the law, safety is largely assured. Conversely, Jinbao Ge located in other federations does not enjoy such privileges, often facing frequent robberies. As for the headquarters of Jinbao Ge, due to its status as a neutral entity, the headquarters is situated in a trisectional area between the Weilon Federation, the Senmu Federation, and the Chihua Federation, a place humorously dubbed the Buried Treasure Land. Yet, to date, no one has successfully excavated treasures from this area and left unscathed, mainly due to the presence of cash trucks. It is said that Jinbao Ge sells all manner of goods, but due to the laws of the Weilon Federation, many items, such as beast men and beast girls, are unavailable for purchase within the Federation. Lynn E intends to visit the headquarters of Jinbao Ge when time permits to see if he can procure the materials needed for spirit beast evolution. Chapter 23, Purchasing Materials. Sir, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? As Lynn E stepped into the first floor of Jinbao Ge, a woman clad in the establishment's signature black skirt approached him. A special tag adorned her shoulder, indicating that she was not only a receptionist and sales associate, but also a non-saleable item of Jinbao Ge. Of course, this status applied only within the Weilon Federation, as the laws here forbade such practices. Should she transfer to another federation, given her looks and figure, it would take but a few moments for her to no longer belong to Jinbao Ge. I require 21st tier Hua Jingshi for 2nd tier Yonghua, 8 Taiyinghua, and Tenjing Jinshi. Lin E had no time to dawdle at the Jinbao Ge in Yong City, as he needed to renovate his shop. So he promptly listed all the materials needed for spirit beast evolution. Initially, upon hearing the first-tier materials, the receptionist felt little concern, perceiving him as just another ordinary customer. However, as he continued to enumerate more items, she began to sense something amiss. Sir, please follow me to a private room for a detailed discussion. The woman gestured for him to proceed. Lin E waved his hand and casually chose a sofa to sit down, stating that these were merely first and second-tier materials. Nothing to be ashamed of. After all, this was not the buried treasure land. I say, just take note of what I need, retrieve the materials, let me inspect them. And if all is satisfactory, I shall pay. It's that simple. Seeing Lin Yi's resolute demeanor, the woman did not insist further. Instead, she pulled out a small notebook from her pocket, smiling professionally as she requested, Sir, could you kindly repeat the materials you require? I need to confirm to avoid any mix-ups that might waste your precious time. Lin E nodded and reiterated the materials he had just listed, adding any that he had not mentioned previously. Do you have any other requirements, sir? Lin E shook his head. None. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. With a cheerful smile, the woman stood and walked deeper into Jinbao Ge to prepare the materials. A few minutes later, she emerged carrying a tray, accompanied by another staff member from Jinbao Ge, who bore an eagle-type spirit beast on his shoulder. Due to the substantial transaction amount, he served as a witness, security, and overseer. The woman indicated the central space ring on the tray, saying, Sir, all the materials you requested are contained within. Please take a moment to verify. Lin E picked up the space ring with one hand, probing its contents with his mental energy. The internal space of the ring was quite limited. Only 2 cubic units in size, yet all the required evolution materials were present. He examined each one, finding no issues with their quality. Once satisfied, Lin E placed the space ring back on the tray and nodded at the 2 individuals, signaling that everything was in order. The woman once again beamed at him. Very well, sir. The total for your materials amounts to 1,680,000 Weilon coins. Since your purchase exceeds 1 million, we are pleased to offer you this space ring free of charge. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Lin E retrieved his bank card to complete the transaction, while the accompanying security staff solemnly handed the space ring to Lin E. Sir, please take care and have a pleasant day. Upon leaving Jinbao Ge and returning to his shop, Lin E noticed the absence of his younger sister, Lin E, likely having gone home to accompany their mother. However, Shen Yun, the young girl, had proven quite efficient. The flooring he requested to be removed had already been dismantled. And aside from the foundational elements, the underlying soil had been replaced with nutrient-rich loam. At this moment, Shen Yun stood at the doorway, braving the cold wind, with beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead, indicating she had only recently taken a break. Upon seeing Lin E return, she disregarded her need for rest. Eager to ensure the safe evolution of the spirit beast, she immediately approached him, asking, Shopkeeper, is there anything else that needs to be done? Lin E stroked his chin, contemplating for a few seconds. You may head home. His casual tone struck Shen Yun like a thunderbolt. Her voice trembled as she replied, Shopkeeper, have I done something wrong? Please tell me, and I shall rectify it. Just don't send me away, I beg you. As she pleaded, she reflected on her actions during the past 2 days since Lin E had come to the shop, trying to discern what she might have done incorrectly. Yet, she had worked diligently without taking anything for herself, save for that white fluffy cat. Could it be that white fluffy cat? I will terminate the contract immediately. With that, Shen Yun released the white fluffy cat from her beast space, preparing to dissolve the contract before Lin Yi's eyes. Seeing her on the verge of severing her future. Nearly in tears, Lin E hurriedly scooped up the white fluffy cat, explaining, "I believe you misunderstand. What I meant was that the shop no longer requires your assistance at this time." Tears welled in Shenyun's eyes. "You performed admirably today. However, for the tasks ahead, your assistance is not needed. So I suggest you take the rest of the day off and return tomorrow morning. Do you understand now?" Shenyun wiped her tears and attempted to regain her composure, though emotions are not so easily quelled. Her body still trembled slightly, and she thought, so it is merely a break, not a dismissal? Upon receiving Lin Yi's nod, she realized she had indeed misinterpreted the situation, but she was reluctant to leave. Afraid of being critiqued again, she timidly offered, "I can still be of assistance." Lin E shook his head. "You cannot be of help." "I believe I can." "Are you a nurturing master?" Shenyun shook her head. Having grown up alone, she was fortunate to have become a mid-level beast master. She could hardly afford to study the intricacies of nurturing. "Could it be that you are a nurturing master, shopkeeper?" Lin E produced his nurturing master badge, affixing it to his chest, and inquired of Shenyun, "Do you still think you can assist?" Shenyun shook her head again. She had never anticipated that this seemingly unreliable shopkeeper was, in fact, a nurturing master. Knowing that, what purpose is there to remain here? Should I wait for you to invite me to lunch? With the misunderstanding resolved, Shenyun returned to her normal demeanor, pouting, "Why act so fierce? I will take my leave." Shenyun departed with the white fluffy cat in tow, her steps light. After Shenyun's exit, Lin E locked the door from the inside and opened a passage to the second world with one hand. Within the small world, Lin E stood on the grass, immediately surrounded by playful spirit beasts clamoring for attention. He did not refuse their requests, gently patting their heads while scanning the area, searching for the small creatures he had previously released. However, he could not spot them. "Xiaomo, come see me." Shortly after his call, a shadow of a black dragon soared down from the distant mountains, landing on the grass. Mo Lin roared at the spirit beasts encircling Lin E, seemingly ordering them to vacate his vicinity. In the wild, these battle-hardened Lord-class spirit beasts would either scatter in fright or collapse in weakness upon sensing the aura of a catastrophe-level spirit beast. However, in this place, these spirit beasts, faced with the roar of the disaster-level San Yen Hei Long, exhibited no fear. Instead, they roared back defiantly. This sight amused Lin E. "Xiaomo, your intimidation factor is lacking," he remarked. "Humph, it's only because this dragon is allowing them to respond. Otherwise, they would have fled long ago." San Yen Hei Long, Mo Lin retorted disdainfully, before suddenly inquiring, "Ego, you must have entered the second world to find those little creatures you discarded back then, right?" "Indeed. Where are they now?" This was indeed Lin Yi's primary reason for entering. He intended to evolve them and then return to his shop for sale. "They are all with you, Jia." "With Jingyu?" Jingyu, whose full name is Jingyu Lan, is a wood-type, life-type, and spiritual illusion-type spirit beast. Seeking assistance from Jingyu Lan was also a significant reason for Lin Yi's journey into this world. "Do you remember the spirit beast you purchased?" Among them was one called Qingyu Tong. Qingyu Tong, named for its vine-like texture that resembles fine jade, was not intended for sale. Lin E planned to plant it in the center of the shop, allowing its vines to cover the entire space, thus forming a vine wall and sparing the trouble of constructing actual walls. This was also the reason for pulling up the floorboards. However, due to its sparse leaves, Qingyu Tong did not meet his needs, necessitating evolution, which coincidentally had an evolutionary path involving Yuing Qing Tong. This required assistance from Jingyu Lan. "Ego, do you need me to bring those spirit beasts over?" Mo Lin suggested upon noticing Lin Yi's silence. "No need, just take me there directly." Chapter 24. Training. Perched upon the back of the San Yen Hei Long, Lin E traversed over a towering mountain, and in the distance, a vast forest unfolded before him. The forest was lush and verdant, as green as the sea. Among it, a striking blue-violet hue stood out prominently. This was his destination. A Jingyu Lan tree enveloped in a blue-violet halo. The Jingyu Lan resembled a long-established ginkgo tree, but differed in that it was abundant with branches and foliage, adorned with blue-violet flowers that resembled trumpets and wind chimes. These blossoms clustered tightly, blanketing the entire crown of the tree, and from afar, it resembled a large blue-violet umbrella. Numerous vines cascaded down from the crown, festooned with floral clusters of the same blue-violet hue, radiating a soft glow while swaying in the gentle breeze, releasing a delightful fragrance. Beneath the tree adorned with vibrant blue-violet blooms, there was a stone table, several stone stools, and a chaise longue woven from Jingyu Lan vines. A regal woman, clad in a blue-violet gown and crowned with blossoms, reclined languidly upon it. Beside her frolicked several playful spirit beasts. At that moment, the woman held a vine. Dangling several blossoms below, playfully teasing the spirit beasts as if using a cat toy. Suddenly, she set down the toy, raised her gaze to the sky, and spotted the San Yin Long. Oh, I thought someone important had arrived. Turns out it's our esteemed Mo Lin. What a rare visitor. I wonder what brings you here, esteemed Mo Lin. Mo Lin landed gracefully, observing the woman with a genial expression, dismissing the glance at Xing Yuan. Jingjia, you jest. It is not I seeking you. It is Yi Ge who is looking for you. His scales unfurled, revealing Lynn E behind him. Upon seeing Lynn E, the regal woman sprang up, delivering a swift kick that sent Mo Lin flying. This is no concern of yours. Humph, women, Mo Lin scoffed from midair, glancing back at the slightly pinkening blue-violet canopy before flying away, uninterested in participating in their affairs. I'm off to sleep. After Mo Lin departed, the woman suddenly leaped into Lin Yi's embrace. Xiao Yi, it's been so long. Come, give me a kiss. Saying this, she planted a fervent kiss on Lin Yi's cheek, then cupped his face with both hands, scrutinizing him closely. Afterward, she began to playfully touch his face. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lin E pushed Jingyu away. You're being shameless. The woman touched her rosy lips, her large, watery eyes gazing at Lin E with an adorable expression. Does Xiaoyi not like this? After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head again, donning a pitiful demeanor as if abandoned. I see now. You must have someone else outside. Xiao Yi, have you forgotten the vows we made under the moonlight? Those nights we spent together? Xiao Yi no longer liked Jingyu, she lamented. As she spoke, the woman slowly turned away, reclining back on the chaise. Her back to Lin E, curling up and sobbing quietly. Lin E was at a loss. Jingyu, enough already. The vows under the moonlight were merely words I spoke while watering you, who was nearly withering away. Those nights spent together were during missions in the desolate forest. How did I become the unfaithful one in your eyes? These spirit beasts were exceptional in strength, but in other respects, they left much to be desired. The slothful dragon and the capricious tree. Lin E settled beside the chaise, nudging Jingyu, who haughtily turned her body without any intention of facing him. If this were the case with Zi Yin Xingling or San Yin Long, Lin E would have kicked them without hesitation, scolding. What are you pretending for in my presence? However, with Jingyu Laning, he could only tenderly embrace her. For she was the only female among his myriad of spirit beasts, and exceptionally beautiful at that. This was what they called being a cherished pet. All right, I have come to see you for a purpose, and I have not restricted your freedom. As long as you do not cause trouble, you may go wherever you wish. Correct? Jingyu lifted her gaze from Lin E's embrace, smiling as she looked into his eyes. This is what you said, Xiao Yi. I want to go out with you. I don't wish to stay here any longer. Not a problem, Lin E nodded in agreement. He was not in need of undertaking any missions at present. Being within the confines of the Federation posed no safety concerns. Even in the face of danger, he had Xing Yuan and the others to rely on. Upon seeing Lin Yi's affirmation, Jingyu returned to the chaise, fiddling with Lin Yi's slender fingers. Is there anything you need my help with? Xiao Yi, just say the word. Jingyu will never refuse you, not even if you ask her to bear a child. Nothing so serious. I merely wish for you to assist in training them. Lin E pointed to the frolicking Mu Yi Quan on the ground, and then to the Yin K weaving through the floral clusters of Jingyu Laning. Have the Yin K practice fireball technique, and let the Mu Yi Quan train with leaf darts. Once they execute their skills fluidly, they may cease. He then pointed to the Bai Er Hu. For these two, one should experience a fiery inferno through illusions, while the other endures a thunderstorm, subjecting them to flames and lightning. Afterwards, I will fetch 3 spirit beasts of fire, lightning, and water attributes to stimulate their nerves with fire, lightning, and water. They may stop once they master a skill of either fire, lightning, or water. As for the Lu Chao Gui and Qing Yu Tong, their evolution does not necessitate training. So that can be set aside. I only require a few of your petals. Petals? Jingyu gazed at her own form, where several tendrils adorned with blue-violet flowers hung down. Do you require these ordinary petals, or do you need petals from newly nurtured blooms infused with vitality? Lin E pinched Jingyu's cheek, admonishing, do not speak such foolishness. How could I bear to use the life-force nurtured blooms of Jingyu for evolving other spirit beasts? I know Xiaoyi would never do that. Observing Jingyu's playful demeanor, Lin E lightly tapped her forehead. Watching her protectively clutch her head, he laughed heartily and rose, intending to capture 3 spirit beasts as helpers. For this was a world crafted from his beast mastery space, although numerous materials had been added, significantly enlarging the space beyond its original limits. The living areas for the spirit beasts within were meticulously planned by him. He was well aware of which locations housed which attribute spirit beasts, and before long, he had captured 3 capable specimens, a fire attribute Qi Li, a lightning attribute Laying, and a water attribute Yu Dai, bringing the 3 spirit beasts back under the essence of Jingyu. Lynn E discovered that training had already commenced. For Yingke stood upon a vine, fervently casting fireball spells toward the branches ahead. However, having only recently hatched, their skills were rather unrefined. One or two of them struggled even to control the flames, let alone coalesce a fireball for attack. Beside them, the muley dog exhibited similar difficulties, failing to direct the leaf darts properly, occasionally even injuring itself. Lynn E could only facepalm at the sight. Meanwhile, two white-eared foxes, yet to commence their training, rolled on the ground, erupting in a fit of infectious laughter at the bewildered antics of the Yingke and muley dog. Still laughing? You're next. Hearing their devilish giggles, Lynn E exchanged glances with Jingyu, who instantly grasped his intent. A vine descended upon the faces of the white-eared foxes, a soft lavender glow scattering around them, gradually silencing their laughter, followed by one twitching and the other bouncing about. Lynn E then turned his attention to the three sturdy beasts. Make sure to spur them on vigorously. As long as they don't perish, you three can play as you wish. Understood? The previously sullen trio of spirit beasts, upon hearing Lin Yi's command, seemed to have ingested a dose of vigor, promptly nodding before unleashing their elemental powers of thunder, fire, and rain. Training ensued, and Lin E, not intending to remain idle, decided it was time to evolve the green grass turtle. Chapter 25, Evolution, Blue U Vine. Mixing 2 pounds of spirit soil with 1 pound of pure spring, due to form a thin mud, Lin E enveloped the green grass turtle, leaving only its head protruding for air. Next, he crushed waterleaf spirit grass leaves and added them to the spring dew, allowing the mixture to sit for 15 minutes. Once the liquid transformed into a watery blue, he subjected the mud to fierce flames until it cracked, exposing the turtle's flesh, which he then poured the concoction over. Success would lead to evolution. Failure would mean death. Seated in a vine chair, Lin E recounted the evolution process of the green grass turtle, feeling an unsettling intuition about the risks involved. Observing 2 turtles encased in mud, struggling over the flames, he remarked, "Strength often accompanies pain. If you can endure this trial, the rewards will be considerable. Soon, you shall become beloved turtles among people. Fear not, for with my beloved Jingyu watching over you, even if you are left with but a breath, I shall bring you back. So, endure, dear green grass turtles." He concluded with a supportive gesture. After performing the gesture, he turned to the Cheery, waving his hand. "Little one, increase the firepower." Cheery responded affirmatively. It had been a while since it had assisted the spirit beasts. Having been previously restricted, but with its master's command, it unleashed its full might. Meanwhile, the white-eared foxes lay in wait, anticipating the moment when Cheery would finish cooking the turtles to treat them afterward. Under Cheery's flames, the moisture from the ordinary mud, composed of first-tier spirit material, rapidly evaporated, while the spirit essence was compelled into the green grass turtle's body. Soon, the mud began to crack, fissures widening. Due to the first-tier spirit material, the mud was exceptionally viscous, not only failing to detach from the turtle's shell, but also causing it to crack alongside the shell. From above, one could glimpse the crimson flesh within. Once the turtles were sufficiently cooked, Lin E swiftly tossed Cheery before the white-eared foxes and took up the prepared elixir, pouring it into the cracks of the 2 green grass turtles' flesh. The turtles' resilient vitality fervently absorbed the essence of the elixir, rejuvenating their waning bodies. Both have stabilized, Jingyu, a spirit beast of life, remarked, keenly attuned to the essence of vitality. Nodding in response, Lin E noted that with their recovery, the next phase would be transformation. Though this metamorphosis might take some time, they had already surmounted the most arduous challenge, and the path ahead was clear. Observing the other spirit beasts, the Yingke continued practicing their fireball technique, and the muley dog struggled with leaf darts. Until they fully mastered their skills, the probability of failed evolution was substantial, thus postponing their evolution. The white-eared foxes were also undergoing their fiery trials. Presently, only the Qingyu vine was ready for evolution. Plants like the Qingyu vine, which possess nascent intelligence, lack humanoid forms, and are not mobile like the Baishuren. They remain fundamentally botanical, making their evolution method relatively straightforward. All it requires is a guiding force and ample energy. Jingyu, bestow your blessings upon the Qingyu vine, Lin E instructed. The blessing, a skill exclusive to high-tier spirit beasts, allows for the establishment of a bond with lower-tier spirit beasts of the same type, awakening their bloodlines and gradually transforming them to resemble the bestower. If 2 spirit beasts share close bloodlines, they are likely to evolve into identical forms upon reaching their limits under the blessing. Conversely, if the bloodlines differ significantly, the blessed spirit is likely to inherit some abilities from the bestower, such as skills. In the case of the Totem Golden Flame Mad Lion clan, the young members are often blessed by their contracted spirit beasts to swiftly master their skills, known as inherited techniques. The Qingyu vine's evolutionary direction was toward the blue U vine. Post-evolution, it would remain a vine-type plant while acquiring a modicum of Jinyo's abilities, namely an increase in foliage and flowering. Thus, Jinyo's blessing would serve as the guiding force for its evolution, with energy needing to be externally supplied. Shall we proceed with the blessing now? Jinyu inquired, resting on Lin Yi's back, its head peeking over his left shoulder to observe the two Qingyu vines. Yes. Bless them first, Lin E affirmed, nodding and preparing the elixir necessary for the Qingyu vine's evolution. The concoction was rather simple, requiring Jingyu's blue yu flower petals mixed with Qingqing fruit and crushed green rattan leaves to create a juice. Given that the Qingyu vine was merely a transcendent one-star spirit beast, while Jingyu was of calamity tier, the energy contained within a single ordinary petal from Jingyu was more than enough to potentially overwhelm the Qingyu vine. Consequently, Lin E had to finally chop the petals into small fragments and mix them with a certain amount of water to allow the juice to merge with it. Finally, he added the crushed Qingqing fruit and green rattan leaves to complete the evolutionary liquid. Upon preparing the elixir, Jingyu had already concluded its blessing upon the Qingyu vine. At this moment, the Qingyu vine appeared unchanged, save for a faint blue-violet glow enveloping its surface, a testament to Jinyo's blessing. Lin E gazed at the blue-violet elixir in his hand, inhaling the fragrance that belonged to Jingyu. Unsure whether it emanated from the blue yu flower above or the elixir itself, he felt it was overwhelmingly potent. To ensure its safety, he decided to dilute it further. Fetching a large barrel, Lin E poured the elixir inside, allowing the rain butterfly to fill it with water before stirring. Within mere seconds, the water transformed into a blue-violet hue. However, compared to before, its color was significantly lighter, though the fragrance remained rich. Without hesitation, Lin E lifted the wooden barrel and poured it vigorously at the roots of the two Qingyu vines. The Qingyu vines, recognizing the moment, eagerly spread their roots, voraciously absorbing the elixir. The visible vines began to thicken and rapidly spread. The energy within them surged swiftly. With Lin Yi's continuous irrigation, the surface of the vines began to exhibit spiderweb-like cracks, their outer layer drying and shedding like a snake's skin. Had the Qingyu vine possessed greater strength, the shed vine skins could have been sold as materials. Alas, its power was still insufficient. Observing the Qingyu vine now, it could be said to have been reborn. Its vines remained verdant, exuding a jade-like quality, reminiscent of aged jade artifacts, but now adorned with additional leaves, beneath which faint blue flower buds could be discerned. Species, blue yu vine. Level, 7 stars general. Type, wood life. Status, satisfied. Potential, upper tier monarch. Skills, 1. Vine whip, mysterious level. The blue yu vine swings its vines to strike the target. Chapter 26. The Starry Crystal in the City of Yong. At the residence of the Yun family, the current head, Yun Xiao, sat before a computer desk, the screen illuminating his face with information regarding the Lin Tianhai family. The page was fixed on the section detailing Lin E. Name, Lin E. Talent, confidential. Strength, confidential. Age, 20. Gender, male. Permanent address, Weilon Federation, Southern Region, Yong City. Sangxiankyo Road, Lin Family Manor. Life experience, born and educated. Father, what are your thoughts on Lin E? Yun Lin, dressed in a flowing blue gown with ice blue hair cascading over her shoulders, inquired as she glanced at the information on the screen. Yun Xiao remained silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, the sound echoing within the room. His life experience appeared rather mundane, resembling that of an ordinary individual with a stroke of good fortune. However, the more ordinary it seemed, the more suspicious it became, as if it were crafted intentionally. If he truly is the Lin Senior you speak of, then his identity is beyond my estimation. Only the Elder possesses the capability to investigate such matters. But to warrant the Elder's scrutiny suggests he is not someone our Yun family can afford to offend, especially since he saved your life. Yun Xiao reclined in his chair, speaking languidly. The death of a Wong-level individual would impact the Yun family's strength, yet it would not lead to enmity with an unknown entity. A mother at the Wong level, a master nurturer, father poised for ascension as a starry nurturer, a brother newly initiated as a nurturer, a sister with 2 years of experience, and an elder sibling with 8 years in intermediate nurturing. This family is anything but ordinary. A family of 5 for nurturers. This is indeed remarkable. Even if the Lin family is not the one connected to the Lin Senior mentioned by Yun Lin, to provoke them would be folly. If it turns out to be true, it would be a grave mistake. Yun Lin recalled the tidings received regarding Wu Zhongyu's grandson, Wu Yin, and Wu Yu, who had returned to Yong City, one of whom had lost an arm. Should we inform them of old Wu's demise? If we do, will they foolishly seek trouble with Lin E? If Lin E is not the Lin Senior you mentioned, then an apology should suffice. Yet if he is, it would be the Yun family that encounters the repercussions. Even if we sever ties with the Wu family, The Lin Sr. would likely focus his ire on the Yun family, believing we instigated trouble against him. In that case, the Yun family would not only offend the Lin Sr., but also the entirety of the Wu family. Without the Wu family's support, our influence in Yong City would plummet. How do you think the other prominent families would regard us then? Yun Lin was no fool. If she were, she would not be here now, but buried beneath the snow in the harsh winter landscape, resting alongside the deceased Wu Zhongyu. She comprehended the stakes from Yun Zhao's words. The Wu family cannot be severed, and the Lin Sr. must not be provoked. Offending either would spell doom for the Yun family. If Wu Yin and the others inquire, how should the daughter respond? If she reveals old Wu's death, it might incite dissatisfaction, especially since he ventured to the snowy domain because of her. Yet dissatisfaction is one thing. Presently, they dare not confront the Yun family in Yong City. The Yun family is dominant, and as for severing ties, they would not dare. For doing so would lead to their swift downfall. The daughter understood. She then posed another question. Father, how much do you think I am worth in your eyes? You are, of course, priceless to me, Yun Xiao replied, momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Why do you ask such a question? The Lin Sr. saved my life. And though he killed old Wu, he is owed a debt of gratitude. Yun Xiao continued slowly. Have you not inquired what he desires in return? I have. Yun Lin replied. He seeks the Ziyuan star spirit. Yun Xiao fell silent. Since the Lin Sr. was aware of Yun Lin's connection to the Yun family, such a demanding request seemed improbable. Therefore, the only possibility was that. Are you boasting? Yun Lin pouted. He simply does not follow the usual protocols. However, he did mention I should keep an eye on it. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhao's eyes sparkled with realization. He envisioned a method to extricate the Yun family from the Wu family's clutches without sacrificing their current standing. We must comply. We will present the starry crystal, which has been treasured by the Yun family for many years, and also provide 30 drops of the ancient ice milk. Listening to her father's grand proposal, Yun Lin's mouth fell agape. The starry crystal was obtained by her grandfather from a relic, appearing extraordinary, yet its true value remained unknown. As for the ancient ice milk, one drop was on par with a 6th-tier spirit item, and the Yun family had scarcely gathered any. With her father's bold commitment of 30 drops, she suddenly felt unworthy of such an offering. Father, are you certain you are not jesting? Are you truly willing to part with the starry crystal that grandfather fought so hard to retrieve? Will he not be furious with you? Yun Zhao's smile faltered slightly, yet he remained resolute. As the current head of the Yun family, I have toiled for years. Am I not entitled to exercise this bit of authority? Tomorrow, we shall visit the Lin Sr. together, bringing the starry crystal and the ice milk to express my gratitude in person. Yun Lin opened her mouth to speak, but found no words. She felt compelled to inform her grandfather of this decision without delay. The following morning, Shen Yunru awoke early as usual, having enjoyed a restful night and a simple breakfast before setting off to the Yiling pet shop. After a half-day's rest, she felt particularly cheerful, not only due to her rejuvenation, but also the impending evolution of her spirit beast. However, after the joy came a wave of confusion. Having grown up receiving aid from the Federation, her aspiration was to become a spirit master, to enroll in one of the 5 prestigious academies, and to safeguard those who are vulnerable. Yet, she had already missed that opportunity. In comparison to her peers, she felt lonely and insignificant. Having regrettably failed to gain admission to any academy during the Federation's unified examination 2 years prior, lacking the means to attend other institutions, she became a free spirit, of no use to the Federation. Her days were spent toiling for survival. Now, with the evolution of her spirit beast no longer a concern, she faced a new dilemma. Once the spirit beast evolved, her agreement with Master Lin would conclude, and she would have to leave the shop. To be honest, after 6 months, she had developed a certain attachment to the shop and was truly grateful for Master Lin's assistance. After departing, she felt uncertain of her next steps. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? One step at a time. For now, it was time to resume work. Isn't that right, Tuanzi? She said, playfully scratching the chin of the white fur cat, who responded with a look of sheer delight. Meow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, Shen Yun, as usual, retrieved her key to unlock the door, preparing to commence operations. Operations? She hoped there would be business. Recalling the empty state of the shop when she left yesterday, with no flooring visible, only the bare earth, Shen Yun mumbled as she pushed the door open from the outside. In the next moment, she stood in stunned silence. The once desolate shop was now enveloped in lush green leaves, with clusters of blue-violet flowers sprouting from various nodes, arranged neatly like torches. Even without illumination, a faint blue-violet glow pervaded the space, dispelling any darkness. In the previously vacant area, a wall of vines had sprung up, dividing the shop in two. Upon closer inspection, she noticed various wooden spirit beasts adorn the branches of the vines. Xin Yun recalled that among the spirit beasts purchased by the shop manager yesterday was one called Qingyu Tong, and there were precisely 2 of them. Although her knowledge of spirit beasts was limited, and she had not closely examined the appearance of the Qingyu Tong at that time, she was certain it did not resemble this. Where had the shop manager acquired these spirit beasts? Strangely, they were quite aesthetically pleasing and aromatic. However, the shop contained only these decorative spirit beasts. What were they to sell? Perhaps some green fruits? Xin Yun was perplexed and had no means to inquire further. She did not possess Lin Yi's contact number. Sighing, she found a corner to sit, placing the white-tailed cat down to play with it while waiting for Lin E. The manager did not arrive, but a customer did. Hearing the sound of the door curtain being lifted, Xin Yun stood up, putting on a formal smile and greeting, "Hello. Welcome to Ling Ling Pet Shop. We mainly sell." As she spoke of sales, Xin Yun faltered. She had forgotten that the circumstances had changed. The shop was devoid of inventory, and she would have to wait for the manager to know what could be sold. She looked up at the pair standing at the entrance. "I apologize, but the shop is currently undergoing renovations. If you wish to purchase something, please visit another store." "I am truly sorry." The father and daughter at the door did not retreat despite the shop's unavailability. Yun Xiao glanced at his daughter, his eyes questioning. "Daughter, are you sure this is it?" Yun Lin nodded slightly, looking at Xin Yun. "Sister, we are not here to make a purchase. We are looking for your manager." "Lin E, may I ask where he is?" Xin Yun replied honestly. "The manager has not yet arrived for work." "When does Manager Lin start?" "I do not know." Xin Yun genuinely had no idea. The manager had only switched roles 2 days ago, and after the renovations began yesterday. No one could say if he would show up today. The father and daughter exchanged glances. They had come to deliver a gift in gratitude, and calling would seem too urgent, lacking sincerity. Waiting for the other party to arrive would convey a different intention. Thus, they waited. In this manner, the once empty shop transitioned from waiting for the manager to 3 individuals awaiting the manager's arrival. Time passed, and noon approached. A wave of customers seeking spirit beast feed entered the shop, all of whom Xin Yun turned away under the pretext of renovations. However, a different customer soon arrived. He rushed in, inquiring urgently, "Do you still have Yen-K for sale?" Xin Yun was taken aback. If he were asking for spirit beast feed, she could understand that, as the shop previously sold such items, but he was asking to buy a spirit beast. Internally, she scoffed, but maintaining her professional demeanor, she responded with a smile. "I apologize, sir, but we are not currently selling spirit beasts. If you wish to purchase one, you may visit the spirit beast sales shop." "Not selling spirit beasts?" The man frowned tightly. He recalled that yesterday at the Ling Ling Pet Cultivation Center, a man had mentioned that Ling Ling Pet Shop sold spirit beasts. The person had seemed quite enthusiastic, and knowing it was Master Lin's shop, he had hurried over today. Now, to be told they did not sell spirit beasts? Was he being toyed with? However, what could he do? To cause a scene would only result in a call to the authorities, claiming he disrupted business. And he would end up in a holding cell for several days. He certainly did not wish to spend time in a holding cell. If he could not find one here, he would have to try another shop, though he might not encounter that unique in Quebec. Nonetheless, he was merely hoping for luck. And if he could not find it, so be it. "My apologies for the intrusion," he said, turning to leave. At that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the shop, calling out, "Friend, please stay." Upon hearing this, not only did the customer pause, but Yun Xiao and his daughter also lifted their heads, picking up their gift and rising to join Xin Yun in looking towards the interior of the shop. They witnessed the vine wall writhing, parting like a door. Lynn E emerged, petals cascading from above, not a special effect, but rather the result of Jingyu. Dressed in a blue-violet dress, dancing joyfully beside him, scattering petals into the air. This was indeed a grand entrance. Lynn E neither rejected nor opposed this display. Although it did not quite match his demeanor, it pleased Jingyu, and he had little to say. The man turned to Lynn E, his eyes lighting up. "It's you. How did you come out from there?" "I am the shop manager. Is that not obvious?" Lynn E shrugged, gesturing towards the shop and finally resting his gaze on Xin Yun. Despite harboring some grievances as a worker after a long morning of waiting, Xin Yun understood her role and stepped forward to confirm Lin Yi's identity. "Manager, you have arrived." The man was taken aback. He truly was the manager. But is this not Master Lin's shop? He shook his head, deciding it did not matter whose shop it was. "You mentioned yesterday that you sold Yen-K. Do you have any for sale now?" "Of course we do. Why would we not?" Lin E smiled, adding, "Not only do we sell Yen-K, but we also have its evolved form, Yin-Jing-K, along with several other spirit beasts that are quite rare in the market." As Lin Yi's words fell, Jingyu mimicked a bird flying, accompanying it with the sound, "Little Yen-K is flying in." Simultaneously, the shop echoed with the sound of flapping wings. And soon 2 fiery red Yen-K and 2 crystal red Yin-Jing-K flew out. The man gazed at the 4 spirit beasts, carefully utilizing his talents to sense them. Discovering that the 2 Yen-K were slightly stronger than ordinary ones, yet still classified as standard. The two Yin K, however, were truly exceptional. They were not only a rare fire-type spirit beast species, but crucially, they were still in their juvenile stage, ready to be contracted as one's first spirit beast. They would be highly sought after in any market. With the Yin K right before him, available for purchase, he wondered when he might find another unique in Quebec. At this moment, the man made his decision. What is your surname, manager? Shumu Lin. Manager Lin. How much do you intend to sell these two Yin K for in Weilon coins? Chapter 28. Holy Guardian, Tian Xing, Species, Yin Quebec. Level, Awakening 5 stars. Type, Fire Metal. Status, Healthy. Potential, Upper Lord. Growth status, Juvenile. Skills, 1. Fireball Technique. 2. Blade Dive, Xian level crystallizing oneself. Enhancing hardness while diving to cut the target. The 4 Yen K Lynn E purchased initially had uniform strength and qualifications, all awakening at 3 stars with potential as lower lords. Under his guidance, they evolved into their current forms. Their power increased, their species changed, and their potential elevated, gaining an additional Xian level skill. Although it was merely an introductory skill, it was still a Xian level skill. It is worth noting that seeking a specialized cultivator to teach spirit beast skills, even for Huang level skills, would not cost less than 50,000 Weilon coins, let alone for a Xian level skill. Moreover, this was a rare spirit beast in its juvenile stage, with growth potential reaching that of an upper lord. The price, naturally, would soar. As for the other one, its potential exceeded that. During the evolution process, its strength reached awakening at 7 stars, and its growth potential attained that of a lower monarch. To understand, in the evolution route revealed by Yen K, one must undergo 2 transformations. First evolving into Yanhuok and subsequently into Zawok to possess the potential of a lower monarch. However, this Yanjing already possesses such potential. The awakened 5-star Yanjing is available for 280,000 Weilon coins, while the other is priced at 520,000 Weilon coins. Upon hearing the price, Xinyun's mouth fell open. Such an exorbitant cost, it would be a miracle if it sold. After hearing the price, the man felt no discomfort, but was rather intrigued by the second Yanjing priced at 520,000 Weilon coins. He sensed that one was stronger than the other, yet he could not discern the specifics of that strength. He had only recently awakened his talent and was still in an adaptation phase. Lin Dianzhong, what can you say about the second one? He inquired, indicating his interest in purchasing. Even if he did not buy, a brief introduction would not take much time. Potential. Lower monarch, Lin E added. Oh, right. Both Yanjings possessed the mysterious skill, Blade Dive. Xinyun appeared confused. She had worked hard at learning in her day, yet her grades remained poor. She understood that the stronger the potential of a spirit beast, the higher its growth limit and skill level, thus increasing its power. However, that was all school-related knowledge. In the 2 years since she entered society, she felt like a newcomer. Only the man widened his eyes, yet considering his modest wallet. He turned to Lin E, shopkeeper, if I were to purchase both Yanjings, could there be a discount? Lin E regarded him with a knowing smile. What do you think? The man scratched his head awkwardly. Spending such an amount for 2 awakened 5-star spirit beasts with at least lower monarch potential should be a cause for gratitude. What more could he desire? I will take both Yanjings. Shopkeeper, please process the payment. As he spoke, the man produced 2 cards. One a bank card and the other a card proving his identity as a master. Purchasing non-domestic spirit beasts necessitated that the buyer awaken their talent, become a master, and obtain certification from the Beastmaster Association. Otherwise, transactions were prohibited. If a shopkeeper sold a spirit beast without confirming the buyer's status as a master, and complications arose, the shop could face severe repercussions, including financial loss or permanent closure. Many relied on this for their livelihood. Therefore, each shopkeeper exercised utmost caution in this regard. Should a buyer fail to provide proof, Lin E would inquire further. Unable to provide? I'm afraid, with money alone, I cannot sell to you. He did not fear trouble, but knowingly inviting it would be foolish. After confirming the identity with the provided proof, Lin E nodded and proceeded with the transaction. As he heard the notification of 800,000 Weilon coins being deposited, Xinyun stood beside him, mouth agape in astonishment. Observing her expression, Lin E furrowed his brow. What are you still doing? Shouldn't you input the spirit beast sale information into the federal local network? Recording such sales was not only to prevent future purchasers from causing issues, but also to facilitate easier oversight within the federal region. In case of any incidents, finding the relevant individuals would be simpler. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Xinyun nodded repeatedly and rushed to the cash register to open the computer, ready to operate. However, upon opening the computer, her mind buzzed. She had never dealt with such technology. Previously, she only sold spirit beast feed and chingching fruit, which required merely collecting Weilon coins based on quantity. There was no need for information input. She looked up at Lynn E, bewildered. Shopkeeper. Could you demonstrate how to do it? Just one demonstration. Pay attention, Lynn E replied, moving to the computer, clicking on the store information, and entering the federal local network as the store. Since this was the first sale of a spirit beast, a series of verifications were required, including the current shopkeeper's identity information, which was Lynn Ye's. Without much thought, Lynn E placed his identification card on the scanner. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as the card was scanned, the network triggered an alert and rapidly redirected, culminating in a screen displaying a humanoid emblem wielding a spear. Beneath the emblem, the words Holy Guard appeared in dark red. Immediately, the page continued to redirect. Codename, Tianxing Holy. A voice emanated from the computer, amplified through the shop's sound system. All of this transpired in an instant. Lynn E felt a rush of alarm and struck the console, halting the broadcast at the word holy. Once the broadcast ceased, he exhaled deeply, but upon turning, he found Xinyun standing behind him, her face a mask of confusion, clearly not understanding his intentions. Did you see that? Hearing Lin Yi's serious inquiry, Xinyun felt that watching the information entry might have gotten her into trouble. She swallowed hard. Wasn't it you who asked me to look? Lin Yi took a deep breath. He had not anticipated causing such a significant issue. Furthermore, Yangqing should not have been connected to the Holy Guard's independent network. Now that he had accessed it directly, what could this mean? Had someone been dispatched to Yangqing on a mission? Otherwise, it made no sense. He had not connected to the Holy Guard's network since returning. Lin Yi now understood that trouble was brewing. The matter of information entry could wait. He turned to Jingyu. Jingyu, take her inside for a moment. I will deal with the situation here before addressing her. Jingyu bounced over to Xinyun. Come on, little sister, let us go inside and have a chat. Leading Xinyun behind the trellis, Lin Yi then turned his attention to the man purchasing the Yanjings, as well as the father and daughter from the Yun family, who stood at the door, uncertain whether to enter or leave. You. Before he could finish his sentence, the three quickly waved their hands and shook their heads. We don't have any special vision. We only heard the words Tianxing, Tianxing, like the stars in the sky. Even though he recognized their feigned ignorance, Lin Yi chose not to press them. He addressed the Yun family. I understand your purpose. But today, as circumstances are exceptional, I trust you comprehend. Understood, understood. We will come back tomorrow, they nodded vigorously, hurriedly retreating outside without looking back as they ran towards the Yun family. Once the Yun family departed, only Lin Yi and the man purchasing the Yanjings remained. The man was visibly flustered, wondering how a simple purchase had escalated into such a situation. Perhaps I should find an excuse to leave, he thought, as the idea formed. He immediately acted upon it. Shopkeeper, I just remembered that my grandmother is getting married today. I might need to excuse myself. He began retreating towards the door. That was a rather flimsy excuse. For Lin Yi, he did not treat them as he did Xinyun. Xinyun had witnessed everything. While they had only heard the codename Tianxing, merely a codename, how far could they speculate? No need to rush. Business must continue. Moreover, since he had already received the payment, he could enter the sale information using his phone. Please wait a moment. The man appeared anxious. Really just a moment? Lin Yi remained silent, picking up his phone to begin the information entry. This time, he adjusted the volume to its lowest setting, and the process proceeded smoothly without incident. All done with the entry. Then may I leave? The man hurriedly inquired, and upon seeing Lin Yi nod, he clutched the two Yanjings and dashed out of the store, causing Lin Yi to shake his head in disbelief. Did he not fear the Yanjings flying away? Chapter 29, Star Attendant. Before you now lie two paths. In the Yiling Ling pet shop's internal compartment, Xinyun sat obediently on a wooden stool while Lin Yi sat opposite her, fingers interlaced, resting his chin, gazing at her with a serious expression. First, sign a confidentiality agreement. Xinyun tilted her head, questioning, is it really that simple? Before she could finish her thought, Lin Yi, visibly amused, interjected, the confidentiality agreement is inscribed by the curse-type spirit beast, the misfortune pen. Should you breach it, you will be cursed and face immediate death. Then I simply won't say anything, she retorted. Lin Yi couldn't help but acknowledge her boldness, or perhaps her ignorance of the dread that curse-type spirit beasts embody. Perhaps it was time to enlighten her. A curse signifies misfortune, even if you do not willingly engage. Merely signing the agreement will strip you of your identity as a spirit master and bid farewell to this vast and vibrant world. Do you comprehend now? In her earlier naivety, Xinyun dared to speak, but the thought of losing her identity as a spirit master was something she could never bear. In her life, she had only her contracted spirit beast for companionship. To abandon it and become a solitary figure was tantamount to wishing for her own demise. What about the second option? To sign the attendant agreement and become my attendant, or, in a more appealing light, a star attendant. No, I disdain you, Xinyun firmly declined. The notion of becoming an attendant sounded inherently undesirable, possibly involving unsavory duties. You disdain me? Do you have any idea how many have clamored to become my star attendant? Only to be rejected, including some formidable individuals of royal caliber? With your intermediate level of prowess, frankly, you don't even qualify to become a star attendant. Were it not for your untainted background and pitiful history, I wouldn't have bothered to extend this opportunity to you. And yet, here you are, looking down on me. Lynn E reprimanded, exasperated. After his tirade, Lynn E took a breath. There was no need for him to be angry about the matter. Since she had made her choice, he would go along with it. Now that you have declined to become my star attendant, you have chosen to sign the confidentiality agreement. Just remain seated. I will summon the misfortune pen to draft the agreement. Upon seeing Lynn E rise, Xunyun panicked. She did not want to lose her identity as a spirit master. Nor did she wish to part with her companion, Tawanzi. Store manager, is there no alternative? Xunyun's voice trembled on the verge of tears. She could not fathom why merely spotting an emblem representing the Holy Guard and the Code Tianxing would lead to such dire outcomes. She had no understanding of what these symbols entailed. Why was her consequence either losing her title as a spirit master or becoming a star attendant? This was not something she sought. She merely wished to learn how to upload sales information, a desire that had sprung from her own initiative. It was evidently not her fault. Her life was already fraught with hardship. Why must fate be so cruel? With thoughts racing, tears streamed down her cheeks. It was precisely because it was not Xunyun's fault that Lynn E offered her the chance to become a star attendant. Otherwise, he would have firmly enforced the ironclad laws of the Holy Guard and compelled her to sign the confidentiality agreement without hesitation. There would have been no alternatives. Regardless of her tears, he had already presented her with a relatively lenient choice. If she declined, she could not hold him accountable. Only the deceased would keep secrets. As his words settled, Xunyun's sobs momentarily ceased. What difference was there between the first choice and this one? One led to death, the other to a death of the spirit? Observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, Xunyun choked out, I will become your star attendant. A wise choice, Lin Yi remarked. Turning back to take his seat, I presume you are curious about the responsibilities of a star attendant. As the star master, I shall enlighten you. Xunyun was quick to express her disinterest. Her sole desire was to retain her identity as a spirit master without facing an unclear demise. As a star attendant, your role is simply to accompany me on missions, assisting me in their completion. Is that not rather effortless? Lin E stated, and upon hearing this, Xunyun fell silent. Realizing her reluctance to speak was misplaced, especially now that she had become a star attendant, albeit not by choice. Is there anything else? She inquired. Lin E shrugged. No, a star attendant is merely there to provide support during missions. That indeed sounded manageable. Lin E scrutinized Xunyun, noting, however, based on your current abilities, it must be said that you are ill-suited for the role of star attendant. Although there are no strict requirements for strength, your capabilities are rather lacking, barely reaching the threshold of royalty. Being directly criticized for her inadequacy, Xunyun's frustration was palpable, since stepping out of the academy to become a spirit master. She had exerted considerable effort to enhance her strength. Without family support, achieving the rank of an intermediate-level spirit master was commendable, yet now she felt utterly diminished. In truth, tears threatened to spill. Observing Xunyun's distress, Lin E began to regret his choice to appoint such a tearful young woman as a star attendant. Never lose heart. You are still young. While your strength may not be exceptional, there remains ample room for growth. It felt like a backhanded compliment. I have outlined the responsibilities of a star attendant, and now let me share the benefits and privileges you will receive. Xunyun perked her ears in attention. In terms of your personal development, prior to reaching the royal tier, I will assist you in acquiring materials for spirit beast evolution as well as items to enhance your abilities. Feel free to voice your needs. As for other benefits, we shall discuss them once you reach the royal level. After briefly summarizing the benefits, Lin Yi's demeanor shifted to seriousness, prompting Xunyun to sense a change in the atmosphere and sit up straighter. A word of caution, while you are currently my star attendant, you have yet to fully pass the star attendant assessment. You are merely a provisional star attendant. Only upon reaching the royal level and successfully passing the assessment will you become a genuine star attendant. Until then, prepare diligently. Hearing the gravity of the situation and the existence of an assessment, Xunyun began to worry. What would happen if she failed? Lin E simply replied, you will die? Xunyun was taken aback. The previous choices had already presented a life or death scenario, and now this? Was there truly no alternative to survival? She felt on the verge of breaking down. However, gazing into Lin Yi's trusting eyes, Xunyun found her resolve returning. If the manager had such faith in her, what could she possibly fear? I will strive to exceed expectations. Then put in the effort, Lin E smiled in response, subsequently retrieving the attendant agreement and placing it on the table. Take a look. If you find no issues, please sign it. Xunyun accepted the document with both hands. Scrutinizing it carefully, Aside from outlining the duties and benefits of being a star attendant, there was no mention of any obligatory duties in the context of personal service. Having found no discrepancies, she signed her name with resolve. She understood that without signing, there would be no way to leave. Once signed, she would be bound indefinitely. Lynn E collected the agreement and gestured toward the white-tailed cat on Shun Yun's shoulder. Given your current condition, you cannot operate. Leave the Byron cat here and head home to rest. Of course, you may also rest on this second floor, which is empty anyway. I think I will return home. Chapter 30, A New Mission. After Shen Yun departed, Lin E did not rush to open the shop. He needed to report the matter of the star attendant up the chain. Simultaneously, he sought to resolve the questions lingering in his mind. He needed to understand why the local network in Yangcheng, which ought not to connect with the Holy Guard network, had suddenly done so, leading to this series of events. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, a mechanical voice responded. Tianqing, welcome back. I am your personal assistant, 02. Lin E spoke, 02. Please connect me to Wanxie Yunmu. I have inquiries for it. Wanxie Yunmu, the spirit beast of the head of the Federal Judgment Bureau, is a peak-level disaster of the 9th rank, belonging to the mechanical and mental types, overseeing not only local urban networks, but also the Holy Guard network. In essence, the entirety of the federal network is under its surveillance, and any anomalies will trigger counter-tracking. This explains why, in such an advanced world, even the most secretive organization, the Holy Guard, communicates over the network without fear of interception. For questions regarding the network, it was best to consult it. Soon, the phone connected to W, N, Shi, Y, and M. Oh, isn't this the little brat TNXing? Why has ZH11 suddenly asked for me? Has there been a new discovery? Wait, hold on. You're the store manager now? You actually have the leisure to be a store manager. What a revelation. Let me see. What do you want from me? W, N, Shi, Y, and M spoke to himself, not giving L, N, Y a chance to respond. L, N, Y wasn't he irritated, for from the moment the call connected, all his information was laid bare before W, N, Shi, Y, and M, and his inquiries could easily be anticipated. The other party was merely waiting for him to speak. Is there some significant commotion in Ying lately? Have they connected to the Holy Guard network, or is someone from the Holy Guard coming over? L, N, Y voiced his curiosity. W, N, Shi, Y, and M replied. It's not exactly a major event. There's merely an ancient relic drifting through the void. Judging by its trajectory and energy levels, they estimate it will appear near Ying. The danger level of the ancient relic is not high. However, it is infused with a scorching aura, and the little rascal from the DNTI family has set his sights on it. He has taken it upon himself to protect Ying and connect it to the Holy Guard network, preparing to search for something within. Though the ancient relic isn't deemed dangerous from our perspective, it poses a significant threat to Ying. Moreover, considering that DNTI is currently idle, the higher-ups have agreed to this. Even if DNTI didn't solicit assistance, the Federation would dispatch personnel to ensure the safety of the city. LNY nodded, finally grasping the situation. He anticipated that after 8 years, traces of ancient relics would re-emerge in Ying. The last ancient relic had transformed Ying from a small town into its current urban form, significantly enhancing its overall strength. Previously, the strongest individual in Ying barely reached the initial stages of the king level, but now there were several heavenly kings. The disparity in strength was undeniably vast. He could only wonder how this occurrence would unfold. However, with the involvement of the Holy Guard, the safety of Ying was assured. At most, a few unfortunate souls might meet their demise within the relic, as relics were no tourist attractions, but rather places where danger and opportunity coexisted. Each year, some individuals from the Federation risked their lives to venture into relics in pursuit of a brighter future, with successes being few and failures abundant. The relic appearing at his doorstep meant that LNY would not let this opportunity slip away. He planned to explore it, and, in the process, seek materials necessary for the evolution of spirit beasts. Ding. New mission released. Mission 2. Proceed to the Ember of the Relic. Capture 3 fire-type spirit beasts with potential at the rank of general or higher. Mission progress, 03. Mission reward, Angel Rebirth Pool. Mission 3. Cultivate and sell 5 spirit beasts from the Ember of the Relic, with qualifications no less than general level. Mission progress, 05. Mission reward, YN Su. As soon as the thought emerged, the system's tasks arrived. The missions remained exceedingly straightforward, aligning perfectly with his prior intent to explore the relic, and the rewards were commendable. The first reward, the Angel Rebirth Pool, was simple to comprehend. It was utilized for the resurrection of angels. However, it required an angel's heart, the core of an angel's energy, indestructible and eternal even after the angel's demise. By placing the angel's heart into the Angel Rebirth Pool, one could resurrect a fallen angel. The dilemma, however, was that LNY did not possess an angel's heart. Yet, he was aware of the existence of angels. Located in a federation far from the Azure Federation, known as the Kingdom of Light. Within that federation, spirit beasts predominantly featured light attributes, with the most formidable being angels representing holy light. But those were living angels. Would he need to travel to the Kingdom of Light, slay an angel, and return to the Azure Federation with the angel's heart for resurrection? That seemed rather redundant. Nonetheless, compared to the angel rebirth pool, LNY favored the second mission's reward, YN-Su, one of the primary materials for the evolution of the ZYN-X-ing-L-ing into the X-ing-SYN. Furthermore, while appearing as two separate missions, they were essentially one. The task required him to capture 5 spirit beasts from the relic, cultivate them slightly, and then sell them. Provided that 3 of them were fire type. LNY could even interpret it this way. The primary reward was YN-Su, while the angel rebirth pool was a supplementary benefit. The relic had not yet appeared, so he decided to set this task aside for now until the relic was available for exploration. Pondering this, LNY glanced at his phone. He was still on the call with WNCYNM. At that moment, WNCYNM suddenly inquired, "Would you like me to have the pen of misfortune draft a confidentiality agreement for you?" "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice," LNY chuckled. Then declined WNCYNM's goodwill. "No need. Just assist me in recording a star attendant." "You've recruited a star attendant? Who? Is it the head of the YN family from YNCHing, YNCO? Let me see. YNCO, the current head of the YN family, aged 43, with a son and daughter. His strength level in the Beastmaster Guild is King level 3 stars. Classified as a lower king, while his true strength is King level 7 stars. Just entering the ranks of upper kings, with spirit beasts under his command. In a mere second, information regarding YNCO was presented before WNCYNM, who read it aloud, as if perusing a book. LNY felt no surprise. If WNCYNM lacked comprehensive knowledge about a family in YNCHing, he would have found it astonishing. After the initial surprise, he merely awaited the unfolding of the drama. At this moment, WNCYNM remarked, "TNXing, your judgment seems lacking." While YNCO appears honest and has committed no errors, he is undoubtedly aware of the misdeeds of the W family. As the head of the YN family, he implicitly condones those actions and bears some blame. Not to mention, his strength is only at the upper king level. Moreover, a significant purge is about to occur within the guild, and the W family will undoubtedly be targeted, which will inevitably implicate the YN family. Now, you want him as a star attendant. LNY interrupted WNCYNM's analysis. "I never stated that the star attendant I recruited is YNCO. WNCYNM fell silent. "It wouldn't be that shop assistant. SHNYN, would it? You've recruited a mid-level beastmaster as a star attendant? Have you lost your mind? Or do you have a penchant for nurturing?" LNY's face darkened. "Enough with the nonsense. Just record it." "Haha, I guessed it, didn't I? I didn't expect you to enjoy nurturing. Not bad. Not bad. You have the style of the old man in his youth, let me tell you." Chapter 31. Evolution Plan for the White Velvet Cat. After understanding the situation and finalizing the preparations for the star attendant, LNY returned to the store. He decided not to open for business just yet and instead focus on organizing the shop. First, he needed to replace the computer, as the previous one had become obsolete. Next, regarding the spirit beasts, since he intended to sell them, they could no longer be kept hidden. Previously, the situation had been special. The evolution of the spirit beasts had consumed too much time, and 2 of the YN-Chu had not yet fully mastered the fireball technique, which delayed their evolution. If they were to evolve and then emerge, the customers would likely have left, resulting in a failed business. This was also why he had not showcased them before. In the future, when selling spirit beasts, he would not approach it as he had in the past. He intended to display them like other stores, clearly labeling the species, information, and growth potential. This was the current plan for the shop. After contemplating, LNY took out his phone and promptly ordered a new computer setup online. The specifications did not need to be extravagant. A standard configuration sufficient to record sales information would suffice. Once ordered, LNY surveyed the shop. Looking at the LNYing queuing Ting, he suddenly felt that a display case for the spirit beasts might not be necessary. Instead, he could have the LNYing queuing Ting use its vines to form a cage, which would not only eliminate the need to purchase a display case, but also allow for adjustments based on the size and characteristics of the spirit beasts. Yes, that is an excellent idea. LNY felt quite pleased with his thought, and then turned his attention to the white-tailed cat that was meandering about the shop. Before the computer arrived, he decided to check on the BIRING-MO and select a suitable evolution path for it, so they could train towards that direction and achieve the requirements for immediate evolution. Species, BIR-ING-MO, level, awakening 4 stars. Type, no type. Status, at ease and curious. Potential, mid-tier commander. Growth stage, juvenile. Skills, none. This is quite an ordinary panel, devoid of skills or classification. It bears little distinction from an ordinary cat, save for a hint of strength. Yet, it is often such spirit beasts that offer the most diverse cultivation paths. Among the publicly known evolution routes for the Birong Mao, Lynn E is aware of more than 10, encompassing elemental evolutions of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. Common variants include the Huarong Mao, Fengling Mao, Ing Mao, Leiguang Mao, Shuiling Mao, and Huiguang Mao. These classifications are easily distinguishable. The Huarong Mao, upon evolution, boasts fiery red fur that is soft and occasionally flickers with flames, possessing a rather volatile temperament. The Leiguang Mao, post-evolution, displays purple fur, with arcs of lightning crackling among its mane, exhibiting the most tempestuous temperament among common evolution routes, often discharging electricity unpredictably. Conversely, the Ying Mao is entirely black, a shadowy assassin with a composed demeanor, typically employing a single, lethal strike. This aligns with Lin Yi's intended cultivation direction. Although the Federation maintains confidentiality regarding individual talents, and personal disclosures may vary slightly, who is Lin E? He is a holy sentinel of the celestial stars. Unraveling Xinyun's talent is hardly a formidable challenge. Is this against the rules? As the esteemed Star Master, knowing the talents of the Star Servants and crafting their cultivation paths is only fitting. This is a matter of understanding oneself and the opponent. Xinyun reported her talent as exceptional eyesight, enabling her to swiftly discern differences between targets under certain conditions, akin to the abilities utilized in the cultivation center. This fortuitously aligns her with the Ying Mao's capabilities of stealth, assassination, and delivering fatal blows, suggesting that Xinyun is ideally suited for the path of an assassin spirit master. Therefore, the Ying Mao is the optimal choice. As for Xinyun's other spirit beast, Lin E is also aware that it is an equine spirit beast, specifically the most common Bai Jiao Ma, which has yet to evolve but has reached the commander level. The Bai Jiao Ma, with inherent commander potential, has been cultivated to this level, the effort required known solely to Xinyun. Regarding subsequent evolution, Lin E must see the Bai Jiao Ma to ascertain its path. However, equine spirit beasts are inherently ill-suited for assassin-type cultivation, being more appropriate as warriors or knights. Yet, Xinyun's talent aligns with the assassin type. What a conundrum. Lin E sighed deeply, hoping that Xiaoling possesses evolution methods for equine spirit beast assassins. Otherwise, they would only be able to undergo standard evolution. Jingyu offered a gentle massage. Hearing Lin Yi's sigh, Jingyu immediately approached, placing her hands on his temples, using her mental energy to soothe his current emotions. Lin E did not refuse, leaning against Jingyu, his gaze drifting to her face, which reminded him of their past missions. Back then, Jingyu wielded only totem-level strength and could not assume human form, yet whenever he felt fatigued, he would rest on her branch, inhaling the floral fragrance, as she would similarly alleviate his tension by massaging his temples. Only the medium had changed from vines to hands. After enjoying a moment of comfort, Lin E rose, ruffling Jingyu's head, thanking her. Jingyu smiled sweetly. It was her duty to do so. The two exchanged smiles. At that moment, voices were heard from beyond the vine wall, and upon closer inspection, it was the delivery of the ordered computer. Let us go and take a look, Lin E said, stepping out first. Upon opening the door, Lin E beheld the technician sent to install the computer, a jovial man clad in a blue vest and a matching cap. Upon seeing Lin E, he greeted with a warm smile. Hello, I am the computer installer from Jinwi Company. Lin E smiled as he pulled aside the door curtain. Please, come in. Once inside, the middle-aged man surveyed his surroundings, noting the verdant foliage adorning the walls and the vine barrier, realizing this establishment was quite exceptional. However, as an ordinary installer, he recognized what questions were appropriate and what were not, directing his gaze toward the cash register. Will the computer be installed here? Lin E approached, tidying up remnants of the previous computer and nodded. Indeed, this is the spot. The technician nodded and began the installation process. Lin E did not vigilantly monitor, as he could tell from the technician's demeanor that he was trustworthy and no mischief would occur during the installation. Once the computer was installed, business could resume. Therefore, Lin E planned to release several spirit beasts from the second world, allowing Lan Ingqing Tong to construct a vine cage for their display to facilitate better sales. Among the purchased spirit beasts, aside from the two rather dull Yenke, the remaining spirits had already evolved and met the selling criteria. In truth, the Yenke could also be sold. However, as a perfectionist, Lin E resolved to pursue an elite path. Thus, he could not simply display the Yenke acquired from the cultivation center. First, there was the spirited Mu Yi Quan. Its original appearance was entirely brown, adorned with 2 green leaves near its ears and a small, sharp, square-shaped green leaf at the tip of its tail. Upon evolution, it is known as the Feng Yi Quan. Chapter 32, Rain Summoning Priest. Species, Feng Yi Quan. Level, Awakening 6 stars. Classification, Wind and Grass. Status, Cheerful, full of vigor. Potential, Upper Tier Lord. Growth Stage, Juvenile. Skills, 1. Leaf Dart. Yellow level. The Feng Yi Quan swings its tail, launching leaf darts at the target. 2. Ride the Wind. Yellow level. Enveloping itself in wind, it accelerates its movement speed, with enhanced speed when aided by the wind. According to the Federation's known investigations, the growth potential of the Mu Yi Quan ranges from lower extraordinary to upper commander, with most exhibiting lower commander potential as a norm. The Mu Yi Quan that Lynn E purchased also possesses lower commander potential. However, upon evolving into Feng Yi Quan, its growth potential ascended to that of an upper-tier lord, reaching its utmost limit without further evolution. Nevertheless, the Feng Yi Quan remains a small spirit beast, with little difference in physique compared to the Mu Yi Quan, merely shedding its brown fur to reveal a faint greenish hue. When it crouches, it resembles a small orange adorned with green fur. As time progresses, the Feng Yi Quan will transition from its juvenile stage to the growth stage, altering its physique. Due to the absence of mastery over profound level skills, despite its upper-tier lord potential, its pricing cannot rival that of the Yin Jing Ke, which possesses profound level skills, thus its price is naturally lower. Lin E instructed Lan Ing Qing Tung to construct a 13-meter vine cage to house the 2 Feng Yi Quans, for spirit beasts measuring merely a few decimeters. This size offers ample space for movement. Furthermore, these 2 Feng Yi Quans seem to regard the vine cage not as a prison but as a playground, engaging in playful antics upon entry. Their lively personalities are quite delightful. Observing the frolicking Feng Yi Quans, Lin E nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his attention to the other 2 fox-type spirit beasts. One possesses sleek red fur, the hue signifying its elemental classification and fiery temperament. This is a Huahuahu. Its growth potential exceeds that of the Feng Yi Quan, reaching lower-tier lord status, and such beasts, capable of naturally attaining lord tier when properly nurtured, are often referred to as lord beasts, akin to master beasts. Contracting such spirit beasts, with diligent cultivation, significantly increases the likelihood of becoming a master-level spirit master. A master-level spirit master is the most formidable spirit master beneath the royal tier, representing a stage where many remain. Thus the pricing for lord beast spirit beasts typically surpasses that of others by more than double, often starting at 600,000. This explains why the lord beast Yin Jing Ke was sold for 520,000 blue coins. The buyer did not find it exorbitant, but rather perceived it as a bargain. As for the other fox-type spirit beast, it does not represent the purple fur of the lay system, but rather boasts a coat of aquamarine fur, with its ears adorned by azure teardrop-shaped earrings that stand tall, exuding an air of nobility and elegance as it walks, reminiscent of a princess emerging from a castle. This creature is known as the Lynn E, which translates to blue water fox. Initially, Lin E had envisioned an evolutionary path for this white-eared fox that aligned with the lay system, intending for it to be struck by lightning to experience the electric currents and master a lay skill for its evolution. After all, thunder and lightning often accompany tempestuous storms, while the rain merely served to enhance the scene, allowing the white-eared fox to better connect with the essence of thunder. However, contrary to expectations, this white-eared fox exhibited a rebellious nature. Instead of embracing the electrifying sensation, it chose to revel in the gentle, cool touch of raindrops upon its fur. Ultimately, it failed to master any lay skill and instead acquired the rather useless skill of YNY, which translates to cloud rain, the ability to control clouds and summon rain, inducing a sense of tranquility. This skill offers no tangible damage, resembling more the rituals of ancient priests invoking rain. Yet, in comparison to those priests, it proved to be far more dependable. Of course, Lin E harbored no disdain for this spirit beast. In fact, his fondness for it increased, for it possessed potential surpassing that of the YNH, or Firefox. Can you believe it? To be honest, Lin E had not anticipated this outcome when he initiated its evolution. Upon reviewing the data post-evolution, he was taken aback. The YNH had mastered the skill of Raging Flame. Raging Flame, a skill of the fire system, which, upon use, engulfs the body in fierce flames, enhancing combat prowess while providing a fiery shield to ward off malevolent forces. While that skill may seem formidable, one must consider that the water system's spirit beast, the LNH, had acquired the skill of YNY, which is classified as a terrestrial level ability. A juvenile spirit beast mastering a terrestrial-level skill is a rarity throughout the entire Federation, and those that do are either blessed by their elders or nurtured by specialized trainers. Yet, the L and Shu H achieved this understanding on its own. Its evolution from the white-eared fox to the blue water fox propelled its potential from a low-tier warrior to a high-tier sovereign, a remarkable leap of 2 tiers. Furthermore, upon mastering the terrestrial-level skill YNY, the L and Shu H gained an additional evolutionary path. The evolved species is referred to as the QYJS, or Rain Summoning Priest. This evolution represents a cross-species transformation, resulting in a rare dual-type spirit beast of both life and water systems. As for its post-evolution growth potential, Lynn E is uncertain, for the QYJS has yet to be documented in the Spirit Beast Compendium. Even its name remains unrecorded. What does this signify? It indicates that the QYJS is a spirit beast that has never been encountered in the Azure Federation, or even the entire Blue Planet. Such an extraordinarily rare spirit beast naturally has exceedingly stringent evolution requirements. Firstly, the proficiency of the YNY skill must reach perfection, and secondly, its strength must attain at least the sovereign level. However, Lynn E does not intend to retain it for training. He still plans to sell it. Cultivating spirit beasts is an endeavor that demands considerable time and effort, and he is not keen on starting anew with a spirit beast. Although he eagerly anticipates witnessing the appearance of the QYJS, he shall indicate in the selling information for the LNUH, or Blue Moon Fox, that it is a unique spirit beast with a special evolutionary path. Whether potential buyers believe this is beyond his control. Should they disbelieve and follow the announced evolutionary path to evolve into the more commonly favored LNUH, he will not insist otherwise. Nonetheless, if they wish to inquire further, he will be available to elucidate. After explaining whether the other party believes in the evolutionary path of the QYJS and adheres to his expectations is beyond the control of a mere shopkeeper. The L and Shu H was placed in a vine cage intricately woven from L, N, Y, and Qing Ting, and it sat gracefully upon a small seat crafted from vines and petals, every movement exuding elegance, a stark contrast to the exuberant YN Hu H. Following the F Ing Y Chu N, or Wind Leaf Hound, and the YN Hu H, the next to undergo evolution was the GCO Gu, or green grass tortoise. 2 of them, each the size of a millstone, bore shells adorned with spiral cracks from which flowed shimmering blue waters, amidst which vibrant green grasses swayed gently. This creature is known as the Jusu NCO Gu, or spiraling grass tortoise. Species, Jusu NCO Gu. Level, awakening 7 stars. Type, water, grass. Status, healthy. Potential, peak sovereign. Growth state, juvenile. Skills, 1. Water gun, yellow level 2. Water tornado, mystic level. The Jusu NCO Gu accelerates the flow of water spiraling on its back, forming a water tornado to strike its target. 3. Green grass Dan, yellow level. Water plants thriving in the swirling waters bear a green grass Dan periodically, which can rapidly restore vitality and is capable of long-term preservation. Chapter 33, Mission Accomplished. There are many spirit beasts capable of producing resources. For instance, in Lin Yi's estate, the BYF Ing Hu, cultivated by Lin TNHI, produces the verdant Qing Qing Gu, a type of resource. The deceased WZH Ing's spirit beast, the PGSHRN, or armored treeman, bears fruits known as CUM Gu, also a resource. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the better the quality of the items produced, and thus the more effective they are. The Jusu NCO Gu before Lin E produces the green grass Dan, which is also a type of resource. However, if assessed by a nurturing guild, the green grass Dan would be regarded as a first-tier spirit item, the most basic kind. Nonetheless, this does not hinder its ability to command a high price. Each spirit beast that produces resources inherently possesses significant value. Not to mention this one is still in its juvenile phase. Once it matures, the quality of its resources will naturally improve. Furthermore, beginning to produce green grass Dan now, even if it does not fetch a high price, can help offset the cost of purchasing spirit beasts, as little accumulations lead to greater sums. As Lin E positioned the spirit beast he intended to sell for display, the technician setting up the computer had completed the installation and was testing its performance. Upon Lin Yi's approach, he promptly stepped aside, presenting the computer screen for Lin Yi's inspection. The computer was configured, and the technician remarked, "Boss, please take a look." Lin E briefly examined the computer. It operated smoothly without any lag or hidden software. Retrieving his phone, he stated, "No issues, let's settle the final payment." The technician quickly produced a payment code, and, upon confirmation of the transaction, smiled and replied, "Thank you, boss." The technician expressed his gratitude, then turned to clean up the litter on the floor. After tidying up, he glanced at the various spirit beasts in the shop, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lynn E. Boss, are all these spirit beasts for sale? Lynn E paused his computer operations, meeting the technician's earnest gaze, and nodded. Yes, they are all available for purchase. Is there something specific you wish to acquire for your son? At my age, why would I need a contracted spirit beast? The technician chuckled, his joy evident on his face. It's actually for my son. He awakened his spirit summoning talent the other day. As a father, I lack the means to help him. Unlike those affluent families, the only assistance I can offer is to acquire a spirit beast he can contract. I noticed that the spirit beasts here differ from those sold elsewhere, and I was hoping to ask if you could recommend one suitable for my son. I admit I am not a summoner and know little about these spirit beasts. Lynn E, naturally, would not refuse such a request. After asking the technician to set down his belongings, he began to introduce each spirit beast. Lynn E was not an unscrupulous merchant. Understanding that the technician was unfamiliar with spirit beasts, he patiently described each one, detailing their basic strengths and potentials. After the technician grasped the information, Lynn E proceeded with the introductions. It took nearly half an hour before Lynn E finished presenting the last spirit beast, and he looked at the technician. Uncle, do you now have a clear understanding? Indeed, the technician replied gratefully, reflecting on his son's recent awakening of spirit summoning talent. He had been contemplating the best spirit beast for him, having inquired at other shops. But those establishments had shown him nothing but indifference upon learning he was merely an ordinary worker. There were even individuals who attempted to drive him away. Yet, in this encounter, the other party exhibited not only patience, but also elucidated the characteristics and potential of each spirit beast to him. He was genuinely grateful to the other party. Thank you, boss, Lynn E remarked with a smile. It is only right, came the response. Although he wished to provide the best for his son, the man was acutely aware of their circumstances. Understanding that the potential of the pinnacle monarch-level blue water fox was beyond his reach, thus he had to settle for less. Boss, how much for that flamefire fox? He inquired. The flamefire fox possessed the potential of a lower monarch and had awakened to a 6-star strength, mastering a mysterious level skill. Its market price was over 650,000 Waylon coins. Observing the man's expression, Lynn E pondered for a moment and said, Uncle, if you wish to purchase it, let's settle on 320,000 Waylon coins. This price was already a significant discount. 320,000? The man was taken aback by the price, which honestly exceeded what his family could afford. Yet, he did not want to disappoint his son. After all, he had already promised him. The man gazed at Lynn E with pleading eyes. Boss, may I consult my family first? Of course, take your time. Lynn E gestured with his hand. The man nodded repeatedly, moving to a corner of the shop to call his family for discussion. Standing behind Lynn E, Jingyu witnessed the unfolding events. Although she did not fully grasp the intricacies of the human world, she understood the value of spirit beasts and recognized Lin Yi's character. It was precisely because of this understanding that she held such affection for him, choosing to remain by his side even after their contract was dissolved. Jingyu leaned slightly forward, resting against Lin Yi's back. Xiao Yi, you remain the same as before, she observed. Lin Yi patted the jade hand resting on his shoulder. Watching the man in the corner negotiating with his family about whether to deplete their savings to purchase a spirit beast contract for his son, shaking his head. What we consider easily attainable may be a rare treasure to others. However, it is not easy for them either. Since we have the opportunity, let us lend a helping hand. After all, this minor loss is insignificant in my view. Selling a few spirit beasts will easily recoup it. Jingyu nodded in agreement. Yes, I will follow your lead, Xiao Yi. While Lin E and Jingyu conversed, the man finished his call and approached Lin E once more. Gritting his teeth to speak, shopkeeper, I will buy that flamefire fox. How do I pay? Noticing the man's urgency, Lin E raised his hand to pause him, explaining that the sale of spirit beasts must adhere to regulations. Uncle, do you possess a Master S certificate? The man appeared puzzled. What is that? Lin E elaborated. The Master S certificate is proof that you have awakened the ability to contract spirit beasts. The Federation has regulations prohibiting the sale of spirit beasts to individuals without such a certificate, as they can be aggressive and pose a danger to others. However, if you lack a Master S certificate, you can use your child's certificate. It is equivalent. Just remember, if you use your child's Master S certificate to purchase a spirit beast, you must have your child contract the spirit beast within 18 hours of the purchase and then register the information with the Beastmaster Association. The first regulation applies to everyone, while the latter considers that many ordinary families lack beastmasters among the parents, yet wish to surprise their children with a spirit beast. The man understood that he needed a certificate to buy a spirit beast, but he did not possess one. However, he recalled his son mentioning that after awakening his ability, the Federation issued some kind of certificate, which should suffice. Boss, will a photo of that certificate work? Certainly, Lin E replied, nodding. As long as he had the photo, He could enter the spirit beast sale information into the Yong City network. After the man produced the photo of his child's Master S certificate, Lynn E entered the information into the computer. Since he had already authenticated his identity on his phone, no further verification was needed. In less than a minute, the information was entered. "Uncle, you can pay by scanning this." The man nodded and proceeded to make the payment. Notification of 32,000 Wei Lon coins arriving echoed in the shop. Lynn E turned to Jingyu, needing to calm the overly energetic Flamefire Fox, which was at risk of escaping and causing injury. Jingyu understood the urgency. She waved her hand, sending a petal to land on the Flamefire Fox's nose. Within a second, the lively creature collapsed, causing the man to appear anxious. "Shopkeeper." Lynn E smiled reassuringly. "The Flamefire Fox is not dead. It has merely been affected by the petal. When you return home, have your child contracted. Once the contract is made and the petal removed, it will regain its vigor." The man sheepishly scratched his head. "I see. Thank you, shopkeeper." "Not at all." Lynn E waved his hand, watching as the man hurried out of the shop with the Flamefire Fox, presumably to have his child contracted. The third spirit beast was successfully sold. Although the price was considerably lower, at least Xiaoling's task was accomplished. Chapter 34. New task released. Glancing at the task panel once more, he noted, Task 1. Successfully assist 3 awakened spirit beasts in evolution and sell them. Task progress. 33. Task reward. Claimable. The first task had been completed successfully, and he could now directly claim the reward, the Feng Jie crystal. Without hesitation, Lin E claimed it. A fissure appeared above the shop without warning, and Jingyu reacted swiftly, enveloping Lin E in a blue-purple light. Her vine whip aimed skyward. "Jingyu, it's fine," Lin E reassured her, placing a hand on hers while extending the other to accept the Feng Jie crystal. Given the value of such an item, he was concerned about its durability. If it were to shatter under a whip strike, it could potentially release dangerous energy. Once Jingyu confirmed there was no danger, she sheathed her weapon. Feeling the weight of the Earth's power within the crystal, intertwined with potent spatial energy, she turned to Lin E. "Xiaoyi, what is this?" "For the evolution of the Xing Yuan," he replied. Jingyu was taken aback. "The star treasure can evolve?" Lin E nodded, ruffling Jingyu's hair. "Not just the Xing Yuan, but also Mo Lin, and you as well, Jingyu. However, the materials for evolution are quite difficult to obtain. But worry not. One day, I will ensure all of you evolve, breaking through the 9th level and transcending the shackles of disaster, stepping into a new realm of power that reaches for the stars." Listening to Lin E.'s vivid portrayal, Jingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Is there truly a path beyond disaster? There is. Lin E assured her with a determined gaze. Jingyu nodded, filled with trust. "I believe in you, Xiaoyi. Whatever you do, Jingyu will always be by your side." Jingyu remained as endearing as ever. Lin E smiled as he stored the Feng Jie crystal, glancing at the time. It was time to train those 2 Yin K, aiming to have them master the fireball skill by tomorrow. He also intended to bring the white fluff cat along to learn a dark-type skill, hoping it would grasp it before evening. Yesterday, when he had the 2 by air who learned skills, they had taken over 10 hours, assisted by the Udai, and only managed to learn the skills of Angry Flame and Cloud Rain by this morning. With only 4 to 5 hours until evening, Jingyu frowned. Isn't the timeline too tight? Not at all. Lin E shook his head, assigning the task to Mo Lin, instructing him to ensure the white fluff cat learned a dark-type skill by evening, employing whatever means necessary as long as it remained unharmed. Although Mo Lin could be somewhat lazy and prone to napping, he was reliable when it came to tasks. Upon hearing Mo Lin's name, Jingyu suddenly recalled something. Having not fought in a long while, it felt as though they were in retirement, and she had almost forgotten that Mo Lin was a dark-type dragon. With that, she picked up the white-tailed cat and stepped into the second world. In the second world, there exists no starlight, only the expanse of blue skies and white clouds, towering mountains and verdant forests, vast plains and tranquil lakes. The entity known as Xing Yuan resides not here, but in the first world. Xing Yuan embodies the attributes of galaxies and spatial realms, which can be regarded as a branch of the light system, more precisely described as the starlight of the light system. Conversely, Molin belongs to the dark and dragon systems, with their attributes fundamentally at odds. This discord explains the frequent hostilities between Xing Yuan and Molin, where encounters often culminate in fierce confrontations or brawls. Numerous spirit beast species exhibit such incompatible attributes, some even residing in close proximity, leading to battles that erupt frequently across Blue Star. There are even clashes among different races, with the intensity of such conflicts being quite formidable. Due to Lin E.'s presence, Xing Yuan and Molin currently maintain a semblance of decorum. Their skirmishes now result in the mere flattening of mountains, whereas in the past, naval battles had the potential to sink islands and trigger tsunamis that inundated coastal federations. Even lifeless planets have been shattered in their wake. Lynn E shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as he prepared to reopen his store when the system's voice resonated once more. A new task had arrived. Task 11. Cultivate and sell 5 spirit beasts, with the growth potential of each not falling below that of a high-ranking war general. Task progress, 0-5. Task reward, 5 drops of Zixia Yunlu. Foster Task 1. Reach a total of 5 fostered spirit beasts. Task progress, 0-5. Task reward, 3rd tier Holy Spirit Crystal, an energy crystal from Holy Spirit type spirit beasts that can transform light system spirit beasts into Holy Spirit type with a certain probability. Note, the purer the light system spirit beast, the greater the probability of transformation upon birth. Once again, 2 tasks had appeared simultaneously. Lynn E glanced over the task requirements. They were as straightforward as before. However, to fulfill the second task, he would need to add a fostering service alongside the sale of spirit beasts. Truthfully, he was not particularly fond of this notion. Fostering is another endeavor for cultivators, typically divided into ordinary and extraordinary fostering. Ordinary fostering involves the owner placing the spirit beast in the shop for basic care and nourishment, with little else required. Any spirit master, upon contracting a spirit beast, would establish a personal beast space for rest, recuperation, and healing, making ordinary fostering rather uncommon. Extraordinary fostering, however, is quite prevalent. This type often comes with specific requirements, usually aimed at enhancing the spirit beast's star level. Those seeking extraordinary fostering fall into 2 categories. One genuinely wishes to enhance the spirit beast's strength, while the other seeks to defraud, using spirit beasts that have reached their growth limits to foster. If the owner fails to elevate the star level within the stipulated time, a hefty fee must be paid to the owner. Such individuals are not rare, which is why Lynn E harbored a disdain for this practice. Nevertheless, the Holy Spirit Crystal, though only 3rd tier, is indeed a rarity. After all, Holy Spirit type spirit beasts are as scarce as those of the mysterious, time, and fate systems. Lynn E had yet to acquire a single Holy Spirit type spirit beast, and found himself intrigued by the prospect of obtaining one. The task reward included an angel rebirth pool, where angels, embodying pure light attributes, could emerge. Lynn E suspected that this system intended for him to cultivate a Holy Spirit type angel. Holy Spirit angels possess an intriguing allure. Lynn E pondered this, stroking his chin. Considering the rewards, he resolved to initiate the fostering service, albeit discreetly. He would only offer it if someone inquired. If no one asked, he would solely focus on selling spirit beasts. Rewards were merely an incentive, a diversion. As for the ancient ruins, their emergence remained uncertain. Lynn E decided to first secure the angel rebirth pool, followed by the acquisition of the angel star. Thus, he felt no urgency. If only he could obtain a second Holy Spirit crystal. Lynn E lamented, for he envisioned binding the Holy Spirit crystal with the light system spirit beast, Huiguang Yansong, to see what extraordinary sparks might ignite from their fusion. Chapter 35, Business. The fostering service could wait for another time. For now, it was time to resume the store's operations. He was quite taken with the reward from Task 11, Zixia Yunlu, one of the primary materials for the evolution of Ziyu and Xingxing. By gathering sufficient quantities of Zixia Yunlu, along with other evolutionary materials, he could begin training the Xingbao, allowing it to evolve once the necessary conditions were met. He would train while simultaneously gathering materials, and when everything was in place, he would venture into the starry skies for the evolution. Currently, Lin Yi's shop offered only 2 spiraling grass turtles, 1 blue water fox, and 2 wind leaf hounds. Yet each met the requirements of the task. In total, he had 5 spirit beasts to sell, and with their sale, the task would be complete. Such a prospect seemed delightful, yet reality proved harsh. Whether due to the afternoon hours or the commotion from midday, Lin E waited at the cash register for 3 to 4 hours, watching the sky darken without a single customer purchasing spirit beasts. However, numerous customers came seeking food for their spirit beasts. Boss, I'd like 3 pounds of Qingye. Qingye is one of the favorite foods of the Qingye insects. And the request came immediately upon entering, indicating a regular customer. Lin E greeted the man with a polite smile. Before he could respond, the man glanced around, stepped outside again, looked at the sign, scratched his head, and re-entered. Yalingaling Pet Shop, I didn't make a mistake, did I? Surveying the shop adorned with lush greenery and the few spirit beasts present, the man voiced his confusion. Has Master Lin transferred the shop? No, Lin E replied, shaking his head. Master Lin is my father. He has recently become engrossed in researching evolutionary paths and entrusted the shop to me. I have made some renovations, and we now sell spirit beasts. As for Qingye, I sincerely apologize. This script had been recited by Lin E to 7 or 8 customers seeking spirit beast food during the previous hours. Now, faced with this new visitor, He deduced that the spirit beast being fed was the Qingya insect. After several days of feeding, the Qingya insect would enter its cocoon stage. In a spirit-rich environment, it would emerge as a butterfly, often transforming into the commonly seen qianfeng butterfly, the precursor to the wind leaf butterfly. With a bit of guidance, the cocoon could yield other butterfly varieties, such as the electric light butterfly or dust butterfly, although most would still be qianfeng butterflies. A competent salesperson makes recommendations based on the characteristics of the items purchased by customers. Sir, if you are interested in grass or wind-type spirit beasts, I may have some that you would find appealing. This line had also been uttered multiple times, yet few paid him heed. Noticing his youth, many simply dismissed him without a word and left with disdain. Nevertheless, Lynn E persisted, for one could never tell when a customer might express interest. Oh, I see. The man replied, a look of realization crossing his face. I wish Master Lynn a swift breakthrough as a Starshine cultivator. It was a nearly identical response. The sale of spirit beasts seemed elusive once more. Lynn E internally grumbled, believing the man would turn to leave, but instead, he stepped into the shop, inspecting the surroundings. His gaze swept over the spirit beasts, the elegant blue water fox, the lively wind leaf hound, and the honest spiraling grass turtle. The wind leaf hound, sensing the man's earthy aura, eagerly sought to nuzzle against him. The spiraling grass turtle also turned its head in his direction. The man's attention lingered on the wind leaf hound and spiraling grass turtle, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had never encountered these two spirit beasts before. In fact, each of the three spirit beasts in the shop evoked a sense of novelty in him. While he had seen blue water foxes before, he had never come across one as graceful as the one seated on the rattan chair, every movement exuding elegance. Despite his exceptional talent being intrinsically linked to the forest, he exhibits a pronounced affinity solely for grass and wood-type spirit beasts, which enables him to aid their growth to a certain extent. However, as a senior cultivator and spirit master, he perceives the extraordinary nature of the Lan Shui Hu. Regarding the other two types, he can distinctly sense their classification as wood and grass-type spirit beasts, yet what captivates him the most is the verdant vine that adorns the walls. He is aware that this too is a form of spirit beast. Just as he is about to inquire, a spiraling vortex of space suddenly materializes, leaving him momentarily stunned. He can feel it. He can feel it. The exhilarating aura of an unparalleled wood-type spirit beast. The man fixates on the spiral, his breath quickening. As if the figure poised to emerge is his long-lost first love, the tension and anticipation palpable in the air. Before the figure even arrives, a voice precedes it. Xiaoyi, I have already handed that white fluff ball to Mo Lin. You cannot imagine the shock on Mo Lin's face when he received the task, nor his rather harsh training methods for the white fluff ball. It was almost cruel. He nearly pushed the poor creature to its limit. If it weren't for Jingyu being there, that little one would have been in dire straits. However, there is also good news. Jingyu bounced into the shop, only to see an outsider present, causing her to discard her charming demeanor and adopt a serious expression as she approached Lynn E. The gaze directed at her made her uncomfortable. Though not lecherous in nature, the adoring look still unsettled her. Noticing the disdain in Jingyu's eyes, the man seemed to understand the inappropriateness of his scrutiny and averted his gaze, yet he couldn't help but glance back. Sensing that this woman was not merely human but a wood-type spirit beast, his innate talent surged with excitement, though it was difficult to discern whether it stemmed from joy or anxiety. Regardless, his movements were numerous and animated. His dream is to cultivate a formidable wood and grass-type spirit beast, and the mere presence of such a being before him ignites a fervor within. However, amid his exhilaration, a sense of reason prevails. He has never encountered a spirit beast capable of assuming human form or articulating speech. Yet he is acutely aware of the strength possessed by the spirit before him and the formidable backing of the shop owner, which is more solid than steel. At the very least, Master Lin Tianhai would not be capable of such a feat. The management of the Weilon Federation is stringent, placing immense value on the lives of its citizens. The sudden emergence of a spirit beast that could pose a threat to an entire city would typically be subject to regulation. The fact that it is not indicates permission has been granted. Shopkeeper, my forthcoming words may be somewhat presumptuous, but I hope you will not take offense. May I request to see her true form, even if just for a fleeting glance? I implore you. The man's expression was one of earnest supplication, his legs slightly bent, conveying a demeanor that suggested he would kneel in desperation should Lynn E decline. Lynn E had anticipated a more inappropriate request, perhaps something as brazen as wanting to touch her. In that case, he would have kicked the man out of the shop and delivered a few well-placed strikes, departing with a striking retort to the onlookers. Instead, this was the request? Where was the backbone? Lynn E silently lamented the squandered opportunity for a grand display. Chapter 36. Another business transaction. Lynn E chose not to inquire how the man knew that Jingyu was a spirit beast, but rather asked, What is your reason for wanting to see Jing Yu's true form? The man bowed deeply, refraining from a direct answer as he introduced himself. I am Li Qinshu, a senior cultivator from the Yong City Cultivator Association. My research focuses on wood and spirits. My aspiration is to cultivate a wood and grass-type spirit beast of monumental stature. Perhaps I have been too dull, as my cultivation techniques have stagnated. I wish to observe an exceptional wood-type spirit beast in hopes of gaining inspiration. I beg you for this opportunity. Oh, another individual obsessed with cultivation. This aligns closely with Old Deng's research direction, which centers on the Bai Yishu Run and the Shui Rin frog, albeit limited to 2 types of spirit beasts. Your request implies that spirit beasts are easily accessible for viewing, which is decidedly untrue. After all, spirit beasts are considered a cultivator's trump card, a closely guarded secret. What you propose is indeed somewhat presumptuous, bordering on an invasion of a spirit master's privacy. Lynn E regarded him sternly. As a cultivator, you should understand this. Li Qinshu was well aware that in a world where humans and spirit beasts coexist, the very existence of spirit beasts is shrouded in secrecy. Even if a cultivator assists a spirit beast in evolution, the information regarding the spirit beast cannot be disclosed. Such a breach would be unlawful, leading to dire consequences. At this moment, Lin E spoke slowly. However, I can offer you a piece of advice. Li Qinshu immediately lifted his head, his curiosity piqued by the words of one who possesses an extraordinary wood-type spirit beast. Shopkeeper, please share. Do not become overly fixated on wood and grass types. Explore those dual-type spirit beasts that primarily feature wood. Allow compatibility between grass, wood, and other types to ease your research. Li Qinshu fell silent. This was not the first time he had encountered such advice. 3 years prior, while attending a council meeting at the headquarters of the Cultivator Association in Xing, whose city with his mentor, he had heard similar sentiments expressed. The message was clear. One should not stubbornly adhere to a singular path, but rather learn to adapt. The speaker had been a Star Radiance level cultivator, merely in their early 20s. A Star Radiance level cultivator in their youth. Many had inquired whether this advice was self-derived or imparted by others. The consensus was that it was given by someone else, and that individual's ascent to Star Radiance was attributed to this insight. At the time, many had doubted it, viewing it as mere humility. Now, it seemed there might be merit to the assertion. Are you also a cultivator, shopkeeper? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin E understood that the man would no longer request to see Jing Yu's true form. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed. What level are you? Merely intermediate, he replied. Li Qinshu smiled. The shopkeeper is being modest. Modest? I do possess an intermediate cultivator's medal, certified by the Federation. The discussion surrounding Jing Yu was thus sidestepped. And Li Qinshu suppressed his excitement about returning to the Cultivator Association to continue his research, redirecting his attention to the various spirit beasts within the shop. Shopkeeper, do you intend to sell these spirit beasts? Lin E gestured towards the vines adorning the walls, stating that apart from the lawn in Qing Tung, the rest were for sale. Li Qinshu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Internally, he mused that the lawn in Qing Tung represented a spirit beast lineage he had never encountered before, and the shopkeeper's modesty regarding his status as an intermediate cultivator was hard to believe. Shopkeeper, this green dog resembles a Muyi dog. It must be an evolved form of it, correct? Lin E nodded, explaining, indeed, it has evolved from the Muyi dog. Its current species name is Fengyi dog, a dual-type spirit beast of wind and grass, with a potential growth limit of a high-level lord. Its fur has a slight green hue, and its tail is adorned with leaves, hence the name, which signifies its type as a canine. Its growth limit is quite substantial, surpassing that of the previously published evolution route of the Muyi dog, which could only achieve a lower-level lord status. However, whether it truly reaches the high-level lord threshold, as the shopkeeper suggested, requires specialized instruments from the Cultivator Association for verification. Li Qinshu produced a detector. Shopkeeper, would you mind if I assess the bloodline potential of these 2 Fengyi dogs? Lin E extended his hand. Please proceed. Such inspections are mandatory for every shopkeeper when selling spirit beasts. Following the examination, the spirit beasts must be labeled for sale. If discrepancies arise, particularly underreporting potential, it may be manageable. However, if potential is overstated in pursuit of profit and the breeder association catches wind of it, the store manager will face dire consequences. Yet, Lin E remains unflinching. Although he did not employ any instruments for the inspection, his eyes serve as a more accurate detector than any device. Li Qinshu flicked his fingers, and a small green needle pierced the paw of the Fengyi hound, drawing a tiny droplet of blood that fell onto the detector. Blood is an essential element for testing. As the droplet mingled, the examination commenced. The bar graph representing the bloodline began to oscillate, with the first 3 bars reaching their peak, the 4th bar also maxing out, while the 5th displayed no movement at all. The 4th bar symbolizes the Lord bloodline, peaking at the upper-tier lord level, which could even be described as a peak lord. The bloodline posed no issues. The grass-type spirit beast, my hound, is one of the spirit beasts Li Qinshu has studied. Now, with the emergence of a my hound evolution boasting upper-tier lord potential, he finds it imperative to investigate further. Li Qinshu stored the instrument and inquired, "Shopkeeper, how much for this Fengya hound?" Lynn E replied, 230,000 Aolon coins. Li Qinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain you aren't joking? 230,000 Aolon coins seems rather low. In the market, a spirit beast with upper-tier lord potential typically sells between 250,000 to 340,000, with the lowest price being 250,000 and most going for just above 300,000. Why has the price dropped?" The bloodline posed no issues, as confirmed by the instrument. Lynn E chuckled, bemused that a shopkeeper would not find the price cheap, yet the buyer did. It seems he should consider raising the price, otherwise, he might be suspected of being a dishonest merchant. "All right, let's set it at 260,000 Aolon coins. That seems reasonable," Li Qinshu nodded, then pointed to one of the Fengya hounds. "I will take both of these Fengya hounds." After confirming his purchase, he inquired about the vortex grass tortoise. And upon learning it was a dual type of grass and water, he waved his hand. "Shopkeeper, how much for the vortex grass tortoise?" 480,000 Aolon coins. Li Qinshu exclaimed, "Why has it suddenly become so expensive? Is its bloodline potential lower than a lord?" Lynn E clarified, "Not quite. Its potential is the same as the Fengya hound, being upper-tier lord. However, the vortex grass tortoise is a resource-type spirit beast, capable of producing a resource known as green grass dan." Upon hearing this, Li Qinshu understood. A resource-type spirit beast with upper-tier lord potential selling for 480,000 is, to be frank, still a bargain. However, he had spent a considerable amount on his research topics. Even the amount he currently possessed was earned from assisting in the evolution of spirit beasts. Purchasing the vortex grass tortoise would leave him short. Scratching his head, Li Qinshu suggested, "Shopkeeper, could I exchange one Fengya hound for the vortex grass tortoise?" "That works. After all, payment has yet to be made." Li Qinshu beamed with joy. After selecting the two spirit beasts, he promptly made the payment, fearing Lynn E might change his mind. Once the payment was processed and the spirit beasts in hand, he quietly remarked, "Shopkeeper, you could actually price the vortex grass tortoise a bit higher. Anything above 500,000 Aolon coins would be acceptable." Lynn E smiled at him. "Then, how about you make up the difference?" Feeling awkward, Li Qinshu scratched his head. "Well, I'm currently a bit financially constrained and truly cannot produce any more." It was a jest, not to be taken seriously. Chapter 37. Little Sister, Little Brothers Visit Cradling the Two Spirit Beasts. Li Qinshu's gaze fell upon the elegantly poised blue water fox. Although he primarily researched wood and grass-type spirit beasts as a breeder, he found certain characteristics and particularly unique spirit beasts irresistibly captivating, such as this blue water fox. "Shopkeeper, how much for the blue water fox?" 1,800,000 Aolon coins. "Are you kidding me?" Li Qinshu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The population of blue water foxes on the market could be described as abundant, and there were indeed some with lower-tier lord potential available at prices no higher than 670,000 Aolon coins. To suddenly demand 1,800,000? While he wanted to accuse the shopkeeper of being out of touch with reality, he recalled that the Fengya hound and vortex grass tortoise were both priced below market value, leading him to swallow his rebuke. A shopkeeper who engages in such loss-making deals must indeed have a remarkable blue water fox to justify the price. "Shopkeeper, could you enlighten me?" Lynn E succinctly responded, "Growth potential, upper-tier lord, possesses a special evolution route." "I understand now, shopkeeper. It's getting late, and I've purchased my spirit beasts, so I won't trouble you further." Li Qinshu nodded earnestly before departing toward the Breeder Association. He intended to share this news with Feng Qing. Although he could not afford the blue water fox, there were individuals within the Breeder Association who could, and Feng Qing, the second daughter of the Feng family studying water and spirit, was the ideal candidate. If she developed an affinity for the blue water fox, his pursuits might bear fruit. Moreover, forging a closer relationship with the shopkeeper could yield significant benefits for his breeding endeavors. As for promoting his findings widely, such thoughts were nonsensical. After bidding farewell to Li Qinshu, Lynn E did not close the shop, but continued operations until 9 o'clock at night, hoping to sell another spirit beast. Time swiftly passed, and by 8:30, aside from Li Qinshu, inquiries about spirit beasts were scarce, though many came in to browse, primarily after dinner. At that moment, two familiar figures entered the shop together. Lynn E was somewhat surprised to see that they were none other than his younger brother Lin Shan and younger sister Lin Er. Stepping out from behind the counter, Lynn E approached them. "Aren't you two training your spirit beasts?" What brings you to the shop? Lin Shan settled himself behind the counter, placing the dinner he carried on it. Brother, have you forgotten? You haven't returned home in 2 days. Mom's been missing you. Lin E nodded in agreement, adding, at mealtime, Mom noticed you were absent again and asked us to bring you dinner. Hearing this, Lynn E suddenly recalled that in his fervor to evolve the spirit beasts and renovate the shop, he had remained there for 2 whole days. To be honest, he hadn't realized so much time had passed. It felt as if the renovations had only taken place moments ago. He had become entirely engrossed in the shop's transformation. Now that the renovations were complete, the next phase involved selling spirit beasts, which would grant him more free time, allowing for more frequent returns home. Reflecting on his conversations with Jingyu during his time at the shop, he noted that the 2 Yankei had mastered the fireball technique, meeting the evolution requirements. And the Byron cat had also learned a dark-type skill, enabling its evolution. As for tonight, he intended to remain at the shop. If you two aren't in a hurry to head back, feel free to look around, though we have very few spirit beasts left. After saying this, seeing that closing time was drawing near with few customers expected, he hung the close sign and returned to the counter, opening the bento his mother had lovingly prepared. The topmost dish was his favorite braised pork. Lin E picked up a piece and turned to Jingyu. Would you like some? Jingyu did not respond verbally, but opened her mouth to receive the offering. After feeding her the first piece, Lin E began eating himself. As for Lin E and Lin Shan, they had noticed Jingyu upon entering, even though Lin E encouraged them to explore freely. Opening the vine wall to reveal the tea room inside, they remained unaffected, simply standing at the counter, observing their elder brother and the extraordinarily beautiful and elegant woman. It was always the most entertaining to witness family dynamics unfold. Yet, why were they silent? After finishing the meticulously prepared bento with Jingyu, Lin E wiped his mouth and looked up, noticing that his younger siblings were still standing there. What are you two doing, just standing around? Nothing, just browsing. They replied simultaneously, before turning in unison to feign interest in the remaining 3 spirit beasts in the shop, though their minds were clearly elsewhere. Occasionally stealing glances at Lin E and Jingyu, the soul of the gossip within her eyes continued to blaze. As for Jingyu's identity, it is likely that only Bo Yuan's treasure-recognizing tree could discern it, yet Bo Yuan feared discovery and dared not reveal itself within Lin Shan's mind. Regarding Lin E, she merely perceived Jingyu as Lin E's girlfriend, never considering the direction of spirit beasts. Thus, she would not utilize the spiritual eye she obtained from Bo Yuan to investigate. Even if she did look, she would glean nothing, for her current strength was too low to fully comprehend the information of spirit beasts with much greater power. At that moment, Jingyu leaned toward Lin E and quietly inquired, Xiao Yi, why do they occasionally glance our way? Perhaps they regard you as my treasure. Jingyu feigned ignorance and continued to ask, hasn't Jingyu always been your most cherished treasure, Xiao Yi? Lin E refrained from answering this question, instead gently ruffling Jingyu's hair. Lin Shan exclaimed, the case is solved. Lin E remarked, let us return and inform our mother. If big brother doesn't come home tomorrow, we must prepare an extra meal. Once their suspicions were confirmed, the two turned their attention to the spirit beasts within the store. Both possessed the spiritual eye, enabling them to easily discern the basic information of the 3 spirit beasts. Lin Shan remained still, persistently inquiring about the information of the blue water fox, while Bo Yuan's treasure-recognizing tree remained silent out of fear of being discovered. Lin E, however, was somewhat astonished. She knew what potential a blue water fox represented and understood the evolutionary path derived from the skill Yunyu, specifically the unique evolution route of the Rain Priest. Yet, the Rain Priest belonged to the water and life-type spirit beasts, which did not align with her talent of Qian Huang, preventing her from evolving towards the phone category. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have claimed this blue water fox. Just as they were about to bid farewell and head home after observing the spirit beasts, Jingyu approached them with a smile and said, I have heard Xiao Yi mention his family before. In our first meeting, I would like to present you both with a small token, and I hope you do not find it lacking. Saying this, Jingyu produced 2 items, a necklace and a bracelet. The necklace was woven from vines, adorned with a small blue jacaranda flower that emitted a faint fragrance, possessing effects such as enhancing vision and calming the mind, while the bracelet was entirely crafted from vines, sourced from Jingyu's own essence. Lin E, being quite discerning, recognized the efficacy of these items at a glance. Despite their humble appearance, they were derived from high-level wood-type and life-type spirit beasts, capable of promoting the growth of spirit beasts and, in critical situations, safeguarding their physical safety. She accepted the necklace and expressed, thank you, sister. I truly adore this necklace. Lin Shan also offered polite thanks, saying, thank you, sister. I am delighted you both like them. Jingyu responded with a smile before returning to Lin Yi's side. After receiving the gifts, the two promptly adorned themselves with the items and turned to Lin E, stating, Big brother, we shall take our leave now. Please rest early and avoid staying up late. Lynn E waved goodbye to his younger sister and brother, then entered the second world with Jingyu, as he intended to begin nurturing spirit beasts. Chapter 38. The Shadow Cat of the Pseudo-Dragon Lineage. Manager, is this truly my little ball? The following day within the store, Xinyun, upon seeing the black ball emerging from behind Lynn E and drawing closer to her, was filled with confusion. Wasn't her little ball white? How had it turned black overnight? Were it not for the spirit beast contract consistently pointing towards the black coal-like creature before her, she would have suspected a switch had occurred. Through their spiritual connection, Xinyun heard the lamentations of her little ball. However, given its diminutive size, she could only sense its distress without understanding the specifics. Manager, what have you done to my little ball? Lynn E, without lifting his head while writing the information card for the spirit beast sale, replied, I merely subjected it to some special training, such as throwing it into the endless abyss, allowing it to experience the suffocating darkness of timelessness and space, while under certain duress, enabling it to learn dark-type skills. Its current appearance is a result of my assistance in its evolution after learning dark-type skills. Its color is as dark as ink, indicative of a flawless evolution. The current white fluffy cat is no longer the nameless kitten it once was, but a dark-type shadow cat. Its potential exceeds your expectations. You should be grateful to me. Then I thank you, Xinyun replied, unwilling to engage in conversation. Feeling sorrowful that her adorable white ball had transformed into a black coal-like creature. Despite her sadness, she pressed on with her inquiries. How great is the potential of the shadow cat? Greater than your white horn horse. It can reach the monarch level without further evolution, Lynn E casually stated. The monarch level? Xinyun was taken aback, her speech faltering. She was merely an intermediate-level spirit master. She understood that the highest tier of spirit masters reached the catastrophe level. However, her aspirations had not yet extended that far. She only knew that master-level spirit masters and king-level spirit masters were incredibly powerful and seemingly unattainable. Now, to be told that the little ball she had contracted possessed monarch-level potential, and thus she held an entry ticket to the master-level spirit master realm. How could she not be astonished? Lynn E paused his writing, glancing at the shadow cat, which seemed to sense his gaze and timidly shrank back into Xinyun's embrace. Is that surprising? Even more astonishing revelations await, he said. Take a look for yourself. Lynn E extracted a card from his possession and tossed it to Xinyun. She caught it and examined the card, which contained the basic information of the shadow cat. Species, shadow cat. Level, awakening 7 stars. Type, dark, pseudo-dragon. Potential, lower monarch. Growth status, juvenile. Skills, 1. Night. Mystic level. Under certain circumstances, the shadow cat can render a portion of an area into pitch-black darkness. 2. Shadow clone. Yellow level. The shadow cat can separate its shadow to form independent clones for combat. 3. Night scale armor. Mystic level, compressing the darkness to form scales that adhere to its body, enhancing its resistance. Xinyun meticulously reviewed each point and was left speechless. The little ball possessed 3 skills, 2 of which were mystic level skills. And this pseudo-dragon lineage, was it truly real? Xinyun was so astonished that words escaped her. In her understanding, dragons and phoenixes represented immensely powerful beings. Any spirit beast associated with these terms would undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualifications. Now, her shadow cat was unexpectedly of the pseudo-dragon lineage. But how had this come to be? How could a shadow cat possess dragon blood? Xinyun struggled to comprehend and turned her gaze to Lynn E, who merely replied nonchalantly, You need not know so much. Lynn E was disinclined to elaborate. In truth, he too could not clearly explain why the white fluffy cat had absorbed the essence of dragons after spending a few hours with Mo Lin. Perhaps it was due to the anticipated evolutionary direction aligning with Mo Lin's attributes, both being of the dark type. Or perhaps it had consumed some small creature infused with dragon blood while in the dragon's lair where Mo Lin rested. Regardless, he had guided the evolution of the shadow cat, and its transformation into a dark type, pseudo-dragon being had left him momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a fortuitous development. Becoming a pseudo-dragon indicated that the shadow cat now harbored a trace of dragon blood within, and with the right stimulus. The likelihood of evolving into a dark-type dragon cat in the future was significantly heightened. A cat dragon was not out of the question. Meanwhile, Xinyun pondered deeply, quickly coming to an understanding. The abundance of skills and the origin of the pseudo-dragon lineage were secondary. What mattered most was that her spirit beast now possessed remarkable qualifications. With a high-quality spirit beast, she could not afford to be complacent. She needed to exert herself further in training her little ball, enabling it to master these skills swiftly and accelerate its growth, ensuring she did not disappoint the manager. Now, Xinyun felt invigorated and brimming with determination. Manager, what do you need me to do today? Lynn E handed her the prepared spirit beast information cards, pointing towards the 5 spirit beasts within the vine cage. Initially, the spirit beasts for sale included only the Feng Yi dog, the swirling grass tortoise, and the blue water fox. But following Jing Yu's training and his late-night efforts at evolution, 2 additional creatures, the flame crystal bird, had been added to the sale. Their qualifications were not outrageous, but rather standard. The cards contained the information for the spirit beasts for sale, which she could reference when customers inquired. The anticipated price of the spirit beasts is also listed above. As the sole shopkeeper in my establishment, permanently unpaid, I grant you a privilege. You may set the selling price of the spirit beasts, provided it does not fall below my marked price. How much higher you choose to set it is entirely at your discretion. As long as you can sell the spirit beasts, the excess will constitute your earnings. While the shop is currently devoid of customers, you can take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the spirit beasts and also investigate the average market prices, equipping yourself to better introduce them to clients and establish your own pricing. Previously, Xinyun contemplated that becoming a star attendant would likely require her to remain in this shop long-term without a salary. She pondered where she might earn a living and care for her spirit beasts. Now, the path to earning is laid out before her. Yet, she hesitated, questioning the wisdom of allowing her to set prices freely. Manager, is this truly acceptable? Lynn E nodded and walked towards the back of the shop. His listed prices are not unreasonable. In fact, they could be described as the lowest in the market. He can still profit even at these minimal rates, especially considering the rewards from the system. The rewards alone can equate to the earnings from selling hundreds or even thousands of awakened spirit beasts. In contrast, Xinyun is not a machine. She has needs for food and sustenance. The past is the past, and being a star attendant introduces new challenges. Although the Holy Guardian Network frequently offers tasks for star masters and attendants to undertake, which yield substantial rewards, Xinyun's abilities are regrettably too limited. Assigning her tasks would be tantamount to sentencing her to death. Allowing her to venture outside the city may yield some experience. Yet the risk of an untimely demise looms large, potentially making him a figure of ridicule. Hence, permitting Xinyun to remain in the shop, selling spirit beasts in exchange for appropriate compensation, is the optimal arrangement for her, and it allows him a modicum of respite. Lynn E paused, suddenly struck by a thought, and turned to Xinyun, who was engrossed in the spirit beast cards. Xinyun, there are buyers at the cashier's desk. To purchase a spirit beast, proof of identity is required. No sales will be made without it. Additionally, the method for recording sales information is included in there. Please ensure you review it. Also, those 2 individuals with blue hair who came to the shop yesterday should be directed to find me when they arrive. Xinyun nodded in understanding and inquired further. Understood. Manager, do you have any other instructions? Lynn E contemplated for a moment, his gaze drifting over several spirit beasts before settling on the Lan Shui Hu. If anyone expresses interest in purchasing that Lan Shui Hu, please call me to handle the communication. With that, Lynn E stepped behind the vine wall. As the wall closed behind him, Xinyun took a seat at the cashier's desk, perusing the notes laid out before her while examining the spirit beast cards in her hand. Yanjing K, price, 280. 000, reasonable enough. Lan Shui Hu, price, 1, 800, 000. Quite the discrepancy. Chapter 39, Spirit Beast Eggs and Small Relics. While Xinyun prepared the shop and endeavored for her future, Lynn E reclined in the tea room, enjoying a private massage from Jingyu. As he savored the experience, he perused online listings for spirit beast eggs. This idea was inspired by Li Qinshu the previous day. He planned to purchase a batch of spirit beast eggs and intervene before they hatched, aiming to produce exceptional spirit beasts. However, there is also the possibility of ending up with dead eggs. After all, external interference poses significant stress on the embryos of spirit beasts. Nevertheless, should they successfully hatch, they are sure to be elite specimens. If additional changes occur, such as hatching spirit beasts with innate attributes, they would be the CR de la CR. Due to the need for external intervention, Lin Yi's current preferences lean towards species like the Bai Rong Mao, Qing Yi Chong, and Bai Er Hu, which typically lack elemental affiliations upon birth. After careful selection, Lin Yi ordered 5 Bai Rong Mao eggs, 5 Bai Er Hu eggs, and 10 Qing Yi Chong cocoons. The Qing Yi Chong cocoon represents the transitional phase before the Qing Yi Chong emerges as a butterfly after being well fed. If they were Qing Yi Chong eggs, they would naturally hatch as juvenile Qing Yi Chongs. Lin Yi had limited time to cultivate from the Qing Yi Chong stage. Thus, the cocoons, having already undergone that phase, possess greater strength than the eggs, resulting in a lower mortality rate from external interference. This explains why he ordered 10 cocoons compared to only 5 eggs of Bai Rong Mao and Bai Er Hu. As for the Bai Rong Mao eggs, some may question how cats and foxes, typically viviparous, are now being referenced as egg-laying. This relates to the technology of in vitro fertilization. However, the process on Lanxing differs from that on Earth. The technology is far more advanced. After artificial fertilization, there is no need to return the embryos to the bodies of surrogate animals. The Federation employs specialists who create environments that simulate the development of spirit beast embryos using various spirit materials. Through fusion and a touch of external intervention, these materials transform into eggs. This is the origin of spirit beast eggs. It can even be posited that if one could obtain the sperm and eggs of totemic spirit beasts, even if they are typically viviparous, they could yield egg-laying progeny on Lanxing. Of course, the essence remains viviparous. Humanity has merely shifted the developmental environment from the female beast's body to an egg. Spirit beast eggs are simply artificially simulated environments for fetal development, designed to facilitate external intervention. This technology was once exclusive to breeders. However, as time progressed and technology evolved, it eventually fell into the hands of various groups, leading to the emergence of spirit beast eggs in the marketplace. Different spirit beasts manifest distinct patterns on their eggs, influenced by their species. Additionally, some patterns may appear similar, making it challenging for outsiders to discern the nature of the spirit beast within the egg, leading to the emergence of an activity known as egg betting. Given the inherent uncertainty surrounding spirit beast eggs, their lower prices have made them appealing choices for impoverished families hoping for a turnaround. Originally, this technology was not intended for public knowledge, but due to its significance for the lower classes, spirit beast eggs may represent their only hope for empowerment, so the Federation refrained from restricting its dissemination. Returning to the Yiling pet shop, as time passed, customers began to trickle in. Xinyun diligently answered their inquiries and thoughtfully recommended several spirit beasts from the shop. Observing Xinyun's sweet smile, customers were touched, prompting one to inquire about the price of the resourceful spiral grass turtle, which can produce green grass elixirs. Sir, the spiral grass turtle is priced at 560,000 Weilong coins. Upon stating the price, Xinyun felt a pang of anxiety, as it exceeded Lynn Yi's set price by a considerable margin of 40,000. Expecting the customer to frown at the high cost, she was prepared to reduce the price to align with Lynn Yi's valuation. To her astonishment, the customer's expression brightened as they promptly asked, "Where do I make the payment? Was this a fortunate sale?" Xinyun was momentarily stunned, filled with questions, yet she maintained her composure as a diligent shopkeeper, smiling as she reviewed the customer's identification. After confirming the necessary credentials, she understood the serious consequences of selling spirit beasts to individuals lacking the proper proof. This documentation must be treated with utmost care. Once she verified the documents and found no issues, Xinyun cheerfully led the customer to the cashier to record the sale. "Sir, you can make the payment here." Hearing the sound of Weilong coins being deposited, she confirmed the transaction details on the computer, placing the spiral grass turtle into the cage that Lynn E had specially prepared for it before handing it over. As she escorted the customer to the door and watched them depart with the spiral grass turtle, a sense of accomplishment welled within her. Perhaps this arrangement was quite favorable after all, Xinyun murmured to herself, brimming with anticipation as she returned to the cashier's desk. With no customers around, she took out her phone, determined to deepen her understanding of spirit beast pricing, for she was eager to earn. As the gentle hands of the massage came to a halt, Lynn E tilted his head but could not see the face of Jingyu. He inquired, "What is it?" "Jingyu?" Jingyu responded with a sweet smile, "It's nothing," while pointing towards the eastern side of the shop, where a faint spatial fluctuation had emerged. Spatial fluctuation? One need not pay it any mind. Lynn E waved his hand dismissively. A significant ancient relic was set to appear in Yangcheng soon, and the energy intensity surrounding the relic was exceedingly high, dissipating into the void as it floated. Moreover, not all relics drift aimlessly in the void. Many are fixed in place, merely concealed within the void, lacking sufficient energy to connect with Lanxing. The arrival of the ancient relic would bring forth a substantial amount of energy, which would be absorbed by the relics hidden near Yangcheng. And once the energy reached a certain threshold, they would directly interface with Lanxing. Such an interface would naturally induce spatial fluctuations. What Jingyu sensed earlier was likely the initial contact between a small relic and Lanxing. However, for a complete connection and the formation of a spatial gate, a little more time would be required, ranging from several hours to potentially dozens. By tomorrow morning, the spatial gate of that small relic would likely stabilize, and he intended to venture inside to procure some spiritual beasts and eggs to replenish his shop. As for whether the spatial fluctuation was caused by the ancient relic, Lynn E could assert with certainty that it was not possible. If the ancient relic were interfacing with Lanxing nearby, the resulting fluctuations would be far more significant, at the very least triggering a level 4 earthquake. Lynn E turned to Jingyu and asked, "How about we take a stroll in that relic tomorrow?" Jingyu beamed sweetly. Sounds great. Chapter 40. The Evolutionary Path of the Bai Jiao Ma. Shopkeeper, is it you who purchased the spiritual beast eggs? A voice called out from outside the shop. Lynn E recognized it was the delivery of the spiritual beast eggs he had ordered online. Rising, he stepped out from the trellis wall and saw Shen Yun conversing with the delivery staff about the spiritual beast eggs. Approaching, he indicated that he was the one who had placed the order. After the staff checked the information, they exited and carefully retrieved the spiritual beast eggs from the vehicle, placing them before him. All the spiritual beast eggs were housed in specially designed transparent containers to prevent them from absorbing ambient spiritual energy, thereby protecting them from premature hatching. To hatch them, one simply needed to take them out of the container and leave them to rest. Within 2 days, the spiritual beast would naturally hatch, although external interference could accelerate this process. Mr. Lin, here are the 5 by Rome Mao eggs, 5 by Erhu eggs, and 10 Xing Yi Chong cocoons you ordered. Please inspect them, and if there are any issues, feel free to raise them. I can replace the spiritual beast eggs for you until you're satisfied. If all is well, kindly sign here and settle the remaining balance on your order. Thank you very much. The staff exhibited a commendable demeanor, one hand supporting the eggs while the other presented a purchase contract for Lynn E to review. Lynn E did not rush to examine the contract. Instead, his gaze swept over the 15 eggs, noting that they appeared flawless and emanated faint life energy. There were no dead eggs among them. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the contract, which served merely to confirm the buyer's identity and the agreement with the selling company. Signing it represented the completion of the transaction, and nothing more. Finding no issues, Lynn E nodded, signed, and settled the remaining balance on his phone. Upon hearing the payment was complete, the staff displayed a professional smile and carefully tucked the contract away, wishing Lynn E a pleasant day. Afterward, the staff turned and drove away, setting the navigation for the next transaction location. Once the staff departed, Lynn E surveyed the shop. 5 spiritual beasts remained, with 1 resource type, spiraling grass tortoise sold, bringing his task completion to 3/5. It appeared that the sales by the staff would also contribute to the task. However, he was uncertain whether having others cultivate spiritual beasts for him and then selling them through Shen Yun would count towards the task. He would need to find the time to test that theory. Furthermore, during the past few days at home, he not only evolved spiritual beasts but also kept a watchful eye on family matters. Given his status, it was not difficult to ascertain what his family had been up to, but that would be tantamount to surveillance, which he was not inclined to pursue. He was not a voyeur, after all. Nevertheless, he did glean some general information, starting with old Deng, who was publicly recognized as a master cultivator, was actually the vice president of the Yangcheng Cultivators Association and a king-level beastmaster. Lin E was surprised to discover that old Deng's strongest spiritual beast was not derived from the Bai Bo Yi, but rather a 7-star overlord. A dual gold and wind attribute silverback blood mantis, an unequivocal assassin-type spiritual beast. Upon reflection, this made sense, as thus far, the Bai Bo Yi's evolutionary path indicated that the Bai Yi Shu Run held the greatest potential. Yet even the best among them could only reach the pinnacle of lord rank, insufficient for old Deng's ascension to king rank. Adding another spiritual beast and the benefits derived from its enhanced power, coupled with old Deng's own cultivation and his long companionship with the Bai Yi Shu Ren, would facilitate his success in merging with spirits to attain king rank with relative ease. As for his mother, there was no need for elaboration. Her strength was also king level, and she had 2 contracted spiritual beasts, a Lord 8-star Qianfeng Dai and a 3-star Overlord San Kai Luan Quebec. Lastly, there were his younger sister and brother, both cultivators. His brother had just become a cultivator, likely due to the Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu. His sister had been a cultivator for 2 years. Since old Deng was preoccupied with studying the evolutionary path of the Bai Yi Shu Run, it was clear he would not seek old Deng's assistance in evolving spiritual beasts. Instead, his sister Lin Er and brother Lin Shan were the obvious choices. As the elder brother, it was only natural for him to assess their capabilities in cultivating spiritual beasts. Moreover, since they had graduated from Yangcheng No. 1 middle school after awakening their talents, their primary task now was to cultivate spiritual beasts and prepare for the federal examination in 3 months. Of course, participation in this federal examination was not mandatory. It was optional, and they could choose to forego it to register as adventurers or pioneers, taking on various association tasks or exploring uncharted territories for profit. However, both wished to attend the Exine Ling Academy and the Yin Shuang Academy, thus necessitating their participation in the federal examination. Evolving spiritual beasts would not take much time. With the intention of seeking assistance from his sister and brother to evolve spiritual beasts kept in mind, Lin E turned to Shen Yun and said, "Please summon your other spiritual beast. I wish to fulfill your agreement with old Deng." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun's eyes brightened, and she nodded, beginning the summoning process. Her approach was straightforward and unembellished, unlike her mother's flamboyant style. A majestic white horse emerged from the portal to the beast space, adorned with a single white horn, its snow-white coat patterned with elegant lines. Species, by Jiaoma. Level, General 9 stars. Type, Pseudo-Fire, Pseudo-Gold. Status, Steady. Potential, Upper Tier General. Growth status, Mature. Skills 1. Ignite. Yellow level by Jiaoma ignites the fire elements within, creating a protective barrier. 2. Iron Horn Charge. Mysterious level gathers gold elements at the tip of its horn, enhancing its hardness for a charging attack. 3. Fire Hoof. Yellow level attacks the target with flaming hooves, with 2 yellow level skills and 1 mysterious level skill. All being close combat abilities, they were relatively weak for a general level spiritual beast in Lynn E's eyes. However, should it be placed among the wild herds of Bai Jiaoma, this particular beast could ascend to a king status, likely evolving naturally into a Bai Jiaoma Wong with the support of the other Bai Jiaoma. At that juncture, its attributes would undergo alterations, potentially shedding the pseudo-classification and possibly sacrificing one of its abilities, be it fire or gold. Retaining a singular attribute will enable its optimal growth in the wild, resulting in a transformation of its appearance and the emergence of distinctive traits, such as the verdant wind-like patterns on the wings of the Qianfeng Dai and the icy crystalline fur of the Kangyi Xuelong. At the very least, it will not remain as a mere ordinary Bai Jiaoma, despite having acquired skills from 2 different attributes. This also gives rise to the origin of that pseudonym. Presently, even without the evolutionary projections provided by Xiaoling, Lin Yi's own knowledge would suffice to assist the Bai Jiaoma in its evolution. However, the evolutionary paths are limited: the Bai Jiaoma Wong, the Huo Lai Ma, and the Lin Jiao Ma. Unfortunately, these 3 evolutionary routes pertain to conventional spirit beasts, either defensive or offensive in nature, which are fundamentally incompatible with the assassin class. In Chapter 41, The Gratitude of the Yun Family, Zi Xing Sui, Lin E could also guide the Bai Jiaoma towards an evolution aligned with the wind or dark attributes. Nonetheless, there exists the possibility of failure. Should failure occur, the Bai Jiaoma would certainly sustain injuries. However, with the evolutionary projections at his disposal, Lin E deemed it unnecessary to attempt the evolution himself. Utilizing established evolutionary routes step by step seemed far more prudent. He proceeded with the evolutionary projection. Evolutionary routes: Bai Jiaoma to Huo Lai Ma, Bai Jiaoma to Taiying Ju, Bai Jiaoma to Shuang Jiang Ma. Given that the Bai Jiaoma's attribute has yet to be fully determined, its growth trajectory remains broad, resulting in a myriad of potential evolutions encompassing nearly all natural attributes, such as Lei Ling Ju and Jing Ji Ma. The foremost evolutionary routes, of course, are Bai Jiaoma Wang, Huo Lai Ma, and Lin Jiao Ma, as the Bai Jiaoma has already mastered the respective skills associated with these attributes, facilitating the evolution process. Nevertheless, the most congruent with Shun Yun's innate talent are the Feng Su Ma and Taiying Ju, one of which boasts speed, while the other remains elusive. The Feng Su Ma evolutionary route exists among those published by the cultivators. However, the method of evolution has not been disclosed, and mentions of the post-evolution state are rare. This led Lin E to initially believe that the Bai Jiaoma lacked an assassin-type evolutionary route. Yet upon further reflection, it undeniably leans towards the assassin class without being a true assassin spirit beast, as it possesses speed but lacks the ability to conceal itself, remaining exposed in combat. Once targeted, successful ambushes become exceedingly difficult. Thus, only Taiying Ju remains. It too belongs to the dark attribute, and its evolution would likely result in a pitch-black form. Though a dark horse is certainly more aesthetically pleasing than a lump of coal. Next come the conditions and materials for evolution. Upon reflection, Lin E recalled that within the dragon nest of Mo Lin in the second world, there existed numerous dark materials, and he had also procured some previously, sufficient for the evolution. What remained was the prerequisite for evolution. The Bai Jiaoma must master a dark attribute skill or possess certain characteristics of dark elements to facilitate a smoother evolution. You continue overseeing the shop. The Bai Jiaoma will accompany me inside. I shall endeavor to complete its evolution before tomorrow. If all goes well, I can grant you a 2-day holiday, Lin E stated as he raised his gaze. I will do my best, store manager, Shen Yun replied confidently, before gently patting the Bai Jiaoma, instructing it to heed the store manager's guidance and not cause any trouble. The Bai Jiaoma nodded in response. Just as Lin E was about to turn and enter the back room, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. He raised his head to glance at the entrance, where the curtain was drawn aside, revealing 3 figures stepping in. Among them, 2 were particularly familiar to Lin E, the father and daughter of the Yun family, whom he had persuaded to leave the previous day. The last figure, an elderly man with ice blue hair reminiscent of Yun Xiao and Yun Lin, but slightly grayed, stood at the forefront, presumably a relative of theirs. How is it that another has joined today? Lynn E pondered, stroking his chin. If he were to persuade them to leave again today, would he be faced with a rapidly aging elder tomorrow? The prospect intrigued him. Upon entering, Yun Xiao intended to inquire whether the store manager was present, only to find Lynn E standing in the center of the shop. He slightly bowed and spoke, "Store manager, we have come today to express our heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Observing the three figures at the door, Lynn E beckoned them. "Come in, please." As he spoke, he led the Bai Jiaoma and the purchased spirit beast egg toward the tea room at the back. The three members of the Yun family followed closely behind. Noticing the intertwining vines, Xin Yun did not linger in her curiosity. Her sole desire was to sell the spirit beast. She wished for a holiday. "Stand there obediently." Lin E instructed the Bai Jiaoma as they reached a corner, causing the three newcomers to pause momentarily. The Bai Jiaoma stood upright like a soldier. Lin E waved his hand to the three, clarifying, "I am addressing the Bai Jiaoma, not you. Please, make yourselves comfortable." The elder of the Yun family had been lost in thought since entering, while Yun Xiao and Yun Lin exchanged smiles with Lin E. Yet they still had no intention of taking a seat. Lin E, uninterested in their demeanor, placed the spirit beast egg aside and sat down, taking a sip of the tea brewed by Jingyu. At that moment, Yun Xiao reiterated their purpose. "Store manager, I have come to express my gratitude for saving my daughter's life. Please accept these tokens of appreciation." With that, Yun Xiao produced a jade vial and placed it down. The elder of the Yun family ceased his contemplation, glanced at Jingyu pouring tea, and produced a stone the size of a bowl, radiating a purple starlight, which he also set down, expressing his gratitude. Essentially, he conveyed that Yun Lin was his favorite granddaughter, and as a sign of sincerity, he had come to thank Lin E. The stone emanating starlight served as their gift. Lin E understood that the elder's visit was not solely about Yun Lin, but rather a consequence of the previous day's events. Nevertheless, he chose not to voice this realization. Moreover, he found the gift quite appealing. The elder referred to it as Xing Kong Jing, but in Lin Yi's eyes, it bore another name, Zi Xing Sui. Zi Xing Sui, formed from the celestial stars and glowing with purple radiance, when combined with starlit materials, could transform light attribute spirit beasts, altering their properties to that of light star attributes, while also possessing the characteristics of the purple star. This was one of the principal materials for the evolution of the Zi Yin Xing Ling into the Xing Su Yun, illuminating the purple star among the 7 stars. Lin E held the Zi Xing Sui in his palm, casting a glance at the elder of the Yun family. "Before I accept these items, I must inquire, where did you acquire this Xing Kong Jing? Was it from a relic or some perilous location?" The elder, unhesitant, replied, "This Xing Kong Jing was obtained by this old man inadvertently in an ancient ruin." "Thank you for your disclosure, Elder Yun." Lin E responded with a nod and continued, "I do not wish to impose on the three of you, but this Xing Kong Jing is of great utility to me. If your family possesses similar items or has encountered such valuable yet nameless spirit materials, please feel free to visit my shop. As long as they are verified to be of use to me, I can assist you within reasonable limits." Had a person of equal age to his granddaughter spoken such words before him in the past, the elder would have undoubtedly dismissed them. However, circumstances had changed. Since entering, he had felt a sense of familiarity with Lin Yi's face, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Thus, he had been deep in thought. Coupled with his son Yun Zhao's revelations from the previous night regarding Lin Yi's connection to the Shengwei, the elder quickly recalled an incident from 3 years ago. By chance, he had visited the headquarters of the Judgment Division in Xinghu City, where he had seen a wall adorned with statues of examiners, among which was the likeness of this very face. To hold the position of an examiner at the Judgment Division's headquarters signifies an extraordinary identity and strength. Consequently, the elder approached Lin Yi's words with utmost seriousness. Furthermore, he possessed insider information related to a recent operation of the Judgment Division. Although he only knew the operation's code name, Sweep Away the Corruption. In Chapter 42, Intervention and Hatching, merely hearing the operation's code name allowed the elder to surmise the general premise. The Judgment Division was set to commence a cleanup of corrupt entities. Fortunately, the Yun family upheld integrity. Under the elder's stringent guidance, the family members conducted themselves with propriety, avoiding any unlawful activities. Wu family, merely a vassal to the Yun clan. Alas, a long sigh escaped the lips of the venerable Yun. The store manager spoke with utmost sincerity, did he not? Lin E responded affirmatively. The old man seemed to have found a newfound purpose, and he continued to express his profound gratitude to the store manager for saving Yun Lin's life. With nothing further to discuss, he and his 2 grandsons took their leave. Upon their exit, Lin E raised his hand, causing the vine wall to rise and clear a path for their departure, watching as the trio vanished from sight. Once they were gone, Lin E promptly opened the passage to the second world, accompanied by the white-horned horse and the purchased spirit beast eggs, disappearing into the portal. Beneath the tree of Jing Yulan, Lynn E delineated a section to construct the necessary facilities for the pre-hatching intervention of the spirit beast eggs. The first step involved setting up a spirit gathering array, designed to channel the ethereal energies from the second world for the eggs to absorb, aiding them in their hatching process. Although the internal spiritual energy was not as ceaseless as that of Blue Star, it sufficed for the hatching of several eggs. Moreover, Lynn E had taken the initiative to cultivate numerous plants that produce spiritual energy to enrich this world's atmosphere. Once the initial interventions were complete, Lynn E planned to establish a manor, either within or outside Yong City, dedicated to the cultivation of spirit beasts, akin to the Lin clan manor of old. Returning to the task at hand, the arrangement of the spirit gathering array was straightforward, with several methods and patterns already disclosed on the Federation forum. Naturally, some arrays remained undisclosed, their efficacy undoubtedly surpassing those that were published, as they were the lifeblood of their practitioners. However, for Lynn E, a simple spirit gathering array sufficed. Before long, a small-scale spirit gathering array took shape. It was accomplished in one attempt. Indeed, I am a genius, Lynn E proclaimed with a grin. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy converge towards the center of the formation. Following the spirit gathering array, he proceeded to set up additional arrays. Since external intervention was necessary for the spirit beast eggs to inherit attributes post-hatching, naturally, elemental attributes were the primary focus. Given that these were eggs and not fully fledged beasts, employing fire, lightning, rain, or soil to induce transformation was out of the question, as it would jeopardize the life within. Thus, the array was the preferred choice. Various arrays existed, with the spirit gathering array being the most common, alongside others like the fire melting array, though the latter remained undisclosed. As for how Lynn E came to know of the fire melting array, it was due to a friend he had in the Holy Guard, an individual obsessed with arrays, often referred to as the array enthusiast. This friend had even contracted a spirit beast related to arrays, a creature bearing an array banner known as the 5 Elements Array Spirit. Lynn E reached out to his friend. UMO, are you busy? UMO replied, do not disturb me unless it pertains to arrays, an automatic response. Lynn E understood this well, having encountered the same reply on prior occasions. When the topic shifted to arrays, UMO then responded, Tian Xing, it's you. What brings the dashing Lord MO, the foremost authority on Blue Star's array path? To me? Lynn E frowned at the man's narcissism, rivaling even Xing Yuan. I require a few array layouts, Lynn E stated. UMO replied, what type of array? If it involves combat, I recommend my latest Fire Demon Suppression Array, which summons a fire demon to dominate small federations without issue, though it has yet to be tested in crowds. If you have the opportunity to set it up in a small federation, I would appreciate your insights on its lethality. However, if it is not for a combat array and merely a small elemental array for hatching spirit beasts, would that invite criticism? Lynn E pondered. Well, it should not. I think. After a moment of silence, he responded, you may find someone else for experimental assistance. I merely seek several small arrays for hatching eggs. UMO's response was one of incredulity. You dare waste my precious time on such trivial matters? Realizing his misjudgment, Lynn E braced for the reprimand. Just then, as Lynn E continued to message UMO regarding the arrays, UMO sent back an image of the foundational arrays for the 9 elements, marked as optimal for intervening in spirit beast hatching. Though he chastised Lynn E for wasting time, it was evident that he remained invested in assisting. Lynn E smiled at this stubborn friend of his. Now with the array diagrams in hand, he promptly set to work. He selected the arrays for the elements of wind, fire, lightning, light, and water. An hour later, the 5 arrays were complete. Within the spirit gathering array, 5 new elemental energies began to swirl within their respective formations. Lynn E reached into the lightning array, and the errant particles of lightning covered his palm, tingling pleasantly without causing pain, proving suitable for egg hatching. For safety's sake, he tested the remaining 4 arrays, ensuring they posed no issues before retrieving the spirit beast eggs and the Qingyechong cocoons from the box. With 5 arrays ready, he placed 3 eggs in each, alongside the Bai Rong Mao egg and the Bai Er Hu egg, perfectly distributing them, with the spirit beast eggs nestled within their arrays. All that remained was to wait. Mo Lin, come here, Lin E called towards the dragoness lair. Moments later, Mo Lin approached, swirling gracefully through the air. Ego, what do you need? Lin E gestured towards the white-horned horse, which quivered in fear before Mo Lin. Take it away and allow it to experience the darkness. Mo Lin understood immediately. Previously tasked with training the Bai Rong Mao, the assignment for the white-horned horse was no different. Without delay, he whisked the creature away into the endless abyss. Lin E decided to let Mo Lin handle the white-horned horse, once the spirit beasts hatched. He would check on its condition and assist with its evolution if possible. As time flowed gently by, a Qingyechong cocoon placed within the wind array stirred slightly. A minor movement, yet Lynn E's keen eyes caught it. It was about to hatch. He hastily rose from his seat and crouched outside the wind array, eager to witness the moment of emergence. Jingyu also crouched beside him, keenly observing. Under the wash of spiritual energy, the cocoon began to transform, no longer retaining its original round shape, but morphing into a butterfly form with legs and wings sprouting. The cocoon quivered once more, and cracks appeared on its transparent surface, which suddenly burst open, revealing the creature within as it unfurled its wings and legs, taking flight around Lin E and Jingyu in a graceful dance. Chapter 43, The Fire-Red Butterfly. Species, Qingye Dai. Level, Awakening 3 stars. Type, Pseudo-Wind. Status, Newly born joyful. Potential, Upper extraordinary. Growth stage, mature. Skill, 1 wind track. Yellow level. The Qingye Dai creates wind trails in the air, enhancing flight speed. As the information of the Qingye Dai appeared within his spiritual awareness, Lin E felt a twinge of disappointment. It had not fully transformed into the Qingfeng Dai. But possessing a wind skill was nonetheless commendable. At least the conditions for evolution had been met. Furthermore, since insect-type spirit beasts transitioned directly from larva to their adult form post-hatching, there was no need to wait for their growth to facilitate evolution, albeit at the cost of some materials. However, considering that it was born with a wind skill, such external intervention proved effective. Lin E speculated that if he were to procure Qingyechong eggs and initiate interventions from the larval stage, feeding them leaves imbued with elemental attributes or some fire vines, the resultant hatching might yield a creature other than the Qingye Dai. Yet, calculating the timeline, it took 15 days for Qingyechong to develop from birth to cocoon, during which feeding them spiritual materials would incur significant consumption, and the array would also demand energy, with considerable costs at the hatching stage. After careful consideration, it appears that the expenses incurred exceed the inherent value of the spirit beast itself, resulting in a loss. Lin E fell into a profound silence. Previously, he had invested significantly, believing this approach to be viable. However, he overlooked the fact that other cultivators would recognize this characteristic as well. Why then had no one acted upon it? Now, the answer became clear. Such endeavors were indeed a losing transaction. The primary sustenance for the Qingyechong is the leaves of the Qingyu Zhu, a plant known for its rapid growth, abundant foliage, and substantial leaves, which naturally results in a low market price. It is no wonder that cultivators raising Qingyechong purchase primarily Qingyu Zhu leaves, as they are inexpensive. Lin E could not help but express his thoughts aloud. Yet, this did not deter him from intervening in the hatching of the spirit beast eggs. For the array methods provided by UMO did not rely on one-time use attribute crystals, but rather on individual spirit plants. The energy attributes derived merely from the spirit plants absorbing the spiritual essence of the world, resulting in no significant consumption. While Lin E pondered, the sound of cracking cocoons reverberated again, not just one, but several in succession. He raised his gaze to scan the 5 arrays. Noticing that both cocoons of Qingyechong in the fire array had split open, and even the Bairong Mao egg displayed cracks, clearly indicating the imminent hatching. The other arrays also exhibited varying degrees of fissures, suggesting a collective emergence. Without further deliberation, he continued to wait until a burst of flames erupted from the fire array, engulfing one of the Qingyechong cocoons in flames until it was completely consumed. A small fireball emerged, and upon closer inspection, Lin E realized it was not merely a fireball, but rather a butterfly with fiery red wings, adorned with flames, flitting gracefully in the air. Under the influence of the fire array, this newly born creature inherited the essence of fire, albeit not yet fully mastering it. It danced through the air until the flames dissipated, revealing its crimson form, which then landed on Lin Yi's outstretched arm. Species, Huahong Dai. Level, Awakening 4 stars. Type, Fire. Status, Newborn joyful. Potential, Upper level general. Growth status, Mature. Skills, 1. Hui E. Mystical level forms a protective layer of flames on its surface, burning the target while providing excellent protection to itself. 2. Hui Qiu. Upon birth, it had already mastered 2 fire-based skills, one of which was of mystical grade. And despite just emerging from its cocoon, its ability to fly suggested that if placed in the wild, it could grow to at least the level of a general, provided it did not attract the attention of overly powerful spirit beasts. Lin E could not conceal the smile that brightened his face as he observed the little creature that had hatched due to his intervention. He retrieved a leaf of fire vine to feed the creature resting on his arm, then gently released it, allowing it to frolic alongside the first Qingye Dai that had emerged, all beneath the watchful gaze of Jingyu. He then turned his attention back to the remaining cocoons. The cocoon that had cracked along with the Huahong die now produced a chorus of cracking sounds, and soon, several more emerged. Lynn E counted. 6 Qingye had hatched, though none had completed their evolution inside the cocoons as the Huahong die had. And only 2 had acquired skills, while the remaining 4 were ordinary Qingye. It was not that the Qingye cocoons had an inherently low success rate for hatching without intervention. At the very least, their strength was above awakening 3 stars. There was a slight increase in strength, but this was inconsequential. In the awakening phase, enhancing the strength of spirit beasts is relatively simple. They merely require sufficient spiritual energy to absorb for their power to grow. Thus the price difference remained minimal, at most 3 to 5,000 Wei Lon coins more than the ordinary. Not having incurred a loss could be considered a positive note. He pulled out Qingyu Zhu leaves to feed these little ones, and after releasing them, Lin E stroked his chin, reflecting on the success rate of intervention during hatching, which was considerably lower than he had anticipated. As he contemplated, Jingyu pointed with a green light that landed on a Qingye cocoon. "What is it?" Lin E inquired. Jingyu replied, "I sense that the life force of that cocoon is waning. If I do not intervene, it may perish before transforming into a butterfly." Lin E nodded in understanding without further comment. Although naturally developed Qingye, under ample spiritual energy and without the threat of predation from other spirit beasts, have a 100 success rate in emerging from their cocoons, the external intervention posed a risk of mortality. A fact Lin E was aware of when he procured the spirit beast eggs. This was precisely why he had chosen to conduct the intervention beneath Jingyu's corporeal form. Seeking her assistance, the question lingered, would the Qingye that received Jingyu's life essence experience mutation? Only time would reveal the answer. The sounds of cracking were not from the Qingye cocoons, but rather from the Bai Rong Mao egg placed within the fire array. During his observation, a tiny paw pushed aside a fragment of the eggshell, revealing a plump paw with a hint of red in its fur. Distinct from the typical pale white of the Bai Rong Mao, it appeared to have completed its evolution. Before Lin E could articulate his thoughts, the little creature emerged, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Bai Rong Mao exhibited an unusual coloration. While the red paws were indeed present on all 4 feet, the body and ears remained entirely white. Was it a case of incomplete evolution? Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with confusion as he utilized his spiritual sense to scan the little one, attempting to discern the stage at which it had faltered, resulting in its current appearance. Chapter 44, Ta Hua Bai Mao. Species, Ta Hua Bai Mao. Level, Awakening 4 stars. Type, Fire. Status, Hungry, seeking food. Potential, Lower level Lord. Growth status, Juvenile. Skills 1. Ta Hua Xing. Yellow level. The fiery red pads allow Ta Hua Bai Mao to walk upon flames, leaving plum blossom-shaped fiery footprints on the ground. Upon reviewing the information, Lin E comprehended that this was not a failure of incomplete evolution. Rather, it represented an alternate form of the Bai Rong Mao's evolution towards the fire element, with potential comparable to that of the Hua Rong Mao. It could be deemed a successful evolution. Among the 8 Qingye that hatched, only 1 had successfully completed its evolution, while the first Bai Rong Mao to break free had indeed transformed. The surprise was unexpected but delightful. After providing some sustenance for the Ta Hua Bai Mao, Lin E allowed it to frolic nearby, as long as it did not disrupt the array's patterns or render it ineffective. Since the construction of the array, 7 to 8 hours had elapsed, with only 2 to 3 hours remaining until dusk. Among the hatching, only 8 Qingye cocoons and 1 Bai Rong Mao egg had emerged, while the remaining spirit beast eggs and Qingye cocoons showed no signs of hatching. After calculating the time, Lin E rose. He intended to transport these spirit beasts to the shop, aside from the Ta Hua Bai Mao. All butterflies that had emerged were in the mature stage and possessed a degree of combat capability, albeit at a lower level. This was due to the fact that butterfly species emerge as mature beings. Given that only 2 to 3 days had passed since the awakening ceremony of the Federal Organization, sending these spirit beasts for sale now seemed an opportune choice. Next, he needed to inform Shen Yun of the closing time, then secure the shop before returning home to check on matters there. Additionally, he needed to assess the Qianfeng die belonging to his mother. If its phoenix bloodline met the standards, arrangements for its evolution could be made. As for the remaining spirit beast eggs, the external intervention apparatus continued to function. Even without his direct oversight, the spirit beasts would still hatch and transform into butterflies. It merely required someone to remain present to feed them post-hatching. A task Jingyu could manage. Jingyu, please observe these spirit beast eggs. Once they hatch, provide them with some nourishment, and the rest can be left unattended. When I return, I will handle the arrangements. After giving these instructions, Lin E departed the second world with 7 Qingyi die and 1 Hobhong die alongside the Ta Hua Bai Mao. The vine wall gradually parted. Lin E noticed a guest departing the shop, cheerfully leading a Feng Yi Quan, under the farewell of Shen Yun. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Task 11. Cultivate 5 spirit beasts with potential no lower than that of a superior battle general, and successfully sell them has been completed. Please claim your reward on the task panel. Lynn E felt slightly surprised as he approached the vine wall, accompanied by the 9 little creatures. His gaze sweeping over the vine cage woven from Lon Ing Ching Tung. He discovered that aside from Wan Yin Jing Ke and the noble and elegant Lon Shui Hu, there were no other spirit beasts within. The sales efficiency was quite satisfactory. At that moment, Shen Yun, who had just seen off the guest, turned to see Lin E standing in the shop, accompanied by the fluttering Qing Yi Dai and the small red-legged white-furred cat. She greeted him, shopkeeper. Lin E nodded and commanded the Lon Ing Ching Tung to form a vine cage, placing all the spirit beasts beside him inside. Although becoming a cultivator was not an easy task, in Yong City, a metropolis with a population of millions, there were indeed many cultivators, particularly intermediate ones. Consequently, numerous spirit beast shops akin to his existed. Were it not for the esteemed reputation of Master Lao Deng, this shop would likely remain obscure, fortunate to attract even a few customers. The sales of spirit beasts relied at least half on Master Lao Deng's renown, followed by the quality of the beasts within the shop. If the quality of the spirit beasts were comparable or slightly inferior to those outside, Lin E estimated that selling 1 spirit beast every 2 days would be a notable achievement. Such is the harsh reality of this world. When you exhibit value, people will flock to you, eager to benefit from what you offer. However, when your value diminishes, the crowd will disperse just as swiftly. There is a saying that goes, "The peak of what? I seem to have forgotten." Thankfully, a master cultivator will never lose their inherent value. However, the prestige they once commanded will gradually fade under the leadership of this intermediate cultivator, until people realize that Ling's Spirit Beast shop is merely one among many spirit beast shops. In light of this, Lin E resolved to elevate his status, intending to give the people of Yong City a small shock. The question remained, how much should he elevate? He looked up at Shen Yun, inquiring, "What level of cultivator's shop do you think would attract customers in Yong City?" Shen Yun tilted her head, unsure of the shopkeeper's intent, yet she began to analyze. In her quest to evolve the Bai Jiao Ma, she had researched the cultivators of Yong City. Firstly, the most powerful cultivator was naturally the president of the Yong City Cultivator Association, rumored to be a Xing Hui-level cultivator. However, due to unknown reasons, he rarely evolved spirit beasts, thus lacking presence. Next were the master cultivators. There were only 3 master cultivators in total, including Lin Yi's father, Master Lin Tianhai, and 2 vice presidents of the association, who were seldom seen. Lastly, there were the advanced cultivators, a category of which she lacked knowledge. However, if one were to consider which level of cultivator's shop would attract customers, it would undoubtedly be that of a Xing Hui-level cultivator. With only 1 Xing Hui-level cultivator, the president of the association, if a new Xing Hui-level cultivator were to open a shop, it would be challenging for that shop not to flourish. Shen Yun shared her insights. A Xing Hui-level cultivator, Lin E mused, stroking his chin in contemplation before nodding. "I believe I understand." Having said this, Lin E approached the cashier, transcribing the information of the spirit beasts he had just brought out onto a card and handing it to Shen Yun. He instructed her to oversee the shop for 2 more hours before heading home, fulfilling his earlier promise of granting her 2 days off due to the completion of the task. After completing these matters, Lin E stepped outside. However, just as he crossed the threshold of the shop, he paused, scratching his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something. After pondering for a while and failing to recall, he decided to let it be, trusting that he would remember when the time was right. Without further thought, Lin E made his way home. Inside the shop, Shen Yun, who had 2 days off, clenched her fists. Earlier, while selling spirit beasts, she had learned of a significant piece of news. A spatial fluctuation had emerged in the eastern part of Yong City, prompting the city lord's residents to investigate. According to reports, a small secret realm was about to manifest in the eastern region, and she planned to take Xiaobai and Tuanzi outside the city to try her luck. If fortune favored her, they might even enter the secret realm to find some valuable items, such as spirit plants or spirit beasts. Momentarily distracted by thoughts of Xiaobai, Shen Yun paused. Earlier that morning, the shopkeeper had mentioned helping Xiaobai evolve, and she had allowed him to take Xiaobai away. Xiaobai was no longer with her. Chapter 45, The Evolution Within the Manor. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lin Manor, Lin E sensed that the internal flow of spiritual energy was unusually disturbed even before entering. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by a stone path, but by a vine wall woven from Bai Yishu Ren. The vine wall seemed to be obstructing something. Passing through the vine wall, Lin E discovered that the internal spiritual energy appeared to be under some form of control, converging towards a corner of the manor. Curiosity piqued. He followed the direction of the accumulating energy and soon encountered a multitude of Baiyi Shu Ren surrounding Lao Dang's cultivation field. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that these Baiyi Shu Ren were all at least at the Lord level, with the highest being at the 3-star Monarch level. Logically, these Baiyi Shu Ren should be rooted in the prepared pits within the cultivation field, absorbing sunlight for photosynthesis. Why were they all gathered outside? Confused, Lynn E pressed forward. As he approached, the nearby Baiyi Shu Ren turned their faces, curious to see which intruder dared to disturb their master's evolution. Upon recognizing Lynn E, one particularly astute Baiyi Shu Ren cleared a path, for it was the same one that had confronted Lynn E a few days prior. Entering the encircled area of Baiyi Shu Ren, Lynn E finally discerned the situation within. In the center of the field, a monarch-level Baiyi Shu Ren, now rooted in the soil, was fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Beneath its branches, a large pot was set up. Lao Dang, Lin Tianhai, held a spiritual wood core in one hand, while tossing various wood-type spiritual materials into the pot with the other. He then placed the spiritual wood core atop the pot. Golden light flickered as the energy crystals from the outer layer of the spiritual wood core were trimmed and entered the pot. Lin E's gaze swiftly locked onto a silver-backed blood mantis perched on Lao Dang's shoulder, measuring less than 5 centimeters, its sharp, blood-red scythe glinting. It was indeed the one that had acted earlier. Was that another spirit beast belonging to Lao Dang? Species, silver-backed blood mantis. Level, 8-star sovereign. Type, metal wind. Status, alert. Potential, upper-level sovereign. Growth status, peak period. Skills, 1. Blood crosscut. Earth level. The silver-backed blood mantis swings its sharp forelimbs, extending its blades to perform a crosscut on the target. 2. Silver-white body. Profound level. Enveloping itself in metal, it enhances its defensive capabilities. 3. Wind blade. 4. Details omitted. Observing the attributes of the silver-backed blood mantis, Lin E furrowed his brow. Not long ago, he had reviewed Lao Dang's information, and the silver-backed blood mantis was supposed to be at the 7-star sovereign level. How had it suddenly advanced to the 8-star sovereign level? When did this occur? Lin E found himself perplexed. Just as he was fixated on the silver-backed blood mantis, the creature also sensed his gaze, lifting its head to look at him. Simultaneously, Lin Tianhai noticed Lin E, glancing up with a smile and putting away the spiritual wood core. He gently stroked the head of the silver-backed blood mantis, saying, "This is my son, he is harmless." Upon hearing these words, Inbei Shui Tanglang lowered its guard. After calming the creature, Lin Tianhai devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparation of the spirit beast evolution liquid. The cultivation of spirit beasts is a process that demands tranquility and is highly sensitive to disruptions. As a cultivator, Lin E understood this well. He casually plucked a green fruit from the Baifenghua and began to quietly observe Lao Dang's evolution. Muxuanjing, a purely wood-type spiritual material, was acceptable. Huiyan tree bark, a combination of fire and earth attributes, leaned heavily towards fire. What was the purpose of this? While watching, Lin E analyzed the spiritual materials Lao Dang added to the pot. Upon seeing the Huiyan tree bark, Lin E paused momentarily and quickly checked the evolution route for the Bai Tree Man. After a thorough review, he discovered a route that involved the Huiyan tree bark, leading to an evolution known as the Rongjia tree demon. No, was Lao Dang intending to destroy this place? It was crucial to note that the interior of this estate was filled with water-type and wood-type spirit beasts, and all the cultivated plants were wood-type as well. Should the Bai Tree Man evolve into the Ronghua tree demon, the ensuing flames would not merely scorch the estate, but would also cause substantial damage, requiring at least a year or two for recovery. Lin E was aware of Lao Dang's aspirations to become a stellar-level spirit master, yet he did not wish to witness the destruction of a residence he had cherished for years. Moreover, given the evolution liquid Lao Dang was concocting, it could undoubtedly facilitate the Bai Tree Man's transformation, which could then be certified at the Cultivator Association, elevating him to the rank of stellar-level cultivator. Indeed, Lao Dang had already surpassed the level of a master cultivator and was on the brink of attaining stellar-level status, merely requiring formal certification. Thus, Lin E resolved to halt the Bai Tree Man's evolution and instead have Lao Dang seek the Cultivator Association for this process, allowing him to demonstrate his prowess there. Such a request was not unreasonable. The Cultivator Association typically prepared specialized artificial realms for the evolution of monarch-level spirit beasts, which would result in the destruction of only one such realm. The association was affluent and would not be overly concerned, especially with the emergence of a stellar-level cultivator, which would undoubtedly be cause for celebration. Contemplating this, Lin E stepped forward. At that moment, Lao Dang was in the final stages of preparing the potion, immersing himself entirely in the fusion of the liquid, oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, the Inbei Shui Tanglang observed him closely. As Lin E approached, The creature unfolded its sickle-like claws once more, its wings humming with low-frequency vibrations. Its intention was clear, to prevent anyone from nearing its master. Bound by a contract with Lynn E, it recognized that he was currently in a critical moment that required absolute focus. Even if Lynn E was the master's son, it remained unwaveringly loyal to its master alone. Noticing Lynn E disregard its warning, the Inbei Shui Tanglang swung its sickle, unleashing 2 crimson arcs that struck the ground half a meter in front of Lynn E. Was that a warning? Observing the smooth incision in the earth, Lynn E casually placed his hands in his pockets and regarded the now airborne Inbei Shui Tanglang with an expression of indifference, dismissing it entirely. The creature, unable to speak, merely pointed its blood-red sickle at Lynn E, the message unmistakably clear. It did not wish for him to approach. A loyal companion indeed, Lynn E mused. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked ahead and exclaimed, "Dad, what's wrong?" Upon hearing this, the Inbei Shui Tanglang immediately turned its head, only to see its master still engrossed in the fusion of the potion, with no incident occurring. It had been deceived. Infuriated, the Inbei Shui Tanglang turned back, realizing that Lynn E had somehow positioned himself right in front of it. Deception is a valid tactic, you know, Lynn E remarked, extending a hand to press against the Inbei Shui Tanglang. Utilizing his innate ability to draw the creature into his body, the mantis-like armor manifesting upon his surface. The Inbei Shui Tanglang thrashed within, while Lynn E remained composed. His mental prowess was at the pinnacle of launching, though his physical strength had yet to catch up. For a mere 8-star overlord like this one, attempting to break free from his grasp was akin to chasing a mirage. Chapter 46. Intervening in Evolution through Evolution. The diminutive Inbei Shui Tanglang was easily subdued. Just as Lynn E reveled in his triumph, Lao Dang's voice broke through his thoughts. "Son, what are you doing? Where's my Inbei Shui Tanglang?" Lynn E turned, bewildered, and saw that Lao Dang had retracted his spiritual energy. The pot for the evolution liquid toppled, and the potion had already been poured onto the Bai Tree Man. Lao Dang, shouldn't the evolution liquid still be incomplete? How could you allow the Bai Tree Man to absorb it like this? According to the evolution simulation, the potion should have still been in the preparation phase. How had time elapsed so quickly, resulting in its direct application on the Bai Tree Man? Lin Tianhai scratched his head sheepishly. "I made a minor error in timing, but I added a bit of the 6th tier Lingmu core you provided, which can stabilize the energy of the evolution liquid. The evolution should be fine." Lin E was momentarily stunned. He recollected the evolution route proposed by the simulation, which adhered to the most standardized procedures. Yet, cultivators of spirit beasts rarely followed such rigid protocols. Furthermore, Lao Dang was entirely unaware of the standards. This evolution route was his own research. If he deemed it acceptable, that was sufficient. Should it fail, they could simply try again. Evolution standards emerged only after the establishment of an evolution route, refined through extensive trials by cultivators based on the effects observed during evolution. This was akin to cooking. Few would adhere strictly to a recipe. Instead, inspiration guided the process. Should this evolution fail, it might only slightly affect the spirit beast, manageable with some recuperation. However, the concern lay in the potential success of the evolution. This meant that the process Lin E intended to halt had already become irreversible with the spillage of the evolution liquid onto the Bai Tree Man. With a deep sigh, Lin E expelled the Inbei Shui Tanglang from his body and addressed Lao Dang. "Lao Dang, do you understand the evolution route you devised for the Bai Tree Man? What it will become?" Lin Tianhai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I have researched this, drawing inspiration from the Lingmu core you provided and information about a fire-type giant circulating online. The evolved Bai Tree Man will primarily retain wood attributes, with fire and earth attributes as secondary. The fusion of fire and earth will create a lava armor adhered to the Bai Tree Man, with its form engulfed in flames, remaining a tree spirit. That is my anticipated outcome. Are you aware of the implications?" Lin E did not respond verbally, but gestured towards the edge of the field, where the Qingtan frog and waterblade frog were drawn in by the vortex of spiritual energy, alongside the Bai Tree Man squeezed to the periphery. Lin Tianhai glanced back, momentarily puzzled, but quickly realized that this evolution was not of an extraordinary battle general or lord-level spirit beast, but rather a monarch-level spirit beast. The Bai Tree Man, with its 8-star status, was a creature nearing the pinnacle of its power. Upon evolution, it was highly likely to transcend the overlord level. The term overlord denoted strength. Even the weakest overlord spirit beast could effortlessly annihilate a city of 1 million inhabitants. Although this was merely an evolution, the ramifications of a monarch-level spirit beast would undoubtedly impact the entire Yong city, particularly this estate filled with water and wood-type spirit beasts. Should the evolution proceed successfully, the entire estate would be affected. Observing the gradual shift in Lao Dang's expression, Lynn E recognized that he had come to this realization. Lin Tianhai nodded silently, turning his gaze to the by-tree man, whose surface was no longer the typical brown of tree bark but adorned with vibrant red patterns. Even from a distance, one could feel the searing heat emanating from it. The crimson markings followed the natural lines of the by-tree man, continuously spreading from its roots to its crown. The evolution had commenced. Once the evolution of the spirit beast commences, the only means to halt it is through the death of the beast itself. Moreover, the BYSHRN, which is intrinsically his spirit beast, has been under contract for over a decade, even without the contract. It is a creation of his arduous efforts. Killing it is simply out of the question. We must take protective measures. After a long pause, LNTNHI uttered this thought. At this moment, his only course of action was to protect the entire estate before the BYSHRN evolved, mitigating any potential losses as much as possible. However, before LNTNHI could initiate his plan, the BYSHRN behind him ignited as the red patterns reached the crown, transforming it into a blazing torch. Flames surged into the sky. The observing BYSHRN, SHU-RNW, and QNGTNW, sensing the searing heat, retreated hastily or leapt into the small stream prepared within the estate. Sigh, it truly is a source of worry. Witnessing this, LNY let out a long sigh, disarming the YNBI-SU-TNL-ing and tossing it to LOD-ing. What does it mean to not have peace of mind? It feels as if I am the child here. Grasping the throne YNBI-SU-TNL-ing, LNTNHI remarked, furthermore, I am wholly dedicated to contributing to the Federation, and in this moment, I did not think of the spirit beasts within the estate. I can't be bothered to discuss it with you. LNTNHI turned and commanded the nearest BYSHRN, all tree people, heed my command. Weave vines to form a wall, preventing the flames from spreading. Under his command, the fearful BYSHRN extended their branches to begin constructing the vine wall. The SHU-RNW, upon LNTNHI's beckoning, drew water from the stream, preparing to extinguish the flames. At this moment, LNY spoke up. In truth, it need not be so complicated. LNTNHI turned to him. Do you have a solution? LNY remained silent, merely lifting a large pot that had run dry of evolution liquid at his feet. LODing, do you trust me? What are you planning to do? LNTNHI responded while directing the BYSHRN to construct barriers and ensuring the SHU-RNW provided timely support. Since this trouble arises from the evolution, it must be quelled through evolution, LNY remarked with a hint of mischief on his face. If you trust me, then allow me to take a shot at it. Let your son teach you how to cultivate spirit beasts. Observing the protective measures already prepared and the mischief in his son's eyes, LNTNHI gritted his teeth. Very well, I will allow you this opportunity. Let me see what skills you have acquired during these 8 years away. After all, it is merely an estate. If it burns, it burns. As long as the spirit beasts within are unharmed and do not cause significant trouble for YNGCHing, it can be rebuilt, taking a few years to reconstruct the ecosystem. Haha, then you better watch closely. Without hesitation, LNY retrieved a vast array of spiritual materials, including the Millennium Cold Marrow prepared by the Su-YC-Ing Su-L-NGW-ing for its offspring, along with the Ice Dew. Most of these spiritual materials were of the wood and ice elements, including 2 flowers from the J-Ing-U-L New Jersey-ing. Originally, LNY intended to summon X and Ju-N to isolate the evolving BYSHR north from the estate using spatial powers, creating a transparent, close-range phenomenon to observe the evolution. However, upon using evolution deduction to examine the already evolving BYSHRN, he discovered that it had developed an additional evolutionary pathway. This pathway necessitated intervention during the evolution process, allowing it to merge 2 portions of evolution liquid, evolving into a spirit beast with greater potential than the current evolving RNGSHM. The conditions for this evolution were exceedingly stringent. For the BYSHRN, during its evolution into the RNGSHM, its body must continue to burn. While in a burning state, it must absorb evolution liquid from the soil and melt the earth to form a magma armor. The optimal moment for intervention occurs when the armor is half formed. This intervention has a prerequisite. The BYSHRN must absorb a spiritual material known as Li Ing Hu at the onset of evolution. Without Li Ing Hu, all efforts would be in vain. Li Ing Hu has a chance to grow at the center of the Yin-Yang convergence, taking a century to root, 200 years to sprout, and 300 years to blossom. It is evaluated by the Cultivator Association as an 8th-tier spiritual material, possessing effects of harmonizing Yin and Yang and allowing cohabitation of ice and fire. LNY possessed only 1 specimen, planted near the Li Ing spring in the Second World, not far from the growth area of the J-Ing-U-L New Jersey-ing. Observing his eldest son produce a plethora of spiritual materials, LNTNH, I could not help but approach. 6th tier Q Ingi NGCO, 7th tier B NGJ Inghu. Millennium Cold Marrow, so much ice do? Gazing at the exceedingly high-quality spiritual materials, LNTNHI's mouth fell agape. However, when he saw LNY produce a flower with a black and white hue, intertwined with Yin and Yong energies, his eyes widened. Li Hu? You have an eye for quality, LODing, LNY teased, then channeled spiritual energy, directly kneading the Li Hu into spiritual liquid and sprinkling it at the base of the BYSHRN. The BYSHRN, recognizing the value, immediately abandoned the absorption of the fire attribute elixir in favor of this new source of energy. Before long, the once torch-like crown of the BYSHRN began to faintly exhibit the rising energies of black and white. Well done. Observing the yin-yang energies, LNY nodded towards LNTNHI. LODing, slice a pound of Millennium Cold Marrow, then crush it, adding it to the Q Ingi NGCO and B NGJ Inghu. Finally, drizzle in a few drops of ZT Ingu juice until the evolution liquid turns a blue-pink hue, then add 2 petals of this flower. LNY extended the blue flower. LNTNHI asked no further questions, for his son had already fed the Li Hu, worth over 100 million WIL and coins, to the evolving BYSHRN, alongside such an array of spiritual materials. Listening to the steps, it was evident they were concocting an evolution liquid. If he inquired further, it would be ill-timed. He accepted the blue flower, picked up the nearby spiritual materials, and began to prepare the spiritual liquid according to LNY's instructions. Naturally, LNY did not remain idle. He connected his spiritual energy to the BYSHRN absorbing energy and guided the subsequent evolution route for energy absorption. Once the routes were fully established, LNY led the energy being absorbed by the BYSHRN through them. Initially, there were no noticeable changes. However, as the energy formed a circuit, repeatedly washing through the BYSHRN's body, the originally crimson torso began to manifest streaks of brown. When it appeared sufficient, LNY turned to LODing. LODing, is the evolution liquid ready? Yes, LNTNHI nodded, lifting the now entirely blue-pink evolution liquid before LNY. What comes next? Do not rush. Wait until the BYSHRN absorbs enough ice dew to transform the brown streaks into ice blue, forming an internal protective layer before pouring in the evolution liquid. LNY raised the bottle containing the ice dew and began to pour it steadily at the roots of the BYSHRN. As the ice dew appeared, a refreshing chill permeated the previously scorching air, and the absorbed ice dew started to wander through the patterns within the BYSHRN's body. Since this was a secondary intervention of evolution, the prior evolution involved the RNG SHM, which, while wood-based, also possessed fire attributes. Although there was a balance due to the Li Hu, the BYSHRN had been burning for so long that its body was saturated with fire elements. Directly pouring in the icy evolution liquid would undoubtedly result in backlash and failure of the evolution. Conversely, the ice dew, while indeed a cold spiritual material, had a gentle medicinal property, and under the influence of the Li Hu, it could effectively form a protective layer along the energy pathways within the BYSHRN, facilitating the absorption of the second batch of evolution liquid. The brown streaks gradually transformed into ice blue. Pour. Seeing it was nearly time, LNY commanded, and LNTNHI acted swiftly, tilting the pot, removing the spiritual energy blockade above, and allowing the evolution liquid to flow out, a chilling aura sweeping the surroundings. This liquid, infused with Millennium Cold Marrow and BNGJ Inghu, was bound to be frigid. Fortunately, both LNY and LNTNHI were extraordinary individuals, able to withstand the onslaught of cold. Good, stop. Lynn E attentively monitored the condition of the Baishurin, observing as it began to absorb the pot of evolution liquid. The temperature of the flames engulfing its crown gradually diminished, prompting him to speak. Lin Tianhai promptly lifted the pot and enveloped it with a thin membrane of spiritual energy to prevent any leakage of power. Let us wait a moment. Allow the Baishurin to acclimate to the energy of this evolution liquid, while the Liang Hua harmonizes the elements of ice and fire. Once the harmonization is complete, we shall pour the entire evolution liquid for the Baishurin to absorb, facilitating its transformation and ascension, Lin E stated to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhai was deeply engrossed in thought, fixating on the red and blue patterns adorning the trunk of the Baishurin. The effects of the Liang Hua could potentially intervene in the evolution of a spirit beast by introducing an evolution liquid with opposing properties to the previous one. steering its evolution in a different direction. It seemed plausible. No, it was assuredly feasible. Through his connection with the Baishurin, Lin Tianhai could distinctly sense its emotions, joy, boundless joy. If the evolution process caused the spirit beast distress, it would indicate that the evolution was likely unfeasible. For the evolution of a spirit beast relies not only on external forces, but also on the creature's own will. Hence, this method of evolution appeared viable, albeit with a significant cost. The Liang Hua was a rare find, not to mention other spiritual materials. However, if it could be refined or if the two contrasting attributes of the evolution liquid could be prepared beforehand, the more he contemplated, the brighter Lin Tianhai's eyes became. He seemed to have discovered a novel method for spirit beast evolution. Its feasibility merely required experimentation to ascertain. Old Deng. Old Deng. Lin E called out twice without receiving a response, prompting him to nudge him. Stop daydreaming. Old Deng. Quickly pour in the evolution liquid. The true evolution is about to commence. Oh. The earlier speculation regarding the evolution method had left Lin Tianhai in a state of shock, causing him to tremble with excitement. He had completely forgotten that they were in the midst of evolving a spirit beast. Had it not been for Lin Yi's reminder, he likely would have continued to theorize and impatiently sought to validate the evolution's feasibility. Now regaining his focus, he swiftly poured the evolution liquid. The roots of the Baishurin, which had awaited this moment for so long, began to fervently absorb the liquid upon contact. The flames atop its crown gradually extinguished, and a chill permeated from its apex. Lin Tianhai looked up to see the Baishurin adorned with white frost spots, as white cold air cascaded from above its crown. The dual energies of yin and yang, intertwined with flames and frost, continuously rotated, striving for integration. Lin E fixated intently on this spectacle, for it was the crux of whether the Baishurin could merge the two evolution liquids and successfully evolve into the Shuangyan Shujun. The red and blue hues swirled in a pattern resembling Tai Chi, and soon the first fusion commenced. The two energies collided, and in the next moment, spiritual energy erupted from the center. The red and blue energies recoiled. The first attempt at fusion had failed. Yet, the Baishurin was unwilling to concede. It sensed the boundless benefits that this fusion would bestow upon it. Thus, the second fusion began. Ice and fire clashed once more, only to bounce apart again, marking the second failure at half success. Why half? Because both the flames and frost had undergone transformation, each imbibing a fragment of the other's energy. Subsequently, there were continuous encounters between ice and fire. With each collision, the flames transformed into a blend of red and blue, while the frost took on a hint of fiery red. In the next collision, the two energies successfully merged. A sphere of ice emanating blue flames descended from the crown of the Baishurin, gradually integrating into its being. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the Baishurin, causing its form to steadily elevate as the outer bark began to shed, revealing a bluish ice-like trunk. The leaves above commenced crystallization into ice, until they fully transformed into blue-hued foliage. Then, with a resounding boom, a plume of blue fire erupted atop the crown. From a distance, one would observe that the flame's shape atop the crown resembled an ethereal crown. Simultaneously, the weather underwent a drastic change. What had been a clear and sunny evening in Yong City transformed into a sky thick with dark clouds. A chill descended from the heavens, showering the city with frost. In mere moments, the temperature in Yong City plummeted by 17 or 18 degrees, causing many to exhale visible breath. The inhabitants of Yong City were bewildered. No, I just checked the weather forecast this morning. It said no rain for the next 2 days. What are these ominous clouds? Something is amiss. The weather forecast in Yong City has been accurate for years, and even if it were inaccurate, it would not be this outrageous. A sudden overcast sky after bright sunshine? Do you think it could be the actions of a breeder? I heard in Xinghu City that when a spirit beast evolves into one with an exceptionally strong bloodline, it can trigger unusual phenomena. I think so too. Moreover, I have heard that Master Lin Tianhai has reached the threshold of starry sky level breeding. Could this commotion be the result of his spirit beast's evolution? It couldn't possibly be a spirit beast attacking the city. It's best not to speculate. With such a significant disturbance, the city lord's residence will not remain idle. Let us await the outcome. Chapter 48. Evolution complete, Shuangyan Shujun. Simultaneously, at the city lord's residence, a lavish reception dinner was underway. City Lord Kai Chiming held a glass of wine made from purple night grapes, toasting to a young man seated at the main table. Master Dantai, I wonder if the recent actions of the tribunal require the assistance of our city lord's residence. The youth appeared no older than 30, with long golden hair cascading down. At his feet lay a lion-like spirit beast with fur ablaze like golden flames, a hallmark of the Dantai family. One of the 3 great totem families of the Federation, the Golden Flame Lion King. The man's identity was unmistakable, he was Dantai Muyang, who had traveled a great distance from the Federation's center, Xinghu City, drawn by the allure of ancient relics. The tribunal, being a clandestine organization, selected its members from the tribunal itself, thus they always traveled under the guise of tribunal agents. With the tribunal undertaking operations recently, the city lord naturally regarded Dantai Muyang as the person in charge of the actions in Yong City. Dantai Muyang was indeed the leader, tasked with executing the tribunal's directives while exploring ancient relics and ensuring the safety of the citizens of Yong City. After all, ancient relics posed a certain danger to a city like Yong City, which possessed only king-level experts. Even those at the threshold of the totem level faced risks of death. This operation in Yong City was primarily executed by a small team under the tribunal named Shadow Kill, with Dantai Muyang solely responsible for oversight. As the local city lord's residents, your duty is to cooperate with Shadow Kill in the unconditional capture of target individuals. If any target resists, you are to suppress them. Should they display any intent to attack, regardless of their identity, I grant you the authority to eliminate them on the spot. As for the ensuing consequences and losses, individuals from the tribunal will step forward to alleviate them for you. Upon receiving this response, Kai Chiming nodded in agreement. We will cooperate unconditionally with Shadow Kill's actions. Simultaneously, he felt a tremor within. The phrase eliminate on the spot was so sanguine, yet it rolled off the tongue of this man in his 30s with such nonchalance. Indeed, those who emerged from the tribunal were all formidable, each one more ruthless than the last. Dantai Muyang nodded, suddenly looking towards the west of Yong City. While the golden flame Lion King at his feet sensed the chill in the air, its flames rising to provide warmth. Simultaneously, City Lord Kai Chiming also turned his gaze in that direction. His brow furrowed. How could the tribunal's officials arrive in Yong City and create such a commotion? He quickly stood up. Master Dantai, please allow me a moment to check on this matter and resolve it. Since I'm feeling bored, I'll join you, Dantai Muyang replied. A spirit beast with totem-level bloodline has appeared in Yong City. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Kai Chiming was taken aback. He was merely a king-level expert and had some knowledge of totem matters, but his understanding was limited. He initially believed it to be a scheme orchestrated by some princely figure, only to discover the emergence of a spirit beast with totemic bloodline. He hoped it would be a force for good, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Within the confines of the Lin Manor, the evolution of the Bai Yi Shu run was nearing its culmination. Drawn by the commotion, Yi Lingxi, Lynn E, and Lin Shan had arrived at the trellis woven by the Bai Yi Shu Ren when the flames had previously raged. They witnessed Lin Yi's intervention in the evolution of the Bai Yi Shu run, bearing witness to an unprecedented transformation. Yi Lingxi was overjoyed, for she recognized that the spirit beast was her husband's contracted companion. The magnitude of the disturbance caused by this evolution signified its extraordinary nature. Lin E, however, furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on Lin E, who was beneath the spirit beast undergoing its celestial baptism. She felt bewildered and perplexed, her mind buzzing with confusion. She understood the concept of secondary intervention in evolution, yet it was precisely this interference that had disrupted the original trajectory, resulting in the current situation. The appearance of the Shuang Yin Shu Jun was unexpected. Such a method of evolution should not have manifested at this time. Yet it had occurred due to her elder brother. Her understanding was increasingly elusive. Meanwhile, Lin Shan bombarded the Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu with inquiries, pleading for an explanation. Ever since he had become a nurturer, he had become enamored with the path of cultivation. Now, witnessing his elder brothers Bai Yi Shu Ren evolve into a Shuang Yin Shu Jun with totemic potential, he was eager to comprehend the reasons behind it. This method of evolution was something he yearned to learn. The Bo Yuan Shi Bao Shu remained enveloped in silence, mirroring Lin E's confusion. Lin E defied logic, and this planet was equally perplexing. Young man, the methods of spirit beast evolution are myriad. This is merely one of them, and it is rather challenging, requiring the right timing, location, and circumstances, as well as knowledge of the evolutionary direction to implement. You have a long journey ahead of you. Lin Shan nodded in a half-understanding manner. Tree grandfather, you possess such vast knowledge. You must teach me when the time comes. For now, you should focus on nurturing the Tsang Yi Shuelang. That millennium cold marrow your brother used would greatly benefit its growth and awaken its bloodline. Returning to the center of the field, with the final baptism complete, the Bai Yi Shu Ren's continually rising power ultimately stabilized at the rank of a sovereign level 3. At this moment, it was no longer an ordinary wood-type spirit beast, but had transformed into the Shuang Yin Shu Jun with a totemic bloodline. Race, Shuang Yin Shu Jun. Level, Sovereign Level 3. Affiliation, Wood, Ice, Fire. Status, Joyful, Suppressed. Potential, Mid-Tier Totem. Growth status, Mature. Skills 1. Domain of Frost and Flame. Earth grade, a domain skill wherein the Shuang Yin Shu Jun expands a 100-mile domain, allowing for the coexistence of ice and fire within, enhancing all attributes of the Shuang Yin Shu Jun. Under certain conditions, it can move swiftly and utilize frost and flame attacks on targets within the domain. 2. King's Blessing. Pseudo-divine level. The Shuang Yin Shu Jun can bless lower-tier spirit beasts of its kind, granting them some of its characteristics and skills. 3. Frost and Flame Armor. Profound level. The Shuang Yin Shu Jun manifests armor from the frost of burning flames on its surface. 4. Omitted. The evolved Shuang Yin Shu Jun experienced a comprehensive enhancement, although it relinquished the magma armor of the Rong Jiashu Mo. It acquired a more formidable frost and flame armor. Not only did it boast robust defensive capabilities, but the ice flames adorning the armor could also scorch any target. And once tainted by the ice, it was exceedingly difficult to cleanse. Furthermore, the King's Blessing, a skill typically reserved for royal-tier spirit beasts, now manifested in a sovereign-tier spirit beast. Though classified as pseudo-divine and applicable only to select lower-tier spirit beasts, it underscored the Shuang Yin Shu Jun's exceptional nature, making it highly suitable for Lin Tianhai's research. The blessing was transformative. As the Shuang Yin Shu Jun's strength escalated to royal tier, the King's Blessing would evolve into a true blessing. Chapter 49. The Arrival of the White-Crowned Azure Kite, the City Lord. Lin E was quite satisfied with this evolution, as it not only preserved the manner but also elevated the Bai Yi Shu Ren's bloodline potential to mid-tier totem. With dedicated nurturing, a totem was within reach. If it were to receive sustenance from humans, absorbing faith could further enhance its bloodline potential. Should it truly receive such nourishment, the Shuang Yin Shu Jun might ascend to the status of a calamity-tier spirit beast, capable of providing protection to an entire region. As Lin E stroked his chin, contemplating a plan, he observed the successfully evolved Shuang Yin Shu Jun, its branches rustling softly, with a sprinkling of frost cascading down. Just then, he noticed Lao Dang seated cross-legged on the ground, emanating waves of energy as his strength gradually increased. This indicated the spirit beast's reciprocation, a sign that Lao Dang was contracted with this spirit beast and was willing to contribute to the Federation. Moreover, an ancient relic was soon to emerge near Yong City. If a chaotic event were orchestrated, triggered by the ancient relic, and the Shuang Yin Shu Jun were to rescue the people of Yong City, combined with Lao Dang's stature in the city, it would elevate Lin Yi's reputation as a Starshine nurturer. He believed this was a feasible undertaking. However, it depended on Lao Dang's willingness. If he agreed, Lin E would begin preparations. If not, he would abandon the idea. Moreover, what was the Shuang Yin Shu Jun suppressing? Suddenly, Lin E felt a chill enveloping him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the entire manor had been shrouded in frost. In some areas, ice-blue flames flickered. The Shuang Yin Shu Jun tilted slightly. Its trunk, resembling a mask, gazed skyward as its fiery blue tendrils swayed, seemingly warning something above. Lin E looked up and discovered a white-crowned azure kite soaring gracefully amidst the dissipating thunderclouds, its long tail feathers trailing behind, leaving a trail of azure flames. Race, white-crowned azure kite. Level, pseudo-kingly level 5. Affiliation, wind, fire. Status, injured, wounded by the purple jade scorpion king, venom lingering within, causing a drop in power from king level 5. Potential, upper tier king. Growth status, mature. Skills 1. Azure flame burst. Earth grade. The white-crowned azure kite unleashes azure fireballs to attack targets, exploding upon impact. 2. Omitted. The white-crowned azure kite was mentioned by Yun Lin when returning to Yong City from the snow region, who noted that it was the spirit beast of the city, Lord Kai Chiming. It was expected that the city lord had arrived. Lin E was not surprised by this. Generally, spirit beasts evolving to king level or higher typically did so within a secret realm to avoid drawing attention, primarily for confidentiality. Now, with Lao Dang's evolution causing such a commotion, it was only natural for the city lord to investigate, inquire, or issue a warning. However, in the next moment, a voice echoed. Having totemic potential is commendable, but it seems you have forgotten that you are merely at the sovereign level. Who gave you the audacity to threaten me? As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, an unbounded golden flame raining down, directly piercing through the domain freshly established by the Shuang Yin Shu Jun, melting the ice and snow of the manor. Simultaneously, the manor was engulfed in golden flames. Whether intentional or not, this oppressive force did not target anyone other than the Shuang Yin Shu Jun, and the golden flames were controlled, sparing everything else from incineration. However, the Shuang Yin Shu Jun suffered greatly. Its upright trunk bent under the pressure, cracking sounds emanated from its body, and fragments of bark fell away. With a sharp crack, one of its branches splintered, revealing fiery red flames within, which surged violently, emanating an explosive aura. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Something was amiss. The Shuangyin tree monarch should have successfully fused ice and fire. Why then does such a ferocious flame still rage? Lynn E recalled the word suppression that appeared on the status panel when he used his spiritual eye to examine the Shuangyin tree monarch. Could it be that the Shuangyin tree monarch did not evolve smoothly? Damn it, what went wrong? Lynn E pondered continuously until his gaze fell upon Lin Tianhai, who was still sitting cross-legged. It dawned on him that it was the first batch of evolutionary liquid. It must be due to that batch of liquid. Without further contemplation, he sensed the Shuangyin tree monarch's strength waning. If this issue was not resolved promptly, the spiritual beast's nurturing might be interrupted and serious repercussions could ensue. Golden-haired beast. I will deal with you later. Lin E shouted at the Bai Guanqing Yuan soaring in the sky, waving his hand to open the portal to the second world. Jingyu, come out, it's urgent. Jingyu emerged, observing the sky filled with golden flames and the struggling Shuangyin tree monarch. What happened, Xiaoyi? Suppress that flame. Lin E instructed, pointing towards the Bai Guanqing Yuan above, and bring it down. No more circling around and showing off. I'll have you grounded. Jingyu nodded. Though she was uncertain of the situation, nevertheless, she believed following Xiao Yi's instructions was undoubtedly the right course of action. She clasped her hands together, her eyes reflecting a verdant flower. A gentle and soothing spiritual energy radiated outward as a colossal Jingyu Lan Ying phantom materialized behind her. The tendrils swayed, calming the raging golden flames, showering the area with flecks of green light. Any spiritual beast that came into contact with this green energy experienced a surge in vitality and grew in size. As the Shuangyin tree monarch touched the life-giving light, its aura gradually stabilized. The icy blue flames spread from its trunk, pressing down upon the wild flames, determined to quell them. Lynn E, already bewildered, became even more confused. Isn't that my brother's girlfriend? Why is she a spiritual beast? He activated his spiritual eye. Species, Jingyu Lan Ying. Power, unable to assess due to significant disparity. Lynn E was dumbfounded, as Lin Shan, armed with a spiritual eye from the Bo Yuan Shi Bao tree, also found no information. All he could do was ask incessantly. Yet, the Bo Yuan Shi Bao tree dared not respond when the Bai Guanqing Yuan arrived with Dan Taimu Yong. It had hidden away, wishing not to be discovered. After Jingyu subdued the wild flames, she twirled a hand, conjuring a floral wreath that she tossed upwards. The wreath expanded, enveloping the Bai Guanqing Yuan. It attempted to resist, but found itself unable to move, forced downwards towards the manor. Kai Qiming was bewildered and panicked. Wait, I merely came to take a look. It wasn't me who acted, it was young Master Dan Tai. Also, when did such a powerful spirit master arrive at the Lin Manor? How could I, as a city lord, not know? Indeed, there was also young Master Dan Tai. Young Master Dan Tai, I implore you to intervene. Dan Tai Mu Yong fanned himself with a folding fan, his expression as calm as a still pond. No need to worry, everything will be fine. Observing Dan Tai Mu Yang's composure, Kai Qiming was enlightened. This was indeed a figure from the Judgment Division, exhibiting such tranquility in the face of adversity, as if the situation were trivial. This was the mark of a master. This must be the difference between them. I must learn. However, the reality was otherwise. When the golden-haired beast emerged, Dan Tai Mu Yong already recognized its identity within the Holy Guardians. Only Lin E dared to call him so. He felt powerless against it. Simultaneously, he realized the situation was dire. If he resisted now, he would surely be beaten to a pulp. He contemplated how to remedy the situation. Furthermore, why was this disaster magnet in Yong City? Was it drawn here by the ancient ruins? But why had no one mentioned it? Chapter 50, Federal Law and Extortion. Kai Qiming, pressed down by the wreath, pretended to remain calm, fanning himself. Yet, as he fanned, he sensed something was amiss. The Bai Guanqing Yuan was almost on the ground, and Dan Tai Mu Yong showed no reaction. Even the golden flame lion at his feet seemed leisurely scratching its chin. This was not right. I must resist. All right. Even my strongest spirit beast, the Bai Guanqing Yuan, has no room to resist under this floral ring. Unable to resist, he continued fanning. Before long, the Bai Guanqing Yuan was pressed down into the manor's open space, its once enormous body uncontrollably shrinking until it resembled a normal rock. Standing above, the city lord Kai Qiming and Dan Tai Mu Yong landed in a nearby field, both still fanning their folding fans. Dan Tai Mu Yong remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the recovering Shuangyin tree monarch, while Kai Qiming felt a tinge of fear. Observing the gradually stabilizing Shuangyin tree monarch, Lin E turned his head, his gaze passing over Kai Qiming before landing on Dan Tai Mu Yong. Still pretending? Be careful, or I'll have you flying. Dan Tai Mu Yong smiled lightly, twirling the fan in his hand. Brother Lin, I am assisting you. He pointed at the Shuangyin tree monarch. Look at this spiritual beast. Although it successfully evolved externally, it is internally injured. If it weren't for my keen eye, I would not have noticed it, and allowed Jean Bao to exert pressure. This internal injury may diminish its potential, rendering it unable to even break through to totem level. Lynn E shot a glance at Dan Tai Mu Yong. So according to you, should I be thanking you? Dan Tai Mu Yong waved his hand dismissively. With our years of friendship, there's no need for thanks. Besides, I believe that even without my intervention, with your keen insight, you would have identified the problem and resolved it easily. Hearing their exchange, Kai Qiming was taken aback. Wait, do you two know each other? And what does this flattery mean? Young Master Dan Tai, you are from the Judgment Division. We are here to investigate who has failed to adhere to the rules, causing such a commotion in Qing City. Before Kai Qiming could finish his internal complaints, Dan Tai Mu Yong shifted the conversation. However, Brother Lin, this commotion, have you perhaps forgotten Federal Breeder Law Article 108? Would you like me to remind you? Kai Qiming's mind raced to recall Federal Breeder Law Article 108. Before he could, Lin E spoke up. Federal Breeder Law Article 108 states that the evolution of spiritual beasts with potential and strength above the overlord level must occur in a specific secret realm or in the wilderness, 100 miles away from the city, without disrupting the order of the city or interfering with the daily activities of ordinary people. If violated, penalties will be imposed. After reciting the law, Lin E pointed at the now recovering Shuangyan tree monarch. I am more aware of the regulations than you. Also, take a closer look. What is the current strength of the Shuangyan tree monarch? What was its strength before evolution? The Federal Breeder Law does not stipulate that the evolution of overlord-level spiritual beasts must occur within a secret realm. Even if it has undergone a bloodline leap and reached totem level, creating an unusual phenomenon in the sky, this is an emergency situation. Furthermore, consider the disturbance caused. Within the Lin Manor, aside from the spiritual beasts being somewhat affected, the people of Yong City only observe the celestial phenomenon without suffering any substantial threat or harm. Thus, this is reasonable. Even if the Breeder Association were to pursue the matter, the law cannot take action against me, especially with the appearance of a Starlight-level breeder. What do you think the Breeder Association would do? Lin E smiled at Dan Tai Mu Yong, who could only twitch his lips in response. There was indeed nothing to say. Given the nature of those in the Breeder Association, they prioritized breeding above all else. Knowing that a Starlight-level breeder had suddenly emerged, producing a spiritual beast with totem-level potential, the impact of this was negligible, especially since it had not harmed ordinary people. They do not extend a warm welcome, and merely hosting a gathering would suffice, yet they even resort to punishing you. Surely they cannot be foolish. Kai Qiming remarked, how insightful. There is not a single flaw to be found. The two individuals before me are more familiar with the federal laws than I am, and it is best to remain silent. Oh, so it is like this. Dan Tai Mu Yong displayed a look of realization, then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, stating, since we are within the bounds of federal law, I shall not disturb Brother Lin any further. Farewell. With that, Dan Tai Mu Yong promptly turned to leave. Kai Qiming stood dumbfounded. Wait, young Master Dan Tai, you are departing just like that? What about me? Just as he pondered an excuse to slip away, he noticed Dan Tai Mu Yong being halted by a woman adorned in luxurious blue-purple garments. Lin Yi's voice drifted over. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Now that you are here, let us take the opportunity to reconnect after so many years. Since you have unexpectedly visited my home in Yong City, allow me to introduce you. Lin E gestured for Lin Air and the others to approach. Upon their arrival, Lin E pointed towards Dan Tai Mu Yong and introduced, this is Dan Tai Mu Yong, hailing from Xinghucheng, the current standard-bearer of the Dan Tai family and a formidable spirit master. In 2 words, he can be described as affluent. Dan Tai Mu Yong was taken aback. Lin E disregarded the change in his expression and continued, pointing towards Yi Lingxi. This is my mother, a Wong-level spirit master, who requires rare materials from phoenix-type creatures for spirit evolution. You, coming from a prominent family to Yong City, do you not think it proper to bring a gift? Dan Tai Mu Yong pointed at Lin E, his mouth opening and closing in speechlessness. In his silence, he drew forth a crimson fruit from his pocket. The fruit was as red as blood, adorned with faint golden patterns resembling a soaring phoenix. Lin Air recognized it immediately. It was a fenghua, the fruit of the Fei Huang tree, nourished by the blood of phoenix-type spirit beasts. Typically, the surface patterns are pale yellow. The golden patterns indicate exceptional quality, suggesting a high concentration of phoenix blood within the nourishing spirit beast blood. It was a minimum of a 7th-tier spirit item. If she possessed a fenghua, it would undoubtedly elevate the bloodline of her Yin Wei K to above 30 in a short time, and with further nurturing, it could directly evolve into a Feng Yin Quebec. Dan Tai Mu Yong presented the fenghua to Yi Lingxi, saying, Annie, greetings. I am a good friend of Lin E. As this is our first meeting, and I have not prepared a gift, please accept this fenghua. Yi Lingxi, at a loss, turned her gaze towards Lin E, who took the fenghua and placed it in her hand. Mom, just accept it. He is from Xinghucheng. and his family is immensely wealthy. He does not lack such trifles. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Dantai? Lynn E smiled at Dantai Mu Yang. Dantai Mu Yang's lips twitched slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Lin is correct. I do not mind. Auntie, please accept it. Then I shall thank you. Yi Lingxi replied gratefully as she accepted the Fenghua, sensing its potential benefits for spirit beasts. Lin E then pointed towards Lin Er and Lin Shan, introducing them one by one. Throughout the introductions, Dantai Mu Yang maintained a serious demeanor, yet ultimately smiled as he presented a golden-patterned Fenghua and an ice crystal bead. After making his gifts, Dantai Mu Yang leaned closer to Lin E and, in a voice only they could hear, gritted his teeth and said, "You remain as shameless as ever." Lin E replied, "You flatter me." Chapter 51, Ancient Battlefield Relics. Once the extortion was completed and the Shuang Yin Shu Jun had nearly recovered, Lin E turned his attention to Kai Qiming. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, City Lord?" Kai Qiming replied, "Why are you dragging me into this conversation with young Master Dantai? He is honest and unassuming, but he cannot offer any valuable gifts. As the City Lord, it is only natural for me to investigate such significant commotion within the city. Since there appears to be no further business, I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, Kai Qiming turned and, upon facing no obstruction, mounted his Baiguan Qin Yuan and departed without hesitation. "And you, young Master Dantai?" Dantai Mu Yang waved his sleeve but did not speak, instead turning away, his actions indicating his desire to leave. As a calamity-level spirit master, flying was not a challenge for him. Yet Dantai Mu Yang chose to walk steadily towards the gate of the estate. "Mom, you all wait for Dad to wake up. I will be back shortly," Lin E said before following. Outside the estate, Lin E found Dantai Mu Yang seated on a bench. He approached and plopped down beside him. And before he could speak, Dantai Mu Yang asked, "What brings you to Yong City?" Lin E rested his hands behind his head and gazed up at the sky. "This is my hometown. Naturally, I must return. What about Lindong? I recall you set off for Lindong City on an assignment," Dantai Mu Yang remarked, fanning himself with a folding fan, clearly unfazed by the earlier extortion. Lin E responded, "It was merely a totem-level spirit beast, cursed and driven mad, causing unrest among certain spirit beast factions in the snow domain." "That's it." Dantai Mu Yang sat up, incredulous. "You spent over 2 years in the snow domain. And that was your experience? What? Did you get roped into assisting UMO with experimental formations again?" Dantai Mu Yang looked at Lin E with slight surprise. "How did you know?" Lin E smiled nonchalantly. "Before you arrived, I had contacted UMO, and he asked me to help him find a small-scale federal experimental formation for new research." Dantai Mu Yang's curiosity piqued, and then? Lin E shrugged. "I have no intention of taking on any tasks for the time being, so I declined, citing a vacation." He didn't say anything else. Lin E stroked his chin. "I asked him for a few incubation formations, and he scolded me, but then he sent me the formation diagrams, and that was the end of it." "What?" Dantai Mu Yang jumped up and grabbed Lin E by the collar. "Why can you refuse so easily?" "I was forced to accept tasks to assist him with experimental formations. Even if the experiment is trivial, you have no idea how unreliable his formations are. I merely needed to assist a nearby small federal group in eliminating a vice leader of the evil spirit cult, a newly minted totem-level spirit master. I could have easily taken him out quietly, without a sound, but he insisted on using a formation. The result? The mid-city of the neighboring federal district was blown apart. If it weren't for a contract spirit master intervening, tens of thousands would have perished. Because of this, I was berated by those old geezers for an entire night and confined for 2 whole months, with no opportunity for explanation." Lin E nodded in acknowledgement. "UMO is indeed quite unreliable. However, can you refrain from grasping my collar? If you keep this up, I might have to start extorting you." Dantai Mu Yang calmed himself and released Lin E, returning to the bench, mimicking Lin Yi's earlier posture to gaze at the stars. "What do you know about the impending ancient relic?" "That question should be directed at you." Lin E took out a cigarette and offered it. "You are the one in charge." Dantai Mu Yang accepted the cigarette, lit it, inhaled, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. "Since you know I am in charge, you must have inquired with Wanxie Yunmu. What did he say?" "A relic filled with intense heat." Dantai Mu Yang nodded. "Indeed." Wanxie Yunmu was not entirely incorrect, but he only spoke half the truth. Lin Yi's interest piqued. He had intended to explore the ancient relic to seek materials for spirit evolution, and now he had the opportunity to gain insight into the relic. "What is the situation? Please elaborate." 3 days ago, Dantai Mu Yang exhaled a puff of white smoke, conjuring an image in the air before them, and began recounting the events. Lin E listened intently. In summary, Dantai Mu Yang was drawn to the searing aura emitted by the ancient ruins. However, upon pursuing these ruins, he discovered that they exuded not only a fiery essence but also a chilling malevolence coupled with a strong combat will. After listening to Dantai Muyang's description, Lynn E narrowed his eyes and pondered briefly before speaking. Are you suggesting that this forthcoming ancient relic is a battlefield? Dantai Muyang nodded. Do you know what the Scientific Exploration Department has recently unearthed in the depths of the wilderness? Lynn E shook his head. Having returned from the snowy region to cultivate spirit beasts and exploit the spirit beast evolution system, he had not paid attention to anything else apart from a brief contact with Wan Xieyumu after receiving the Star Servant. As for the wilderness, it is an uninhabited area on Blue Star, devoid of human life and with scant vegetation, filled with ruins and remnants, and the spiritual energy is exceedingly thin. What have they discovered? Dantai Muyang did not respond immediately, instead conjuring a soundproof barrier, leaving Lin E somewhat taken aback. Is such caution necessary? This matter is confidential. If I hadn't been confined and unable to participate in missions, I might still be unaware of this. What did they excavate? Corpses? Dantai Muyang replied earnestly. You are not mistaken, but it is not a corpse. It is a human hand bone. Lin Yi's interest waned. The Scientific Exploration Department is not like Earth. With the assistance of spirit beasts, they could easily excavate a large tomb in a day, and corpses are numerous, let alone a hand bone. Unless this hand bone is extraordinary. What makes this hand bone so exceptional? Dantai Muyang elaborated. The bone is as translucent as jade and possesses a hardness comparable to that of a totem-level spirit beast's defense. He leaned closer to Lin Yi's ear and added, according to ancient whispers, this bone belonged to a person from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years of immortality. What does that imply? Lin E believed Dantai Muyang's words and surmised the intended implications, which could be reduced to three possibilities. First, there exists a second cultivation method in this world. Second, there is a path beyond calamity, and that hand bone belongs to a spirit master who transcended the calamity level. Third, Blue Star was extraordinarily powerful long ago, with spirit masters surpassing the calamity level, but due to certain reasons, the lineage was severed, leading people to believe that calamity is the pinnacle. For a native of Blue Star, these conjectures might be difficult to accept, but for him, as a transmigrator, they seemed rather plausible. Moreover, he had long been convinced that there is a path beyond calamity, and now that path lay before him. Do you grasp the significance of this? Chapter 52, The Emperor of the Sea, Palias. Dantai Muyang passionately recounted, only to turn and find Lin Yi's expression unmoved, his demeanor devoid of any ripple. At a loss for words, Dantai Muyang was unsure how to proceed. Come on, could you at least react? Weren't you always adamant that there is a path beyond calamity? Have you truly given up? Lin E met Dantai Muyang's gaze with unwavering determination, stating, I have never spoken of giving up. From the very beginning, even to the extent of shedding my cultivation to start anew, I have always aimed to break this limitation. As for my lack of reaction, you should recall what I said while standing atop the corpse of the Emperor of the Sea, Palias. Dantai Muyang nodded, remembering that he had been a novice at the totem level back then, relying on family connections and personal effort to pass through layers of selection into the Holy Guard. On his first day in the Holy Guard, he was taken by Lin E to quell a disturbance along the coast, instigated by a calamity-level spirit beast, Palias. He witnessed Lin Yi's strength firsthand. With a single strike, he had obliterated the calamity-level beast, leaving not even a bone behind, and all this within the beast's domain. Yet, after slaying Palias, Lin E had gazed at the starry sky and remarked, not enough. At that time, Lin E had already reached Calamity 9 stars, the pinnacle of Blue Star. Quite the show-off, right? He had thought so too, and then he had tentatively asked, Master, you are already at the summit of Blue Star's spirit masters. Why do you still feel inadequate? Lin Yi's reply had been, humans are too insignificant, and the universe, vast beyond measure. Even spirit beasts can reverse time and traverse space. There are surely other beings existing among the stars. How can we assert that beneath our stars, or among them, no other humans exist? Lin E recalled clearly, and Dantai Muyang, puzzled, asked, but how does this relate to that hand bone? Lin E chuckled softly, because I have always firmly believed that there is a path beyond calamity. The discovery of a human hand bone merely corroborates my hypothesis. Moreover, I have found it. Found what? Lin E rose, extending his arms as if to embrace the celestial stars. I have found the path leading to the cosmos. At this very moment, I am striving to stand at the starting point of that path. I believe it will not be long before I can transcend calamity and enter that entirely new realm. My persistence has never been in vain. With that, Lin E lowered his arms, turned, and regarded the still-dazed Dantai Muyang. Do you think someone who already knows the conclusion of a story would be surprised by hints about the ending provided by others? My answer is no. Dantai Muyang, smoking a cigarette, fell silent, his mind buzzing. After a prolonged silence, he asked, wait, Such a significant matter, and you kept it hidden without reporting it? Do you think they would believe it? Lynn E shrugged. Dantai Muyang fell silent once more. Lin Yi's reasoning was sound. He had mentioned this point long ago and had spoken of discovering a method to break through the calamity level, yet the outcome had been failure. Moreover, Lin E had brought it up more than once. Those elders who did not believe in a path beyond calamity naturally dismissed it, while those who did, under Lin Yi's repeated persuasion, began to lose faith as well. They did not disbelieve in the existence of a path beyond calamity. They merely did not trust Lin Yi's words. Forget it. Dantai Muyang waved his hand, indicating he did not wish to delve deeper into the matter with Lin E, as it seemed futile. Before that hand bone was unearthed, I intended to take on the ancient battlefield ruins alone to ensure the safety of Yong City. However, upon the discovery of that hand bone, I felt uneasy. Initially, I planned to report it and summon someone to assist. Since you, Lin E, are in Yong City, exploring the ancient battlefield ruins, I have no further concerns. After expressing his thoughts, Dantai Muyang stood up and looked at Lin E. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave. The City Lord's banquet awaits me. The ancient ruins typically pose low internal hazards. But given that this is an ancient battlefield and Blue Star has excavated a hand bone from a spirit master exceeding the calamity level, the danger level of the ruins has escalated significantly. Of course, this pertains to the interior. Regarding the exterior, the emergence of such ancient battlefield ruins would undoubtedly prompt stringent security measures at the external exits. Unless some reckless individuals choose to create chaos, it is unlikely that any major disturbances will occur. As for Old Dang's Frostfire Tree Lord, he must be consulted to gauge his thoughts, and arrangements will follow his response. For now, it is best to let things unfold naturally. How long until the ruins appear? After a moment of contemplation, Lin E inquired. At most a week. Go enjoy your banquet. Lin E waved his hand and headed towards the manor. Upon returning to the Frostfire Tree Lord's domain, Lin Tianhai had just concluded the absorption of spiritual energy and opened his eyes. Lin E posed the question, Old Dang, how do you feel? Unprecedentedly well. Lin Tianhai stretched his body. Glancing around, he asked, where's the City Lord? I remember catching a glimpse of his white crown and azure kite. The City Lord has already departed. Lin Tianhai surveyed the frost-covered manor and the remnants of the unusual clouds. Did the City Lord say anything? Without uttering a single word. He departed. Nonetheless, Lin E felt compelled to express something. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, please be more mindful next time. Is this what the City Lord said? Lin Tianhai sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze towards Yi Lingxi and her companions, who all nodded in unison. They had witnessed the entire ordeal and knew that had it not been for Lin E's intervention, the manor would have been nearly obliterated. It would not have retained its current vibrant appearance. Thus, they agreed, urging Lin Tianhai to exercise caution with the evolution of spiritual beasts, wishing to prevent such incidents from recurring, as they certainly did not want to be left homeless. Upon seeing Yi Lingxi and her children nodding in agreement, Lin Tianhai realized he could not act recklessly in the future. He rose and made his way outside. Yi Lingxi called out, where are you going? I am heading to the Breeder Association to procure a small artificial secret realm. Lin Yi's recent evolution inspired me, and I am eager to validate my ideas. Hearing this, Lin Shan's eyes brightened. He too was curious about the evolution and thought to consult Shu Shu. Since his father had a plan, why not follow him to study and learn? If he had questions later, he could always ask Shu Shu. With that thought, Lin Shan immediately followed. Father, wait for me. I'll accompany you. Watching the two figures gradually disappear, Yi Lingxi sighed, pondering whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful about being associated with such a character. At that moment, Lin Er's gaze shifted to Lin Shan. With the assistance of the Buyin Shizabaoshu, Lin Shan, you two have embarked on a path akin to mine from years past. After Lin Tianhai and Lin Shan departed, the three of them arranged the Bai Tree Man in its designated spot and did not linger in the field. Upon returning to their residence, Yi Lingxi commenced preparing a meal. Meanwhile, Lin E reclined on the sofa, amusing himself with the Qianfeng die that fluttered around him, while holding the Jinwen Fenghua, procured from Dantai Muyang, meant for his mother. Spiritual entities like the Fenghua, nurtured by the blood of phoenixes, inherently possess the ability to enhance the concentration of phoenix blood within spiritual beasts. The higher the grade, the more pronounced the effect. For the Qianfeng die to evolve into the Qianfeng die, it must meet one condition, possessing a phoenix blood concentration of 5. Of course, evolution can still occur without meeting this requirement. However, obligatory evolution, which forces a spiritual beast to transcend its racial boundaries and bloodline barriers, entails significant risks. Only a select few with unwavering determination succeed, while the majority end in failure, often unable to pursue that evolutionary path again and needing to seek alternative routes. Therefore, Many breeders assess a spiritual beast's growth status, skill proficiency, bloodline potential, and bloodline concentration before attempting evolution. The evolutionary pathways and methods provided through evolution simulations are deemed optimal. Thus, when conditions are met and methods are correct, the prospect of failure in evolution diminishes. Species, Qianfeng Dai. Gender, NA. Level, Monarch, 8 stars. System, Wind System. Pseudo-Fire System. Status, Happy Joyful. Potential, Monarch. Growth status, Peak period end. Skills 1. Light breeze. Qian level. The appearance of Qianfeng Dai is accompanied by a gentle breeze that significantly reduces its energy expenditure during flight and can also be utilized for attacks. 2. Fiery butterfly attire. Qian level. Qianfeng Dai ignites faint embers within its body, forming a fiery attire on its surface. 3. Wind transformation. Evolution path. Qianfeng Dai to Qianfeng Dai. Qianfeng Dai. Evolution requirements. Self-Phoenix blood concentration must reach 5. Current blood concentration 17. Proficiency in the Qian level skill. Fiery butterfly attire must reach mastery to evolve. After a cursory examination of the current state of Qianfeng Dai, Lynn E noted that compared to a few days prior, it now possessed a slight amount of Phoenix blood. Although minimal, it was a significant improvement from the time before the evolutionary path to Qianfeng Dai was revealed, when Qianfeng Dai had no traces of Phoenix blood whatsoever. It seemed that after his departure, his mother had diligently nurtured Qianfeng Dai. Otherwise, it might still lack any Phoenix blood. After all, the bloodlines of spiritual beasts are generally fixed, akin to a collective, and introducing another bloodline within such a collective often encounters considerable rejection. Every beginning is challenging. Now that the first step has been taken, subsequent efforts to enhance Qianfeng Dai's bloodline concentration will be considerably easier, at least more so than at the outset. Next is the skill Fiery Butterfly Attire. Previously, Qianfeng Dai did not possess this skill and was purely a wind-type spiritual beast. Now, it has acquired a pseudo-fire-type attribute, likely due to the skill. As for proficiency, while it may be challenging for a newly born spiritual beast to enhance skill proficiency, it is relatively straightforward for a monarch-level Qianfeng Dai. While achieving perfect proficiency in a short time may be ambitious, mastering the skill's operational pathways and achieving a level of proficiency is certainly attainable. Now, all that remains is to raise the bloodline concentration with sufficient evolutionary materials. Qianfeng Dai will be ready to evolve. Regarding materials, this is manageable. The materials his mother previously gathered for the evolution of the wind spirit butterfly can also be utilized for the evolution of Qianfeng Dai, and the main material, Jinwen Fenghua, has already been secured from Dantai Muyang. Now, only the Huijingsha material is lacking. Naturally, the bloodline must also be enhanced. Observing this, Lin E took out his phone and placed an order for 3 pounds of 3rd tier Huijingsha, 2 4th tier Huiyinghua, and 300 units of Chiefing tree sap at the Jinbao Pavilion. His thought process was simple. Since he had returned home and the conditions for Qianfeng Dai's evolution were nearly fulfilled, he would proceed with the evolution directly. The evolved Qianfeng Dai would be a dual-type spiritual beast, encompassing wind and fire. The sap from the Chiefing tree carries a phoenix-like essence, which can stimulate the phoenix blood within Qianfeng Dai, and coupled with the effects of the Huiyinghua, it will further ignite the phoenix blood. Achieving a concentration of 5 should pose no problem. During the wait, Lin E turned his attention to Lin E, little sister. What are your thoughts on the evolved Qianfeng Dai? Lin E was momentarily taken aback by the question, her mind racing as she struggled to discern Lin E's intentions. Was he probing her thoughts or merely asking casually? At the same time, she recalled the ancient ruins that would soon appear to the east of Yong City, within the territory of the Rottenwood Demon. On the surface, it appeared to be an ancient ruin, yet it was, in reality, a battlefield, a remnant of the clash between the Starry Sky Flame God clan and the local spirit masters of Blue Star, shattered and cast into the void. The ruins still retained numerous spiritual entities from that era, drifting through the void for millennia, and had formed a new ecosystem, giving rise to various spiritual beasts and spiritual plants, alongside a palace left behind by the Starry Sky Flame God clan. This palace serves as a coordinate. Adrift in the void with an uncertain location, its coordinates remain undisclosed. Should it come into contact with Blue Star and someone activate the Flame God Palace, the coordinates would be transmitted to the Starry Sky Flame God clan. Moreover, within the palace lies a seed of the star-eating vine, which was left behind by the Flame God Palace and is likely to have already sprouted. In the previous life, the Flame God Palace was activated by the Holy Guardian Dantai Muyang, and 3 years later, the Flame God clan descended upon Blue Star, seeking to use the entire Blue Star to nourish the star-eating vine and obtain the star life fruit. Had it not been for the recent scientific expedition teams in the wasteland, who unearthed a bone from a Starry Sky spirit master and continued excavating, causing the ruins buried beneath the wasteland to resurface. Old Yong later broke through to the starry sky realm within the wasteland ruins. Consequently, the entire planet came under the protection of the Interstellar Federation. Otherwise, Blue Star would have been consumed by the star-eating vine, transforming into a dead star. Following the arrival of the Flame God clans 6 months later, the Interstellar Federation began recruiting from Blue Star, presenting an opportunity for Blue Star's inhabitants to ascend to the stars. Unfortunately, during that time, her aptitude was insufficient, even with the assistance of the Buyuan Shizubaoshu. She only managed to pass the selection and enter the starry sky in the 2nd year. In this lifetime, she did not allow the Bao Yuan Shi Baoshu to attach itself to her, but instead bestowed it upon her younger brother Lin Shan. She aspired to advance using the knowledge from her previous life, and was curious to see how far Lin Shan could go on a path similar to hers. However, this life was fraught with too many changes, the most significant being her elder brother. In an instant, she found herself lost in confusion. She yearned for the resources within the ancient battlefield relics, wishing to become one of the first outstanding Yuling Shi to enter the Xing, Ji Lian Ming. Yet, as a reincarnated Star Lord, she possessed her own pride and preferred to rely on herself. Nevertheless, even with the memories from her past life, there was a considerable chance that once she entered the ancient battlefield relics, she might never return. Chapter 54. The Request of the Younger Sister, Core of the Secret Realm. Lynn E sat nearby, observing Lin Air's expressions shift between confidence and confusion. What was this young lady contemplating? He scratched his head, unable to fathom her thoughts, and, feeling indifferent, patted Lin Air on the shoulder and directly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Air remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. She was pondering how she could improve herself to be among the first to pass through the Xing, Ji Lian Ming, and enter the starry skies if she could not access the relics and obtain their internal resources. Lin E continued to ask, "Is it related to Qianfeng Dai?" Lin Air shook her head, "No." Noticing Lin Air's troubled demeanor, Lin E reassured her, "If there's anything, just tell your brother. Don't keep everything bottled up. Our parents and I are your strongest support." Lin Air raised her head, her gaze becoming clear. At that moment, she realized that she was no longer the isolated person stepping into the starry skies in the future. She had family and an elder brother now. Relationships were also a part of strength. Moreover, although she had not obtained detailed information about her elder brother's spirit beast, she had deduced its general attributes based on her experience, including the materials required for its evolution. Coincidentally, within the ancient battlefield relics that were about to emerge, there existed a spirit object known as Mu Shenyi, formed from pure wood elements. Within the Mu Shenyi, there was a possibility of birthing Mu Shenjing, a quality that surpassed the 9th tier, and the Mu Shenyi was one of the primary materials for the evolution of the Jing Yulaneng. Information was her greatest wealth at present, and her family was her strongest reliance. Yet, her pride prevented her from accepting help without reason. So she planned to exchange the information about Mu Shenyi for a bodyguard to enter the ancient relics. However, this could not be stated outright. After pondering for a moment, Lin Air lifted her head and asked, "Brother, how strong are you now?" Lin E responded, "Why the sudden question?" "I plan to venture out for some training before the Federal Youth Yulingshi competition begins, but I'm afraid of encountering insurmountable dangers and dying outside. So, I wanted to ask if you have any connections to arrange a bodyguard to help me escape from peril when I truly face danger. After all, only through tempering can one grow swiftly." "Of course," Lin Air reminded him, "I won't ask for it for free. I will trade you an ancient treasure map. If that doesn't work, then forget it." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin E chuckled. With the ancient relics about to appear, his younger sister wanted a bodyguard to venture out alone for training. Was she not considering entering the ancient battlefield relics? Her courage was indeed commendable. As for the claim that tempering leads to growth, he did not believe it at all. However, since his sister had made the request, he would grant her a bodyguard. Lin E was also curious to see just how much of a stir this secretive little sister could create. "All right, no problem." Lin Air's eyes brightened. Really? She had anticipated that Lin E would refuse, and she had already devised plans on how to take risks to enter the ancient battlefield relics to acquire spirit objects. To her surprise, her elder brother actually agreed. She was unsure of the bodyguard's abilities. If they exceeded the overlord level, entering the ancient battlefield relics would be much smoother, albeit with certain risks. Nonetheless, as long as she did not contemplate causing trouble and focused on acquiring spirit objects, she was quite adept at making her escape. Just as Lin Air was filled with joy, Lin E stood up to enter the second world to find someone suitable to act as his sister's bodyguard. Unexpectedly, the door swung open. It was Lin Shan, who had accompanied Lin Tianhai to the Breeder Association. Lin Shan approached him with a spatial ring in hand. "Elder brother, this is what you purchased from the treasure pavilion. When I returned, the delivery guy happened to be at the door, so I brought it for you. Can you check if everything you bought is inside?" Lynn E halted his thoughts of entering the second world, took the spatial ring, and inspected it. Fire crystal sand, flame fruit, and a bottle of red liquid were present. He took out a few grains of fire crystal sand and rubbed them between his fingers, feeling a surge of scorching spiritual energy emanate from them. Indeed, they were third-tier fire crystal sand. Next, he opened the transparent jade bottle, inhaled the aroma, and confirmed it was the chi foam tree juice, very pure, not diluted. Everything's here, no problem. Thank you, little brother. Ah, it's nothing. Lin Shan waved his hand nonchalantly. But if you genuinely wish to thank me, just give me the Millennium Cold Marrow you used for Dad to evolve the Bai Yi Tree Man, alright? I'll give it to you. Lin E generously retrieved the Millennium Cold Marrow and tossed it to Lin Shan. This item had originally been meant for the little Tsang Yi Snow Wolf, and since he had forgotten to give it to his younger brother before, it was only fitting to hand it over now. It rightfully belonged to him. As Lin Shan received the Millennium Cold Marrow, feeling its chilling aura, she experienced a surreal sensation. Is it really this easy to obtain? Elder brother, is this really for me? If not, then give it back. As Lin E reached out to take it back, Lin Shan swiftly put the Millennium Cold Marrow into the spatial ring, dismissing the herbs within. After all, they were not as valuable as the Millennium Cold Marrow. Plus, once frozen, the medicinal properties would not dissipate. They would just need to be thawed for use later. It was a pity for the fire attribute herbs, though. Thank you, elder brother, for the generous gift. After acquiring the Millennium Cold Marrow, Lin Shan was ecstatic. She never expected that just for picking something up and casually mentioning it, she would receive the Millennium Cold Marrow. What a tremendous gain, considering her elder brother's kindness. She vowed that once she surpassed the calamity level and entered the starry skies, she would not hold her elder brother to account. Unaware of Lin Shan's current thoughts, Lin E would certainly remind her that he was ultimately her elder brother. He glanced towards the door, noticing the absence of Lao Deng, and inquired, "Where's Lao Deng? Weren't you both supposed to go to the Breeder Association together? Why are you back without him?" "Dad." Lin Shan waved her hand, reclining heavily on the sofa. Receiving a disapproving glance from Lin E, which she completely ignored as she popped a grape into her mouth. "I came back just to retrieve the core of the secret realm." He is out finding a location to place the secret realm and stabilize the passage. As soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, Lin E sensed a spatial fluctuation. He stepped outside, ascended to the rooftop, and looked in that direction, where he spotted Lao Deng inserting a silver-white cube into the void. The silver-white cube was, of course, the core of the secret realm. The cube was merely a carrier. The internal spatial module was the essence of the secret realm. Once inserted into the void, the internal spatial module would collide with the blue star space, generating a secret realm portal, just like the blue portal appearing before Lin Tianhai, standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Chapter 55, Evolution. "Go call your father back for dinner." The head of the family spoke, prompting Lin E to stop her thoughts and assist her mother in bringing the dishes to the table. Lin Shan also quickly rose and ran outside. Lin E abandoned the immediate idea of finding a bodyguard for his sister and joined in helping to serve the dishes while addressing his sister regarding the bodyguard. "I'll find one for you shortly." Lin E nodded in agreement. Soon, it would be better and beneficial for her. After all, the treasure map she spoke of was, in fact, a blueprint leading to the birthplace of the Mu Shin Yi, hidden within the ancient battlefield ruins. She would have to draw it anew and weather it to appear old. As for her current low strength, it was likely similar in her past life. How could she have known the location of the Mu Shin Yi? That was undoubtedly a regret from her previous existence. In her former life, due to her limited abilities, she could not enter the ancient battlefield ruins. It was only after gaining sufficient strength that she ventured in, only to find the site of the Mu Shin Yi completely emptied. Presently, it should still be intact, provided her elder brother followed the route she outlined. Avoiding most dangers to reach the Mu Shin Yi's location should pose no issue. When dinner was served, Lin Tianhai was called back by Lin Shan, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Clearly, he was eager to commence his experiment, but his resolve was thwarted before it even began. At home, he could only bury his grievances deep within, refraining from letting them surface. After dinner, Lin E took the Qianfeng die to the artificial secret realm brought back by Lao Deng from the Breeder Association. Unlike the ancient ruins drifting in the void, which were primarily remnants of battles that shattered the continent and scattered into the void, artificial secret realms are man-made. They are crafted using spatial spirit materials and some other materials to create independent spaces where living beings can thrive. It is akin to a Beastmaster space. But while the Beastmaster space binds to its master and solely supports spirit beasts, the 2 small worlds Lin E created were transformed from the Beastmaster space using technology for crafting artificial secret realms. He can be regarded as a pioneer in this field, although he unexpectedly entered an artificial secret realm for the first time. Being man-made, The varying levels of the spirit materials used can affect the size of the internal space of the secret realm. Currently, the secret realm before Lynn E spans just over 1,000 square meters, with a barrier at the edges that, if not intentionally damaged, typically poses no problems. No one would be foolish enough to destroy the barrier, as doing so would invite chaotic void currents, leading to dire consequences. After a brief examination of the secret realm's condition, Lynn E began to set up for enhancing the bloodline concentration of the Qianfeng Dai. Qianfeng Dai, come here. Lynn E extracted some Qi Feng tree juice and waved a flame fruit to beckon the Qianfeng Dai closer. After feeding the flame fruit to the Qianfeng Dai, he observed as the patterns on its wings began to turn red. He then took a brush, dipped it in the Qi Feng tree juice, and began to trace along the crimson spiritual energy lines appearing on the Qianfeng Dai's wings as a result of the flame fruit. Under the dual stimulation of fire and phoenix essence, the phoenix bloodline within the Qianfeng Dai commenced to boil, gradually transforming its very bloodline and increasing its concentration incrementally. 2 minutes later, the first flame fruit was fully absorbed. Lynn E utilized the evolution simulation to assess the Qianfeng Dai's bloodline concentration, discovering it had risen by 14 compared to before, now reaching a concentration of 31. The results were quite remarkable. Without delay, Lynn E procured another flame fruit, repeating the previous steps to further enhance the Qianfeng Dai's bloodline. Subsequently, he proceeded to the third fruit. The Qianfeng Dai, having consumed a fire attribute spirit material for the first time, experienced a significant reaction, resulting in a substantial increase in bloodline concentration. The subsequent 2 instances saw it begin to adapt to the stimuli of the flame fruit and Qi Feng tree juice, yielding a relatively lower enhancement. Yet it remained firmly at the threshold of 5. With conditions met, evolution could commence. Qianfeng Dai, you may take flight for a moment. Before I initiate your evolution, I must prepare. With that, Lynn E set a small table before him, placing a stone pot atop it, alongside the necessary spirit materials for evolution: Feng Lingyu, Ying Feng Chao, and Qing Yutong. These were gathered by his mother. Fire crystal sand, fire crystal jade, Jin Wen Feng Gua, and Qi Yin Hua, Liu Li Yin, were prepared by Lynn E. Originally, he intended to use Qi Yin Hua, but he lacked it. Upon inquiring at the Zhenbao Pavilion, he was informed that naturally occurring spirit fires of this nature were quite rare, and none were available at the Yangqing branch, requiring time to procure. Thus, Lynn E substituted it with a similar effect Liu Li Yin sourced from the vicinity of the Air E spring. With the materials ready, he turned his attention to the formation. Lynn E inverted the brush and began sketching the formation alongside the wooden table. Once confirmed, he filled the formation lines with fire crystal sand, placing the fire crystal jade at the nodes as the formation eye. Upon completion, the formation appeared from above like a soaring fire phoenix, with the reactions of the fire crystal sand and fire crystal jade causing the red patterns to ripple, resembling a dancing phoenix. As the 2 materials began to react, Lynn E hastily returned to the table, grinding the Feng Lingyu into powder, mixing it with the Ying Feng Chao and Qing Yutong juice. The resulting concoction was a vibrant green. Next, Lynn E took the Jin Wen Feng Gua, dripped several drops of its juice into the mixture, causing the liquid to instantly turn red, reminiscent of flames igniting. Qianfeng Dai, come and drink, he urged as the flames of the formation intensified. Lynn E quickly beckoned the Qianfeng Dai to consume the evolution liquid, placing it amidst the fiery formation, thus commencing the evolution. Although the evolution liquid burned with flames, it predominantly contained wind attribute spirit materials. Shortly, azure wisps of wind began to swirl around the Qianfeng Dai, causing the flames to spiral. The orange-red flames twirled around the Qianfeng Dai. As a wind attribute entity, even with the mastery of a fire skill, the Qianfeng Dai found the intense flames unbearable. Its wings singed and hollowed. However, this was a necessary trial in the evolution process. It must first relinquish the wind element from its wings, allowing the flames and the Jin Wen Feng Gua to reconstruct its form to complete the evolution. Observing as the wings gradually faded away, the Qianfeng Dai's flight became unstable. Qianfeng Dai embraced the blazing wings. Lynn E held the Liu Li Yin in one hand and tossed the Jin Wen Feng Gua into it to be refined, simultaneously speaking. The Qianfeng Dai, having grown up under Lin Yi's watchful eye, trusted him immensely. Even amidst the searing heat, it persevered, and at Lin Yi's command, it complied without hesitation, causing the flames to surge anew. With the emergence of the blazing wings, the Qianfeng Dai's flight steadied. The flames revealed intricate patterns where the wings had vanished, indicating a self-repair process initiated by the fire. If left undisturbed, the evolution would not fail. However, the resulting spirit beast would not be the Qianfeng Dai, but rather the Qihua Feng Dai, another spirit beast of the fire and wind attributes. While it could still be evolved into a Qianfeng Dai post-transformation, Lynn E deemed it unnecessary to take such a convoluted path. Next, he focused intently on the process. Chapter 56, Another Totemic Potential. The gene when Fenghua was refined in the Liuli Yin, leaving only a golden-red liquid suspended within the flames, writhing like a mud monster. It then transformed into a miniature fire phoenix, circling within the Liuli Yin and absorbing its flames to shape itself. This was the crux of evolution. Among the previous spirit materials, only a few drops of juice from the gene when Fenghua contained the essence of the phoenix, insufficient to directly guide the Qianfeng Dai towards becoming a Qianfeng Dai. However, under the refining of the entire gene when Fenghua in the Liuli Yin, pure phoenix fruit energy remained, aiding in the reconstruction of the Qianfeng Dai's wing veins while positively guiding its evolution. At this moment, the guidance had commenced. Within the reconstructing red veins, specks of golden-red hue emerged, indicative of the energy from the gene when Fenghua. As the golden-red veins appeared, the phoenix's ability to be reborn from flames manifested within the Qianfeng Dai. The flames were absorbed by the veins, and the recovery speed vastly improved compared to before, visibly forming before the eyes. Concurrently, the Qianfeng Dai's body began to shed its azure-green hue, gradually being tinged with red from the tips onward, until the flames dissipated. The once verdant and wind-patterned Qianfeng Dai had vanished, replaced by a magnificent creature engulfed in flames, its wings adorned with golden-red veins forming a phoenix pattern, glimmering like glazed glass. The evolved Qianfeng Dai radiated uncontainable joy, fluttering around Lin E while its feelers danced in delight. Observing the transformed Qianfeng Dai, Lin Yi's face beamed with happiness as he reciprocated by touching the feelers it extended. Simultaneously, he used his spiritual consciousness to examine the current information about the Qianfeng Dai, keen to avoid a repeat of the Frostfire Tree Lord incident, especially since one of the materials had been swapped. Species, Qianfeng Dai. Gender, level, Sovereign 1 star. Type, wind, fire. Status, reborn in flames. Potential, mid-tier totem. Growth status, mature. Skills, 1, gentle breeze. 2, scorching butterfly cloak. 3, azure wind tornado. Mysterious level, Qianfeng Dai flaps its wings to conjure a tempest that forms a tornado. 4, ignition, earth level ignites a wind tornado with a spark, transforming it into a fiery vortex that explodes. 5, rebirth in flames. Earth level, when Qianfeng Dai bathes in flames, it can rapidly recover from injuries and restore stamina. 6, upon seeing that the status column contained only the words reborn in flames without any other inscriptions, Lin E felt a wave of relief. Replacing the Qi Yin Hua with Liuli Yin had not caused any adverse effects on the Qianfeng Dai, and as for its enhancement, that remained uncertain. After all, this Qianfeng Dai was unique in the entirety of Blue Star. Unless the evolution route was made public, allowing more individuals to evolve into Qianfeng Dais, or he could evolve several more for comparison, he felt it unnecessary. Since the Qianfeng Dai was currently unparalleled in Blue Star, there seemed little reason to create more for comparison. When a spirit beast is singular in its existence, it is inherently the best, regardless of aptitude. Seeing that the Qianfeng Dai was unharmed, Lin E then proceeded to check the remaining data. First and foremost was the growth status, which his mother was most concerned about. The original Qianfeng Dai had reached the pinnacle of its peak, on the verge of entering the twilight phase where its power would decline, likely to meet its demise within a few years. However, after evolution, it had undergone a rejuvenation, transitioning directly from the peak phase to the mature stage. The current Qianfeng Dai was in its prime. Next came its power. Having lingered at the Monarch 8-star level for an indeterminate time, it would have been surprising if its evolved strength had not ascended to Sovereign. Lastly was its growth potential. Lin E had previously mentioned that without the gene when Fenghua, the interference from Liuli Yin still allowed the Qianfeng Dai to evolve successfully, resulting in a new species known as Qihua Feng Dai. Qihua Feng Dai is documented within the Azure Federation, albeit with limited details. This is because such evolution routes are primarily developed by cultivators, many of whom only disclose the names without revealing the evolution processes or materials, as this information is proprietary to them and their means of livelihood. Naturally, to profit, many cultivators will release the potential of spirit beasts to attract spirit masters for evolution. The Qihua Feng Dai has a minimum growth potential of upper-tier Sovereign, with the more powerful variants reaching lower-tier Monarch. Through the dedicated research of these cultivators over the years, 2 evolution routes for Qihua Feng Dai have emerged. One route leads to the Fengshin Qiyang Dai, which remains a dual-type wind and fire spirit beast, with greater growth potential than Qihua Feng Dai, reaching upper-tier Monarch. However, breaking through to Totem remains challenging unless aided by faith. As for the other route, it is better left unmentioned. That route has been publicly disclosed along with its evolution method, yet no one wishes to pursue it. For the resulting spirit beast shows no increase in potential, but rather a decline, leaving what was once a challenging breakthrough for Chi Huafengdai stagnated at the sovereign level, thus earning the name Weak Huafengdai. That is truly weak. Originally, the Qianfengdai was supposed to undergo the Chi Huafengdai stage before evolving into the Qianfengdai. Now, despite bypassing the Chi Huafengdai phase, the evolution of the Qianfengdai has not been adversely affected in terms of growth potential. One could argue that it possesses the strongest potential among the evolution routes of both Chi Huafengdai and Qianfengdai. The mid-tier totem growth potential is a coveted existence for countless spirit masters. However, the totemic bloodline is significant. At that moment, Lynn E lifted his gaze towards the sky above the secret realm, noting the absence of any extraordinary phenomena akin to the evolution of the Frostfire Tree Lord. The term totem signifies faith. When a totem-level spirit beast is born, or one with totemic bloodlines appears, there are bound to be signs from heaven. A validation from the divine. The absence of such signs now is not due to a lack of them, but rather their being obstructed. The secret realm brought back by Lao Deng is quite remarkable, capable of isolating the aura of spirit beasts. Reflecting on this, Lin E could not help but marvel. Just as he finished speaking, Lao Deng's voice echoed from behind him. What do you think? Lin E was startled and turned to see Lao Deng and Lin Shan standing at the entrance of the secret realm, both casually enjoying watermelon while their gazes remained fixed on the fluttering Qianfengdai. Watermelon seeds littered the ground beneath them, indicating they had been there for some time. Despite this, Lin E could not refrain from asking, when did you arrive? Lin Tianhai hastily finished his watermelon, wiped his hands on his clothing, and replied, we came in when you tossed that shimmering flame to the Qianfengdai. Lin Shan nodded in agreement while munching on the fruit. The concentrated liquid of Liuli Yin and Jinwen Fenghua was the most crucial final step of the evolution. Since he had added Liuli Yin instead of Qi Yinhua, he had been closely monitoring the Qianfengdai to prevent any mishaps, thus neglecting his surroundings. Moreover, being in his family's estate, within the secret realm brought back by Lao Deng, there would be no spirit beast interference during the evolution, allowing for a relaxing environment, which explained why he had not noticed their presence. Chapter 57. Long time no see, Polly Yasi. Now that the Qianfengdai had completed its evolution, it merely awaited to receive the baptism of heaven and earth, marking the completion of its transformation. With Lao Deng and the others now present, Lin E discerned their purpose without needing to ponder, merely to study the evolution process and explore new evolution routes for spirit beasts, most likely experimenting with the Qing Tin Frog, Waterblade Frog, and Bai Yi Shu Ren within the estate. Alright then, since you've arrived and my mother's spirit beast has completed its evolution, I shall not intrude upon your research, Lin E remarked as he led the Qianfengdai out of the secret realm. Upon returning to the estate, the Qianfengdai was immediately locked onto, while the winds in the sky began to stir. However, as darkness fell, few noticed until the clouds turned crimson, revealing silhouettes of fiery spirit beasts soaring amidst them. The entire populace of Yong City was left in awe. At the city lord's residence, Dan Taimu Yong, who had just enjoyed a few drinks, stood up, joined by city lord Kai Qiming. Yet, upon stepping outside and discerning the direction, they realized it was Lin's estate. If it were Lin Tianhai causing the commotion, he would surely go over to admonish him. However, the issue was that it was not Lin Tianhai's doing. You say the federal laws must not be violated, but to approach with federal laws? Kai Qiming waved his sleeve and returned to the city lord's residence, raising his cup. Master Dan Tai, I toast to you. When one cannot provoke, one must retreat. Returning to the estate, under the influence of the celestial phenomenon, the Qianfengdai, ablaze with fire, illuminated the estate, soaring upwards, while within the clouds, fiery butterflies descended, swirling around the Qianfengdai in flight. As the fire butterflies dispersed, two fiery phoenix figures approached, merging into the wings of the Qianfengdai, enhancing the vividness of its phoenix patterns. At the same time, a skill quietly emerged. Liang Yi Xianfeng, pseudo-heaven level during combat. The Qianfengdai can summon the Xianhua phoenix engraved on its wings to assist in battle. As long as the phoenix dai remains alive, the Xian phoenix persists. It had unexpectedly received a blessing from heaven, and even gained a new skill. Lin E gazed in awe at the remarkable skill before him, aware that the skill bestowed by the heavens was a rare phenomenon. Even the frost flame tree monarch lacked such a gift. As for himself, apart from Jing Yu receiving a life-related skill during the ascension to the totem level amidst a celestial spectacle, the three-eyed black dragon Mo Lin had never possessed a skill granted by the heavens. Regarding Xing Yuan, that creature had never undergone evolution, remaining unchanged since it was captured and contracted as his spirit beast. Its growth had been entirely natural, not to mention that it was still in its developmental phase. After bringing the Qianfeng butterfly back home and handing it over to his mother, Lin E engaged in a brief conversation with her before returning to his bedroom. Upon shutting the door, he entered the second world. Given the time elapsed, the unhatched spirit beast eggs, influenced by the formation, should have hatched by now. Jingyu, how did the eggs fare? Lynn E inquired. Jingyu pointed to the damaged formation and then gestured towards a clearing where a few spirit beasts were frolicking. They have all hatched and are over there. 2 white-eared foxes damaged the formation while playing after hatching. I attempted to repair it, but to no avail. Without the formation's enhancement, the hatching speed of the remaining 3 spirit beasts was slower, but they successfully emerged. Albeit their exhibited vitality was not as robust as when within the formation. Nodding at Jingyu's account, Lynn E acknowledged the oversight. Moreover, these formations were merely rudimentary ones. Constructed from ordinary materials rather than precious ones, consisting of spiritual objects and a touch of elemental crystal sand. Once the patterns formed by the crystal sand were disrupted, the entire formation lost its cycle and became ineffective. Restarting would necessitate reconstruction. Fortunately, the spirit beast eggs had remained within the formation for an extended period, so the hatching process would not be significantly delayed. Even if they did not evolve within, they should still possess skills. He had purchased a total of 20 spirit beast eggs, 10 Qing Yichong cocoons, 5 white-eared fox eggs, and 5 white-furred cat eggs. Previously, 8 Qing Yichong cocoons and 1 white-furred cat egg had hatched. Thus, 5 white-eared fox eggs, 4 white-furred cat eggs, and 2 Qing Yichong cocoons remained unhatched. Let us examine the spirit beasts, he remarked as he turned his attention. At a glance, he spotted 2 peculiar little creatures whose fur colors differed from the others. The white-furred cats and white-eared foxes were all white, yet these 2 were distinct, one purple and the other blue. The purple one was a small cat, while the blue one was a fox, the evolved form of the white-eared fox, specifically a blue water fox, which Lynn E had previously cultivated. Species, blue water fox. Level, awakening 4 stars. Affinity, water. Status, curious, observing. Potential, upper lord. Growth stage, juvenile. Skills, 1 water bullet. Yellow level. The blue water fox controls water elements to form a water sphere, launching high-speed attacks at targets. However, compared to the blue water fox in the store, this one exhibited slightly lower attributes and strength. As for its evolutionary path, it lacked the rain priest route. After all, to evolve into a rain priest, a blue water fox must reach at least the monarch level, whereas its growth limit was merely that of a lord, necessitating evolution for a breakthrough. There were several alternative paths available, though they required specific conditions, and, given that the newly hatched blue water fox was relatively frail, it needed nurturing. Nonetheless, it was adequately prepared for sale. Next was the purple kitten. Judging by its fur color and the arcs of electricity dancing between its hairs, its affinity was evident. It was a thunder spirit cat. Species, thunder spirit cat. Level, awakening 5 stars. Affinity, thunder, pseudo-fire. Status, healthy. Potential, lower monarch. Growth stage, juvenile. Skills, 1 thunder arc. Mystical level. The thunder spirit cat controls lightning, directing attacks at designated targets. 2 fireball. Lynn E was pleasantly surprised. He had expected a mere ordinary thunder-type kitten, but discovered it possessed 2 skills, even from different elemental domains. He pointed at the thunder spirit cat and looked at Jingyu. How did this little creature come to be? Jingyu explained. This one was born after the formation was damaged. It was initially within the thunder element formation and was later pushed into the fire element formation by that white-eared fox when it hatched. Lynn E was mildly astonished upon hearing this. Merely coming into contact with the fire element formation allowed it to acquire a fire-related skill, indicating that this white-furred cat had a natural affinity for fire elements far superior to others. Had it been placed in the fire element formation for hatching, it would likely have emerged and evolved much sooner. However, it was too late to lament now, as the thunder spirit cat had already embarked on the path of electricity, with fire being merely an adjunct. Nonetheless, future intervention could guide it towards a fire-centric evolution. After contemplating, Lynn E used his spiritual sense to scan the remaining spirit beasts, discovering that, similar to those previously hatched, they had not evolved but had each acquired a corresponding elemental skill, allowing for direct evolution with the right materials. Of course, he could also let the spirit beasts grow naturally and evolve over time, albeit at a slower pace. Having assessed the situation of the newly hatched spirit beasts, Lynn E decided not to linger and turned towards the Yong spring, planning to keep these spirit beasts in the second world for a few days before bringing them to the store. Upon reaching the edge of Yong spring, he noticed the water's surface, rich in water affinity, ripple as a spirit beast emerged. Long time no see, Polyas, Lynn E remarked. Chapter 58, The Three-Headed Sea Dragon. Yong Spring, a spring where yin and yang converge, and water and fire share a source, originally had a diameter of merely about 1 meter. The surrounding elements of water and fire flowed in harmony. However, after being transported to the second world, Lynn E had remodeled it by excavating a deep pit, placing the spring's source at the bottom, and pouring a significant amount of water spiritual liquid from above. The fire aspect transformed the water spiritual liquid into a heated liquid. Thanks to Yong E spring, the water and fire spiritual liquids interacted without conflict, creating a serene environment where both elements coexisted harmoniously, enhancing the surrounding conditions for spiritual beings. Numerous water and fire affinity spirit beasts favored this locale, and currently, a few water droplet rabbits were nearby. The Liang Yi flower, previously used to aid the evolution of the Bai Yi tree person, also thrived here, being the most effective spiritual plant of its level. Though only a few roots remain now, regrowing it would likely take a considerable amount of time. After casually inspecting the current state of Liang Yi spring, Lynn E picked up a water droplet rabbit, gently caressing its cool, azure droplet ears, and turned his gaze towards the creature that had surfaced from the water's spiritual liquid. This being was entirely composed of water elements, possessing 3 heads, adorned with azure scales on its back, and resembling 3 intertwined blue water serpents with a lower body akin to the Loch Ness Monster. Polyas was its name, and it was the primary reason for Lin Yi's visit. He had selected it as a bodyguard for Lin Air, a calamity-level spirit beast he had rescued from the deep sea, known as the 3-headed sea dragon. Species, 3-headed sea dragon. Level, calamity 3 stars. Affinity, water, gold. Status, leisurely. Potential, mid-level calamity. Growth stage, peak. Skills, 1 water dragon dance. Earth level. The 3 heads of the 3-headed sea dragon simultaneously expel torrents of water, capable of tearing and biting targets while swirling, resulting in explosive attacks. 2 size control. Earth level. Freely manipulate its body size, allowing it to expand up to 10-fold. 3 blessing of the sea demon, for water wave break. Despite its name suggesting it was a dragon, this creature was not truly of the dragon lineage, but rather a marine spirit beast bearing the title of dragon. Referring to it as a sea demon would be more fitting. This creature had been Lin Yi's mission target 3 years prior, the mastermind behind the chaos in coastal cities. The task was marked as such. Upon arrival, Lin E realized his mistake, for the first world had already taken shape, accompanied by chaos. Xing Yuan was maintaining the space of the first world to prevent its collapse. Accompanying Lin E was the spiritual beast Jingyu, a life-type spirit beast acutely sensitive to the essences of life and curses. Jingyu detected the curse aura emanating from the 3-headed sea dragon and mentioned it to Lin E, who began to investigate. He discovered that this creature was rather agreeable. Having previously assisted oceanic spirit masters, the name Polyas was bestowed upon it by the coastal inhabitants, but later, for reasons unknown, Polyas had gone mad and launched a series of fierce attacks on the coast. It was later understood that this was due to a curse. Consequently, Lin E directly brought the 3-headed sea dragon into the first world, subjecting it to a period of spatial storms until the curse was lifted. With the completion of the second world, the creature had no desire to return to the ocean and confront the venomous and cursed disaster-level spirit beast, Yun Dujan, which had attacked it, thus it chose to reside there. What brings you here? Polyas asked. I must inform you that I have not touched a single one of the spiritual plants you cultivated. Those little creatures consumed them. Do not wrongfully accuse a good dragon, Polyas added, poking its head out of the water spirit liquid. Lin E waved his hand dismissively. They are merely small spiritual plants. If they were consumed, so be it. As long as the roots remain, they will soon grow again. Hearing this, Polyas was incensed. How can you say that? Wasn't it just a mouthful of the lotus you planted? How did you treat me? 3 days, it continued. But since you have said so, I recently consumed a tiny bit of your spiritual plant. You should not be angry, right? Lin Yi's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion. He shook his head. Of course not. I mentioned it was merely a small spiritual plant. As long as the roots are intact, it will regrow. However, he suddenly changed his tone. Since we are speaking of the lotus, I must impart some wisdom. Do you not have any understanding of what that flower signifies? Polyas submerged slightly, leaving only its eyes above the surface, the water spirit liquid bubbling as it protested. But I only took a mouthful. Lin E chuckled. Indeed, just a mouthful. Yet you have 3 heads, 1 mouthful per head. I painstakingly retrieved the Sanxiang Kai Lian from the snow domain, and you devoured it until only a tiny root remains. Look at its current state. Lin E pointed beside him, where a tender shoot had just begun to sprout from the root. The very Sanxiang Kai Lian he referred to. It has been 2 whole years, planted next to the Air E spring, which promotes the growth of spiritual plants. And yet it has only produced this tiny sprout. What of your pride? Polyas fell silent, unable to respond. What could it say? The fragrance emitted by that plant was simply too alluring, and it had not consumed it immediately. It had resisted for a full 3 minutes before succumbing. Lin E continued. You have consumed my Sanxiang Kai Lian, resided in my small world for so many years, absorbed a considerable amount of water spirit liquid, and feasted on numerous other spiritual plants. Back then, you were merely at the threshold of disaster. Now you have ascended to disaster level 3 stars. It seems you have been living quite well. Do not forget, Lynn E continued, his voice meandering. Polyus, growing increasingly uneasy, interjected, what exactly do you intend to do? Speak plainly, do not meander. This is your task. Release the water droplet rabbit, Lynn E instructed Polyus. Go protect a person for me. What? Polyus exclaimed, astonished. Unwilling? Lynn E asked. No, that's not it. Polyus quickly clarified, its 3 heads emerging from the water spirit liquid. I am more than willing. Just tell me whom to protect, and I assure you that not a single hair on their head will be harmed as long as I, Polyus, am present. Lynn E was taken aback by Polyus's eagerness. Nevertheless, it resolved the first step of having the creature act as a bodyguard, and the next step was to establish rules. Polyus was a free spirit beast, and as a disaster-level spirit beast, its presence within the Federation would undoubtedly attract the attention of higher authorities. Lynn E could guarantee that Polyus would not harm anyone, but he also needed to ensure that Polyus genuinely did not cause harm and adhere to the Federation's regulations. Otherwise, not only would Polyus face repercussions, but he would also be implicated. Before that, I must impart some knowledge regarding the external world's rules, including what actions are permissible and what are not. Curious, Polyus inquired, what happens if one violates these rules? And what if one does not? Well, if you are fortunate, you may be returned to the ocean. If not, you might perish, only to be dismembered, with your scales and bones used as materials, and your flesh as nourishment for the growth of spirit beasts, Lynn E replied nonchalantly, observing Polyus's 3 necks, which were larger than water buckets. Your body is brimming with water elements. If utilized as materials for cultivating water and wood-type spirit beasts, the results would likely be quite remarkable. Polyus shuddered, realizing the potential danger. Perhaps I should reconsider this whole bodyguard role and remain here, enjoying my daily water spirit liquid and the occasional snack of spiritual plants. Lynn E seemed to discern Polyus's concerns. There is no need for excessive worry. The rules are straightforward. As long as you adhere to them, you can traverse the entire planet freely. Water converged into claws as Polyus scratched its head. I wish to, but you know I am a spirit beast, not a human. There are too many rules. What if I forget? You needn't fret, Lynn E assured. Simply follow the instructions of the person you are protecting. If something is unclear, ask them directly. As long as you heed their words, you will encounter no issues. Should you find yourself in trouble for following their instructions, I will guarantee your safety. Upon hearing Lynn Yi's words, Polyus ceased its hesitations. All right, what are the rules? Lynn E quietly retrieved the Federation's legal code, not thick, merely about 10 centimeters. First, as the dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the air spring, Polyus could no longer endure and lay down. Who could comprehend the agony of listening to the laws for an entire night? The struggle was not merely in the discomfort, but also in the many parts that were incomprehensible. Now, Polyus could only recall the first rule. Following the instructions of the protector would guarantee no mistakes. With great difficulty, Polyus lifted its head. Is that all? Lynn E closed the legal code and gazed at the horizon, where the sun, a mere projection of the external sun, reflected a semblance of the outside world. He nodded at Polyus. That should suffice. Soon, I must venture into the secret realm, and thereafter I will have no time to attend to you. Come with me. I will introduce you to the person you are to protect. As he spoke, a portal of space quietly manifested. Polyus swiftly ascended from the air spring, shrinking to the size of a doll and landing on Lynn Yi's shoulder. It gazed into the water spirit liquid with curiosity. Before departing, Polyus felt it necessary to inquire about the neighbor it had cohabited with for so long. What of that fellow? Lynn E understood that Polyus referred to the creature he had captured and placed within the fire eye of the air spring, akin to Polyus, meant to stabilize the spring's energies. The water eye was Polyus, while the fire eye was occupied by a fire attribute spirit, the fire vine turtle, which was at the threshold of totem strength. Indeed, it was a totem, revered by many, but the tribe it had protected had been annihilated by a deep abyss wolf. Had Lynn E not passed by at that moment, needing a fire and water spirit to stabilize the air spring, it would likely have been consumed by the abyss wolf long ago. At that time, the Yong spring was engulfed in chaotic and violent energy, which has now transformed into its serene state, suitable for cultivating spiritual plants, all thanks to the assistance of Polyus I and the Linghuatangertal. Now that the energy of the Yong spring has stabilized, the departure of the spirit beast from the array will not cause any issues. As for the Linghuatangertal, it is likely still recuperating. Furthermore, turtles typically heal through a state of dormancy, which explains why it did not appear upon arrival. As for arrangements, there truly are none. After all, a bodyguard is all that is needed, and as for Lin Shan, he possesses the Buyuan Shizibo tree. Moreover, the other party is currently obsessed with cultivation and would not venture into ruins for any adventure. Just take care of yourself. As Lynn E spoke, he stepped through the spatial door, and beneath the interplay of black and white, he had returned to his bedroom. Knock, knock. Brother, breakfast is ready. No sooner had he returned to his room than a knocking sound echoed. It was Lynn E, that girl. Coincidentally, he had matters to discuss with her. Not in a hurry, come in for a moment. Lynn E. So may I enter? Come on in. Once Lynn E. entered the room, Lynn E. gestured to the spacious Simon's bed beside him, indicating for her to sit and chat. Lynn E. complied, but her gaze remained fixated on Polly Si, perched on Lynn Yi's shoulder, a feeling of familiarity washing over her. If it were a spirit beast, it bore a resemblance to a pseudo-dragon that had caused trouble along the coast in a past life, only to be executed by the holy guard Qianmei. In contemplation, Lynn E. utilized her spiritual vision to scan the creature. Race, Sanshou Hailong. Upon seeing the three-headed sea dragon designation, her eyes widened in disbelief. No way. It truly is a Sanshou Hailong. However, that creature should not have been killed by the holy guards Qianmei. Its bones and scales were used as evolution materials, while its flesh was sent to the spirit chef. Or could it be another one? Lynn E. was uncertain. Her current strength was too low to discern the complete information of the creature with her spiritual vision. What are you staring at? Polly Si felt uncomfortable under Lynn E.'s intense gaze and displayed a displeased expression. Lynn E. raised his hand and shot a glare at Polly Si, who turned away, no longer engaging with Lynn E. At that moment, Lynn E. pointed to Polly Si, saying, "This is Polly Si. It will serve as your bodyguard. It will assist you in times of danger." Lynn E.'s eyes widened, disbelief etched across her face. Polly Si is indeed that pseudo-dragon. So, thanks to my brother, it is alive now, and it has become my bodyguard. Lynn E. had initially thought that even if her brother found her a bodyguard, it would only be a totem-level entity. She never imagined he would procure a disaster-grade spirit beast. If it is obedient, does that mean she could seize the Xingyan fruit within the ancient battlefield ruins? Lynn E. felt a surge of excitement. The Xingyan fruit could fundamentally alter the flames of fire-type spirit beasts. 2 could enable a spirit beast to grasp starfire, and 3 could bestow them with a stellar bloodline. According to her knowledge, there were 2 Xingyan fruit trees within the ancient battlefield ruins, yielding a total of 9 Xingyan fruits. Given her understanding of the ruins, along with the presence of the disaster-grade spirit beast Polly Si, she had to gamble for the Xingyan fruit. Acquiring 1 would be worthwhile, 2 would yield great profit, and 3 would be an extraordinary success. Suppressing her exhilaration, Lynn E. turned to Lynn E, asking, "Brother, is it really reliable?" Lynn E remained silent, and it was Polly Si who spoke up. "Little girl, whom do you look down upon? How could I be unreliable? I, Polly Si, am known for my integrity. I never go back on my word." Lynn E ignored it and looked at Lynn E, who nodded affirmatively. "No problem, you can rest assured." Lynn E did not say much more, merely retrieving the treasure map she had painstakingly created overnight, from sketching to aging, and presented it to him. "Brother, here is the treasure map." Chapter 60. The horn of the white-horned horse has turned black. After entrusting Polly Si to his younger sister and taking the so-called treasure map, Lynn E glanced at it briefly before storing it away. After breakfast and bidding farewell to their mother, Lynn E made his way to the shop. Although the entrance to the secret realm outside the city had been secured, there were still a few younglings in need of nourishment within the shop. Despite spirit beasts being able to survive for days without food by relying on the ambient spiritual energy, this only applied to those of stronger abilities. The newborns still needed to be fed. Before long, Lynn E arrived at the front of the shop. Soon after, Xingyun appeared before him, sporting dark circles under her eyes, catching him by surprise. "What are you still doing here? Didn't I give you a break?" Xingyun spoke with a hint of grievance. "Shop owner, have you forgotten something? Even if I haven't evolved, you should at least return my white-horned horse to me, so I can rest easy and cultivate my spirit beasts." Lin Yi's eyes widened in realization. He had sensed he had forgotten something, but could not recall it until now. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. No. How could I forget such an important thing? Lin chuckled as he opened the shop door. "Come in and sit for a bit. I will return your white-horned horse shortly." After entering the shop, Lin Yi's head popped out from behind the vine wall. "Since you are here, help me feed the spirit beasts. I will check on your white-horned horse." With that, Lin Yi vanished from sight. Xingyun took a deep breath, exhaling in exasperation. Turning to the few spirit beasts in the shop, she thought of them as her future source of azure coins and picked up their feed. Upon entering the second world, Lin Yi rushed to the dragon nest where the San Yanhei Long Mo Lin resided. Upon entering the nest, Lin Yi spotted Mo Lin dozing off, and nearby, a horse with a black horn and a white body surrounded by dark energy, trembling all over, with its eyes closed. Why has the horn turned black? Lin Yi scratched his head. The white-horned horse was most notably characterized by its white horn. To his surprise, upon tossing the white-horned horse to Lynn, the horse's iconic horn had turned black, which was rather unexpected. Moreover, sensing the dark elemental aura entwined around the horse's body, Lynn E understood that the white-horned horse was currently ensnared within Lynn's skill, the endless abyss of darkness. Lynn E approached and kicked Lynn. Who dares to ambush me? Lynn, awakened from its slumber, looked around, and upon spotting Lynn E, immediately changed its expression. Ego, what brings you here? Lynn E pointed at the white-horned horse. I asked you to teach it a dark-type skill, and this is how you did it? Isn't this correct? Lynn scratched its scales with its claws, blinking its 3 eyes. After scanning the white-horned horse for a few seconds, it continued. I taught that white fluffball the same way. This white-horned horse has been in the endless abyss for even longer. It not only forgot all the skills it previously learned, but also acquired 2 or 3 dark-type skills. Its comprehension is exceptionally good. As Lynn spoke, it displayed a proud demeanor, clearly satisfied with its teaching methods. However, upon hearing Lynn's words, Lynn E quickly shifted his gaze back to the white-horned horse and used his spiritual vision to scan it. In an instant, the horse's information appeared before him. After reading, Lynn E fell silent. Lynn was indeed correct. In such a short time, the white-horned horse had completely forgotten its previous skills and now possessed only dark-type abilities. The black horn served as evidence. Additionally, the swirling black mist resembling scales around its body and its posturing suggested that if he had arrived any later, the white-horned horse would have undergone a natural evolution. However, the evolution was towards a black-scaled horse. The black-scaled horse is emblematic of a warrior-type spirit beast. Further evolution could lead to the black-horned dragon horse, a dragon-type, dark-type spirit beast, characterized by its black horn and scales as tough as dragon armor. Employing a head-on combat style that starkly contrasts with the combat methods of the shadow steed. Yet, he intended to evolve it into an assassin-type spirit beast. Quickly, dispel the endless abyss. At this rate, how am I supposed to proceed with its evolution? Not a problem, Ego responded with a sound. Opening its dragon mouth above the Baijiaoma, it inhaled deeply, drawing in wisps of black mist from the Baijiaoma's body until the dark haze completely vanished. However, the black horn remained. With the disappearance of the black mist, the abyss-like veil faded from the Baijiaoma's vision. Yet prolonged exposure had left its gaze somewhat impaired. It took several minutes before it managed to rise. Upon standing, the first thing the Baijiaoma did was to direct its single horn towards the San Yanhei Long. Despite the opponent's significantly larger size and overwhelming strength, the Baijiaoma showed no fear, even wishing to provoke it into a fatal confrontation. The once white horn of the Baijiaoma had been tainted a deep black. A humiliation it could no longer endure. Ah, commendable courage, came a teasing voice from behind the Baijiaoma. It turned to see the source of its misfortune. Yet, it could not muster any anger, for its master commanded obedience. However, this very obedience had costed its dignity, as its horn had turned black. Lynn E patted the Baijiaoma. Do not fret. Allow me to concoct a potion for you, and I assure you, you shall come to relish this sensation. With that, Lynn E began to prepare the necessary spiritual materials. Given that the Baijiaoma was now entirely blackened, save for its fur, and infused with a dense darkness within, the evolution process would be considerably simpler. Only a few ingredients were needed: the Nong Yi Zi Hua, Feng Ying Chao, Feng Jing Shi, Ying Tung Juice, and a dark yuan crystal. He retrieved a stone mortar, tossing in the Nong Yi Zi Hua to grind it into a paste, then adding a splash of clear water to mix until the liquid turned a vibrant purple. Next, he incorporated several strands of Feng Ying Chao and powdered Feng Jing Shi, blending them thoroughly before finally adding the Ying Tung Juice. After a thorough mix, the black evolution liquid was ready. Lin E held the evolution liquid in one hand and the square dark yuan crystal in the other, while Jingyu followed closely behind, carrying the Ying Tung vine. They approached the Baijiaoma. Bow your head, Lin E commanded. The Baijiaoma obediently lowered its head. Jingyu stepped forward, deftly transforming a finger into a sharp blade to trim away the hair behind the Baijiaoma's black horn, making a small incision above to let the Ying Tung juice drip in. This was, of course, per Lin Yi's instructions. As the Ying Tung juice mingled with the Baijiaoma's blood, Lin Yi pressed the dark yuan crystal above and commanded, open wide. The Baijiaoma complied. Parting its jaws, Lin Yi poured the evolution liquid inside, then retreated to sit on a vine chair woven by Jingyu, raising his hand to signal the Baijiaoma. Now it is your time. Please commence your performance. Chapter 61, The Jet Black Shadow Steed. The Baijiaoma, puzzled by Lin Yi's words, was about to emit a few sounds of confusion when, in the next moment, its eyes widened, and it collapsed to the ground. Yet, Lin Yi remained unfazed, calmly enjoying the spectacle. This was a normal occurrence. The Ying Teng's method of hunting involved ensnaring its target with vines, and injecting a paralyzing sap, rendering the prey immobile before consuming it bit by bit. Thus, the Ying Tung juice inherently possessed a paralyzing effect, having directly interacted with the Bai Jiao Ma. It had integrated into its being. If the battle class Bai Jiao Ma had not succumbed, Lin E would have sought trouble with the Zhen Bao Gu for selling him counterfeiting tongue. Fortunately, the Bai Jiao Ma lay still, indicating the effectiveness of the Ying Tung, and that the Zhen Bao Gu had indeed sold authentic goods. The rest was left to the evolution liquid. Soon, the evolution liquid began to take effect. The Bai Jiao Ma's white fur started to shed, and the black horn atop its head gleamed darker than ever. The crystal at the back fused with its head, releasing tendrils of black mist. The black mist, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, coiled around the horn and then spread throughout its body until the Bai Jiao Ma was enveloped in a black cocoon. Not long after, the cocoon stirred, and the outer layer of black mist gradually dissipated. First revealed were its 4 hooves, shrouded in black mist and adorned with dark hooves. Next came its body, entirely black. Finally, its head and horn emerged, the mist obscuring its yellowed teeth, which vanished into the shadows. Species, Shadow Steed. Level, Lord 2 stars. Type, Dark. Status, Buzzing in the head. Potential, High Lord. Growth status, Mature. Skills, 1. Dark Yuan Burst. Mystical gathers dark elements into a sphere and launches it in a specified direction, causing an explosion upon impact. 2. Black Veil. Earth level. The dark Yuan crystal atop the Shadow Steed releases dense dark elements, obscuring a certain area of light elements to create a realm of darkness. 3. Shadow Clone Technique. 4. Dark Blade Charge. Observing the data panel of the Shadow Steed, Lin E nodded in satisfaction at its evolved form. With 1 Earth level skill and 3 mystical level skills, such a configuration would be commendable for any spirit beast newly entering the Lord rank. Particularly, the skill Black Veil, capable of creating a lightless zone even during daylight, combined with the Shadow Steed's own coloration, significantly enhances its ambush capabilities. Encountering light-type spirit beasts may pose a challenge, yet this is relative, as light and dark types have always been adversaries, mutually restraining one another. Its potential had reached a level comparable to that of the Ying Mao, indicating that there was no need for further evolution in the near term, at least until the Shadow Steed achieved Lord status. The focus should instead be on enhancing combat skills. With the spirit beast fully evolved, Lin E departed the second world, intending to visit the secret realm shortly. Upon returning to the store with the still-dazed Shadow Steed, Lin E heard the voices of Shun Yun and others conversing within. Inside, Shun Yun wore a professional smile as she regarded the 2 cultivators before her, perplexed that, in the brief moment of feeding a spirit beast, customers had entered the shop. Even when it was not open for business, she had nearly asked them to leave. However, upon hearing that the male cultivator had conversed with the store manager 2 days prior and had purchased a spirit beast, she decided to entertain their visit. It seemed they had a specific purpose, to purchase the blue water fox priced at over 1 million Weilong coins. Other spirit beasts were negotiable, but the blue water fox had been designated for the manager's direct handling. I apologize, miss. If you wish to buy another spirit beast, that can be arranged. However, for the blue water fox, you must wait for the manager to discuss it with you. The female cultivator frowned. When will your manager arrive? If it takes too long, I cannot wait. There are many matters awaiting me within the Cultivator Association. Shun Yun hesitated until she felt the sudden return of the bond with the Bai Jiao Ma that had vanished. She knew the manager had returned. The manager has arrived. Please hold on. No sooner had Shun Yun spoken than Lin E emerged, leading the jet-black Shadow Steed from behind the vine wall. Ma Bai Ma? Shun Yun exclaimed. Lin E, oblivious to her expression, handed the Shadow Steed to her and turned his attention to the other 2 individuals in the store. From their brief exchange, he understood their intent, to purchase the blue water fox. Recognizing a familiar face, Li Qinshu, Lin E realized these were customers brought by them. However, the moment he appeared with the Shadow Steed, their gazes were immediately drawn to it, leaving them in awe, a never-before-seen species of spirit beast. A dark-type equine spirit beast, crowned with a horn resembling that of the Bai Jiao Ma, yet bearing a crystal at its rear, reminiscent of the Jingyu Ma. They were unable to discern the origins of this spirit beast. Li Qinshu was somewhat unfazed, having recognized Lin Yi's extraordinary abilities from previous sales. Yet, Fang Qing, unable to fathom the essence of the Shadow Steed and noticing Lin Yi's resemblance to Lin Tianhai, experienced a dramatic shift in her attitude. Last night's celestial phenomenon remains vivid in her mind. Along with the whispers circulating within the Cultivator Association, she learned that the former store manager, Master Lin, has ascended to the rank of Xinghuo level cultivator. Although not yet officially certified by the association, in the hearts of those privy to the inside information in Yangcheng, Lin Tianhai is already regarded as a Xinghua-level cultivator. Although Master Lin is not a member of the family, the current status of the Lin family, bolstered by Lin Tianhai's achievements, has long surpassed that of several prominent families in Yangqing, even compelling the city lord's manor to yield. Only the president of the Cultivator Association can be considered an equal. It can be said that if Lin Tianhai makes a mistake, as long as it is not a fundamental error, the Federation will smooth things over for him. The Lin family must be courted and cannot be provoked. Fang Qing smiled and said, "Hello, manager. I am interested in purchasing that blue water fox. May I inquire if it is for sale?" Lin E nodded in affirmation. "It is indeed for sale, but this blue water fox is unlike any other. Before the sale, I have a few straightforward stipulations. If you can accept them, I would not mind selling it to you at a lower price. If not, you may leave." Fang Qing asked, "What are your conditions, manager?" "This blue water fox possesses the potential to evolve into a high-ranking monarch. If you wish to buy it, you must not allow it to undergo any evolution before it reaches the monarch level. Additionally, it must not be subjected to induced development. Even the research institute must ensure that it remains unharmed, preserving its identity as a blue water fox until it attains the monarch level." Fang Qing frowned slightly. It is unheard of for a merchant to impose such restrictions on a spirit beast after the sale, especially prohibiting evolution until it reaches the monarch level. She had never encountered such absurd demands in her life. The blue water fox, with its potential for high-ranking monarch status, is unprecedented in the entire Federation, making it immensely valuable for research. She truly desired it. "Manager, this condition seems excessively harsh." Chapter 62, Sales Pitch. Lin E raised his hand to interrupt Fang Qing. "Do not rush. I have not finished speaking. As I mentioned earlier, I have conditions. You can accept them for a lower price. If not, you can leave. Furthermore, interrupting someone while they speak is impolite." Fang Qing's expression grew slightly awkward. She had interrupted, true enough, but had not the other party also interrupted her? Aware of her own fault, she remained silent. Lin E continued, "In addition to the previous stipulations, there is one more requirement. After the blue water fox reaches the monarch level, you must bring it back to my store for its evolution. You will provide the evolution materials. I will prepare the rest. The evolved spirit beast will belong to you." Had it not been for that last statement about the spirit beast belonging to her, Fang Qing would have doubted whether the store manager was selling a spirit beast or seeking someone to help him cultivate it to the monarch level. Moreover, is it not the case that evolving a spirit beast only requires spiritual materials? What could be the reason behind such a stipulation? As Fang Qing pondered, Li Chenxiu, who had conversed with Lin E for a considerable time, discerned Lin Yi's intentions and leaned closer to whisper in Fang Qing's ear. "Previously, I spoke with the manager, who mentioned that this blue water fox has a unique evolutionary pathway." Fang Qing turned her head. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" Li Chenxiu feigned innocence. "At that time, you were busy evolving a spirit beast. I seized the opportunity to speak with you, merely saying that a blue water fox with high-ranking monarch potential was for sale. Before I could finish, you eagerly pulled me out to absorb spiritual energy. Can you blame me?" Fang Qing reflected on this and realized it was indeed the case. "Then I shall not hold it against you." After concluding her conversation with Li Chenxiu, she turned to Lin E. "Manager, can you guarantee the potential of the evolved spirit beast? Will it be a positive evolution or a negative one?" Positive evolution naturally enhances the spirit beast's bloodline or alters its appearance, allowing it to master additional skills. Negative evolution, as exemplified by the weak fire butterfly, Lin E assured her, it will indeed be a positive evolution. "I can guarantee that the evolved spirit beast will possess a growth potential no less than that of a mid-ranking monarch, and it is not impossible for it to become a lower-tier totem." Fang Qing and Li Chenxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Xin Yun, who had been observing, turned her head at that moment, having heard something extraordinary. "Monarch? Totem?" Fang Qing exclaimed. "Is this truly your word, manager?" "Naturally, it is not false." "Very well. I shall purchase the blue water fox." Upon hearing Lin Yi's affirmative response, Fang Qing wasted no time in retrieving her bank card. It is worth noting that in all of Yangcheng, aside from City Lord Kai Qiming, only a few elderly members of prominent families possess spirit beasts at the monarch level, and most are still in their early stages. If this blue water fox can genuinely evolve to possess mid-ranking monarch potential with diligent training, it could achieve monarch level within 2 years. At that point, the family's strength would undoubtedly rise. If it were to reach lower-tier totem status, Fang Qing could hardly fathom how well her family would develop. "Manager, before finalizing the purchase, I have a question." Lin E looked at Fang Qing. "Speak." After weighing her words, she asked, "Manager, are you certain you have the capability to evolve the blue water fox in one go? And what level of cultivator are you?" Lin E understood her concerns. She was merely worried that he would be unable to meet the requirements for the blue water fox's training and evolution, wasting her time and effort. He had no worries about the evolution itself. However, directly stating he was a mid-level cultivator would likely raise her skepticism. Fortunately, he had contacted the headquarters of the Cultivator Association the night before, requesting a Xinghe-level cultivator badge to be sent over. The association initially intended to grant him a Liang-level badge, but Lynn E deemed that too ostentatious. He requested only the Xinghua-level badge, which he expected to receive in a couple of days. You need not worry about the evolution. Although I have not evolved many spirit beasts, I have never failed. As for my level, I am at the threshold of the strategic level. The strategic level represents the 3 cultivator ranks above the master cultivator level, and as a cultivator, Fangqing naturally understood this. Yet, she still maintained her skepticism. Yangsheng is not that large. Being part of the Cultivator Association, she may not know every cultivator, but she is acquainted with all those above the master level. The sudden emergence of a Xinghua-level cultivator was a surprise to her, and indeed to the entire Cultivator Association in Yangqing. Manager, may I see your cultivator badge? Lynn E had anticipated this question and had prepared a response. Recently, due to advancements in cultivation techniques, the cultivator badge was sent back to the headquarters. If you wish to see it, I have a photo here. Or you may wait a couple of days for it to arrive, at which point I will display it on the official website of Yiling Pet Store. Would you prefer to see the photo, or wait a few days? Photos can be fabricated, but the cultivator badge from the store cannot be forged, and no one would dare to do so. Moreover, she could afford to wait 2 days. The store would not vanish in that time. She had no doubt about the authenticity of the badge exchange, as the classification of cultivator ranks is quite strict, with even the Xinghua level divided into 5 tiers. However, she was uncertain of how many stars the manager possessed. As for checking the official cultivator website, she would certainly do that shortly. I naturally believe in the manager. Fangqing smiled, then turned her gaze back to the elegantly poised blue water fox. Manager, how much do you intend to sell the blue water fox for? Lynn E did not rush to provide a price, but instead asked the two to wait a moment while he retreated to the back and brought out 5 recently hatched little foxes from the second world. Since they had agreed to his conditions and intended to purchase the blue water fox, he presumed they were not short on funds and decided to make an additional pitch. In addition to the blue water fox, I recommend you consider purchasing these 4 white-eared foxes as well. Fangqing asked, what is the significance of this? Lynn E smiled and explained, each of these white-eared foxes is unique, having just been born, and they each possess an elemental skill. As for this blue water fox cub, it was hatched from a white-eared fox egg. They can all evolve into water-type blue water foxes. If you are engaged in research similar to Li Chenxiu's on the topic of nurturing, these few spirit beasts could prove to be of assistance. Naturally, it would be preferable for them to fully evolve into the Lan Shuehu. This is because, later on, when evolving the Lan Shuehu with a unique evolutionary path, I intend to arrange for several Lan Shuehu to assist in the evolution. If the comprehension is sufficient, there may be a resonance with the evolving Lan Shuehu, potentially allowing for simultaneous evolution. This statement left Fangqing momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was engaged in research, specifically focusing on the elemental aspect of water and spirit, with the primary subject being the Lan Shuehu. This was precisely why she had rushed over upon hearing about the potential of the upper-tier, Lord-level Lan Shuehu. In Chapter 63, 6 spirit beasts were sold at once. The counterpart was the manager of a spirit beast shop, who suggested that she purchase several more spirit beasts, almost as if he were marketing. However, while Fangqing had not heard of or seen the concept of assisted evolution before, she was aware of several known methods of evolution, and this assisted evolution might indeed be feasible. If it truly could be realized, then the Lan Shuehu assisting in the evolution would belong to her, as they were her preparations. Conversely, if they were provided by the manager, and they resonated and evolved, she would have nowhere to express her lament. At that moment, Fangqing's heart began to waver. Just a few Lan Shuehu cubs would not cost much, and she had already decided to purchase them all. Yet, before making the purchase, she felt compelled to ask, Manager, may I observe and learn while the Lan Shuehu undergoes evolution? To which Lynn E readily agreed, stating that it was a trivial matter and that she could participate. With this assurance, Fangqing felt relieved. Very well, please package them. I will take the 4x-air Hu and the Lan Shuehu, excluding just one. How much will that be? Upon hearing this, Lynn E felt reassured. His intuition had proven correct. She was indeed a person of means. Lynn E took out a calculator, explaining as he calculated, the 4x-air Hu, each possessing a skill, will cost you 100,000 Wei Lan coins. As for the Lan Shuehu, with the potential to grow into an upper-tier lord, I will sell it to you at the market price of 240,000 Wei Lan coins. Regarding the Lan Shuehu with the potential to reach upper-tier monarch, the original price was 1.8 million Wei Lan coins. However, as I mentioned, if you accept my terms and truly wish to purchase, I will sell it to you for 1 65 million Weilon coins, totaling to 29 million Weilon coins. After completing the calculations, he turned the calculator towards Fong Qing. Fong Qing found this price acceptable. While she was indeed involved in research, she was also the eldest daughter of the Fong family. And unlike Li Qinxiu, she was not financially constrained. She promptly swiped her card, with 29 million Weilon coins being credited to her account. Hearing the notification of the transaction, Lynn E immediately approached the cash register, took Fong Qing's identification, and began entering the sales information. After recording, he commanded the Lan Ing Qing tongue to form a large vine cage to contain all 6 spirit beasts. He then used his hand to slice the vines. Handing the package to Fong Qing. Your spirit beasts, please take care of them. Thank you, Fong Qing replied, accepting the vine cage from Lynn E. I will nurture this Lan Shui Hu diligently, ensuring it breaks through to the monarch level soon. I hope not to disappoint you. After this exchange, she turned with her companions, Lynn E and Xin Yun, leaving the shop with a warm invitation to return. After walking for a few minutes, Fong Qing suddenly handed the cage to Li Qinxiu and promptly pulled out her phone, navigating to the website of Ling Ling Pet Shop. After acquiring Lin Yi's name, she immediately opened the official website of the Nurturer Association to conduct a search, and soon, information appeared. Fong Qing delicately tapped the screen. Name, Lin E. Data, insufficient permissions. Upon entering Lin Yi's interface, only his name and the insufficient permissions notice were visible. Despite lacking precise information, Fong Qing felt an immense sense of reassurance. At the very least, Lin Yi's information being present on the Nurturer's official website indicated that he was indeed a Nurturer, and it was only natural that his level was significantly higher than hers. Otherwise, she would not have encountered the issue of insufficient permissions. As Fong Qing set her phone down, Li Qinxiu inquired, So, did you find the information you were looking for? She nodded in response. Let us return to the association. Inside the shop, Xin Yun, leading the Tying Ju, cast a dissatisfied glare towards Lin E, filled with resentment. Lin E chose to ignore her gaze, taking out the spirit liquid prepared for the Lan Ing Qing tongue, giving each of the 2 plants a portion. After absorbing the liquid, the vines of the 2 Lan Ing Qing tongue began to grow. Manager, Xin Yun's voice, tinged with bitterness, reached his ears. Lin E turned in surprise. Looking at Xin Yun, why are you still in the shop? Don't you want to take a holiday? Xin Yun, with a dark expression, pointed at the Tying Ju. Though she said nothing, her gesture spoke volumes. Lin E chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Don't be so pessimistic. Don't you think the Tying Ju looks even more impressive after its evolution? Look at that reflective gemstone, that sharp horn like ink, and those robust muscles. Which of these does not showcase the Tying Ju's majesty? Let me show you the current data of the Tying Ju. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to scold me. With that, Lin E approached the cash register, took out a notepad, and began writing the information of the Tying Ju. After finishing, he tore it off and handed it over. Take a look. Xin Yun accepted the note, soothing the wounded spirit of the Tying Ju as she examined the information. Upon finishing, her eyes widened. This seems quite formidable. Noticing her silence after reading, Lin E prompted, Just tell me, is the current Tying Ju strong or not? Despite her reluctance to accept this fact, Xin Yun could not deny the truth. Strong. You see, it has evolved into something so powerful. Although the color has changed, the Tying Ju itself remains the same, merely gaining a mane, looking even more impressive compared to before. So what are you being picky about? Lin E, unaware of Xin Yun's feelings, issued a dismissal. You have 2 days off, do not delay. Hurry and leave, as I need to close the shop. Goodbye, manager. At this point, there was no changing the fact that the white horse had turned black, let alone that the Tying Ju was quite strong. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yun exited the shop. Yet, within her heart, the thought of becoming a nurturer blossomed. As a nurturer, she could devise evolutionary paths for her spirit beasts, ensuring they would not turn black. Perhaps even a reversal could be possible in the future. Moreover, being a nurturer was indeed profitable. After Xin Yun's departure, Lin E instructed the Lan Ing Qing tongue to feed the remaining spirit beasts at designated times during his absence. After this, he summoned Jingyu from the second world, and together, they headed east towards the city. It was time to explore the secret realm. Along the way, Lin E pondered over the system tasks, contemplating whether he should complete the task of nurturing 5 spirit beasts in advance to see if it would refresh other tasks. However, recalling the reward for the task of selling spirit beasts, he realized he had yet to claim it. Xiaoling, open the task panel. Loading for you. Task 11. Nurture and sell 5 spirit beasts, with growth potential not lower than upper tier warrior. Task progress. Completed. Fostering task 1. Foster 5 spirit beasts. Task progress. 05. Task reward. Tier 3 Holy Spirit Crystal. Energy crystal of Holy Spirit type spirit beasts, capable of transforming light type spirit beasts. with a chance of turning them into Holy Spirit-type spirit beasts. Task 2. Go to the ruins of Ember's Fire. Capture 3 fire-type spirit beasts with potential at the warrior level or above. Task Progress 03. Task Reward Angel Rebirth Pool. Task 3. Nurture and sell 5 spirit beasts from the ruins of Ember's Fire, with qualification not lower than warrior level. Task Progress 05. Task Reward Yin Sui. Chapter 64. The Forest Wolf Pack. Upon completing the task, Lynn E inquired, Xiaoling, can the rewards be directly placed into the space ring? Xiaoling, yes. Now on the street, Lynn E was disinclined to claim the reward, as he preferred to avoid drawing attention by having the reward manifest from the void. Fortunately, Xiaoling confirmed that it was indeed possible. He proceeded to claim the reward, eager to ascertain whether there were additional tasks following this first one. Task 11 completed. Reward: 5 drops of Zixia Yunlu, which have been placed in your space ring. Upon hearing the notification, Lin E immediately probed into the space ring and soon located a jade vial nestled within. He retrieved it, bringing it close for a closer inspection. The vial was transparent, containing a swirling mass of purple mist that sparkled like starlight. It resembled both clouds and droplets of water. Lin E was uncertain. Moreover, this substance was exceptionally precious, as the Ziyuan Star Spirit required no less than 81 drops for evolution. Currently, he only possessed 5 drops. He dared not open it for fear that the essence might dissipate into nothingness, a loss he would deeply regret. After securely placing the vial back, Lin E turned his attention to the task panel and indeed found that after claiming Task 11, Task 12 had appeared. The task required the cultivation and sale of 10 spirit beasts, with the stipulation that their growth potential must not fall below that of a low-tier lord. The reward remained Zixia Yunlu, this time amounting to 10 drops. Regrettably, because he had not claimed the previous task's reward, the 6 spirit beasts he had sold earlier did not count towards this task. A sigh escaped Lin Yi's lips as he resolved that henceforth, he would claim rewards immediately upon task completion to refresh the tasks. Furthermore, he anticipated the arrival of his Xinghe-level breeder badge at the shop, whereupon he would promote it widely. He was confident that the task would soon be accomplished. Additionally, he planned to initiate the fostering task once this expedition in the secret realm concluded, or alternatively, to transport this secret realm outside the city back to his shop, specifically to house the spirit beasts in foster care. Simultaneously, he could capture the spirit beasts within this secret realm for cultivation and sale, feeling no remorse since they did not belong to his small world. If he spotted any that caught his fancy, he could send them to his 2 expansive worlds in his beast taming space, as those realms were vast and rich in spiritual energy, albeit currently housing a limited number of spirit beasts. Lin E deemed this plan feasible. However, he was not so unscrupulous as to seize the secret realm immediately, depriving the residents of Yong City of their opportunity. The secret realm, which had appeared alongside the ruins, would exist for no more than 3 or 4 days. Once its energy was depleted, it would vanish into the void, marking the opportune moment for him to act. Having walked for a short while, the 2 arrived at the eastern gate of Yong City. The news of the secret realm's emergence was not concealed, and many spirit tamers had learned of it and sought to partake in its treasures. At that moment, the eastern gate was lined with a lengthy queue. Observing the line snaking from the city gate plaza to the shops behind, Lin E felt overwhelmed. If he were to queue, it would likely be afternoon by the time he exited the city. Let us have Xingyuan escort us out, he suggested, turning to Jingyu. However, after taking a few steps, they were halted by a voice calling out to them. Turning back, they saw a hurried figure approaching. Many surrounding individuals turned to glance, engaging in hushed discussions speculating about Lin E and Jingyu's identities, as the figure was none other than Lord Kai Qiming, the city lord. My lord, are you planning to leave the city? Although Lin E was unsure how Kai Qiming had noticed him, he recognized that it would now be much simpler to exit. I intend to take a look outside, he replied, gesturing towards the queue. Kai Qiming instantly grasped the situation. He had come precisely for this reason. There is no need for such formalities. Given your esteemed status, a simple registration will suffice. Please follow me. Following behind Kai Qiming, the trio soon arrived at a room located behind the city wall's exit registration office. Without requiring registration, Kai Qiming produced a wooden token and handed it over. My lord, this is the pass for Yong City. With this token, you may traverse freely within and outside the city. Lin E accepted the token, questioning, is there no need for registration? Kai Qiming chuckled awkwardly. My lord, your acquaintance with young Master Dantai of the Judgment Office exempts you from such formalities. Thank you very much, Lin E responded. It is my duty, Kai Qiming replied with a nod. With the pass in hand, Lin E and Jingyu exited the city effortlessly under Kai Qiming's watchful gaze. Standing beneath the city gate, they gazed upon the dense forest ahead. where thick vines intertwined and wild grasses thrived on the ground, occasionally punctuated by the roars of spirit beasts. This was the scene outside the city. In stark contrast to the bustling and prosperous interior, the outside world was chaotic, where acts of murder and plunder frequently occurred. Despite the jovial conversations among those exiting the city, should a coveted treasure present itself, it was highly probable that anyone not a close friend would fall victim to violence. The current tranquility was merely reliant on the presence of the city guard stationed on the walls. Once they entered the dense woodland, who could predict what might transpire? As Lynn E and Jingyu followed the throng towards the secret realm, their diminutive figures appeared starkly out of place amidst the riders on spirit beasts. Many cast sidelong glances at them, their expressions a mixture of pity and greed. Only a handful of those who had exited the city after Lynn E recognized that this seemingly youthful individual, leisurely strolling through the outskirts, was far from the naive fool he appeared to be. As they delved deeper into the forest, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only 7 or 8 individuals within Lin Yi's line of sight. They formed 2 groups, flanking Lin E as they ventured further. At first glance, one might mistake them for bodyguards, but in reality, their positioning was casual. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierced the air, followed by a chorus of responses from the surrounding forest. The rustling of bushes echoed from all directions. The group halted, their expressions serious as they surveyed their surroundings, with spirit beasts baring their fangs and adopting combat stances. Lin E and Jingyu also paused, standing still to observe. Their purpose for leaving the city was primarily for leisure. Additionally, they aimed to explore whether the secret realm accompanying the ancient battlefield ruins contained any extraordinary spiritual artifacts. Lastly, they intended to seize the ruins themselves. As they paused momentarily, a sound emerged from the left side of the group, prompting them to turn and witness a fleeting greenish figure. It's a forest wolf. Although only a shadow had been glimpsed, most of those who had ventured outside were not first-timers in the forest and immediately recognized the type of spirit beast. Yet, some less experienced individuals were puzzled. We are not within the forest wolf's territory, nor are we attempting to capture their young. Why would they attack us unprovoked? The forest wolf, a carnivorous spirit beast with a strong territorial instinct, typically refrains from straying from its domain and does not attack spirit tamers without cause. This behavior was anomalous. The less experienced tamers voiced their confusion, while the more seasoned ones, especially those who had survived encounters within secret realms, understood the underlying reason upon sighting the forest wolf. A well-known secret realm, recently emerged and sought after by many for its resources, posed a problem. The realm was not vast like the Blue Star, and the resources within were limited. The more individuals who entered the realm, the fewer resources there would be to share. The earlier one could enter, the more advantageous it would be. However, with the secret realm's existence now common knowledge, how could one reduce the number of entrants or gain earlier access? Naturally, this could be achieved by encountering spirit beasts along the way or even by eliminating individuals mid-journey. Thus, the current situation arose. Outside the city, the laws of nature prevailed, unless one had a powerful backing, such as an academy or a breeder association. Enough chatter. Prepare for battle. Among the 7 individuals, a man with a long scar on his face, accompanied by a fire-type primate spirit beast, spoke. He turned his gaze towards Lin E and advised, "Little brother, it would be wise for you two to keep your distance. The forest wolves have been provoked, and when the battle ensues, no one will have the time to spare for you." Lin E smiled in response. "Thank you for the warning." After speaking, he and Jingyu leapt onto a tree branch, taking refuge in the shade as they surveyed the surrounding dense forest. "They are coming," Lin E remarked just as rustling sounds filled the air. Numerous forest wolves, at the battle general and lord levels, emerged, surrounding the group. Only a gap was visible on the left side, yet no one dared to break through, for that direction was where the wolf howls had first erupted. The Wolf King resided in that very direction. A low growl emanated from behind the gap, as a gigantic wolf, larger than a water buffalo and with greenish-blue fur resembling hardened steel needles, stepped forward, crushing the underbrush. Lin E, perched in the tree, was the first to spot the Wolf King. Under the gaze of his spiritual awareness, the information about the Wolf King became clear. Forest Wolf King, Monarch level 5. The strongest among the pack, yet not the only forest wolf above the Monarch level. Apart from the Wolf King, within the currently appearing pack, there were 3 other Monarch-level forest wolves, a dozen Lord-level forest wolves, and the remainder were Battle General-level forest wolves. After assessing the wolf pack strength, Lin E directed his attention to the encircled 7-member team. His spiritual awareness swept over the 8 spirit beasts. Aside from the fire giant ape, whose power was on par with the Wolf King, there was only a 3-star black-scaled python of Monarch level. The rest were at the Lord level. With 2 spirit beasts having just recently advanced, if nothing unexpected occurred, this 7-member team would likely perish at the jaws of the forest wolves. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, they would ultimately fall to the individuals controlling the wolf pack. As Lynn E observed, the Forest Wolf King advanced. Coming into view of the encircled team, the Wolf King's aura was unrestrained, radiating outward, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. The scar-faced man sensed the imminent danger. Fire Giant Ape. Flame Explosion. Without hesitation, he commanded the Fire Giant Ape to attack, directing its strike at the Forest Wolf King. Taking the initiative, the hope was that by eliminating the Wolf King, the rest of the pack would scatter in disarray, a notion that the man believed was their only chance of survival. The Fire Giant Ape roared and ignited in flames, conjuring a fireball that hurled towards the Wolf King while leaping forth as a blazing projectile. As the Fire Giant Ape made its move, the others ordered their spirit beasts to engage the surrounding forest wolves. Instantaneously, the battle erupted within the woods. At the Wolf King's howl, all forest wolves launched their assault. Even without a command from the Wolf King, those deemed targets had already charged into the fray. Observing the Wolf King, it saw the incoming fireball and raised its massive paw, unleashing 3 wind blades that cleaved through the fireball, dissipating it. However, the next moment, the Fire Giant Ape descended with a thunderous crash. The ground shattered, and surrounding trees splintered into fragments, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Within the haze, 2 figures, one red and one green, were locked in combat. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the Fire Giant Ape and the Forest Wolf King reappeared. After a brief skirmish, both were injured. The Fire Giant Ape bore 3 deep gashes on its shoulder, blood oozing out only to be consumed by the flames. The Forest Wolf King had several punctures on its back from the Fire Giant Ape's assault. Its forelimbs moved awkwardly, indicating a fractured bone. With a fierce roar, the Fire Giant Ape gathered molten lava into a fist and aimed for the Wolf King's face. Aware that confronting the Fire Giant Ape head-on would be disadvantageous, the Wolf King let out a howl, summoning a Monarch-level Forest Wolf and several Lord-level Forest Wolves to ensnare the Fire Giant Ape. Seizing the opportunity while the Fire Giant Ape was entangled, the Wolf King turned its attention toward the black-scaled python, which was surrounded and bleeding profusely. In the next moment, the Wolf King surged forward. The brawny man, engaged in a bare-handed struggle with a battle general Forest Wolf, punched out to create distance. Molten armor. With the man's innate ability activated, the Fire Giant Ape, entangled with several Forest Wolves, flared up with renewed flames, exuding an aura that deterred the nearby wolves. Simultaneously, an armor of lava began to envelop the Fire Giant Ape, gradually enhancing its strength. Fire Giant Ape blocked the Wolf King, even without vocal instruction. The empowered Fire Giant Ape, once free from the Forest Wolf's grasp, charged toward the Wolf King. Along the way, several battle general-level Forest Wolves attempted to impede its advance, but the Fire Giant Ape dispatched them effortlessly. Yet, the speed of the Forest Wolf King, endowed with wind and dual attributes, far surpassed that of the Fire Giant Ape, especially with other Forest Wolves hindering its path. The Forest Wolf King reached the black-scaled python before the Fire Giant Ape could, enhancing its claws with wind blades for a swift strike. A faint whoosh echoed as a half-eaten apple was thrown from a nearby tree, aiming directly at the Forest Wolf King. Seeing this, the Wolf King instinctively recoiled, yet the apple struck it nonetheless. The apple inflicted no harm. Rather, it lodged itself in the Wolf King's fur, a blatant insult. Fury ignited within the Wolf King, and it prepared to summon the Forest Wolves to eliminate the one atop the tree. However, the Fire Giant Ape charged in from the side, its fiery fist landing solidly on the Wolf King's raised head. The Wolf King staggered back, its skull ringing from the impact. Despite its rage, the humiliation of receiving such a blow was intolerable. Shaking its head to regain focus, the Wolf King was met again by the relentless Fire Giant Ape, which unleashed a barrage of fists upon its still-dazed head. The Wolf King howled in agony. With the Forest Wolves, now emboldened, abandoning their prey, they turned their attention towards the Fire Giant Ape, allowing the remaining members of the team a moment to catch their breath. They huddled together, summoning their healing spirit beasts to treat the wounded. Yet, the Fire Giant Ape suffered gravely, overwhelmed by the pack, sustaining numerous injuries and eventually pinned down, while the Wolf King retreated to the back, shaking its head to regain clarity. Soon, the Wolf King, fully recovered, let out a howl, prompting some Forest Wolves to withdraw and charge toward the injured black-scaled python and the other spirit beasts receiving treatment. Once again, chaos erupted. Amid the turmoil, 2 Forest Wolves, under the Wolf King's command, rushed toward Lynn E in the tree. Are they trying to eliminate me? Lynn E chuckled, swallowing a piece of melon. Beside him, Jingyu inquired, shall I intervene? No need. Lynn E waved his hand. If you intervene, this spectacle may conclude prematurely. and the puppeteer controlling these forest wolves may not dare to show themselves. Allow me to handle this. With that, Lynn E rose, opening a portal to his small world, peering inside before extracting a blue monkey. Species, Water Spirit Battle Ape. Level, Monarch Level 5. Affinity, Water, Combat. Status, Bewildered. Potential, Mid-Tier Monarch. Growth Status, Growth Phase. Skills 1. Water Manipulation. Earth level mastery over water elements has reached a level that allows for seamless use in attack, defense, and minor healing. 2. Blood of Combat. Mystical level in battle. Fire ignites the Water Spirit Battle Ape's fighting blood, enhancing its combat prowess. 3. Mastery of Staff and Club. Monarch Level 5. Just perfect. Observing the data of the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, Lin E nodded with satisfaction before casting it downwards. Go forth and engage in battle. The bewildered Shui Ling Zhan Yuan landed on the ground, confronting the two approaching forest wolves, one of which surpassed it in strength, reaching the formidable level of a lord at 7 stars. Without hesitation, the two forest wolves launched their assault, with vines sprawling from the earth, ensnaring the confused Shui Ling Zhan Yuan tightly. This sight left the 7-member team utterly astonished, internally lamenting the naivety of the newcomer, who, lacking the ability to command its spirit beast in combat, had merely thrown it into danger. As the forest wolves relentlessly advanced towards the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, the burly man sighed, evaded the wolves' attacks, and turned to engage the two wolves beneath the trees. He rescued the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, but soon found himself besieged by 3 forest wolves. A spirit master who had not yet attained the rank of king possessed little combat prowess. The burly man, being merely a master-level spirit master, could manage 1 forest wolf. But facing 3, especially with 2 at the lord level, he was swiftly sent flying by a single blow from one of them. Captain, Wu Go. Anxious shouts echoed from all directions, but they too were ensnared by the forest wolves, helplessly watching as the beasts approached the burly man. In that moment, they resented their own lack of strength and the man's excessive kindness, but they bore no ill will towards Lin E. Had it not been for him, the He Lin Mang would have perished earlier under the claws of the Wolf King, struggling to rise. The burly man found each effort eliciting fresh blood from his chest wound, the intense pain compounded by the prolonged battle preventing him from standing. He could only watch helplessly as the forest wolves drew nearer. At that moment, the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan leaped before him, shouldering a stick it had somehow acquired. With one hand, it brandished the stick at the approaching forest wolves, simultaneously turning to flick its small hand, sending a stream of water splashing against the burly man's chest, gradually healing his claw wound. Whoa! The Shui Ling Zhan Yuan uttered twice, prompting the burly man to look up, only to see the encroaching vines from the forest wolves attack. Be careful, he warned. The Shui Ling Zhan Yuan remained unfazed, thrusting the stick into the ground, and in an instant, a wall of water materialized before them. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. Even for a simple skill like the water wall, the ease and speed of its release were remarkable, suggesting a perfect mastery of the water element. Before he could finish his astonishment, the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan dashed through the water wall, propelled by the water's force, leaping high and bringing the stick down upon the head of one forest wolf. The creature was struck senseless, staggering in disarray. Yet the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan paid it no heed. In Lin Yi's small world, the combat with other spirit beasts was to be measured. As per his decree, battle was permitted, but slaughter was not. Lin Yi's voice resonated from the tree against which the burly man leaned, causing the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan's eyes to light up. It looked up, seeking confirmation, and saw Lin Yi nodding. Instantly, the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan was filled with exhilaration. Water flowed along the stick, forming a blade of water at its tip. With a swift turn, it plunged the water blade into the body of the dazed forest wolf, lifting the weapon with force and causing blood to spray. Much of it splattered upon the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, which, sensing the scent of blood, realized that such an occurrence might be unique. Its fighting spirit ignited fiercely. The azure fur of the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan swirled in the rapid circulation of blood, mingling with streaks of red across its surface. Go forth, Lin E said in a nonchalant tone. The Shui Ling Zhan Yuan raised its stick high, gliding through the air, as torrents of water surged forth, propelling it across the terrain amidst the forest wolves. Each movement left trails of blood in its wake. This spectacle was profoundly shocking to the burly man, although both were simian spirit beasts. The water attribute monkey exuded an aura that felt stronger than his own fire giant at the Monarch 5-star level. However, the euphoria was short-lived. Ultimately, the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan was only of lord-level strength. Even with the activation of its skill, bloodthirsty combat, it could not withstand the onslaught of several lord-level and a few monarch-level forest wolves, leading to its inevitable injuries. Within minutes, it was beaten back to the base of the tree, Despite its wounds and the shattering of its stick, the fighting spirit within the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan remained undiminished. Yet, it could not rise again. Engaging too fiercely, it had slain several forest wolves, drawing the ire of the Wolf King, sustaining multiple injuries from wind blades, leaving one leg nearly severed. Nevertheless, the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan's fierce combat had afforded the burly man's team a vital opportunity, particularly the fire giant. Seizing the moment while the Wolf King was preoccupied with the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, the fire giant gleaned some essence from its tactics, forming a sharp, blade-like lava weapon and striking at the Wolf King's already compromised forelimb, severing it entirely. The fire giant pressed the advantage, wielding the bloodied weapon to unleash a torrent of strikes upon the Wolf King's head. Unable to escape after losing a leg, the Wolf King summoned its pack to attack. Despite the interference from the forest wolves, the fire giant remained undeterred, enduring the pain to continue its assault. Ultimately, the Wolf King fell. With its demise, the once cohesive wolf pack disbanded, scattering like dust in the wind, leaving behind a grim tableau of forest wolf carcasses and 8 severely injured spirit beasts that bore witness to the brutal conflict. Lynn E approached the base of the tree, returning the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan to the small world for healing. He was confident it would recover within a few hours, perhaps even emerging stronger than before. As for the severed leg, in the world of Blue Star, where spirit beasts coexisted with humans, even if a limb were lost, there were spiritual materials capable of regeneration. Such was the authority of this realm. With the matter of the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan settled, Lin E turned to the burly man. Hey, my friend. Are you familiar with spirit beast fostering services? The remaining 6 members of the team were taken aback, while the burly man appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Initially, Lin E had planned to offer fostering services, but upon witnessing the fire giant emulating the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan's use of weapons, he recognized its potential. He also examined its evolutionary path, noting it did not possess the same combat-focused evolution as the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, but rather the path of the angry Flame King Kong. Thus, he proposed the fostering service. Typically, fostering merely provides spirit beasts with a change of environment to enhance their strength slightly or alleviate their spirits, devoid of any evolutionary implications. However, considering the fire giant's timely intervention to save the Shui Ling Zhan Yuan, Lin E decided to offer it a chance to evolve its spirit beast. Naturally, a fee would be required. Simultaneously, the battle had been extraordinarily fierce, and the individual controlling the Forest Wolf King was likely approaching. Given the current state of the burly man and his team, they would undoubtedly be no match for this adversary. However, should they accept his fostering offer, they would become clients, and a brief treatment would be warranted. You don't even know about fostering services? Lin E countered. The burly man scratched his head. Anyone interested in spirit beasts, especially them, would know about fostering, breeding, and evolution. Yet, in such a context, it was clear they were somewhat bewildered. After regaining his composure, the burly man spoke. Are you a breeder? Indeed, Lin E confirmed with a nod, then introduced. So, how about learning more about fostering services? If you agree and ensure the return to Yong City to foster your spirit beasts in my shop, I will provide a complimentary healing service for all of you. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the 7 individuals, finally resting on the fire giant and the burly man. I observe that your synergy with the Huiyin Jiyuan is quite exceptional, evidently cultivated since its juvenile stage. Once the Huiyin Jiyuan ascends to the dominator level, you are likely to achieve the rank of king. However, the potential of the Huiyin Jiyuan appears to be limited, having already reached the zenith of its growth. Perhaps you might consider exploring the spirit beast evolution service? After this exchange, the 7 individuals fell silent. Is it true that breeders are now so competitive that they have to solicit business outside the city? Furthermore, can they truly return alive? If one were to entrust their beast, a response would be appreciated. Entrust, the burly man hesitated for 3 seconds before responding. As it was merely a matter of words, should he perish outside, there would be nothing to fulfill. Moreover, his Huiyin Jiyuan indeed required evolution. He had attentively listened to the earlier conversation and acknowledged that the speaker was indeed a breeder, albeit of an unknown rank. However, the ability to deduce the current condition of the Huiyin Jiyuan from mere combat indicated a level of confidence. If the prospect of returning to seek his evolution exists, what harm could it bring? Having settled this, Lin E turned to the remaining 6 individuals, inquiring about their thoughts on entrusting their spirit beasts. Without hesitation, they nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment as the burly man. Upon realizing that the number of initial entrustments had been met and clients were present, Lin E waved his hand, summoning a Monarch 1-star, life and healing dual type Tsulan Baiha from the small world. The Tsulan Baiha, having evolved from the communication with lily flowers, bore a striking resemblance to the sprightly little sprouts from the game Sire Hao. Its body was a pale green, enveloped in a swirling azure light, plump and short-limbed. adorned with several clusters of blooming green lily flowers atop its head. As it bounced adorably while walking, Lynn E instructed, Tsulan Baiha, please provide them with healing. Suelon. The Tsulan Baiha waved its tiny hands, gathering a green halo above the lily flowers on its head, which then formed green spores that flew towards the injured spirit beasts. The Tsulan Baiha is recorded within the Federation, and its evolved form, Tsulan Huasien, is widely recognized as the most potent healing spirit beast. However, the healing efficacy of the Tsulan Baiha is also commendable. Both require extremely rigorous cultivation. Typically, they serve as support in large hospitals or major spirit beast competitions organized by the Federation. As spirit beast tamers, the burly men were well aware of this. And upon witnessing the emergence of the Tsulan Baiha, they expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, truly, a breeder is impressive. Observing the healing spores released, they promptly commanded their spirit beasts to ingest them for treatment. As the spores were consumed, the injuries of several spirit beasts visibly began to mend. Albeit the recovery of the higher-level Huiyenjiyuan and the Highland Mang was somewhat slower, though their condition showed signs of improvement. Suddenly, the Huiyenjiyuan, which had been resting with closed eyes, opened them wide, as if it had sensed something amiss. Concurrently, the burly man became aware of the situation through their contract connection. He instructed the Huiyenjiyuan to remain discreet while observing, to which it obediently complied. Shortly thereafter, the sound echoed again, and this time, the Huiyenjiyuan precisely pinpointed the source, raising its fist and striking towards the already crushed skull of the Forest Wolf King. The sudden movement startled the group, and they turned their gazes towards their leader, Wu Zairue. Wu Ge, what transpired? Wu Zairue explained. There is something moving within the Forest Wolf King's head, likely the entity controlling it. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with trepidation, and simultaneously, they heard the anguished cries emanating from the direction of the sound, leading them to witness the creature held in the grasp of the Huiyenjiyuan. It was a worm-like spirit beast. Species, Kongming Zigu. Level, Lord 3-star. Type, Poison, Psychic. Status, in agony. Skills, 1. Psychic Touch. Mysterious level utilizes psychic energy to form threads for target control. 2. Brain Devour. Soul Control. Mysterious level the Kongming Zigu consumes the target's brain while using Psychic Touch to connect to the spirit beast's own psychic system, thus controlling its actions. Description, a larva that splits from the Kongming Gu mother. It possesses an extremely fragile body and perishes if stepped on by a spirit beast, typically residing in damp, dark caves. Upon the death of the larva, the mother will be injured. As Lynn E scanned the Kongming Zigu with his spirit inside eye, its information materialized before him. Even without the spirit inside eye, he was already familiar with the detailed knowledge of the Kongming Zigu, as it was an exclusive spirit beast of the evil spirit cult. Ordinarily, the evil spirit cult would not dare to enter the law-abiding territory of the Aulon Federation without cause. Yet now, they had not only infiltrated the Aulon Federation's jurisdiction, but had also allowed the larva to control spirit beasts, launching attacks against spirit beast tamers outside the city. When had the evil spirit cult become so audacious? Or was there something within the ancient battlefield relic about to emerge that was enticing them? Lin E pondered the likelihood of this being true. Beyond this, he could not fathom any other reason that would compel the evil spirit cult to take such risks. Attacking spirit beast tamers near the cities of the Aulon Federation. Chapter 68. The Hacker. What is this thing? Inquired a woman with a sharp bob cut from Wu Zairue's team. Wu Zairue shook his head. I do not know. However, it appears to be a type of spirit beast, residing within the brain of the Forest Wolf King. The aberrant behavior of the Forest Wolf Pack is likely caused by this creature. Given the stringent laws of the Aulon Federation, evil cults typically refrain from operating within its borders. Previous incursions by the evil spirit cult had led to immediate surveillance, and any attempts to act were swiftly thwarted. Since then, the evil spirit cult had all but vanished from the Aulon Federation, failing to generate any significant disturbances, and their presence was virtually unknown to the populace. Wu Zairue and his companions were no exception, let alone their signature Kongming Gu. Wu Zairue turned to Lin E, young brother, as a breeder. You should be well versed in various matters. Do you recognize this spirit beast? Lin E nodded. Indeed, I am familiar with it. Could you provide some insight? Lin E glanced towards the forest behind the Huinjin, stating, I shall elaborate later. For now, you may be in trouble. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the sound of trees collapsing drew nearer, and Wu Zirue's expression grew grave. He understood that it was highly probable that the creature's master was approaching. The remaining 6 individuals immediately heightened their vigilance. 8 spirit beasts entered a state of combat readiness, while the healing rain butterfly retreated slightly to continue its healing. Lin E, having summoned the Tsulan Baiha back into the small world, stood quietly behind the group, observing the front. Within half a minute, the debris from the fallen trees came into view. Simultaneously, a 5-meter-tall lizard-like spirit beast, covered in green with brown spots, emerged before them. It was the cause of the fallen trees. Atop the lizard, 5 figures stood, their faces obscured by masks, yet a conspicuous black worm tattoo adorned their exposed necks. One individual, cradling a worm in his arms as if it were a cherished child, gazed down at them with a voice reminiscent of a eunuch. "Tell your wretched monkey to release its filthy hands and let go of my precious little one, or else." Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed as the Kongming Zigu, birthed from the Kongming mother, was crushed by the Huiyin and subsequently incinerated. Simultaneously, the Kongming mother convulsed, evidently suffering from backlash. Lynn E knew that the expression concealed beneath the mask of the man must now be exceedingly grim. Wu Zirue erupted in exasperation. "Stop your incessant prattle. You come here, blabbering on as if you hold some superiority." Lynn E interjected, "It is indeed quite remarkable. The lizard before us, the Banlon Dushi, possesses strength at the Dominator 3-star level, while the Kongming mother cradled in his arms has reached the pinnacle of the Dominator level." After listening to Lin Yi's introduction, Wu Zirue was utterly stunned. He thought that since they were already enemies, they would inevitably engage in a fierce battle to the death. He assumed that the opponent's strength would be comparable to theirs, but he never anticipated such overwhelming power. It felt like hitting a steel plate. Moreover, what kind of madness drove these individuals to attack them? A group of master-level spirit masters, with their peak king-level strength. What Wu Zirue was unaware of was that their small team should have been annihilated by the forest wolf's fangs. However, due to the variable that was Lin E, these individuals had only now revealed themselves to mitigate the threat posed by the ruins. Lin E continued, "But do not worry. The controlling Goo Mother has no combat capabilities. Its strength has diminished since the death of the subgus. If you all put in some effort, perhaps you can handle that variegated poison lizard." Wu Zirue looked at Lin E in exasperation. "Come on, it's not just our team in danger. You are in this too." Listening to the conversation below, the man atop the variegated poison lizard wore a grim expression beneath his mask. He had expected a task that would pose a slight danger, but ultimately be quite simple. However, mere hours into their operation, someone had already uncovered the existence of the controlling Goo Mother. He realized that these individuals could not be left alive. Especially the young man who clearly articulated the relationship between the controlling Goo Mother and its subgus, as well as the strength of the spirit beasts. At a signal, the 4 individuals behind him leaped down, their garments rustling in the air. Simultaneously, 4 summoning arrays emerged, and 4 spirit beasts rushed forth, merging directly into the bodies of the 4. Seeing this, Wu Zirue felt hopeless. He had initially thought there was only one king-level opponent, but to his shock, all 5 of them were kings, with the leader possibly being a heavenly king. Wu Zirue was too disheartened to resist any longer. The gap between master-level spirit masters and king-level spirit masters was vast. It would take dozens of master-level spirit masters to kill a single king-level spirit master. Now he, a king-level spirit master, was facing 4 king-level opponents alongside several advanced professional spirit masters. Should he charge in headfirst or merely serve as entertainment for them? However, the 4 king-level opponents did not approach Wu Zirue and his companions. Instead, they charged towards Lin E. This left Lin E both amused and infuriated. "You members of the evil spirit cult have become rather arrogant lately, daring to slaughter the citizens of the Federation within the territory of the Azure Federation. Are you not afraid of being discovered by the tribunal and subsequently purged?" The man atop the variegated poison lizard sneered. "Your Azure Federation enforces strict regulations, but that only applies within the city. Outside, chaos reigns and deaths occurred daily. Even if a few more died today, who would know if the corpses were the work of spirit beasts?" Lin E stroked his chin, thoughtfully considering the man's words. As for the 4 king-level opponents charging towards him, he disregarded them entirely. He was confident that Jingyu would handle the situation. Jingyu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin E. The man taunted, "You look quite lovely, but it's a pity you will soon turn to dust." At that moment, the 4 king-level opponents launched their simultaneous attack. Jingyu slightly raised her delicate hand, and a blue-violet flower appeared at her fingertips. With a gentle flick, the flower transformed into azure smoke and vanished. "Foolish tricks," the man remarked, feeling no change. The 4 king-level opponents maintained their aggressive stances, but the next second, they withdrew and stood facing each other before engaging in a fierce battle. The vast forest was flattened, and the sounds of thunderous clashes echoed, accompanied by a continuous spray of crimson. The brutality of the conflict far surpassed anything that had transpired before. "What are you doing?" The man bellowed, but received no response. He attempted to command the controlling Goo Mother to manipulate the subgus within the minds of the 4, but the reply was a disconnection. The man was stunned, realizing that his controlling Goo Mother was a mental-type spirit beast at its peak. The earlier cessation of the Gu Mother's activity had not issued a warning. It was only during the connection attempt that the interruption became apparent. This could only mean one thing. Another mental-type spirit beast stronger than his controlling Gu Mother had intervened in the minds of the four, altering the consciousness of the Subgus. In simpler terms, his signal had been hijacked. Chapter 69, Trajectory Altered. At the same time, the man understood that there were spirit masters or spirit beasts in the vicinity stronger than himself. If he did not flee, he would meet his end. Just as he turned to escape, a fragrant aura wafted from his side, and Jingyu's voice followed closely. The real show has just begun. As the protagonist of this story, how can you leave halfway? The man turned to see the woman who had appeared beside him, disbelief etched upon his face. In the next moment, the controlling Gu Mother lunged at him. His Gu Mother, besides being a mental-type spirit beast, was also a poison-type beast. At such close proximity, unless the opponent was a totem-level entity, it was virtually impossible to evade. Jingyu raised her hand, and a green line cut through the air, severing the attacking controlling Gu Mother in two. It fell, writhing atop the variegated poison lizard. The man tasted blood in his mouth and spat it out. Jingyu stepped back, placing her foot upon the writhing controlling Gu Mother, which died on the spot. You truly are quite unruly. The man spat out another mouthful of blood. No, it's impossible. You clearly merged spirit? I am not a spirit master, Jingyu replied, raising her hand once more. The green line struck again, and the man's eyes filled with terror as his head rolled away, landing atop the variegated poison lizard, which also succumbed to death. Jingyu then returned to Lin Yi's side. All of this transpired in such rapid succession that Wu Zirue and the others barely registered what had happened. The mastermind behind the scenes had already met his demise, and even the dominant variegated poison lizard was dead beyond recovery, its body shriveled to a mere shell. The flesh and blood had long since become Jingyu's nourishment. As for the four king-level opponents, they continued their fierce battle in the adjacent forest, the sounds of combat still reverberating. Wu Zirue was dumbfounded. The others were equally bewildered. They all turned to Jingyu, questioning whether this was truly the calm and graceful woman they had encountered on the road. A sense of awe and gratitude welled up within them. Their gazes then shifted to the contemplative young man, reflecting, truly worthy of being a nurturing master, such depth and strength, even when venturing out, a powerful bodyguard accompanies. At this moment, Lin E also lowered his arm, gazing towards Yong City. With such a commotion, they should have arrived by now. Jingyu responded, they are almost here. Who is leading the team? Do you know them? Jingyu nodded, the Lord of Yong City. Lin E acknowledged with a nod and fell silent, standing still in place. Lin E and Jingyu were quiet, while Wu Zirue and the others dared not move, obediently standing in place. Before long, a white-crowned blue kite appeared in the sky. The aftermath of the battle was so immense that large swaths of forest lay collapsed, with wolf corpses strewn about. Even from the sky, Kai Qiming quickly spotted Lin E and the others below. Kai Qiming leaped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he emerged, and Wu Zirue and the others bowed, greeting, Lord of the city. Kai Qiming replied perfunctorily, then approached Lin E, saying, My lord, may I inquire what transpired here? Lin E replied, Are you familiar with the evil spirit cult? Kai Qiming nodded in acknowledgement. As the lord of Yong City and a heavenly king-level powerhouse, his standing within the Federation was quite respectable. If he were unaware of the evil spirit cult, it would have been a disgrace. This is related to the evil spirit cult, Lin E affirmed. Bring those 4 king levels controlled by the controlling Gu here. Once Lin Yi's words fell, the 4 king levels engaged in combat immediately ceased their actions, like zombies, and trudged towards Lin E, forming a line before Kai Qiming. Lin E instructed, Take a look at these individuals. Do you recognize any of them? Kai Qiming removed the mask of the first individual and pulled down the hood, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Kai Qiming's pupils constricted. He quickly removed the masks and hoods of the remaining 3, gazing upon the familiar faces. Kai Qiming inhaled deeply and said, These 4 are all from Yong City. Lin E inquired further, since they are all residents of Yangcheng and are indeed Wang-level spirit masters. Could you check the city exit records? I wish to know when they left the city. Kai Qiming did not consult any records, but promptly replied. These 4 individuals departed together 7 days ago. Lin E raised an eyebrow. Are you so certain? Absolutely, Kai Qiming affirmed, elaborating. You are aware, my lord, that Yangcheng does not possess the same abundance of talented individuals as Xinghu City or Xian City, where Wang and Tianwang level masters are commonplace. In Yangcheng, there are but a handful of Tianwangs. The number of Wang level masters barely surpasses 100. As the city lord, I naturally have connections with them for the effective governance of Yangcheng. 7 days ago, these 4 approached me, inviting me to accompany them to Fenjialan in the western part of the city to capture a Tsangyun eagle and a Yun leopard for the initial spirit beasts of their soon-to-awaken talented juniors. However, I had just received a secret missive from the Judgment Division, requiring my cooperation with their operations, so I had to decline on official grounds. I personally saw them leave the city, and little did I expect that within such a short span, they would fall victim to the sinister hands of the evil spirit sect. Lynn E held unwavering trust in Kai Chiming's words. After all, the city lords of their federation are rigorously selected, and each spirit master serving in such a capacity retains a soul fire in the Judgment Division. The soul fire is monitored in real time by the spirit beast of the division's head, Xian Linghaning, ensuring immediate capture in case of any anomalies. Lin E then inquired, "What is the strength of these 4 individuals?" Kai Chiming responded, "Among them, Yun Lin of the Yun family possesses the greatest strength, with a spirit beast that is a mutated ice soul lion, reaching the pinnacle of a dominator at 7 stars. The other 3 possess spirit beasts of slightly lesser strength, but none fall below the 3-star dominator level. In the span of 7 days, it is improbable for the evil spirit sect to exert control over 4 Wong-level masters and have their commanding goo devour their minds and seize control of their nerves. Unlike master-level spirit masters, Wong-level masters undergo comprehensive physical enhancements during their ascension, including heightened auditory and perceptive capabilities. The evil spirit sect, with only a single pinnacle dominator commanding goo mother and a 3-star dominator poison lizard, could not possibly achieve full control over them within 7 days. Moreover, one among them is of equal strength. Unless multiple top-tier Wong-level masters or a single top-tier Tianwang-level powerhouse intervened, it would be nearly impossible to subdue all 4 Wong-level masters simultaneously and impose control via commanding goo. The ambitions of the evil spirit sect are indeed considerable. What do they covet within that ruin that compels them to deploy Tianwang-level spirit masters into the Azure Federation? Lin E sighed, realizing a change in course was necessary. He turned to Kai Chiming. "Do you have a map of Finj Island? Please hand me a copy." "Yes, of course." Kai Chiming promptly retrieved and presented the map. Lin E accepted it, tucking it away, and instructed, "Take these 4 back. The one with blue hair has not yet been completely consumed. Return him and seek assistance from Jean Mao to revive him. There is a chance of saving him. As for the others, it is too late." Kai Chiming's heart surged with excitement as he looked at Yun Lin, astonished that the individual was not entirely dead. "Understood, my lord. I will return to Yanqing at once and request Master Jean to assist." However, when Kai Chiming lifted his gaze, he saw Lin E and Jing Yu already mounted upon a pinnacle-level T-Su spirit crane. "My lord, where are you headed?" "I am off to Finj Island to investigate. If possible, I shall also address the troubles there," Lin E replied. "Hurry back to Yanqing and inform Jean Mao of the situation here. He will know how to proceed. Follow his instructions when the time comes." After speaking, Lin E patted the back of the T-Su, which then flapped its wings, preparing to take flight. At that moment, Wu Zerue emerged, calling out, "Where shall we find you for the care of our spirit beasts?" Lin E turned back, saying, "You will know in due time." The T-Su spirit crane soared into the sky. Without an answer, Wu Zerue could only focus his gaze on the city lord. Approaching the city lord's side, he pointed towards the horizon, asking, "My lord, may I inquire who he is?" "When the time comes, you shall naturally find out." Kai Chiming remarked succinctly as he departed with 3 half-corpse figures, heading towards Yanqing on the back of a Bai Guanxin Yuan. Lin E said nothing. What would he gain by speaking? Wu Zerue scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. After the city lord's departure, only Wu Zerue and his 6 companions remained in the forest, along with their injured spirit beasts and the scattered corpses around them. At that moment, a short-haired woman stepped forward and asked, "Wu Gu, what shall we do now?" Wu Zerue, being the closest to Kai Chiming and Lin E, had heard certain revelations. He understood that venturing into the secret realm was no longer an option. Given the current circumstances, it was unwise to delve deeper. He gazed at the sky and then at the numerous corpses of the forest wolves littering the ground. "Let us pack these wolf corpses. Dismember those that need dismembering and skin those that need skinning, then return to the city." In the southern part of the city, where the forest meets the plains, a group of 5 concealed themselves amidst the underbrush. In front of them, robust and well-built steed-like spirit beasts, clad in purple armor and sporting 2 straight horns, grazed leisurely. Above them, the blue sky hung high, with white clouds drifting peacefully. The sun peeked out, casting its rays through the clouds, illuminating the scales of the purple-scaled steed, creating a spectacle of violet light. In an instant, the grassland transformed into a shimmering purplish-golden hue. "Erlungzi, have you located the target?" A small voice inquired from within the underbrush. The man referred to as Erlungzi waved his hand impatiently. "What are you so anxious about?" "This concerns the future of that child. The spirit beast must be selected with utmost care." From their conversation, it was evident that this group, like Yun Lin and his companions, was also out capturing spirit beasts for their juniors. Then hurry up with the selection. I can't shake off this ominous premonition. Lung Z. When we were selecting spirit beasts for your child, we succeeded. Now that it is time for us to choose for our own, you suddenly become impatient. Huh. Stung by this retort, the man chose to remain silent, oblivious to the fact that several tiny insects, no larger than fingers, were inching closer to his head from a nearby branch. As they continued selecting spirit beasts, a sudden shriek echoed from beside them, startling the purple-scaled horses, which bolted towards the depths of the plains and soon vanished from sight. The father, most agitated by the fleeing horses, had already reached a boiling point due to the earlier interruptions. He cursed out loud. Damn it! The individual continued to writhe in agony, curling up as he frantically clawed at his ears, eventually rolling out onto the plains. Witnessing this scene, the one who had been cursing halted, and the others quickly summoned their spirit beasts to guard them while crouching to examine the man's condition. Just as the four of them turned the man onto his back, two commanding Gu suddenly shot forth. Fortunately, one individual reacted swiftly, delivering a swift kick that sent the two Gu crashing against a tree, unleashing a chorus of piercing shrieks. That person rushed forward, drawing a long sword, poised to finish off the two commanding Gu. At that moment, several sounds of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere. The group turned to see a flock of black feathers hurtling towards the man preparing to strike the Gu. But they were intercepted by a water shield before they could make contact. The sword-wielding individual, realizing that the insects were the source of the man's torment, swiftly swung his sword and severed them into pieces. You dare kill my Gu? I will have your life. Upon the death of the Gu mother suffered severe injury, prompting a woman from the evil spirit sect, standing atop a black-feathered crow, to emit a furious howl. With a single wave of her hand, a portal of contract materialized, and a double-winged red dragon, exuding royal majesty, emerged from within. In the next heartbeat, the dragon's body was cleaved in two, blood cascading down. The evil spirit sect woman. The spirit masters. Oh, what a magnificent red dragon. Slain right here on the plains. What a pity, truly a pity. This lamentation echoed from the forest, belonging to Lynn E, who had just acquired the map of Finge Island from the city lord Kai Chiming and was en route on his Tisu spirit crane. Initially, Lynn E had intended to return directly. However, considering that the original purpose was to accompany Yu for a leisurely outing, Lin Y allowed her to traverse the snowy landscape towards F-Ing from the southern part of Yngch, hoping to encounter the Ing along the way. If they did cross paths, he would deal with them effortlessly. To his surprise, they indeed made an encounter. Upon arrival, he spotted a woman from the Ing, clutching the JNW Ing SX Ing K Ing GM, summoning a JNW Ing QX Ing dual-winged red dragon to attack the 4UL Ing SH below. Recognizing the Heavenly King level, Lin Y understood he had encountered a formidable opponent, prompting him to instruct Yu to decapitate the red dragon immediately. Hearing the lamentations from the 3UL Ing SH, one of whom was desperately assessing a friend's injuries, the woman from the Ing, seeing the red dragon fall, wasted no time in commanding the black-feathered crow beneath her to flee. The crow, understanding the situation, took to the skies. However, it had scarcely flown 100 meters when a vine rapidly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring it completely and rendering it immobile. Struggling proved futile, the more it resisted. The sharper the thorns would pierce its skin, gradually siphoning its vitality. Lin Y approached the black-feathered crow while seated atop Tisu, leaping onto its back, tearing off the woman's mask and grasping her chin. A beauty from the Ing. Shall we have a conversation? The woman laughed. What are you talking about? Lin Y ignored her question, continuing. Let us discuss the purpose behind your Ing's entry into the Enli NB and your aim to control the king-level Ing SH of Yngch. Is it related to the ancient battlefield ruins soon to emerge? The woman's pupils constricted, yet she feigned ignorance. What on earth are you saying? I do not understand. Your eyes have just betrayed you, Lin Y remarked, pointing at her eyes with a grin. At his words, the woman began to struggle violently, attempting to use the Ing to end her own life. Fully aware that hiding her identity was futile before someone who understood the Ing so well. However, Yu offered her no chance, directly consuming the vitality of the Ing to nourish its own growth. With the death of her innate spirit beast, the Sub-G also perished instantly, leaving the woman pallid and spitting out blood. Lin Y sidestepped and resumed his interrogation, but this time, the woman appeared as if she were lifeless, her head bowed and eyes closed, unwilling to divulge any information. Is it truly so difficult to comply? He pressed. Yu, escalate the intensity. Chapter 71, A Simple Solution. Yu turned and entered the small world, skillfully making his way to the Li Ingyi Chuan, filling 2 bowls with spirit spring water and seizing a 2-colored toad that resided nearby. Race: YHUCHNZH. Level: JNZHSNXing. Type: Fire, Poison. Status: Well accustomed. Potential: Mid-tier Overlord. Growth status: Growth period. Skills: 1. Hu D. Mystical level. The fireball spat out by the YHUCHNZH ignites the target's meridians and flesh with burning poison that does not prove fatal. 2. BIDGing. Earth level. The YHUCHNZH devours 100 poisons, accumulating them in the swelling on its back. Even upon its demise, the toxins persist, often intensifying. 3. CHNYD. Mystical level. The saliva of the YHUCHNZH, a substance more toxic than the BIDGing. 4. SHD. The YHUCHNZH was Lin Y's favored spirit beast for interrogating obstinate prisoners, not for any other reason than its entire being saturated with poison, though its flesh was also exceptionally tender and delectable, as fire toxins are indeed toxins. When one becomes a UL-ing-SH and receives the benefits from spirit beasts or ascends to a king level, their physical constitution is significantly enhanced, resulting in a natural aversion to toxins. Thus, Lin Y developed another method of torment, merging fire toxins with fire spirit liquid. Fire spirit liquid is a spiritual substance that the human body can absorb directly, and since the YHUCHNZH frequently resides near the Li Ingyi Chuan, its fire toxins took on properties similar to that of fire spirit liquid. Yet, it remained a toxin. Once the fire toxins were combined with the fire spirit liquid and injected into the human body, the body would absorb the fire spirit liquid while disregarding the fire toxins, leading to the latter infiltrating the bloodstream and spreading throughout the body, yielding an excruciatingly exquisite sensation. While Lin Y contemplated, Yu had already begun to mix the fire spirit liquid nearby, and the YHUCHNZH skillfully infused the fire toxins into the mixture. Once the infusion was complete, Yu promptly injected it into the body of the woman from the CL-INGO. As the spirit liquid was absorbed, the fire toxins surged through her body, causing her skin to redden and red spots to appear. This was the most immediate symptom of fire toxin exposure. The woman trembled, struggling to endure. From where did your CL-INGO obtain the information regarding the emergence of ancient battlefield ruins in YNGCHing? And how many people have you dispatched? Lin Y gripped her chin tightly, lifting her head to meet her determined gaze. The woman attempted to turn away, but Lin Y delivered a swift punch. She let out a muffled groan, yet remained silent. Lin Y glanced at Yu, who increased the dosage, and the YHUCHNZH cooperated, quickly introducing the second toxin into her system. Answer my question. The woman remained silent, her teeth clenched against the pain. Lin Y struck her with his right fist again, eliciting a cry of anguish from her as her mouth slightly parted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Y reached into her mouth and swiftly extracted her second upper molar. This tooth had a hollow back, within which a white pellet was wrapped in a small pouch. This was a poison developed by the CL-INGO, capable of dissolving upon contact with saliva to kill a heavenly king within 3 seconds. It was intended for self-destruction. So loyal, with decent strength. Why choose to join the CL-INGO instead of another federation? I truly do not understand your motives, Lin Y remarked, before delivering several more punches, knocking out all her teeth and discovering another pellet of poison among them. Observing the poison, Lin Y chuckled, hiding poison in your teeth. Yet 2 pellets no less. This is your CL-INGO's method of dealing with capture? You truly have made no progress. After another snide comment, Lin Y instructed Yu to dispose of the black-feathered crow, while the woman from the CL-INGO was bound securely. Being outdoors, certain methods were unavailable, and considering he lacked the time to conduct a thorough interrogation, he planned to hand her over to DNTIMYing for further handling. After determining the fate of this CL-INGO heavenly king, Lin Y turned his gaze towards the plains below. Noticing Lin Y's attention, the 4 UL-ing-SH, who had been waving for assistance, clasped their hands in gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, my lord, for your timely intervention. Without you, we may have perished on this southern plain." Lin Y waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling matter. Just as he prepared to depart, the man known as Ling-Z inquired, "My lord, might you know the condition of my brother, and how can we awaken him?" Lin Y glanced at the still-lying figure, who seemed to have fallen victim to the K-NGM-INGZG invading his mind. Since he had been conscious earlier, it was likely he had not been fully controlled. Now that the K-NGM-INGM was dead and the sub-G had also perished, he should awaken soon. Lin Y, with a hint of mischief, suggested, "If anyone has yellow urine, a splash should rouse him." With that, Lin Y promptly summoned T-Su and took flight. The four men watched as Su disappeared, then turned to one another. Suddenly one spoke up. I'm buddies with She. Let me handle it. Who isn't a buddy with She? Another retorted. I've been feeling quite fiery lately. Fiery? I have been ending CO. It's excellent for treating fire. I'll give you some for free. Let me handle this. Seizing the rare opportunity to splash and not face any blame afterward. The four immediately began to bicker, each unwilling to yield. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. How about we do it together? Agreed. The four individuals positioned themselves strategically, unfastening their belts, preparing for the moment when the waters of the Yellow River would descend from the heavens. At that moment, a person stirred. Lynn E, having departed, was unaware of the tale surrounding these four. He was currently soaring towards Fingeling, located to the west of Yangqing. The journey was tranquil as the plains faded away, giving way to the desolate Gobi. At the end of the Gobi stood towering cliffs that pierced the clouds, steep and perilous, with sparse vegetation. Surrounding these cliffs, clouds floated lazily, occasionally revealing the fleeting silhouette of a white leopard in mid-leap. This was the Yunbao, a mystical creature that dwells atop cliffs, navigating through the clouds and subsisting on dew and frost. The cliffs were indeed Fingeling. Observing these ethereal beings leaping gracefully and rolling about in the clouds, Lynn E understood that no spirit masters had recently ventured into this area to disrupt their lives. He ascended through the snow, soaring above the clouds. In no time, he broke through the low-hanging clouds, entering a realm where clouds served as the ground and the sky above was a deep azure. Here, various spirit creatures, unbothered by human presence, soared freely, pausing to acknowledge Lin Yi's arrival and assuming a combat stance. Simultaneously, the cotton candy-like clouds began to churn, as a creature adorned with white scales emerged from within. Chapter 72, The Totem Deep Within Fingeling. It was a dragon-type spirit beast, measuring 100 meters in length. Entirely snow-white, like jade, with four wings unfurling as it surged through the clouds. The four-winged cloud dragon. Species name, four-winged cloud dragon. Level, King 5 stars. Type, water, dragon. Status, enraged. Potential, upper king. Growth stage, mature. Skills, 1. Water Dragon Ball. Mystical level. The four-winged cloud dragon exhales a water dragon ball to attack its target. 2. Mist. Mystical level. In the presence of the four-winged cloud dragon, mist will not dissipate. It can also exhale mist to improve the environment and weather of a specific area. 3. Totem Radiance. Earth level. A revered spirit beast that has not yet gained the recognition of the previous totem, capable of harnessing a small amount of faith power to enhance itself. 4. Spirit Communication. Lin E scanned the four-winged cloud dragon with his spiritual vision, and upon seeing the skill Totem Radiance, he was momentarily taken aback. This four-winged cloud dragon was, in fact, a totem. Here, the term totem did not denote the dragon's strength, but rather referred to a spiritual belief. In essence, this four-winged cloud dragon was a descendant of a totem. Within Fingeling, there existed a genuine totem-level spirit beast, not only powerful enough to be considered a totem, but also revered by humans. This left Lin E perplexed. While he could comprehend the existence of totem-level spirit beasts, after all, the Federation was vast, with many areas still unexplored, including several forbidden zones. It was entirely plausible that a few totem-level beasts might arise. Even if a calamity-level spirit beast appeared, Lin E would not be astonished. Moreover, every decade, the Azure Federation conducts a search using special spirit beasts throughout its territories, except in life-restricted zones, to account for the populace in its cities. This was akin to a census and served as a method to root out spies from various federations and malevolent cultists. Fingeling naturally fell within that scope. However, on his journey here, Lin E had instructed his intelligent assistant, Ling Air, to investigate Fingeling, and it had reported no human presence. Now he was being informed that not only did humans reside within Fingeling, but there also existed a totem-level spirit beast revered by them. This raised his suspicions. Could it be that they slipped through the cracks during the census? That seemed unlikely. Could it be the evil spirit cult? Upon contemplating the latter, Lin E squinted at Jingyu. Control that four-winged cloud dragon. I have inquiries for it. Jingyu stepped forward, and behind her, the ethereal figure of Jing Yulan materialized. Vines stirred as if moved by an invisible breeze, swiftly ensnaring the four-winged cloud dragon in place. The dragon was stunned. What in the world? A few kings came a few days ago, and I managed to handle them, but now I can't even roar before being disarmed. The four-winged cloud dragon thought furiously. As the four-winged cloud dragon was restrained, the spirit creatures soaring amidst the clouds scattered instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. Little one, I have some questions for you. The four-winged cloud dragon spoke human words, threatening. Human, even if you confine me, I shall not yield. Should you slay me, my father will avenge me. Prepare for your demise. Release me now, and when my father arrives, I can ensure your safe passage, just as you had before. Lynn E inquired, did someone visit a few days ago? Are you mocking me? The four-winged cloud dragon began to retort, its gaze fixating on the bound figure of the evil spirit cult woman. Even if you search for excuses, at least choose a better one. Don't think that because you've removed your mask and look like a bloated pig without teeth, I won't recognize you. Lynn E followed the four-winged cloud dragon's line of sight. Coupled with the dragon's previous remarks, he began to piece together the events that had transpired. He turned to Jingyu and instructed, release it. Wait. Suddenly, Lynn E raised his hand, interrupting Jingyu's actions, and then slapped the four-winged cloud dragon on the head. Dare to insult me? A slap for you. Now release it. Jingyu curled her finger, and the entwining vines quickly retracted. The liberated four-winged cloud dragon turned, flying away while cursing. You just wait. Don't run. I'll summon my father to deal with you. Before the four-winged cloud dragon could finish its sentence, it noticed Jingyu's raised hand. Its body trembled, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. Tread snow, follow it. Lin E felt it necessary to investigate the unknown totem revered in the vicinity of Yangcheng, and to inquire about the activities of the evil spirit cult that had transpired days prior. However, Tread Snow had not flown far when it halted. For the four-winged cloud dragon had indeed called upon its father, or rather, its father had been summoned by the scattered cloud eagles. As a multitude of cloud eagles followed behind it, this larger four-winged cloud dragon, with its two pairs of wings spread wide, could be described as blocking out the sun. And its power was extraordinarily formidable, reaching the level of a 6-star totem, just shy of ascending to an upper totem. As it approached, the young four-winged cloud dragon began to lament, Father, that individual just now attempted to kill me. The totem-level four-winged cloud dragon turned its gaze upon Jingyu. The clouds churned, coalescing into a massive dragon claw, as Jingyu braced herself for battle. However, the claw descended upon the young four-winged cloud dragon's head. Do you think I am unaware of the circumstances? After reprimanding its offspring, the four-winged cloud dragon focused its attention on Lin E. You are different from the others. I sense no malevolence from you. You must be sent by the Federation. Lin E nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. The four-winged cloud dragon flapped its four colossal wings, causing the surrounding clouds to surge. Individuals from the Federation, especially beings of your remarkable power, do not come here without reason. Speak of your intentions, and I shall do my utmost to provide answers. If you seek spiritual artifacts or spiritual plants, as long as they do not disrupt the local ecosystem or disturb us, I am amenable. You are quite reasonable, Lin E nodded, then stated his purpose. I have come here primarily to investigate the evil spirit cult, which is what these individuals intended to do when they arrived at Fingeling. As he spoke, Lin E kicked the evil spirit cult woman, who had swollen under the effects of the poison, and then turned his gaze back to the four-winged cloud dragon. However, there is an additional matter now. Lin E scrutinized the four-winged cloud dragon before it. The dragon disregarded Lin Yi's gaze, sweeping over the evil spirit cult woman as it recounted their actions upon arriving here. They came first to enslave the spirit beasts of this region, most of which were tribal leaders. However, I discovered their intentions. Many among them possessed strength comparable to my son, and fearing that a battle would disrupt this ecosystem, I merely expelled them. Regarding the reasons behind their enslavement of spiritual beasts, I remain unaware. Lin E wore a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Are you concerned about disrupting the environment here, or are you apprehensive that a battle might draw the attention of the Federation? Perhaps both. The four-winged cloud dragon did not conceal its thoughts, nor could it afford to, for it understood that any attempt at deception would invite death. Chapter 73, The Primitive Tribe. Please, share your origins, Lin E requested, seated cross-legged atop the back of Tisu, propping his chin on one hand as he regarded the totemic four-winged cloud dragon. And tell me about the human tribe you hail from. If you can present a rationale I find acceptable, I could personally represent the Azure Federation in providing you with a sanctuary. The dragon, constrained by the eaves of the dwelling, had no choice but to bow its head. Moreover, prior to its arrival at this federation, it had heard the name of the Azure Federation from the humans who revered it, and thus had a certain understanding of this entity. It was a federation governed by strict laws and was notably the most benevolent towards spiritual beasts. Not only those bound by contracts, but also those dwelling in the wilderness. From the moment it arrived in this federation, the four-winged cloud dragon was aware that a day would come when they would be discovered. However, it had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. I hail from a region perpetually shrouded in mist, revered by certain humans as a spiritual beast, which they call the City of Fog, while you refer to it as the Sea of Clouds. Initially, I lived peacefully with my tribe in the depths of the Sea of Clouds until one day, an external tribe, led by their totemic beliefs, launched an assault against us. My lineage of the four-winged cloud dragon fought valiantly to resist. Yet, the The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and I was gravely injured, losing many offspring in the process, ultimately leading the remaining members of my tribe to flee. We eventually settled in this Finya Ridge. I am well aware of your Federation's regulations. Over the years, I have behaved with utmost propriety, refraining from any aggression towards humans. I have also restrained my tribe from posing any threat to humans. We have never inflicted harm, and even when encountering humans, I merely used mist to intimidate them into retreating. This is our story. If the Azure Federation cannot accommodate us, I implore you, esteemed sir, to consider that we have never persecuted the Federation's humans and have contributed to the improvement of Finya Ridge's environment and grant us a chance to survive. We shall depart from the Azure Federation promptly. The words of the four-winged cloud dragon were imbued with humility. Simultaneously, it harbored a growing hatred for the tribe that had attacked the Sea of Clouds. Had it not been for them, the Cloud Dragon tribe would not have been reduced to their current state of vulnerability and fear. One day, it vowed to lead its tribe back to the Sea of Clouds to reclaim all that was lost. Upon hearing the four-winged cloud dragon's account, Lynn E retrieved his mobile device and called upon his assistant, 02. Please assist me in researching significant events that have transpired in the Sea of Clouds in recent years, such as the Totemic Wars, as well as any rumors concerning Finya Ridge within Yong City. The intelligent assistant comprised mechanical entities assimilated by WNSHYNM, possessing sentience and scattered throughout the Federation, sharing information technology and serving independently. It was merely connected to the device and could operate as long as it was not in a large, isolated secret realm. Searching for you now. As 02 conducted its search, information regarding the Sea of Clouds appeared on the screen, with the most prominent entry dating back 8 years. Coinciding with the time he was drawn into the ancient ruins. Lynn E clicked to view it. The content was simple. A comet from the cosmos had fallen deep within the Sea of Clouds, triggering a violent wave of spiritual energy that attracted the attention of several nearby minor federations, as well as many tribes. Within the Sea of Clouds, 3 totemic tribes existed: the four-winged cloud dragon, the dream cloud butterfly, and the Tsangmu cloud willow, each possessing strength comparable to a minor federation, maintaining their own order. However, as they had not established a federation, they were classified as a no-man's land. Due to the geographical position of the Sea of Clouds, several minor federations dispatched individuals to investigate. However, prior to their arrival, another totemic tribe situated in the no-man's land launched an assault on the Sea of Clouds, annihilating the Dream Cloud Butterfly and Tsangmu Cloud Willow tribes while severely wounding the four-winged Cloud Dragon tribe. Nevertheless, the four-winged Cloud Dragon tribe managed to escape with its members. Their current whereabouts unknown. After reading the first entry, Lynn E confirmed the origins of the four-winged Cloud Dragon, indeed from the Sea of Clouds. He then turned his attention to the rumors concerning Finya Ridge in Yong City over recent years. Just as the four-winged Cloud Dragon had recounted, Lynn E found it quite normal for there to be fatalities, as capturing spiritual beasts and extracting spiritual materials was inherently dangerous. It was noteworthy, however, that there had been no reported deaths thus far. There may have been tribes harboring suspicions of being discovered, but as of now, this tribe had not harmed anyone. As for the ecological conditions of Finya Ridge and the impact of the four-winged cloud dragon's arrival, Lynn E needed no further evidence. For the present state of peaceful coexistence spoke volumes. Lead me to your tribe, Lynn E instructed, shutting off his phone. Please follow me, the four-winged cloud dragon replied, turning to soar deeper into the mist-covered cliffs of Finya Ridge. Tisu closely followed behind. Along the way, Lynn E observed his surroundings, noting that even when the four-winged cloud dragon was not soaring through the clouds, revealing its form, the spiritual beasts living here did not display fear. Some even approached the four-winged cloud dragon, despite their ranks being no higher than that of a lord, with the strongest among them merely at the monarch level. Such occurrences were indeed rare in reality. As they ventured deeper behind the four-winged cloud dragon, the mist thickened, and Lynn E glimpsed several four-winged cloud dragons of monarch and overlord levels soaring amidst the clouds. Lynn E understood they were nearing their destination. At that moment, the totemic four-winged cloud dragon diminished in size, eventually landing atop a sheer cliff, with Tisu standing at its summit. Lynn E gazed downward, obscured by the mist, until the four-winged cloud dragon flapped its wings, gradually dispersing the haze to reveal a human community below. To describe it as a community seemed somewhat exaggerated. Referring to it as a tribe would be more accurate, albeit a diminutive one, for the number of inhabitants was exceedingly sparse. Lynn E quickly assessed their numbers at a mere 11 individuals, 2 toddlers just learning to walk, an elderly elder, 2 middle-aged men, 2 middle-aged women, and the remaining 4 were young adults. All 11 were clad in hides and leaves, with the children lacking any attire, presenting a visage reminiscent of a primitive tribe. Witnessing such primitive abodes and attire, Lynn E began to question his own senses. Was this truly the modern world, rife with technological advancements? How could such a tribe still exist? Moreover, were there not too few people here? Lynn E inquired. Is this truly the entirety of your tribe? The four-winged cloud dragon remained silent for a moment before nodding. Originally, there were 17, but half perished during our escape. This revelation left Lynn E in a state of contemplation. How could they sustain themselves? What did they eat? The four-winged cloud dragon offered no answer, instead parting the mist to reveal the space surrounding several wooden huts, which comprised fields cultivated with grains and spiritual materials. Chapter 74, Departure to Xinghu City. It is worth noting that in the information retrieved by the assistant, there were detailed accounts of 3 tribes, among which the four-winged cloud dragon tribe was the most formidable, with the following numbering in the thousands. Lynn E had previously speculated on the remaining members of this tribe, daring to guess that there were perhaps a few hundred. Now, seeing their numbers dwindle to a mere handful, including 2 infants, the situation was undeniably tragic. Would it not be excessively callous to drive them away? Especially considering they had committed no wrongs within the Federation's borders, had improved the ecological conditions around Fengya Ridge, and had not harmed anyone, adhering to the rules even more stringently than the Federation's own citizens, despite their illegal entry. After much contemplation, Lynn E ultimately decided to present the four-winged cloud dragon with 2 options. I now offer you 2 choices, to remain in Fengya Ridge or to depart from the Azure Federation. We chose to remain at Fengjiling, and Yun Dragon showed no hesitation. After all, when we initially entered the Welon Federation and settled at Fengjiling, it was with the intent to stay here. Can you truly make this decision? Yun Dragon asked tentatively. They were well aware of the Welon Federation, one of the 3 most powerful federations on Blue Star. It was certain that there were peak-level spirit masters among them, likely more than one. Generally speaking, those who wielded the Federation's power were older individuals. Yet this person appeared relatively young, displaying merely the strength of a battle general. Despite having a calamity-level companion, could they genuinely make the decision to stay? Yun Dragon expressed doubt. I can indeed make this decision, Lynn E replied calmly. Since you have chosen to stay, you must abide by the Federation's rules. Now, please bring the dozen individuals below up here. I will assist them in registering their identities. Yun Dragon nodded and descended toward the group, while Lynn E sent the treading snow spirit crane back to the small world. Next, he needed to visit Xinghu City, as it pertained to a totem tribe. Although the tribe consisted of only 11 individuals, the strength of their spirit beast surpassed that of Yong City as a whole. Thus, they could not register in Yong City, which also lacked a branch of the tribunal. Therefore, they had to head to the tribunal's headquarters, located in Xinghu City. Soon, Yun Dragon returned with the 11 remaining followers. May I ride you? Yun Dragon consented, observing Lynn E who had stowed his mount. Where are we heading? Upon climbing onto Yun Dragon's back, Lynn E answered. The capital of the Welon Federation, Xinghu City. At this, Yun Dragon's body trembled, and the dozen individuals behind Lynn E held their breath. Is it truly safe? Yun Dragon inquired again. Lynn E smiled and assured, you will be safe. Which direction? Yun Dragon asked through gritted teeth. Lynn E pointed. And Yun Dragon flapped its wings and soared toward Xinghu City, while Lynn E settled himself down. He turned to the group of displaced individuals, who were scrutinizing him and Jingyu closely. One elder stepped forward and asked, My lord, after we register our identities, will we still be able to safely return? Were they not afraid of their tribe's destruction? The elder's sincerity shone through as he continued, as one of the 3 strongest federations. How could we not be afraid of the capital? Lynn E chuckled, you are quite frank. However, rest assured, this trip to Xinghu City is merely for simple identity registration. Once registered, you will be qualified citizens of the Federation. A young man exclaimed with excitement. Will we be able to participate in the Youth Spirit Master competition held by the Welon Federation? I have heard that the competitions among the 3 federations are quite lively. Before he could finish, the elder slapped him, and the young man looked aggrieved, while the elder repeatedly apologized to Lynn E. Yes, I apologize, he is still young. Lynn E raised a hand to halt the elder's apologies and turned to the young man. What is your name? I am called Yun Dragon. After being slapped, the young man's tone was noticeably diminished. Why do you wish to join the Spirit Master competition? Noticing Yun Dragon's hesitation, Lynn E comforted him. Feel free to express your thoughts. I will not blame you. After a moment, Yun Dragon said, I want many people to know that the Yunhai Yun Dragon tribe has not been exterminated. We still exist. One day, we will return to Yunhai and reclaim everything that is ours. After Yun Dragon spoke, the elder and several middle-aged individuals lowered their heads, while 3 peers of his age glimmered with fervor, clearly sharing his sentiments. Even Yun Dragon, in flight, let out an indignant dragon roar, seemingly in response to Yun Dragon's words. Lynn E smiled and patted Yun Dragon's shoulder, saying, Well said, young man. Such passion is commendable. Those who have encroached upon your homeland must pay a price in blood. However, the Spirit Master competition of the Welon Federation is no simple matter. You will be facing opponents who have trained for many years within the Federation, including some who have graduated long ago. Even those of the King level might be among them, and the Heavenly King is not out of the question. They are all merely in their teens or early 20s, not exceeding 25. Are you truly prepared? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, even those who revered the totem gasped in astonishment. Was this the depth of a grand federation? Truly terrifying. I will strive to do my best, Gaoyun Dragon declared. Lin Yi smiled, but remained silent. At that moment, Gaoyun Dragon suddenly asked, Big brother, you should be able to participate in the Youth Spirit Master competition as well, right? You have a good eye, Lin Yi praised. However, if I were to join the competition, it would lose its significance. My younger sister and younger brother will participate, and if you also take part, you should have the chance to meet them. Lin E continued to engage in casual conversation with the young men, filled with dreams and expectations for the future, igniting their enthusiasm even further, with some expressing a desire to arrive at the competition immediately, clearly unable to contain their excitement. At that moment, the elder interjected, My lord, after our identity registration, will we still be able to live alongside Lord Yun Dragon at Finjiling? After all, Lord Yun Dragon has been our Gao family's totem for generations. Lin E nodded and explained, in the Welon Federation, there are many tribes that worship totems, and they mostly reside with their revered totems in forests and mountains. Once your identities are registered, you will be legal citizens of the Welon Federation. As long as you do not violate the Federation's laws, you can choose to live wherever you wish. This is the right granted to citizens by the Federation. Chapter 75, Spirit Beast, Dragon Pattern Battle Garb. Lin E conversed with Gaoyun Dragon and the others as equals, without an ounce of arrogance. They were all exceedingly eager about the Welon Federation, bombarding Lin E with questions, to which he patiently responded, while also enjoying the scenic views along the way. After half a day, a colossal city appeared on the horizon, built against the mountains, picturesque with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, stretching for hundreds of miles. Wow, what a grand city. Is this the capital of the Welon Federation? Gaoyun Dragon and the others exclaimed in awe. Only Lin E narrowed his eyes. Logically, Yun Dragon should have flown for a day. Had Yun Dragon flown in the wrong direction? Lin E stood and gazed ahead, and with a single glance, he recognized that this was not Xinghu City. Xinghu City was located in the center of the Federation, built around a lake known as Xinghua, with only a few artificially constructed mountains within. Externally, it was relatively flat, unlike this mountainous structure. Moreover, Xinghu City lacked city walls. Observing the decorations on the city walls, Lin E remarked, This is not Xinghu City, it is Tsuhua City, located to the southeast of Xinghu City. Yun Dragon, do not approach, circle around to the right, or you will be treated as an invading spirit beast. The Gao family members stared in amazement. Such a vast city was not even the capital of the Welon Federation. How immense must the capital be? Just how expansive is the Welon Federation? It was too late now. Yun Dragon slowed down and said, Ahead, a group of individuals is riding spirit beasts, heading toward us. Their spirit beasts are all pure white with a hint of green, possessing wings, resembling griffins with eagle heads and lion bodies. These are the unique spirit beasts of Tsuehua City, the Chui Ling Shurjiu. The Chui Ling Shurjiu halted 100 meters in front of Yun Dragon, and on the leading king-level Chui Ling Shurjiu, a man clad in black-scaled battle armor shouted, I am Dong Ming, the captain of the city guard of Tsuehua City. Please identify yourselves and disclose the purpose of your visit with the totem. Lin E did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze fell upon Dong Ming's black-scaled armor, which was not merely an ordinary piece forged from special materials, but rather an entity imbued with independent consciousness, known as a weapon beast. Species name, Longwen E. Level, Dominator 7 stars. System, Metal System, Mechanical System. Status, Lethargic. Potential, Upper Dominator. Skills, 1 Dragon Scale Armor. Mystical level Longwen E adheres to the target's body for protection, with layered dragon scales effectively resisting most damage. 2 Dragon Soul. Earth level summons the dragon soul born from the armor to assist in battle. 3 Alloy Dragon Sword. Weapons of this nature, an armor that possesses awareness, collectively fall under the designation of Qi Shou. After perusing the information on Longwen E, Lin E engaged in an evolutionary deduction. While he could comprehend the evolution of animal and plant-based spirit beasts, he was profoundly curious about the evolutionary process of weapon beasts and mechanical spirit beasts. The conclusion he reached was that they undergo a process of reforging, wherein special spiritual metals are melted down, the weapon beast entirely liquefied, with its true spirit preserved through specialized means, followed by the addition of materials and a forging process akin to blacksmithing. ultimately restoring the true spirit. It is noteworthy that during this melting process, the weapon beast's true spirit experiences pain, suffering that is exponentially greater than that endured by animal spirit beasts. Should the true spirit be unable to endure, it would dissipate, resulting in the destruction of the weapon beast. However, the forged armor would still be wearable, perhaps even nurturing a new true spirit. Yet, the weapon beast itself would have transformed, necessitating the master to re-establish a contract, which would likely be met with refusal. Thus, the evolution of a weapon beast is akin to a gamble, wagering on its complete evolution, the survival of its true spirit, and whether the newly born true spirit would accept its master. The concept of weapon beasts is indeed intriguing to Lynn E. He contemplated venturing to Xinghu City in search of one, aspiring to don the role of a blacksmith. Who are you, and what brings you here? Please respond promptly and present your credentials. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Should you fail to respond, I will detain you on behalf of Tsuhua City for interrogation. As Lynn E remained silent, the members of the Gao family above hesitated to answer, and the four-winged cloud dared not intrude. Dong Ming, growing impatient, uttered, "What are you flustered about?" Lynn E retorted, "You have 3 minutes and 29 seconds left. Can you contend with the totem?" How audacious! Dong Ming maintained his composure, silently counting down. He indeed could not defeat the totem, which was why he had notified the city lord before leaving. He had come to negotiate. And should the situation turn unfavorable, he would retreat, leaving the matters between the totems out of his jurisdiction. If the totems within the city proved unmanageable, he trusted that the city lord was already contacting the adjudication department. A single misstep could lead to calling for reinforcements. It was as simple as that. They were not fools, fully aware that engaging in a fight they could not win would be futile. After all, they were responsible for a city of millions. 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining. Upon hearing this, all members of the city guard mounted on the Chui Ling Lion Griffin prepared for battle or retreat. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he saw it was one Xie Yunmu's father. Lin Yi tilted his head in confusion as to why the head of the adjudication department would suddenly call him, yet he raised his hand to Dong Ming. "Hold on. I need to take this call." Dong Ming felt slighted and raised his hand in response. Lin Yi, however, placed the phone to his ear. "Hello, head of the department. What urgent matter prompts your call?" "It's urgent, concerning the lives of millions." Lin Yi immediately took this seriously. "Is it that severe? Are you still in Yong City?" After contemplating, Lin Yi concluded that if he returned to Yong City with Xing Yuan clearing the way, it would take less than a minute. He nodded. "I'm on it. Just now, I received reports that 10 minutes ago, at the eastern gate of Tsuhua City, an unregistered totem-level spirit beast resembling a four-winged cloud dragon appeared. The Cloud Sea? Forget it. You probably don't know what the Cloud Sea is." Lin Yi, fully aware of the Cloud Sea, chose to remain silent and listened intently while relaxing his demeanor. Why the seriousness? Oh, they dare to attack. What attack? On observing the group of Chui Ling Lion Griffins charging towards the four-winged cloud dragon, Lin Yi glanced at Jingyu and gestured forward. Jingyu nodded and moved to the front. However, in a mere gesture, the group of Chui Ling Lion Griffins, including the spirit masters above, were all ensnared. Lin Yi calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a few mosquitoes. Please continue." Chapter 76. Being the villain is truly delightful. To be brief, the head of the adjudication department spoke. "An ancient relic has appeared in the wasteland, concerning." Lin Yi interrupted. "Jean Mao informed me." "All right. I'm currently with old Zhong in the wasteland, preparing to explore the relic. I can't leave at the moment, and the others on a mission have yet to return, leaving only you free. Yang City isn't far from Tsuhua City. Go take a look and handle that totem-level spirit beast." Upon hearing the department head's words, Lin Yi's smile became evident. He glanced at the now-bound Chui Ling Lion Griffins before turning to the totem-level Chui Ling Lion Griffin flying in from the city. With a pat on his chest, he confidently declared, "No problem, leave it to me. Hearing you say that reassures me. How do we discuss the reward?" "Request it from Tsuehua City." Once the call ended, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Yi's face as he raised his hand. "Jingyu, bind them all." Jingyu swiftly turned and vanished, reappearing before the totem-level Chui Ling Lion Griffin just outside the city. The city lord of Tsuehua City widened his eyes, about to issue an attack order when he found himself bound. Jingyu then dragged both the city lord and the totem-level Chui Ling Lion Griffin before Dong Ming. In that moment, Dong Ming was utterly bewildered. "City lord, at least hold on. You called for reinforcements, and before they arrived, you were already ensnared. And who is that person?" The totem-level beast couldn't withstand even one move against them. Can the reinforcements truly safeguard Tsuehua City? In truth, the city lord was equally dumbfounded. He had just exited the city, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed the adversary had no intention of killing. He believed help would arrive soon. "Weren't you just asking me about bringing the totem to Tsuehua City for what purpose?" Lynn E stepped forward to address the tightly bound Dong Ming. Now I shall tell you. I am here to loot. Hand over all your valuable possessions. The city guard of Tsuehua City, including the city lord, were left speechless. What era is this, daring to rob the Azure Federation? Are you not afraid of retribution? Lynn E scoffed. Retribution? Ridiculous. Only the weak fear vengeance. As a strong individual like myself, I will only grow stronger. Lynn E turned the city lord to face the citizens atop the walls of Tsuehua City. You should not be worrying about whether I will face retribution. Rather, your concern should lie with them inside the city. In truth, I am a person of principles. I seek only wealth, not lives. So, will you part with the spiritual items? I will, the city lord replied without hesitation. But can you guarantee no harm will come to anyone? Lynn E smiled kindly. As I said, I am a person of principles. Now, please be swift, no dilly-dallying. And do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. As the vines wrapped around the city lord's hands were unbound, he promptly produced 7 or 8 spiritual items, including Holy Spirit fruits, Phoenix wood, and illusion stones. Lynn E collected the Holy Spirit fruits and Phoenix wood. These 2 items, one being a spirit object of the Holy Spirit lineage, may prove useful once we acquire the Angel Rebirth Pool and Holy Spirit Crystal to create a Holy Spirit Angel. The Fengmu, however, retains its vitality, and being of the purple gold variety, when planted and nurtured with spiritual liquid, it could potentially flourish into a purple gold phoenix tree bearing purple gold phoenix fruits. After securing these items, Lynn E discreetly departed. The head of the judgment office had summoned him to address the crisis in Tsuehua City, and he deemed it reasonable to accept a reward. As for the origins of the crisis, that was not his concern. The only question that mattered was whether the crisis had been resolved. The 4-winged cloud dragon soared into the sky, and the peril threatening Tsuehua City dissipated. The city lord and others, having freed themselves from the vines that ensnared them, gazed pensively in the direction from which the 4-winged cloud dragon had vanished. Dong Ming inquired, "Did you call for reinforcements, my lord?" The city lord nodded. He had directly contacted the judgment office, which had agreed to send assistance to Tsuehua City. However, the assailants had vanished with their spoils for several minutes, and the reinforcements had not even been sighted. This was no ordinary crisis. It was of the totemic level. A totemic spirit beast, if it were to go berserk, could annihilate Tsuehua City in mere minutes. The judgment office should have taken this matter seriously. Although Tsuehua City appeared safe now, no, it was not truly safe. The city lord suddenly sensed something amiss as he observed the vines entwining them and the blue-purple blossoms above. He quickly dialed a number. Dong Hao, has the problem been resolved? What does the person you called for help look like? And what about the spirit beast? You did not see that esteemed individual? Dong Hao replied, should I have? Was I not supposed to? Dong Hao suddenly felt he ought to change his line of questioning. Does the spirit beast of that esteemed individual possess any connection to the blue-purple trumpet-shaped flowers? Dong Hao, I think you must be out of your mind. You clearly saw them and still called to inquire? Do you think I have nothing better to do? The call ended abruptly. Dong Hao felt thoroughly bewildered, realizing he had been robbed by his own people. This was unacceptable. He needed to confront the judgment office. He dialed again. Dong Hao, are you out of your mind? I wish to file a complaint. A complaint? Pray tell. Dong Hao recounted his recent experiences, including the extortion he had faced. The silence on the other end lingered for a moment, but the ears of the spiritual practitioners were keenly attuned, and Dong Hao detected the faint sound of suppressed laughter before the other party finally succumbed, laughing heartily. You had it coming. Dong Hao insisted. I demand an explanation. Very well, I shall report this matter to the office head. However, how the head chooses to respond is beyond my speculation. From my understanding, an apology is unlikely, though compensation may be forthcoming, most likely in the name of the judgment office. As for the Holy Spirit fruit and the purple gold Fengmu, do not hold out hope for those unless you can best him. The call was abruptly terminated once more, with a dismissive wave of his hand. Dong Hao returned to the city, ensuring that this matter remained confidential. Should anyone breach this secrecy, the consequences would be severe. On the back of the 4-winged cloud dragon, the members of the Gao family looked at Lynn E with trepidation, beginning to question whether this truly was a person from the Azure Blue Federation. How could they rob their own? Would they really be able to leave safely? Even though the 4-winged cloud dragon had slowed, it seemingly recognized that this was not for the sake of information registration, but rather an invitation to doom. Lynn E, however, paid them no mind, reveling in the spoils of his endeavor. The thrill of this heist surpassed that of receiving rewards from routine tasks, perhaps due to the differing nature of their origins. It was akin to the contrast between a darkened room with drawn curtains and the exhilarating ambience of a bustling public restroom in a crowded shopping mall. Chapter 77, Arrival at Xinghu City. The phone rang again while Lynn E continued to admire his spoils. He knew it was the office head, likely seeking to reprimand him. Yet, he felt no fear and answered the call. Hello? Esteemed office head, I have successfully resolved the crisis in Tsuehua City. The city lord and his associates were quite gracious, presenting me with the Holy Spirit fruit and purple gold fengmu as tokens of gratitude. They even bid me farewell with warmth. I was deeply moved. The office head replied, "Are you trying to infuriate me? What is wrong with accepting a reward after resolving a crisis in Tsuehua City? You should be aware of how this crisis came about. Just tell me if Tsuehua City suffered any losses." A long sigh emanated from the other side. "All right, we'll let this slide for now, but pay close attention to what follows." The office head's tone shifted to seriousness. Lynn E had never heard this tone before and understood the need to abandon his lighthearted demeanor. He responded solemnly, "Please proceed. The ancient ruins in the wild domain are preliminarily estimated to be vast and fraught with dangers. Elder Yong and I may need to remain here for an extended period." Concurrently, reports of void fluctuations have emerged from Xiang City, where the Shangguan and Yuqin families reside. Investigation reveals another ancient ruin adrift in the dark cosmos, expected to surface soon. The neighboring forests, Chihua, and the Radiant Kingdom have also reported that ancient ruins will soon appear within their federations. The simultaneous emergence of multiple ancient ruins has not occurred since the founding of the Federation. We speculate it relates to realms above the disaster level. Additionally, the Everlasting Church and the Evil Spirit Sect have recently become more active, indicating potential instability. Your Yong City also has ancient ruins manifesting. If you are present, please keep an eye on things. Lynn E nodded affirmatively. Even if the office head had not mentioned it, he would have taken action. His earlier investigation at Finjialing in the Western City, coupled with his current journey to Xinghu City with the four-winged cloud dragon and the Gao family, was all aimed at ensuring the safety of Yong City. Did they truly think he was idle? What about the four-winged cloud dragon? The office head suddenly inquired. Lynn E recounted the events that had transpired in Yong City and what he had witnessed. The office head nodded, stating, "As long as the four-winged cloud dragon tribe refrains from actions detrimental to the Federation and strictly adheres to its regulations, registration will not be an issue. However, since this matter was initiated by you, you must ensure proper oversight and management." Lynn E nodded in agreement once more. After discussing further matters with the office head, he ended the call, observing the leisurely flight of the four-winged cloud dragon, urging it to increase its speed. The four-winged cloud dragon complied instantly. As the sun hung high above, transforming into the hues of twilight, a colossal expanse of human architecture appeared on the horizon. Xinghu City had arrived. The four-winged cloud dragon continued its ascent, and on the outskirts of the architectural complex, several fiery, phoenix-blooded monarch-class Jerry Hoofing soared toward them. Led by a peak monarch-class Jerry Hoofing. Surely, they would not be questioning him again. The four-winged cloud dragon and the Gao family members shared the same thought, recalling the recent events in Tsuehua City. Yet, the reality unfolded differently than expected. The Jerry Hoofing flew alongside the four-winged cloud dragon, heading toward Xinghu City. The leading Jerry Hoofing, adorned in phoenix-patterned soft armor and a phoenix-patterned golden crown, approached Lynn E with a respectful gesture. "I am Yao Ming, leader of the Phoenix Guardians. Honored to meet you, esteemed Lynn E." Lynn E nodded in acknowledgement. "Did the office head send you?" Yao Ming confirmed. "The office head has instructed us to guide you to the headquarters of the Judgment Office for the registration of the four-winged cloud dragon and its tribe. Furthermore, the office head has appointed me to be your guide during your stay in Xinghu City." Lynn E was quite pleased upon hearing the first part of her statement. Truly, the office head was reliable, having arranged for appropriate reception upon his arrival in Xinghu City. The latter half of the sentence darkened his expression. Just how unpopular could he be? And what was with this reception? Did they fear he might attempt to rob Xinghu City? How idle and audacious could he be? Even if he were to commit robbery, would anyone in Xinghu City believe it? Did he truly require guidance? Lin E expressed reluctance. Yet, Yao Ming remained composed, showing no hint of dissatisfaction. In fact, she almost smiled, stating, "With your capabilities, you certainly do not need my guidance. However, this is a command from the Lord of the Court, and as the leader of the Fengwei, one of the 3 military guards of the tribunal, I understand that obedience is my duty." Her words seemed to convey to Lin E that this was the Lord's decree, and should he have any objections, he could address them with the Lord himself. Lin Yi's face darkened further. "Lead the way. Please follow me," replied Yao Ming, trailing behind the Guanri Huofeng. The Saiwing Yun dragon advanced slowly, its own aura no longer as unabashed as when soaring over the forests and lakes. Here, it was entirely restrained. This was the capital of the Azure Federation. Just these few Guanri Huofeng could quench its thirst, not to mention the numerous spirit masters residing within the buildings below, many of whom could ensure its permanent stay. Moreover, from their earlier conversation, Saiwing Yun dragon discerned that it was now safe. Once registered, it would become a dragon of the Azure Federation, no longer needing to develop in such a furtive manner as before. However, it was also essential to adhere to the rules. At that moment, soaring Dragon resolved that upon returning to Finjialing, it would develop as it had previously, stabilizing its growth. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its back. Upon sensing, it discovered that the woman named Yao Ming had somehow reached its back, standing beside Lynn E. Her phoenix-patterned armor vanished, replaced by a fiery red gown. Lynn E glanced at Yao Ming. "What do you intend to do?" Yao Ming replied calmly, "To guide you. I see it as surveillance. Your Excellency, you may view it as such." Lynn E fell silent, but decided to follow along. After all, he was not here in Xinghu City for any nefarious purpose, primarily to register the dragon and secondarily to procure a Qishir beast, returning to his smithing roots. With the Fengwei leading, there was little to discuss regarding registration. Even without the Fengwei, he could accomplish it independently. As for soaring Dragon, it dared not rebel. The registration process typically required half a day to a day, meaning he had a full day at his disposal. With this thought, Lin E rose decisively. Yao Ming promptly stepped forward. As a soldier personally trained by Lin E, she understood his strength well. Even when the lord of the court commanded her to surveil Lin E, she was bewildered. Here she was, a mere day king. Yet the lord commanded her to monitor a disaster-level individual, one at the pinnacle of power. Was that appropriate? Clearly, it was not. It could be said that if Lin E wished to leave, she would not even catch a glimpse of his shadow, let alone monitor him. Should she lose sight of him, it would be a dereliction of duty, and she would undoubtedly face punishment. Alas, how unfortunate. Chapter 78, Qishir Beast, Gathering Spirit Furnace. Little Yao, do you know where I can purchase a Qishir Beast nearby? We need not consider its level or strength. Any Qishir Beast will suffice. At this moment, Lin E turned to Yao Ming. He had not spent long in Xinghu City, only a little over 3 years, most of which were spent on missions outside. During these 3 years, he primarily focused on cultivating his strength. It could be said that his familiarity with Xinghu City paled in comparison to that of Lindong City, where he had spent nearly 2 years. Qishir beasts were particularly rare due to their unique structure and formation. Searching for one independently would be challenging. Fortunately, he had someone familiar with the city, the head of the city's guard, no less. And she was tasked with surveillance. Although it served little purpose, it was still advantageous. Qishir beast? Yao Ming pondered for a moment, but did not ask further, instead contemplating where Qishir beasts might be found. The Jinbao Pavilion will certainly have them. And next is the Wanqi Pavilion. Wanqi Pavilion? What is that? Lin E inquired, puzzled. Is it a new force that has emerged in recent years? It is the former Rongduan blacksmith shop, Yao Ming replied, changing its name. Upon hearing Rongduan blacksmith shop, Lin E recognized it. It was a shop specializing in crafting weapons for spirit masters, utilizing materials such as dragon bones, beast bones, and spirit crystals. It was run by a star attendant named Dantai Muyong, whose spirit beast was a Qishir beast known as the Wanyan Hammer. Does Wanqi Pavilion have a large number of Qishir beasts? Yao Ming nodded. In the entire Xinghu City, Wanqi Pavilion has the most Qishir beasts, even surpassing those at Jinbao Pavilion. A Qishir beast wholesale market? Yao Ming replied, you could say that. Upon hearing Yao Ming's words, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. A Qishir beast wholesale market. What an impressive title. If there were indeed so many Qishir beasts, it would not be impossible for him to procure one. Perhaps even obtaining one for Lao Deng and his mother as well. Lead the way. I wish to see for myself. Upon hearing the words lead the way, Yao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lin E might inquire and then leave without a second thought. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. With that, Yao Ming turned to the other Fengwei troops. You will escort soaring Dragon to the tribunal headquarters. There are individuals awaiting its arrival. After registration, temporarily house soaring Dragon in the Sea of Secrets above East Lake until Lord Lin E comes to collect it. I shall escort the Lord to Wanqi Pavilion. The Fengwei troops responded, understood. After arranging for soaring Dragon, Yao Ming turned to Lin E and gestured towards the Guanri Huofeng. This way, please, Your Excellency. Boarding the Guanri Huofeng, the three made their way to Wanqi Pavilion. Shortly, they arrived over a colossal structure resembling a furnace made of steel, with flowing lava below and steam rising, while spiritual energy converged towards the center. This was Wanqi Pavilion. The square was bustling with activity, with many individuals queuing to enter the furnace-like building, all aiming to purchase or reserve Qishir beasts. How long will this take? Standing in the square and observing the long line, Lin E remarked, my time is limited. Must one always contend with the fate of queuing? Beside him, a man clad in luxurious silver and white attire responded, this is Wanqi Pavilion, the largest and most stable source of Qishir beasts in Xinghu City. To acquire a Qishir beast, unless you possess extraordinary status, you must wait patiently in line. Do not think that your status entitles you to cut in due to time constraints. I assure you, this will not work. Just as the man finished speaking, 2 muscular men with bronze skin and bare chests carried a third man from the doors of Wanqi Pavilion towards the edge of the square, the the latter threatening loudly. I am the second son of the Yu family. Do you dare treat me this way? Do you not fear retaliation from the Yu family? The two men paid him no mind, carrying the man to the edge of the square, binding his hands and feet, and then tossing him down like a missile. The Yu family? What kind of family is that? Someone inquired. A minor family. Their patriarch is a heavenly king. Ah, a heavenly king? Just yesterday, 2 heavenly kings were thrown down as well. He dares to be so arrogant when he isn't even a heavenly king? The Yu family has truly offended someone. Those who frequented Wanshi Pavilion seemed unfazed by the scene, as it was a daily occurrence for individuals attempting to leverage their status to force their way into Wanshi Pavilion, only to be thrown out. They found amusement in the spectacle. The man in silver and white attire turned to Lynn E and his companions. Did you see that? That is the consequence of attempting to force your way in. Lynn E raised his eyebrows, his eyes wide. More audacious than him. Let us go. Let us see what is happening. With a grand gesture, Lynn E strode towards the main entrance of Wanshi Pavilion, while Yao Ming followed calmly behind. She finally understood why surveillance was necessary. Fortunately, she had come prepared. The man in silver attire shook his head at their actions. No amount of good advice can deter a fool seeking death. Approaching the entrance of Wanshi Pavilion, Lynn E took decisive steps forward. While those around him watched with expressions of amusement, the 2 guards immediately approached, cupping their hands. The pavilion master has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. The queue of patrons looked on in disbelief. Lynn E initially anticipated a dramatic scenario where he would display his prowess, but unexpectedly, he found himself entering the place in a state of confusion. He turned to Yao Ming and inquired, "Did you do this?" Yao Ming smiled and nodded, assuring him that as his guide, she would naturally clear any obstacles in his path. "You did well, but don't let it happen again." Following the 2 burly men, the trio proceeded towards the heart of Wanshi-gu, the very locus of gathered spiritual energy. Clang, clang. As they approached, a wave of intense heat enveloped them, accompanied by the resonant sounds of metal striking metal. Jingyu furrowed her brow. As a wood-type, life-type spirit beast, she felt a certain aversion to flames. Bang bang. Lord, our guests have arrived. A robust man stepped forward, striking the towering, fiery red door that stood 8 meters tall, bellowing his announcement. Moments later, the clamor of metal ceased, and the grand door creaked open. A hulking figure emerged, his sun-kissed skin gleaming. Wearing only shorts, his muscular physique was accentuated, and he sported a peculiar bald head. After all these years, he still maintained that distinctive look. Lynn E boldly reached out to ruffle his head, eliciting shock from the 2 men. Their leader despised being touched and referred to as a bald head. Now, this newcomer had done both. Surely, even a guest ought not to behave in such a manner. Wouldn't the leader become furious? Surprisingly, however, Zhang Wei, the leader, merely chuckled, showing no sign of irritation. It was a habit he had retained from years past, one he could not easily shed. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances. Afterward, Zhang Wei turned to the 2 men, his expression shifting. "What are you still doing here? Have you completed today's tasks?" The men, startled, quickly hurried away. Come inside, Zhang Wei gestured, stepping aside to allow entry. Upon entering, Lin E was immediately captivated by the furnace suspended in midair, its fiery red hue interspersed with greenish veins. That was a spirit beast known as the Hui Ling Rong Lu. Chapter 79, Spirit Beast Customization. Species name, Hui Ling Rong Lu. Level, King level 3 stars. Type, Metal System, Life System. Status, Growth. Potential, Upper Tier Totem. Skills, 1. Hui Ling, mysterious level. The Hui Ling Rong Lu continuously gathers and stores surrounding spiritual energy. 2. Fun Ling, mysterious level. The Hui Ling Rong Lu can convert stored spiritual energy into a form that can be attached to weapons, dispersing it without reservation. 3. Qi Ling, heavenly level. A blessing skill. The Hui Ling Rong Lu, in conjunction with Fun Ling, can activate weapons, providing a chance for the weapon to gain sentience and transform from a mundane item into a spirit beast. 4. Zhen Ling. After perusing the information on the Hui Ling Rong Lu through the lens of spiritual perception, Lin E finally understood why Wanshi-gu was dubbed the wholesale supermarket for spirit beasts. It was all due to the capabilities of the Hui Ling Rong Lu. Of course, there could be other functions as well, but the origin of these spirit beasts remained a mystery. Zhang Wei, that spirit beast, is quite impressive. It can actually assist in activating weapons, transforming them into spirit beasts. How did you acquire it? Lin E inquired, pointing at the Hui Ling Rong Lu. Is that really a spirit beast? Yao Ming gazed at the suspended furnace, her face a canvas of confusion. Had Lin E not spoken, she would have assumed the hovering furnace was merely a device for gathering spiritual energy. Zhang Wei regarded Lin E with a knowing smile. Your keen eye has not failed you. Igu. You recognized the Hui Ling Rong Lu at a glance and grasped its function, unlike a certain military leader. With a glance at Yao Ming, his eyes were filled with disdain, considering her status as a king. Yao Ming shot back, bald head. What do you mean by that? Ah, Yao Ming, it seems your time as the leader of the Fengwei army has led you to take yourself too seriously. In the Judgment Division, you ought to address me as senior brother, and you dare call me bald head? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes as Yao Ming's frustration mounted. He continued, what? Do you wish to challenge me? As he spoke, a wave of totem-level pressure emanated from him, pushing towards Yao Ming, who staggered back a couple of steps. He retracted his aura, laughing heartily. You ought to consider your own strength. Yao Ming's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Zhang Wei then turned his attention back to Lynn E, recounting the origins of the Hui Ling Rong Lu. The birth of the Hui Ling Rong Lu was a serendipitous event. As you know, Wanqi Gu was once merely a blacksmith shop, crafting weapons and armor for those who were not particularly powerful, primarily spirit masters. These weapons could not be forged from ordinary ores, but needed to be made from materials infused with spiritual essence, such as spirit beast bones and gold crystal stones. The Hui Ling Rong Lu was initially my furnace for weapon crafting. Over time, while shattering spiritual materials, it naturally collected residual essence within. Due to the heat, the ores and remnants were incinerated, allowing the spiritual essence to be absorbed by the furnace. Eventually, it developed intelligence and transformed into a spirit beast. Understanding dawned upon Lynn E, and he nodded. Witnessing the birth of a spirit beast was indeed a stroke of fortune. The Qi-Ling skill served as a blessing from the spirit beast, unrestricted by the limitations that typically govern plant or animal-type spirit beasts. Here, there were no such constraints. Even ordinary swords and knives could achieve activation. However, whether activation occurred was a matter of probability. Lynn E observed the numerous large furnaces in the room, which, while not spirit beasts, exuded a resonance of spirit. Are you planning to forge a batch of Hui Ling Rong Lus? He asked. Zhang Wei chuckled, rubbing his bald head. My dream is to promote spirit beasts to the masses. Previously, I lacked the opportunity, but the emergence of the Hui Ling Rong Lu has given me hope. However, the activation of a single Hui Ling Rong Lu is inherently limited, so I wish to create several more. This way, the birth of spirit beasts will accelerate, making them accessible to ordinary spirit masters and thus enhancing the strength of the Federation. It is just that the natural formation of Hui Ling Rong Lus will take considerable time. I've been using these furnaces for over 2 years, and so far, only a hint of spiritual resonance has manifested. You, my friend, Lynn E said, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. Have you never considered activating the Hui Ling Rong Lu? I have tried, Zhang Wei replied. But the spirit beasts born from activating the furnace do not possess the ability to activate. Even if they reach king level, they remain devoid of that power. It seemed there was indeed no feasible solution. Nevertheless, Wanqi Gu had been operational for 2 years, and spirit beasts had even appeared in Suihua City. The upcoming Youth Spirit Master Competition and Breeder Competition this year were bound to be lively events. Lin E found himself looking forward to witnessing real confrontations. At that moment, Zhang Wei asked, by the way, Gu, your sudden visit to Wanqi Gu can't simply be to see me, can it? Lin E nodded, confirming he had some matters to discuss. Zhang Wei pounded his chest and said, whatever it is, Gu, just tell me. If it is within my capacity, I will not decline. It's not a major issue, Lin E waved his hand. I simply wish to acquire a few spirit beasts and observe how they evolve. I also want to try my hand at being a blacksmith. Ah, so that's it, Zhang Wei exclaimed with a smile, retrieving a sheet of paper and some pens from a nearby drawer. Gu, just draw what kind of spirit beast you desire and their functions. Once you finish, I will craft them for you and activate them with the Hui Ling Rong Lu. Alternatively, you can just tell me what you're looking for, and I will check if we have any such spirit beasts in Wanqi Gu. Will this take up too much of your time? Lin E asked. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Crafting spirit beasts for you, Gu, is a pleasure. Lin E shamelessly agreed, then inquired. Can any kind of spirit beast be customized? Zhang Wei, aware of Lin Yi's unpredictable nature, hesitated. What if he ended up with some bizarre or overly complex spirit beast? Gu, just tell me what you want, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your request. With Zhang Wei's assurance, Lin E felt at ease. First, there is the younger sister and the mother. Both possess the extraordinary talent of Qian Huang, closely associated with the Feng species. If the weapon beast embodies attributes of the Feng, its potency naturally amplifies. Reflecting on this, Lin E spoke up, requesting a hairpin and a long sword, each of these weapon beasts to be crafted. As for the design, Lin E pulled over a sheet of paper and began sketching. Zhang Wei, Yao Ming, and Jing Yu quickly gathered around, keenly observing Lin Yi's artistry. The hairpin features a phoenix-shaped head, with the body resembling a phoenix in flight, adorned with clusters of red crystals and embellished with phoenix patterns. In 4 words, exquisite and grand. In Chapter 80, The birth of the weapon beast, Shuanghan Langyin, is described. The longsword, too, is infused with numerous phoenix elements. Its body is a vibrant red, entwined with fiery phoenix imagery. Upon seeing these two weapons, Zhang Wei exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they were not overly extravagant. However, given their colors and decorations, they were undoubtedly not meant for EGE's personal use, but rather gifts for someone connected to the foam. This led Zhang Wei to think of Yao Ming. Is it possible, Ego? With the current design, are there any specific requirements regarding effects or attributes? The Phoenix hairpin is fire-based, enhancing both offense and defense. If possible, infusing it with foam blood would be ideal. As for the longsword, the focus remains on offense. Primarily fire-based, with an emphasis on foam blood. I'm sure you understand. Initially, Lynn E intended to mention that it should possess the foam bloodline. But considering that this is a weapon beast, essentially a tool, it seemed illogical to attribute an animal's bloodline to a weapon. After listening, Zhang Wei nodded. He clearly understood what foam blood entails. It allows the weapon to resonate more closely with those of foam lineage or those endowed with foam talents. Over the past 2 years, he has crafted similar weapon beasts, so he felt confident. No problem, Ego, leave it to me. With that, Zhang Wei prepared to commence his work. But Lin E raised his hand. Hold on, I still need a few more weapon beasts. Of course, Ego, please continue. Lin E, instead of hastily responding, pondered deeply. The ruins of the ancient battlefield in Yangcheng would soon make their appearance, and the evil spirit sect seemed restless. Custom orders would undoubtedly take considerable time, and he could not remain in Xinghu City indefinitely. Thus, Lin E resolved to customize one weapon beast, while selecting the others directly from the Wanqi Pavilion's collection. The customized piece would be precisely what he desired. I require a tower-type weapon beast, preferably a 12-story pure white jade tower, featuring carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants, with each level possessing distinct attributes. If possible, incorporating elements of time, space, mystery, and Holy Spirit would be even better. Upon hearing the request for a 12-story tower, Zhang Wei initially felt unfazed, as they had sold many tower-type weapon beasts. However, the subsequent specifications became increasingly outrageous. The carvings of dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants were non-negotiable. Lin Yi's mention indicated that they would require the infusion of beast blood, and could not merely be ornamental. They must possess efficacy. This was within his capabilities. But the demand for each level to have different attributes, along with the inclusion of time, space, mystery, and Holy Spirit, truly left him drenched in sweat. Ego, you are somewhat challenging me here. Not to mention the rarity of attributes like mystery, time, and Holy Spirit. I have never crafted a weapon beast with differing attributes on each level. However, I can certainly try. It will just take some additional time. Acknowledging Zhang Wei's concerns, Lin E recognized the difficulty of the task. However, the time, mystery, and other elements were merely spoken in jest. He did not genuinely expect Zhang Wei to create those. Try your best. If it cannot be done, that is perfectly acceptable. All right, Zhang Wei nodded, refraining from immediately rushing into the forge. Instead, he inquired, are there any additional requirements? Please have someone from Wanqi Pavilion come and guide me to observe the current collection of weapon beasts, where I can select 2 more and also attempt to evolve some weapon beasts. My lord, this is the designated area for weapon beasts at Wanqi Pavilion, a burly man said, leading Lin E and his companions to the designated space, gesturing toward the floating weapon beasts in the air with utmost respect. Lin E gazed forward. A colossal pool of magma churned ahead, with a column rising towards the heavens, exuding abundant spiritual energy. Light emanated from the hollow above. Various weapon beasts, each with distinct forms, floated around the pillar, creating a breathtaking spectacle. He used his spiritual sense to scan the pillar but found no information. It appeared to be an ordinary column. Though spiritual energy flowed within, suggesting it would soon attain sentience and become a true weapon beast. In the corner below, heaps of assorted weapons lay piled, seemingly forgotten. At that moment, in a corner where seals were stored, a square seal engraved with blue wolf patterns suddenly trembled twice. In the next instant, spiritual energy began to converge toward the seal, causing it to float slowly. The burly man explained. The weapons in that corner have all been awakened by the Pavilion Master's Spirit Beast Infusion Furnace, but they have yet to transform into weapon beasts. They are stored here primarily to allow the surrounding weapon beast spirits to influence them and facilitate their metamorphosis. The floating square seal is currently undergoing transformation. You gentlemen are fortunate. Within mere moments, you will witness the birth of a weapon beast. As the burly man finished speaking, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. An invisible currents of energy converged toward the square seal, with frost appearing on its surface. However, within the blink of an eye, it melted away. The environment remained too scorching. At this time, the burly man approached the corner lowered a barrier, and pressed a snowflake button. The magma pool began to descend gradually, covered by a steel door, while openings in the walls allowed snowflakes to drift in, cooling the air swiftly. The metamorphosis of the weapon beast continued. Snowflakes again appeared on the square seal. Due to the now cooler temperature, they did not melt immediately, but began to accumulate. Before long, the seal was enveloped in white snow. However, it was not long before the snow began to shed, along with the surface structure of the seal, revealing a glacial blue hue and the semblance of a living ice wolf pattern. Species name, Shuanghan Langyin. Level, Battle General 1 star. Type, Ice. Status, newly born. Potential, upper-level monarch. Skills, 1. Zhun, mysterious level infuse spiritual power into Shuanghan Langyin. Throw it to enlarge and suppress the target. 2. Snow Wolf, mysterious level summon snow wolves to assist in battle. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the panel, Lynn E realized that this square seal had completed its transformation. It was no longer an ordinary seal, but a sentient weapon beast. Born at the Battle General level. It was indeed impressive. Unlike animal-type spirit beasts, weapon beasts do not experience decline upon birth. They emerge in their peak state, ready for battle. Moreover, they had arrived at the Wanshi Pavilion's weapon beast area just in time to witness the birth of an ice-type weapon beast, which was related to wolves. It was known that Lin Shan's spirit beast was a Kangi snow wolf. This felt like destiny. Regarding Lin Shan's talent, it was inherited from Lao Deng, which promotes the growth of spirit beasts, regardless of type. There was no concern about any conflict. I'll take that Shuanghan Langyin. How much does it cost? The pavilion master has stated that when you select spirit beasts at Wanshi Pavilion, there is no need for payment. Simply take whichever you desire. The burly man respectfully handed the Shuanghan Langyin to Lin E. Accepting the Shuanghan Langyin, Lin E stored it in his small world and continued his selection. Since Zhang Wei had offered his assistance, he felt free to be unreserved. In Chapter 81, Evolution, Longwen Heijin Gun, Lin E subsequently selected a weapon beast shaped like a ding, composed of wood and metal types. Wood Sheng Ding. This Wood Sheng Ding surpassed Shuanghan Langyin in prowess, reaching the monarch level. Beyond its capability to strike foes, it could harmonize the medicinal properties of various plants, proving invaluable for cultivation. This was naturally intended for Lao Deng, who had a penchant for researching spirit beasts and their evolution. A weapon-type beast would likely gather dust. Thus, the Wood Sheng Ding was perfectly suited. In addition, Lin E selected a staff-like spirit beast named Heiying Gun, which possessed the formidable strength of a lord at the 8th star and several evolutionary paths. This beast became Lin Yi's target for evolution. After making his selection, Lin E turned to the burly man and requested, "Please find me a room equipped with a furnace, and gather some Jin Shayu, Ing Tai, Shuangjiang Chao, as well as some Insu Chao and a few pieces of Ing Long Long Lin." The burly man nodded affirmatively, leading Lin E and his companions to a spacious room featuring a furnace. "Please wait here, my lord," he said before exiting. Before long, the burly man returned with a spatial ring containing the materials Lin E required. "I will stand guard outside to ensure you are not disturbed. If you need anything else, simply call for me," he said, handing over the ring before leaving. At that moment, Yao Ming curiously inquired, "Igu, what are you planning to do?" "To evolve the spirit beast. I presume you have never witnessed such a process," Lin E replied with a slight smile, brandishing the Heiying gun as he approached the furnace. With a swift motion, he extracted a spirit entity from the staff and deposited it into a specially crafted jar. This essence represented the true spirit of the weapon beast, the core of its existence. The jar was a unique item Lin E had specifically requested from Zhang Wei, designed to contain the true spirit during the evolution process. Lin E then instructed Jingyu, "Go find Mo Lin and borrow a few dragon scales from him. And while you're at it, collect the dragon blood that comes from extracting the scales." Jingyu nodded and headed towards the small world. "What about me?" Yao Ming asked, observing Lin E as he glanced around before finally fixing his gaze on the furnace. "Come here and tend the fire." "Huh?" she exclaimed. "What do you mean, huh?" "Hurry up," Lin E urged, noting that she shouldn't have questioned him. The fire was quickly stoked, and before long, the furnace began to radiate heat. Lin E tossed the Heiying gun into the inferno, intensifying the flames. Under the searing heat, the staff began to melt, while the true spirit contained within the jar writhed in agony. This was the harsh reality of spirit beast evolution. Unlike plant or animal-type spirit beasts that could directly absorb energy for evolution, weapon beasts faced a far more brutal process. However, weapon beasts had their advantages. They emerged with immense strength, bypassing any juvenile or mature stages, entering existence in a peak state and less damaged. Soon, the Heiying gun was reduced to a pool of molten metal, its dark aura dissipating in the flames. Lin E quickly utilized his spiritual power to lift the molten metal from the furnace and combined it with Jin Shayu and Ing Tai to melt together. He then retrieved several shuangjiang chao and arranged them beside the forging table, placing the molten metal at the center. Under the chilling influence of the shuangjiang chao, the temperature of the metal rapidly decreased. At this point, the Jin Shayu and Ing Tai had completely melted. With his spiritual power, Lynn E controlled the enveloping molten metal, and as the temperature dropped slightly, he picked up a nearby iron hammer and began to forge it into shape. This process was lengthy, requiring complete integration. Once fused, there was no need for polishing. It was akin to conventional weapon forging, yet had its distinct differences. Nevertheless, Lynn E found joy in the task. The rhythmic clanging echoed throughout the room, but fortunately, the specially designed room had excellent soundproofing. And given that they were in Wanqi-go, there was no worry about attracting attention. As he continued to hammer away, the staff gradually took form. Lynn E immediately grabbed a nearby chisel and began to carve intricate patterns into the still warm iron staff, while the true spirit continued its torment, struggling as if on the brink of demise. Once the patterns were complete, Lynn E glanced at Yao Ming, who had been tending the fire for an indeterminate amount of time. Keep the fire steady, not too hot. Yao Ming reluctantly acknowledged, but complied and stoked the flames. He placed the semi-finished iron staff back into the furnace, using his spiritual power to maintain the heat, while he crushed the Ying Long Lin into small, uniform pieces. The powder was placed into a stone mortar. He added the Insu Chao to create a juice, and then received a transparent vial from Jingyu, inside which swirled a small red dragon. This was Mo Lin's dragon blood. The dragon blood was mixed into the mortar, and before long, the concoction was ready. Lin E retrieved the now red-hot iron staff, lifting the small pieces of Ying Long Lin one by one and affixing them to the surface. Since the Ying Long was inherently dark in nature, its scales contained a wealth of dark elements. As they adhered to the scorching iron staff, a sizzling sound filled the air, but it soon faded. After the scales were affixed, he placed the iron staff into the shuangjiang chao to cool. Once the outer layer had nearly cooled completely, he applied the medicinal solution. Using a small brush, he coated the dragon patterns, ensuring the solution penetrated deeply before taking a steel brush to polish the surface of the iron staff. Material continuously fell away, gradually revealing a dark, gold-tinted staff. The dragon scales gleamed, and the patterns appeared vividly alive, as if they were ready to take flight. At this stage, the evolution was nearly complete. All that remained was to merge the true spirit. Before proceeding, Lin E decided to enhance the true spirit slightly and help it adapt to its new form. He heated the remaining medicinal liquid until it began to bubble, then added the juice from the Xianling Chao, causing black mist to rise. This was the mist of dark elements, born from the combination of dark energy within the medicinal liquid and the spiritual essence of the Xianling Chao. He captured this mist and directly infused it into the vessel containing the true spirit, causing the essence to darken gradually. Once it was entirely black, he returned it to its original place. The next step depended on its transformation. However, he followed the established evolutionary process, ensuring no deviations occurred during the final stages, which should lead to a successful evolution. Just as he contemplated this, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge upon the beast. The once black dragon patterns illuminated under the influx of energy, enhancing the quality and strength of the weapon beast. It continued for half an hour before finally settling. Species name, Long One Hei Jin Gun. Level, Lord 7th Star. Type, Metal, Dark. Status, Elated. Potential, Upper Tier, Overlord. Skills, 1. Dragon Might. 2. Cataclysmic Strike. Earth level. The Long One Hei Jin Gun enlarges, thickens, and elongates to strike the target. 3. Shadow Ambush. Chapter 82, Departure. Upon reviewing the detailed data of the Long One Hei Jin Gun, Lin E felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While the evolution process had taken longer than anticipated, the resultant strength was formidable. Given its nature as a weapon, the leap in power was substantial, proving its worth as a weapon beast. However, he pondered the question of how to enhance weapon beasts. This was indeed a conundrum. Lin E could grasp the concept of growth potential in animal and plant-type spirit beasts, but weapon beasts remained a mystery. Did they absorb the spiritual energy of the world and consume metals to elevate their ranks, much like animal-type spirit beasts? Lin E pulled out his phone to search for answers and discovered that it was indeed the case. To be honest, he was quite enlightened. At that moment, Lin E suddenly asked, Xiao Yao, what time is it now? How long have I spent evolving this weapon beast? 27 hours have passed. What? Lin E was filled with confusion. This was merely the evolution of a weapon beast, even if it was a Lord level one. Though the process was intricate, surely it should not have taken more than a day. Lin E stepped outside and confirmed that night had indeed fallen. The evolution of the weapon beast had taken an unexpectedly long time. He couldn't help but lament, deciding that he would no longer accept commissions for weapon beast evolution, as it was far too time-consuming. Soon, He would need to ride the Yong Long back to Xinghu, as he had brought it there and must return with it. The journey could take an additional day, meaning he would only have one night to spend in Xinghu. Upon arriving at Xinghu City, I accomplished nothing but the evolution of a single chi beast, and the time slipped away unnoticed. Alas, what a miscalculation. I should seek out Zhang Wei to inquire about the chi beast condition. Arriving at the door of Zhang Wei's room, Lynn E knocked. Zhang Wei, how is the chi beast? Zhang Wei, dragging his weary form, opened the door. Seeing the multitude of scars on Zhang Wei's body, Lynn E and the others could not help but frown. Jingyu raised a hand and cast a healing spell, swiftly restoring the wounds. Lynn E inquired, what happened to you? Zhang Wei scratched his head. It was merely an explosion of the chi. An explosion left you looking like this? Zhang Wei appeared embarrassed, explaining, I just wanted to try that kind of chi beast you mentioned, Ego. Initially, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were functioning well, but later, lightning and ice caused a disruption in the spiritual energy, which, combined with spatial expansion, resulted in such devastation. I never anticipated it would be so powerful. Does that mean it was a failure? Zhang Wei nodded. However, it has only been a day and a night. Why have you all come so soon? I must leave Xinghu City now. But what about the chi beast? Lynn E smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. I understand that crafting a 12-layered white jade tower with different properties at each level is quite a challenge. Just forge a tower-type spirit beast for me and deliver it to the Yicheng Yiling pet shop when it's ready. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I will do my best to meet your previous specifications. Don't overexert yourself. What about the other 2 chi beasts? They have already been crafted. Zhang Wei stepped inside and shortly returned with a red phoenix hairpin and a red-patterned long sword. Their appearance matched his expectations, and upon scanning with his spiritual sense, Lin E found their effects quite satisfactory, perfectly aligned with the Qianhuang talent, both embodying the fire element. It was evident that Zhang Wei had put in considerable effort. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. It is my honor to custom make chi beasts for you. Igu, Zhang Wei responded with a smile. I shall take my leave now. Lin E waved goodbye and made his way out of Wanqi Pavilion, with Zhang Wei seeing him off. Once Lin E departed on the Guanyue Fire Phoenix, Zhang Wei headed back to his forge. Why is the chi beast here? He wondered. Oh, there's a spatial ring. Upon reaching the door, he found a completely black chi beast adorned with dragon patterns and glimmering golden scales, hovering before him, with a spatial ring resting atop its staff. Zhang Wei, puzzled, removed the ring and probed its contents. Although small, the spatial ring held valuable items, several black dragon scales, a few drops of pale golden dragon blood, several blue blossoms, and a note. Upon reading the note, he discovered, I quite like these spirit beasts. The black gold staff I evolved is useless, so I return it to you. The dragon scales and blood belong to my spirit beast, the 3-eyed black dragon, as does the blue blossom. Consider it a reward. Don't even think of refusing. If you do, I will come after you each time I see you, just like I did with Jean Mao. After reading it, Zhang Wei shook his head. Igu truly is something. Igu, why didn't you take that chi beast with you? Yao Ming suddenly asked while on the back of the Guanyue Fire Phoenix. After all, it was you who evolved it. Looking down at the night view of Xinghu City, Lin E smiled. I have opened a shop in Yicheng primarily for the evolution and sale of spirit beasts, while also enjoying life. Chi beasts are considered spirit beasts as well. I have evolved both animal and plant-type spirit beasts, and my interest in evolving chi beasts was merely an experiment. Moreover, my fascination lies solely with the evolution of chi beasts, not the chi beasts themselves, which hold negligible significance for me, much like Zhang Wei's Huiling furnace. At most, they serve as toys, and since they do not suit my style, I prefer to return them to Wanqi Pavilion. The Guanyue Fire Phoenix soared above Xinghu City. Soon, a lake reflecting the starry sky came into view, the very source of Xinghu City's name. This lake serves as the heart of the Federation, and it is also the habitat of the esteemed spirit beast, the Xinghue Yaolong, which serves as the guardian spirit of Xinghu City. At the edge of Xinghu City, a cliff jutted into the lake, atop which stood a grand and majestic castle complex, the headquarters of the Judgment Department. The Guanyue Fire Phoenix flew toward the castle without hindrance, landing steadily before the entrance of the Judgment Department. Standing on the back of the Guanyue Fire Phoenix, Yao Ming asked, Igu, do you wish to take the 4-winged cloud dragon now, or shall we wait until tomorrow morning? Lin E contemplated for a moment. Let us leave now. Yao Ming nodded and took out her phone to make a call. Shortly after, the 4-winged cloud dragon and Gao Yunlong arrived at the entrance of the Judgment Department, escorted by the Phoenix Guard. Observing the obedient 4-winged cloud dragon and the group diligently perusing the Federal Law Codex, Lin E surmised they had undergone quite the education during their day and night. Jumping onto the back of the 4-winged cloud dragon, Lin E patted its white-scaled armor, saying, Let us go. It's time to return to Yicheng. With a powerful flap of its wings, the four-winged cloud dragon took flight. Yao Ming, like when she entered Xinghu City, settled onto the back of the Guanyue Fire Phoenix, flying alongside the four-winged cloud dragon. After escorting the four-winged cloud dragon beyond the confines of Xinghu City, Yao Ming then turned back on the Guanyue Fire Phoenix. Pulling out her phone to call the department head, her voice brimming with excitement. Department head, Lynn E has left Xinghu City. Did he cause any disturbances? No. Then that's good. Chapter 83. Task completed. New task 13. Nighttime is when spirit beasts are most active, and the darkness serves as a cloak for many predators. The wild forests echoed with the roars of spirit beasts. In the skies, the four-winged cloud dragon soared, enveloped in layers of mist. As dawn broke, the silhouette of Tsuehua City appeared on the horizon. They had returned. Four-winged cloud dragon, fly alongside the city wall, Lynn E commanded. The four-winged cloud dragon obeyed, gliding toward Tsuehua City, flying 3 meters away from the city wall. However, perhaps due to an order from Dong Hao, the soldiers stationed at the wall immediately rose upon sensing the approach of a spirit beast, but promptly sat back down upon realizing it was the four-winged cloud dragon. The city lord said not to provoke it. It's not worth the trouble. Not having gained any benefits in Tsuehua City, Lin E appeared somewhat displeased. Just then, a system notification sounded. Task 12. Cultivate and sell 10 spirit beasts with a growth potential no lower than that of a battle general. Task completed. Would you like to claim your reward? This brought joy to Lin E. It seems Shen had been quite diligent. Having only just left Tsuehua City, the notification arrived. And without a doubt, it was Shen's doing. Xiaoling, claim the reward, Lin E mentally commanded. 10 drops of Zixia Cloud do have been issued. With the experience of not claiming the reward from the previous task, he was now cautious and immediately checked the spatial ring, discovering another jade vial containing precisely 10 drops of Zixia Cloud due. Following this, Lin E glanced at the task panel and found that task 13 had already refreshed, still requiring the cultivation and sale of 10 spirit beasts. The reward had increased to 31 drops of Zixia Cloud due. However, this time the requirements for cultivating and selling the spirit beasts were heightened. The beasts themselves needed to achieve battle general level strength, with growth potential reaching at least that of a lower monarch. The task remained simple. He merely needed to find spirit beasts with strength at the upper extraordinary or battle general level to evolve, ensuring their growth potential met the lower monarch standard. Many spirit beasts fit this criterion, such as the negative rock beetle and the four-winged dragonfly, both commonly found, with their growth potential typically at the mid-level battle general. Abundant in the wild. Due to their numbers and potential, few spirit beast cultivation organizations raise them, and even fewer cultivators conduct research on them. The evolution path of the Fui NGCH ing commonly leads to the Fui NGCH ing Wing, while the evolution path of the SYQ NGT ing typically culminates in the SYQ NGT ing Wing. Both of these evolutionary processes are characterized by collective development within their respective populations, representing typical evolutions of wild spiritual beasts. However, both the Fui NGCH ing and the SYQ NGT ing lack significant offensive capabilities and display a low desire for combat. Their appearances are rather ordinary, resulting in very few individuals choosing to form contracts with them, and even fewer considering them as pets. In addition, there are the YNLNY and the HNGWIY, due to their aesthetic appeal. These two types of spiritual fish are often utilized as ornamental spiritual beasts, attracting a considerable number of buyers. Nonetheless, both of these fish possess relatively low growth potential, only achieving the rank of upper extraordinary. Even if they were to evolve into kings among fish, they would merely reach the level of a battle general. Lin E intends to start with these two types of spiritual beasts, visually appealing, suitable potential, and favored by many. However, his shop lacks a pond or aquarium. To evolve and sell these two types of spiritual beasts, he must first acquire an aquarium. Lin E finds this to be of little concern. Moreover, placing an aquarium beneath the verdant vines of the blue sycamore in his shop, filled with YNLNY and HNGWIY, would serve as a delightful ornamental addition, even if he does not sell them. Sir, we have arrived at FNELing. Came the voice of the SYYNLing. Lin E looked up and realized they had returned to FNELing, surrounded by mist. With a few small SYYNLing peering out anxiously, Lin E stood up and leaped to the summit of a mountain. Addressing the SYYNLing and GOG members below, I shall not elaborate on the matters regarding the federal laws, as I trust someone in the judgment office has already briefed you. This FNELing is now your new habitat. As for the GO family, you may either reside here, worship your totems, or choose to live in YNGCHing. The choice is yours. Furthermore, you are under my jurisdiction as I brought you to XNGHCHing. As long as you do not violate federal laws, I shall remain silent. However, should you transgress, I will personally impose penalties. In addition to the penalties for legal violations, I also possess an independent punitive mechanism. If the offense is severe, you may find yourselves expelled. I trust you will conduct yourselves appropriately. With that, Lynn E leaped onto the back of Tsu, soaring out of the mist toward the eastern gate of Yngching, intending to explore the recently unveiled secret realm. Crossing over the Zjnpnjun to the east of the city, Tsu reached the skies above the previous battlefield, where only collapsed forests and deep craters remained. The bodies within the forest had long since vanished. Below, 3 individuals were making their way to Yngching. Tsu, descend and inquire, he instructed. Tsu landed above the forest, causing the 3 who had exited the secret realm to become immediately alert. Such highway robberies were not uncommon. The 3 Lord-level spiritual beasts bared their teeth at Tsu. Yet, under the control of their beast masters, they refrained from attacking. There's no need to be so tense. I am not here to rob you, Lynn E said, attempting to ease their apprehension before stating his purpose. I have but a single question, and I will leave afterward. The 3 were evidently skeptical, but one of them bravely replied, you may ask, provided it does not jeopardize our interests. Has the secret realm to the east of the city closed? It closed an hour ago. Upon hearing this, Lynn E sighed. He had hoped to utilize the secret realm for housing spiritual beasts in his shop. Alas, he had arrived a tad too late. Had it only been half an hour since its closure, he could have summoned Xinju in to tear apart the void and forcibly enter, but after an hour, the external energies would likely have stabilized. He would have to seek out personnel from the Cultivators Guild regarding the secret realm. Thank you for the information, Lynn E said, clasping his hands together. He mounted Tsu and flew directly toward Yngching. As Tsu departed, the 3 individuals exhaled in relief, having initially feared a robbery, only to discover he was merely inquiring. Upon arriving at the eastern gate of Yngching, Lynn E stowed Tsu and, dragging along the nearly lifeless woman from the evil spirit sect, approached the grand entrance. With the pass granted by the city lord, entry into the city posed no obstacle. Finding the commander of the city guards, Lynn E produced his communication device and inquired, is the city lord at the eastern gate? Not at the moment. I will call for him. Due to the pass, the commander had no choice but to pull out his phone to contact the city lord. After reporting the situation, he hung up. The city lord will be here shortly. Before long, a white-crowned blue kite descended, carrying not only Ciqming, but also Dntimying. Young Master Lin, you have returned, Ciqming greeted. Before noticing the woman Lin E was dragging. Young Master Lin, who is this? Lin E yanked the vine in his hand, flinging the woman in front of Dntimying. She is from the evil spirit sect, captured on the southern plains. Her strength is considerable. She is a heavenly king. You may take her for interrogation. Perhaps she has some information, or perhaps she may reveal nothing at all. Dntimying nodded. A living heavenly king from the evil spirit sect indeed held interrogation value. Ciqming's lips twitched. Is this how dialogues among the powerful unfold? So plain and unadorned. Even a heavenly king is merely a subject for interrogation. What about a king? What about a king? Ciqming silently lamented. Dntimying continued. However, I currently lack the leisure to interrogate a heavenly king. Before he could finish, Lynn E interrupted. I conducted a brief interrogation upon capturing her. It seems the evil spirit sect shares a common goal with yours. Are you certain you do not wish to interrogate her? He smiled serenely at the fan-waving Dntimying, whose expression turned serious upon hearing this. Closing his fan, he reflected that it had been quite some time since he had interrogated someone. He wondered if his skills had dulled. It was just right to use her as practice. With that, Dntimying took the vine from Lin Yi's hand and led the woman from the evil spirit sect away. There must be no oversight during the expedition to the battlefield ruins. And you, do you have any questions? Lin E asked Ciqming. Yes. Regarding the Fnel to the west of the city, I wonder if young Master Lin has discovered anything beyond the evil spirit sect? You are aware that something is amiss at Fnel? Ciqming nodded. I noticed something off 3 years ago and went to investigate. However, I was obstructed by thick clouds, and there seemed to be strong spiritual beasts within. Yet, they appeared to harbor no ill intentions, merely exuding pressure to drive me away. I have not returned since, but have kept a close watch. That place, though shrouded in mist, possesses a remarkably harmonious internal ecosystem, where spiritual beasts coexist peacefully. Even if beast masters venture there, they will not be harmed, only expelled. Ciqming boldly speculated. I kindly ask young Master Lin to share whether a monarch-level spiritual beast exists in Fnel. No, Lin E replied decisively. Ciqming found himself perplexed. That cannot be. There is a totem within. What? Lynn E's unexpected revelation left CIQM astonished. No. I had already made a bold speculation. I did not anticipate it to be a totem level. Could that totem? CIQM instinctively reached behind him to grasp his phone. Should young Master Lin indicate any threat, he would promptly contact the headquarters of the Judgment Office to summon reinforcements and eliminate the threat. Do you not trust me so completely? CIQM chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand. He had forgotten that young Master Lin was indeed a member of the Judgment Office. Having returned from Fengyeling, that matter should have been resolved. That totem still resides within Fengyeling. CIQM's hand trembled. Yet it has already been assimilated. They are now registered as citizens of the Federation. Are there still individuals inside? Lynn E nodded. Those are the people protected by the totem. They were not originally part of the Federation, but have since been incorporated. Fengyeling will henceforth be designated for that totem tribe. Since Fengyeling falls under the jurisdiction of Yngching, you may directly approach that totem for liaison. Will they harm me? Lynn E cast an incredulous look at CIQM. How could you pose such a naive question? I am merely at the Heavenly King level, CIQM replied, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Realizing there was no hope for him, he preferred to remain silent. After all, the matter of recruitment had already been conveyed to CIQM, and there was no longer a crisis at Fengyeling. As for how CIQM would handle subsequent affairs, it was no longer his concern. As long as the Syynling tribe did not provoke trouble, he would refrain from intervening in the matters between Yngching and the tribes. Should trouble arise, he would resort to decisive measures. Those who deserved to die would be executed, and those who warranted expulsion would be banished. After LNY departed, CIQM scratched his head and turned to the commander of the city guard beside him. Did I ask something inappropriate? The commander's lips twitched. He wanted to say, why involve me in your conversation? I can't contend with either of you. Being the esteemed lord of Yngching, his inquiries were indeed beyond reproach. Lord, CIQM murmured, suddenly struck by a thought. He was the lord of Yngching, and Fengyeling also fell under his jurisdiction. Even if it had been allocated to that totem tribe, it ultimately remained under his authority. Though his strength may not rival theirs, he was still the lord. If they offered him no respect, they ought to at least regard the WILNLY with deference, for the lord represented the Federation. Come, accompany me to Fengyeling. The white-crowned blue kite soared away, carrying CIQM and the bewildered commander of the city guard toward Fengyeling. To the east of Yngching, a vast expanse known as Hnzho lay sprawling, where withered trees thrived amidst a swampy terrain. This was the habitat of the mud swamp crocodile and a paradise for myriad spiritual beasts. At this moment, deep within the mire, a colossal swamp turtle lay lifeless. Its interior hollowed out, leaving only a shell. Flickering lights danced within the turtle's shell. By the fire's glow, figures could be seen seated cross-legged, all clad in black robes and wearing masks. Dark worms wriggled inside the shell, incessantly devouring the flesh and blood above. This was a stronghold of the Yngching. At this time, 5 individuals sat in a circle, their serious eyes hidden beneath their masks. One of them spoke in a hoarse voice. Has Ly not returned yet? The others shook their heads, and the speaker turned to the left. Huingshi. Check if the life worm is still alive. The person to the left slightly raised their sleeve, revealing a delicate hand resembling white bone, holding a jade plate in which a snow-white life worm wriggled. The woman lightly tapped it, and a drop of blood fell. The life worm's color shifted, and after a long while, it returned to calm. A voice tinged with allure echoed. Ly's life worm is still alive. But what of yours, Zhing? Before the statement could conclude, tensions escalated within the group. The alluring voice returned. Your life worm has grown even more robust. The hoarse voice, laced with dissatisfaction, retorted. Huingshi, can you not finish your words in one go next time? Huingshi merely traced her fingers over her brows without speaking. Suddenly, Zhing erupted, lunging at Huingshi with a black dagger aimed straight at her. Huingshi flicked her fingers, deflecting the dagger with a laugh. Is that how quickly you lose your composure? The other 3 immediately rushed forward, but in an instant, Zhing lay dead among them. The 4 stripped him of his garments, examining the green cicada embracing a green leaf tattoo on his back, and simultaneously exclaimed, people from the Yngching. No wonder the life worm has thrived. Yet, how could members of the Yngching appear in the WILNLY? Were they not typically active in the SNMLY? This cannot stand. We must report this immediately. You have no chance left. A tranquil voice resonated from above. Who? The 4 members of the Yngching were startled. Yet what responded to them was the rain of golden flames descending from the sky. In Chapter 85, DNTIMYing's scheme unfolds. After interrogating LY, DNTIMYing had not acquired any valuable information, but did learn of the Xiao-Ing's stronghold. Located 300,000 li from YNGCH-ing in the H-in-ZHO. He rode the J-New York NSH toward the eastern city. Before long, he arrived at H-in-ZHO, but the vastness of the mire surpassed his expectations. He searched in vain until the J-New York NSH sensed something and dashed toward a specific location. DNTIMYing followed closely. Arriving above the lifeless mud turtle, he inquired, "Is there a spiritual energy fluctuation here?" The J-New York NSH nodded. DNTIMYing enveloped himself in spiritual energy and leaped down. As he descended several meters, additional waves of spiritual energy emerged, even more intense than before. Even someone new to the profession of spirit master would be able to detect the fluctuations at DNTIMYing's current position. He knew he had found it, and continued to descend until the massive turtle shell appeared. Faint murmurs of conversation reached his ears. A smile crept onto DNTIMYing's lips as he stomped down, shattering the shell. "You have no chance left." The 4 Xiao-Ing followers attempted to resist, but the golden flames cascaded down, and the J-New York NSH's imposing presence radiated unabated, causing the entire H-in-ZHO to churn. All the spiritual beasts residing in the mire trembled in fear, with the weaker ones fainting from terror. The Xiao-Ing followers cursed, "Damn it, how can there be a disaster-level presence near YNGCHing? Run if you can. You're not showing me enough respect." Observing the 4 fleeing Xiao-Ing members and the king-level creature under his control approaching him, DNTIMYing spoke calmly, raising his hand to rest atop the J-New York NSH's head. The J-New York NSH transformed into spiritual form and entered his body, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As for DNTIMYing, his already golden hair now blazed like golden flames. He waved his hand, and the golden flames morphed into blades that sliced through the heads of the controlled king-level beasts. The inner life worms perished instantly, their lifeless bodies plummeting toward the turtle shell. While the 4 Xiao-Ing members were on the verge of escaping the shell, about to enter the outside world. One was a novice in totems, while the other 3 were king-level. "If you truly manage to flee, how will I maintain my reputation in the tribunal?" DNTIMYing remained unperturbed, gripping his hand. J-New York NF. As his words fell, golden flames coalesced into golden threads, swiftly ensnaring the fleeing 4. The 3 king-level individuals were immediately bound, rendered immobile, while only the novice Huingshi continued to struggle, though it proved futile. Realizing escape was impossible, the 3 Xiao-Ing followers prepared to bite their tongues and swallow poison. DNTIMYing did not intervene, merely observing as their faces turned dark purple. The golden flames descended, coursing down their throats, and in the blink of an eye, their complexions began to return to normal. "A bunch of fools, are you daft? Do you not know that in the lineage of the J-New York NSH family, all flames can dispel toxins? Its efficacy surpasses that of healing spiritual beasts. And yet, you dare to poison yourselves before me." DNTIMYing couldn't help but scoff, then turned his gaze toward the still struggling Huingshi. "What about you? I've given you ample time. You should have relayed the information by now. It is your turn to ingest poison. Hurry, for I have prepared the golden flames." As he spoke, a ball of golden flames materialized in his palm. Huingshi, gazing at the now crimson life worm while listening to DNTIMYing's calm words, felt as if they were an incantation in her ears. J-New York NSH, disaster level. "You are the one, a year ago, who killed the vice leader of my sect in the B, ideally in being." DNTIMYing? DNTIMYing's eyes brightened. "I am already so renowned." Huingshi scoffed, realizing that attempting to poison herself in front of this individual was akin to chasing a delusion. Indeed, quite famous. "Assassinating a vice leader of my sect nearly brought about the downfall of half the B, ideally in being. A disaster level taking action against a totem level being, resulting in the near obliteration of half the Federation. Such an incident remains unprecedented since the inception of the Federation. How could it not be well known?" DNTIMYing's countenance darkened. This was the stain on his life, all due to that scoundrel YM. If it weren't for YM, how would he? "Damn it, can you not engage in conversation? Damn." The golden flames transformed into a hand, slapping Huingshi across the face, and then delivering several more strikes until her teeth were all knocked out before he finally ceased. The slap stopped, but the torment did not. DNTIMYing located the hidden poison teeth and began pouring the poison into Huingshi's mouth little by little. "You brought the poison from so far. It would be a shame not to relish its flavor, wouldn't you agree?" At this moment, the smile of Dantai Mu Yong appeared to Huang Xiu like that of a demon, infused with venom that caused her to convulse incessantly. "Oh, you know how to resist the poison. I thought you were bent on death. What's this? You don't wish to die now that you aspire to reach the totem level and aim for redemption?" Dantai Muyong laughed heartily. He then dragged everyone within the tortoise shell and soared towards Yong City. The three kings and the totem-level cultists of the evil spirit sect should yield some valuable information, though one fears they might merely be bait. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Contemplating, Dantai Muyong dialed a number, and the call was quickly answered. "What have you discovered?" "Jin Mao, I have uncovered a stronghold of the evil spirit sect, which I have already dismantled. Within, there was a totem-level spirit master who knows my identity and has relayed information to the evil spirit sect. I suspect this is merely bait, a vanguard to ascertain who is currently guarding Yong City." Lynn E interjected. "A totem-level spirit master was able to transmit information under your command?" Dantai Muyong smiled. "Of course. A mere totem-level spirit master could not relay information without my consent. If he truly did, how could I, Dantai Muyong, continue to navigate within the tribunal?" His tone darkened, but he reveled in it. "Heh, Yong City is my home. I shall not allow it to come to harm. Whoever threatens Yong City shall face annihilation." "With your assurance, I am at ease," Lynn E replied. After ending the call, Dantai Muyong looked at Huang Xiao, who was still in his grasp, and asked, "What do you think? I had it on speaker. You must have heard everything. Was the information transmitted?" Huang Xiao was bewildered. "Did you really take me for a fool?" With a swift motion, Dantai Muyong shattered the disc containing the life worms. "I told you, the ability to transmit information is granted by me. How dare you relay messages in my presence? You truly lack respect." However, observing her condition, it seemed the earlier conversation had indeed been transmitted. The uncertainty loomed regarding how many from the evil spirit sect would arrive at the ancient battlefield. Would they come in full force or with targeted strikes? Perhaps 3 calamity-level beings would appear, one to confront me, one to counter Lynn E, and another to seize desired items. It remained to be seen whether the 2 calamity-level beings could compel Lynn E to act. My anticipation grows. Chapter 86. The stirring of the Mo Lin bloodline miles away from Yong City, in a small town on the outskirts of the Azure Federation. Several men sat by the roadside enjoying barbecued fare. Their laughter and banter painted a picture of camaraderie and leisure. At a glance, they seemed like a group of workers exchanging tales after a long day, yet unbeknownst to many, these individuals were totem-level spirit masters, with 2 among them being calamity-level spirit masters. At that moment, a peculiar disc adorned with strange patterns trembled on the table, and one of the men lifted it. A deep voice resonated. "The bait has all been captured." Oh, this was achieved far quicker than anticipated. It appears that the Azure Federation indeed takes the matter of the ancient battlefield seriously. I wonder if they have discerned which calamity-level being is present in Yong City? The intelligence hinted at Dantai Jin Yan. Is this the same Dantai Muyong who vanquished the Sha sect in the White Earth Federation? Indeed. Silence enveloped the table as the speaker pondered, stroking his chin. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. The information regarding their actions only stems from the White Earth Federation this time. A calamity-level entity engaging a totem-level spirit master, resulting in such extensive devastation, suggests insufficient strength. Dantai Muyong retorted, "Slander, slander. Do not be complacent. After all, it is a calamity-level being. I sense treachery within," the group discussed animatedly, oblivious to the presence of others eavesdropping nearby. Indeed, it was somewhat suspicious. Suddenly, the compass trembled again. It can still convey information, albeit indirectly. Either Dantai Muyong is inept, or this is intentional. The latter seemed more plausible. Certainly, a calamity-level being, even one newly initiated, could effortlessly dispatch a nascent totem-level spirit master. Let us listen to the information being transmitted. The individual holding the compass focused intently. A conversation unfolded between someone and Dantai Muyong. The interlocutor possessed considerable strength, at least at the pinnacle of totem level, residing in Yong City. The previous transmission was clearly orchestrated by Dantai Muyong. Once again, the group began to analyze the situation. What do you think is the reliability of this information? 50%, perhaps. It is possible that Dantai Muyong is aware of the transmission and is deliberately addressing us, but it could also be genuine. Can we identify who the speaker is? I shall attempt, replied the holder of the compass, raising a hand to trace the air. A cicada-like spirit beast emerged. An audio worm, an entity highly sensitive to sound frequencies. The others fell silent, watching as the audio worm began to listen and analyze the internal sounds. After hearing the conversation, the man produced a speaker, broadcasting snippets of audio from several renowned spirit masters within the Azure Federation. After a meticulous comparison, he shook his head. It is not any known spirit master. Treat it as a calamity-level incident. At this point, the man seated at the center, absorbed in his drink, interjected. That item must not be lost. and our target is not the ruins. It is what lies buried beneath that square. Indeed, their objective was not the ruins. Yet they still needed to enter, merely as a facade to mislead the Azure Federation into believing that the evil spirit sect's aim was the battlefield. Simultaneously, they sought to create trouble for the Eternal Life sect, ensuring that they would distract the forces of the Azure Federation. In that moment, they would secure the items they sought, which lay within Yong City. This was a dragon pearl of the poison dragon, buried in the soil 8 years ago after the closure of that ancient relic. After years of research by their sect, it was concluded that life worms consuming spiritual objects would undergo transformation, with dragon blood being the most significant. This dragon pearl, according to secret worms, was a remnant left by a poison dragon that surpassed calamity level upon its demise. Should a peak calamity level life worm consume that pearl, it would likely evolve into a poison dragon life worm, possibly transcending calamity level. This represented the hope for the resurgence of the evil spirit sect. Thus it must not be lost. As for the Eternal Life sect, though they operated independently outside all federations, akin to the treasure pavilion buried in the land, they were not the same sect as the evil spirit sect, since they were not aligned and were viewed unfavorably by the Azure Federation. Using them to draw fire would be most advantageous, serving as a contribution to their own cause. Meanwhile, in the second world, the three-eyed black dragon Lynn, nestled in its lair, suddenly opened its eyes, sensing a profound stirring of its bloodline. This stirring was unmistakable, a call of its lineage. It hastily emerged from its lair, ascending to the mountaintop to gaze at the sky, but the world barrier was present. Having severed its pact with Lynn E, the call of the contract bore no effect, and it could only collide against the barrier. However, the small world was forged from Lynn Yi's spirit beast space, reinforced by the peak calamity level strength he exhibited, rendering the barrier exceedingly robust. The impact bore no fruit unless one surpassed calamity level. Yet, it lacked such power. I must seek you, Jia. Lynn's eyes gleamed with determination as it flew towards the location of Jingyu Laning, arriving beneath the tree and murmuring. Simultaneously, in the outside world, it was midnight, and Jingyu, deep in slumber, opened her eyes, listening to the voice transmitted from her essence while observing Lynn E peacefully asleep in her arms. After a moment's thought, she decided to awaken him. What's the matter, Jingyu? Lynn seems to be seeking you. Lynn? Lynn E expressed his confusion, for since their bond had been severed, that creature had been in a continuous state of slumber. What could it want with him? However, since Jingyu has spoken, he raised his hand to open the gateway to the small world. Soon, a colossal dragon had emerged. Lynn E reminded him, shrink down or take on human form. If you damage the house, I will hold you accountable. Lynn quickly diminished in size and flew out, landing on Jingyu's shoulder, gazing at Lynn E, who was nestled in Jingyu's embrace. Brother E, I feel something calling to me. Lynn E responded, what? The bloodline surged once more, and Lynn, the three-eyed black dragon, became increasingly agitated, looking towards the west of Yong City. Something is making my bloodline tremble, and it is very close, as if it is within this city. What? Lynn E sat up abruptly. Lynn, having been nurtured by him, was now not merely at the peak of calamity, but possessed an impressive strength of calamity at level 8, just a step away from ascending to level 9, or even the pinnacle. It could be said that Lynn had reached the apex of combat power among the spiritual beasts of the Blue Star, and the significance of its bloodline was self-evident. Yet now, there was something that could evoke such a reaction from Lynn's bloodline. Judging by Lynn's excitement, the object in question must be of exceptional quality, surpassing even a calamity-level being. Lynn E felt a wave of unease. If something existed above the calamity level within Yong City, he had to investigate, not just for Lynn, but also for the sake of the city itself. Without hesitation, Lynn E sprang into action. Let us go, lead the way. Chapter 87, The Deception from Lynn Air. Following closely behind Lynn, Lynn E traversed the streets of Yong City. Although it was midnight, some vendors remained open, and numerous contract masters were walking their nocturnal spiritual beasts. However, these were merely a minority, as most areas remained shrouded in darkness. Above, night eagles soared through the sky, serving as the patrols of Yong City to ensure its safety. Lin Yi's presence quickly drew attention, though it should be noted that it was not Lin E himself, but rather Lin. Despite Lin having shrunk in size, the undeniable fact of its draconic nature remained, and dragons were synonymous with power, typically at least of lord level. The destruction a lord-level dragon could cause was significant, and with its incessant movement, Lin E was soon intercepted. Good evening, sir. Please present your identification. Lin E decisively produced a pass. Apologies for the disturbance. Upon seeing the pass, the man riding the Night Eagle immediately clasped his hands and resumed his patrol. Lin E continued forward alongside Lin. Observing the somewhat familiar surroundings and the newly constructed high-rises, Lynn E felt a sense of déjà vu. It soon dawned on him. This was the very route he had taken years ago when he went to procure supplies for spiritual beasts, only to be swept into the ruins of the Yuan-gu. Could that object be hidden within the Yuan-gu ruins? Lynn E believed it to be highly plausible. Meanwhile, at the center of Yong City, in a newly established square adorned with numerous statues, a shadow moved stealthily, with a three-headed spiritual beast cloaked in blue scales perched upon its shoulder. This was Lynn E, who had originally left the city to await the emergence of the ancient battlefield ruins, planning to seize the opportunity to plunder spiritual treasures. However, upon realizing the presence of a calamity-level three-headed sea dragon, she returned to Yong City, drawn by the belief that there lay a valuable treasure beneath the square, a dragon pearl of the poison dragon at the Starseeker realm, coveted by the evil spirit sect. In her previous life, when the ancient battlefield ruins emerged, Dan Taimu Yong led the charge into them, misled by the evil spirit sect, resulting in a fierce battle against the Eternal Life Society. This internal conflict allowed the evil spirit sect to lure nearby spiritual beast hordes to assault Yong City, plunging it into peril. Countless lives were lost that day, had it not been for the intervention of the four-winged Cloud Dragon clan that stealthily crossed from the Cloud Sea, assisting Yong City until reinforcements from the Judgment Division arrived. The city might have met its demise. Yet, the evil spirit sect's greed was insatiable, deploying multiple totems and calamity-level beings. Despite the support from the Judgment Division, they could not prevent the evil spirit sect from seizing the poison dragon pearl. After that, the evil spirit sect vanished without a trace. When they re-emerged, it was among the stars, allying with interstellar pirates, continuing their nefarious deeds. Lynn E had learned of this information since then. Upon regaining her previous memories, she pondered how to excavate the poison dragon pearl before the ancient battlefield ruins appeared, leaving the evil spirit sect empty-handed. However, this was the square, and during the day, foot traffic was heavy, plus federal laws would detain anyone who damaged public property. Thus she had been unable to act until now. Now, however, she had the calamity-level three-headed sea dragon with aspirations of becoming a true dragon. Thus, she made her move. Hey, little girl, are you certain there's something here that can truly elevate me to a dragon's lineage? The three-headed sea dragon suddenly inquired. Lynn E nodded earnestly. If you heed my words, I assure you will become a true dragon. Even if this venture fails, I possess the means to help you transform. Hearing this, coupled with her earlier persuasion and the three-headed sea dragon's yearning for draconic heritage, it took her words seriously. Very well, on your assurance, I will trust you this once. But if I discover you are deceiving me, I will not hesitate to show you my wrath, even if you are that fellow's sister. Enough chatter. Set up the barrier and get to work. The three-headed sea dragon did not ask further. With a shake of its body, a translucent barrier of water blue light enveloped the square. Unless one was also calamity level, they would be misled upon contact, exiting from the other side. Thus, they could now wreak havoc freely. Point me to the location. That one. Lynn E gestured casually. In her past life, she only knew that the poison dragon pearl was left behind after the ancient ruins of Yong City disappeared, but the exact location was uncertain. She could only point haphazardly. The three-headed sea dragon immediately summoned the water to begin digging. Lynn E had stated that the object was incredibly resilient, impervious to even its full might. So the three-headed sea dragon dug without restraint, washing away dirt and stone until the treasure emerged. However, after digging several meters, nothing was found. Are you certain this is the spot? Lynn E shook her head. Not certain. Then why did you make me dig? The three-headed sea dragon became agitated. Do you not realize how easily we could be discovered? Lynn E was well aware, especially since besides her elder brother Lynn E, there was also the calamity-level Dan Taimu Yong in Yong City. However, she had no choice. She genuinely did not know the precise location. Enough idle talk. Keep digging. I may not know the exact location, but I know that treasure lies beneath this square. Do you not wish to ascend to true dragon status? Of course I do. The three-headed sea dragon resolutely shook its head. In comparison to becoming a true dragon, it valued its life far more. The risks were simply too great. This was the city of the Azure Federation after all. Seeing that the prospect of becoming a true dragon could not entice the three-headed sea dragon, Lynn E unleashed her ultimate gambit. Beneath lies a dragon pearl, a true dragon's dragon pearl of calamity level. Raging seas, come to me, surge. Before Lynn E finished speaking, the three-headed sea dragon leaped into action, conjuring waves to wash over the entire square. All dangers were cast aside. That was a dragon pearl, a true dragon's pearl, especially of calamity level. Once found and consumed, it would undoubtedly transform it into a genuine dragon. At that point, even Lynn E would be an unfathomable foe. The thought of Lin Yi's spiritual beasts made the three-headed sea dragon shake its head frantically, even if it ascended to the peak of calamity. it would still be no match. But for the sake of becoming a true dragon, it was willing to risk it all. The crashing waves struck down, causing the entire square to crack, with slab after slab turning to dust, stones and beast bones being swept away. Suddenly, a surge of draconic power emanated from the depths. The three-headed sea dragon was elated. The young girl did not deceive him. Indeed, there exists a dragon pearl below. Chapter 88, Discovery. Upon confirming the location of the dragon pearl, the three-headed sea dragon began to wash a specific spot with a torrent of water. Unbeknownst to Lynn E, two figures were approaching the square. Soon, a dragon pearl, larger than a fist, with a vibrant green hue and entwined with dragon souls, emanating a magnificent dragon might, appeared before them. The three-headed sea dragon enlarged and lunged towards it. Transformation and ascension were imminent. At that moment, Lynn E spoke calmly. It was a dragon pearl of the poison dragon, containing the true spirit and soul of the poison dragon, along with all its toxins. If you consume it now, you shall surely perish within 3 breaths. The three-headed sea dragon hastily halted, stopping half a meter from the dragon pearl. After a subtle moment of sensing, it turned to Lynn E. You dare to deceive me. Just confirm, is this not the dragon pearl? Yes, it is. The three-headed sea dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Lynn E continued, asking if it was the dragon pearl of a calamity-level true dragon. The three-headed sea dragon affirmed, indeed. Lynn E shrugged indifferently. It is a dragon pearl. And it is also the dragon pearl of a calamity-level true dragon. How could I have deceived you? You. The three-headed sea dragon looked at the dragon pearl within arm's reach, and then at Lynn E's nonchalant demeanor, feeling that whatever it said was wrong, and everything the other party asserted was true. Suddenly, the three-headed sea dragon raised its head to gaze at the edge of the barrier, sensing that something had entered. Upon closer inspection, it was a person, a man with golden hair, holding a folding fan, accompanied by a golden lion radiating a faint golden glow. Young girl, you are in trouble. Lynn E also spotted Dan Taimu Yong. Her eyes narrowed. She knew Dan Taimu Yong would certainly sense the disturbance and come quickly. She did not expect him to arrive so swiftly. This was all the fault of the three-headed sea dragon. Had it not been for the sea dragon, she would have already taken the dragon pearl, restored the square, and fled. Now, it was truly troublesome. Observing Dan Taimu Yong leisurely strolling towards them. Witnessing the square transformed into a deep pit, the three-headed sea dragon within it, and Lynn E standing at the other end, he snapped his fan, boldly. You dare to vandalize federal property. Lion King, apprehend them. The golden flame Lion King stepped forward, its golden light illuminating the entire square. Due to the existence of the barrier, no one in Yong City had noticed, and the three-headed sea dragon enlarged its form, exuding a calamity-level aura. The atmosphere became tense. Yet, despite the tension, the golden flame Lion King merely radiated its presence, standing at the edge of the pit, occasionally scratching its neck, appearing entirely disinterested in engaging in a fight. Meanwhile, the three-headed sea dragon was already drenched in sweat. Damn it, a fire-type and light-type spirit beast, it was utterly constrained. And its strength surpassed his. It was truly a dire situation. Suddenly, one had caught sight of the nearby dragon pearl, and the three-headed sea dragon gritted its teeth. Deciding to bite down on the dragon pearl, it sought rebirth in the face of despair, striving to break free and transform into a dragon. No, don't do it. Lynn E and Dan Taimu Yong exclaimed in unison, cursing silently in their hearts. Was this three-headed sea dragon truly foolish? It was obvious that a confrontation was unfeasible. This was beyond your grasp, retreat. Just as the three-headed sea dragon was about to seize the dragon pearl, a tremendous dragon might surged forth, followed by a commanding shout to retreat. The three-headed sea dragon was sent flying to the edge of the pit it had destroyed, the ground trembling beneath it. When the three-headed sea dragon rose, it found the poison dragon pearl already pinned under the claw of a calamity-level, three-eyed black dragon. Before the three-headed sea dragon could utter a word, Dan Taimu Yong spoke first. Egu, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, your dear sister might have destroyed Yong City. Jing Yu raised his hand to break the barrier, and Lin E walked slowly towards them, surveying the ravaged square, the three-headed sea dragon within it, and the unexpected presence of Lynn E. What on earth is going on? Dan Taimu Yong shrugged. I have no idea. It was like this when I arrived at the square. You should inquire with your sister. Lin E turned to Lynn E. His tone flat. I instructed the three-headed sea dragon to act as your bodyguard, not to allow you to vandalize the structures of Yong City. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. It is precisely as you see it. Moreover, I had no intention of destroying the square. I merely thought I would excavate something and then leave. Lynn E twirled her finger. Who knows? Observing Lynn E's demeanor, Lin E sighed, his gaze shifting to the dragon pearl trapped under Mo Lin's claw. The eye of spiritual insight scanned, revealing information. Poison dragon pearl, a pearl from a true poison dragon that perished above calamity. Its true spirit and soul have manifested, capable of eradicating or dispersing some toxicity, with a chance to allow spirit beasts to evolve. The function of the Eye of Spiritual Insight extends beyond merely examining spirit beast information. It is a capability of the Buyuan treasure tree, enabling the identification of beasts, treasures, spirits, and spiritual entities. It was indeed an object above calamity level. And a dragon pearl at that. No wonder it stirred Mo Lin's bloodline. I shall take the dragon pearl, restore the square to its original state, and then we shall each return home. Let this matter conclude here. Lynn E succinctly addressed the situation. He understood that further inquiries would yield nothing from Lynn E, especially given that she was his own sister. Dan Tai Mu Yong remained silent. He had initially assumed someone was vandalizing Yong City, only to discover it was Lynn E. Therefore, he refrained from intervening, knowing Lynn E would arrive to resolve the issue. Now that the matter was settled, he could return to continue interrogating the criminals. However, the three-headed sea dragon was unwilling to comply. No, that dragon pearl is mine. It is my key to transformation into a true dragon. You cannot take it. Lynn E cast a glance at the three-headed sea dragon. Mo Lin, loosen his bones. No problem. Tossing the dragon pearl to Lynn E, Mo Lin opened its third eye, casting darkness over the three-headed sea dragon. Wrong. Then, piercing screams echoed. Come home with me. Lynn E instructed Lynn E, then turned and walked home, with Lynn E obediently following behind. Meanwhile, Dan Tai Mu Yong was left in a state of confusion. Wait, when you mentioned restoring the square, were you referring to me? Watching the three departing figures and the deep pit, Dan Tai Mu Yong sighed in exasperation, glancing at the three-headed sea dragon still being punished by Mo Lin. His face filled with fury. Hurry up and get lost. Do not disturb me while I am working. Mo Lin's head emerged from the shadows, threatening Dan Tai Mu Yong. What are you yelling about? Be careful, or I will beat you too. Dan Tai Mu Yong rolled up his sleeves. Oh, you truly think I have no temper, do you? Golden Lion, go for it. The Golden Flame Lion King paid no heed to Dan Tai Mu Yong, yawning and lounging there, as if to say, you caused this mess, and now I have to take the beating? You must be dreaming. Even though it was a spirit beast, it was not foolish. Dan Tai Mu Yong was infuriated, clenching his teeth, and pulled out a stool, listening to the anguished cries of the three-headed sea dragon while munching on snacks. For EGE's sake, I can hardly be bothered to contend with you. Chapter 89, The Oath of Heaven and Earth. Upon returning to the Lin family estate, Lin E produced the weapon beast, the Fire Phoenix sword, which he had brought back from Xinghu City. Previously, when he returned home, Lin E was absent, claiming to be out training. He had given the other weapon beasts, the Frost Wolf Seal and the Mu Sheng Ding, to Lin Shan and Old Deng, while his mother had chosen the hairpin-style weapon beast. Only this weapon beast remained in his possession. Now that Lin E was present, Lin E directly handed it to her, for it was intended for them. This is a gift I brought for you from Xinghu City. After presenting the Fire Phoenix sword to Lin E ascended to the second floor. Lin E gazed at the weapon beast and inquired, Eldest brother, do you have nothing you wish to ask? Lin E paused on the staircase, slowly turning to look at Lin E, and spoke in a calm tone. Do you wish for me to inquire? Lin E lowered her head, falling silent. Naturally, she did not wish to. Even if he asked, she would evade sensitive questions, concealing them with lies. Lin E was aware of this. Everyone possesses their own secrets. You have your secrets, and I have mine, just as our parents never questioned what I experienced during those 8 years. I shall not inquire about your experiences. Now, you have matured into a capable Yuling Shi, no longer a mere child, possessing your own independent thoughts, plans, and ideals. Follow your own path resolutely, regardless of right or wrong, and do not let your future self harbor regrets. The night has deepened. Return to rest. When the sun rises again, continue along your chosen road. After speaking these words, Lin E did not linger, turning to vanish around the corner of the staircase, leaving only shadows to cloak the steps. After a prolonged silence, Lin E finally lifted her gaze. Now, her eyes shone with unwavering determination, with her elder brother by her side, the knowledge of her past life, and the formidable presence of the disaster-class Polias beside her. What was there left to fear? Yet, why had Polias not returned yet? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a three-eyed black dragon soared past her, prompting her to utilize her spiritual perception to investigate. The only information she gleaned was the name of the three-eyed black dragon. However, she understood that this dragon was exceptionally powerful, likely surpassing Polias significantly, at least a mid-level disaster, or even a high-level disaster. Otherwise, it could not have repelled Polias merely with its draconic might. If it were a high-level disaster, consuming the Star Realm's Poison Dragon Pearl would likely result in a qualitative transformation, with a small chance of breaking through to the Star Realm. If such a breakthrough were to occur, The emergence of Star Realm spiritual beasts in Blue Star would arrive 3 years earlier than in her previous life, fundamentally altering the landscape. It might even attract the attention of celestial beings. I must hasten my progress. Little girl, you owe me a favor. At that moment, Polia's voice echoed in Lynn E's ears as she turned to her left shoulder, where the bruised and battered three-headed sea dragon, swirling with dark mist, perched. How did you end up like this? Polias glared at Lynn E with all 6 eyes, incredulous that she could dare to pose such a question. How did I become like this? Do you not have any idea? Be quiet, or I shall strike you. The voice of Mo Lin came from above, causing Polias to shrink back at the thought of releasing its frustrations. Lynn E offered an embarrassed smile. This, indeed, was her oversight. Although the events of the night did not unfold as planned, and she could not acquire the poison dragon pearl, her elder brother had secured it, ensuring that the calculations of the evil spirit sect would fall through. With her elder brother present, along with the 4-winged cloud dragon outside the city, Yong City should be safe. Furthermore, just how powerful is her elder brother? How many disaster-class spiritual beasts does he possess? First, there was the Jing Yulan Ying, then Polias, and now the 3-eyed black dragon. Lynn E felt somewhat dazed. 8 years, and such transformation? Hey, are you even listening? Seeing Lynn E lost in thought again, Polias could no longer contain itself. Lynn E nodded in affirmation. I am listening. I do feel somewhat guilty towards you tonight, although things did not go smoothly. The ultimate goal was achieved. I will fulfill my promise to you. I shall ensure your evolution into a true dragon. Polias' eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Lynn E did not deceive Polias, raising 4 fingers in solemn oath. I, Lynn E, vow upon my life and soul, that should I fail to enable the 3-headed sea dragon Polias to evolve into a true dragon, I shall endure the flames of the inferno for 1,000 years, forever barred from reincarnation. As her words fell, a peculiar sound resonated in the ears of Lynn E and Polias, marking the establishment of the oath. Do you believe me now? Polias nodded vigorously. I believe. Simultaneously, Polias felt genuinely astonished. How could this girl, merely at the battle general level, invoke such a profound oath that stirred the heavens? There was something decidedly amiss. This girl possesses secrets akin to those of her brother. Perhaps she has indeed found the right companion. Now that Polias had returned, serving as her protector, Lynn E had no intention of remaining at home any longer. She intended to venture out in search of resources, simultaneously aiming to facilitate the evolution of the 3-headed sea dragon into a true dragon. Before the ruins manifested, she needed to acquire some spiritual objects to enhance the dragon's strength, ensuring a smoother entry into the ruins thereafter. Hey, where are you going? Out of the city. To enhance your strength and prepare for your subsequent evolution into a true dragon. Are you coming or not? Absolutely going. Polias hurriedly followed suit. Once they exited the estate, Polias transformed into a larger form, addressing Lynn E. Little girl, you walk too slowly. Come, I shall carry you out of the city. Without hesitation, Lynn E mounted Polias' back, pointing in a direction. Go this way. All right, hold on tight. Polias took flight, soaring towards the outskirts of Yong City without concealment. At that moment, Dan Taimu Yong, who had just completed repairs to the plaza and was preparing to return to the city lord's residence for rest, sensed the powerful aura. No, is he out of his mind? Dan Taimu Yong cursed, but the disaster-class presence was beyond what the city lord could confront, compelling him to continue onward with the Jin Yin Lion King. Eventually, he found Lynn E being halted by the city guard riding night eagles, who were demanding identification. Upon seeing Dan Taimu Yong approach, one guard respectfully greeted, Greetings, young Master Dan Tai. I will handle this. You may return to patrolling. Dan Taimu Yong nodded, and the guard, understanding the situation, promptly took flight on his night eagle. Young girl, what exactly do you intend to do? Are you dissatisfied with Yong City's tranquility? Seeking chaos? Lynn E replied, I simply wish to leave the city. Dan Taimu Yong sighed. Stay close behind me, and keep your aura in check. Be wary, or I shall discipline you. Under Dan Taimu Yang's guidance, Lynn E and Polias successfully exited the city. Observing their figures disappearing into the forest, he muttered, Just go. Hurry and leave. It would be best if you do not return until the ancient battlefield ruins close. You always bring me a heap of trouble. Surely you are less troublesome than your brother, right? Chapter 90. I am coming for the Z-Gene unicorn. Sister Air, where to now? After departing Yong City, Polias vented all the grievances accumulated within the city, unleashing disaster-class power unabashedly, causing the spiritual beasts residing in the woods to tremble in fear. Moderate your aura, and let us head to Fengyaling. Polias was filled with confusion. Moreover, why should he temper his aura? He had not yet fully vented his frustrations. We are currently to the east of the city, needing to bypass the southern Zijin Plain, and must retrieve an item from within the Zijin Plain. Deep within the Ziyuan Lake, some Zijin unicorns reside, ruled by a disaster-class Z-gene unicorn. The territorial instincts of the Z-gene unicorn are extremely strong. If we enter boldly, it will certainly catch the attention of that unicorn, leading to considerable trouble. Upon hearing this, Polius promptly tempered its aura, not out of fear of the disaster-class Z-gene unicorn, but to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, it had encountered disaster-class spiritual beasts before. On their journey, Lynn E finally had the chance to voice her curiosity. Polius, do you know how many disaster-class spiritual beasts my elder brother possesses? I have a rough idea. Polius was quite aware. Ever since being taken away, it had been alongside that arrogant star beast, enduring the ravages of void storms daily, only improving slightly after switching to a different small world. Lynn E urged, tell me more. Your elder brother possesses an overwhelming number of spiritual beasts. From what I know, there are 3 disaster-class spiritual beasts. Nearing the peak of disaster class, the 3-eyed black dragon, Lynn E, and another whose name I cannot recall, nor have I seen its true form. I only know it shines brilliantly, resembling stars, residing on floating celestial bodies. It is also a spatial-type spiritual beast, though somewhat arrogant and temperamental. It is the strongest among them. When I broke through to disaster class, I was ambushed by the disaster class Iwu poison chapter, cursed to wreak havoc on coastal cities. And that beast directly transported me into a small world. That creature is terrifyingly powerful. Facing spatial rifts and enduring spatial storms, it could still bind me. Polius trembled as it recounted the tale, genuinely fearful of that spiritual beast. Upon hearing Polius recount his tale, Lynn E could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. She had previously believed that Lynn E and the 3-eyed black dragon were the strongest spirit beasts her elder brother possessed. Yet she was astonished to learn that there were even more formidable ones. A spirit beast of the spatial type residing among the stars. It immediately brought to Lynn E's mind a particular spirit beast, one that has lived in the cosmos since its inception, feasting on stardust and the brilliance of celestial bodies. This creature, shrouded in mystery and notoriously elusive, is known as Z-Yin-Xingling. The growth potential of the Z-Yin-Xingling is exceedingly high, yet its evolutionary path has nearly vanished. In her previous life, she had the fortune to form a contract with one, but despite exhausting her existence, she could never discover the path of evolution for the Z-Yin-Xingling. In this life, she vowed to find it. Lynn E then inquired, apart from those 3 calamity-grade beasts, are there any other powerful spirit beasts? Isn't that a given? Polius rolled his eyes. Do you know what role I play in your brother's little world? What role? He treats me as a guardian beast, yet does not provide me with sustenance. I resorted to stealing one of his spirit plants, and he punished me for 3 days. Lynn E narrowed her eyes, for in her recollection, her elder brother should not be such a miser. After all, if he used Polius as a guardian beast, how could he be so petty over a single spirit plant? What was the name of that spirit plant? I believe it was called Sanxiang Kai Lian. Lynn E fell silent once more. Sanxiang Kai Lian, such a treasure, even more precious than the Xing Yin Gua. My brother is far too kind-hearted. Polius shivered. Neither of these siblings are particularly virtuous, and this sounds even more brutal. I must be more obedient in the future. Polius quickly shifted the topic. Aside from those 3 calamity-grade beasts, your brother also has a staff-wielding monkey and a phoenix of extreme ice, both of which are calamity-grade. However, that ice phoenix departed long ago. As they conversed, the 3-headed sea dragon successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zijin Plain, which is also the location of the fallen king-grade red dragon. What are we preparing to do now? Lynn E replied, we shall delve into the Zijin Plain, seek out the Zijin unicorn tribe, and stealthily acquire some high-quality ZUF flowers. If possible, I intend to capture a Zijin unicorn to serve as my steed. It would be even better if I could obtain a few scales from the calamity-grade Zijin unicorn, and perhaps a horn as well. May death come to me instead. Lynn E responded, all of this is for your evolution. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Let us proceed. Lynn E was naturally aware of Lynn E's outing. Though with the presence of the 3-headed sea dragon, he felt relatively assured regarding her safety. However, if he were to learn that his younger sister, who had just recently become an intermediate-level spirit beast tamer, was actually targeting the calamity-grade Zijin unicorn, he could only exclaim that she had truly gone mad. At that moment, Lynn E sat at the edge of his bed, with Jingyu beside him and Lynn lounging on the opposite chair. In the center lay the dragon pearl of the poison dragon. Lynn, how do you feel? Lynn replied, my bloodline is stirring, and I feel an irresistible urge to consume the dragon pearl, as if it would greatly benefit me. The instincts of spirit beasts are often remarkably accurate. Much like spirit plants, spirit beasts inherently sense the benefits a spirit plant could provide. This holds true even for newly sprouted plants. Spirit beasts generally possess lengthy lifespans and endure a protracted growth journey. Thus, when they encounter a spirit plant that would benefit them, they will pause. If it is a seedling, the spirit beast will perch nearby, waiting for the plant to mature before consuming it. This is why precious spirit plants are often accompanied by spirit beasts. They are not merely guardians, but beings awaiting the maturation of the plants to enhance their own power. Now, Lynn claimed that the poison dragon pearl held a significant allure for him, and the stirring of his bloodline might be attributed to their shared draconic heritage. Consuming it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lynn. To be cautious, Lynn E decided to first employ the Eye of Spirit Insight to conduct an evolutionary analysis of Lynn's condition before consulting Xiaoling. Once confirmed, he would allow Lynn to consume the dragon pearl. Species name, Sanyan Hei Long level, Calamity 8 stars. Type, Dragon, Dark. Status, Eager. Potential, Upper Calamity. Growth status, Mature. Skills, 1. Endless Abyss. 2. Dark Night Dragon Breath. Earth level. The San Yan Hei Long exhales dragon breath, petrifying the vitality of its target upon contact. 3. Blessing of the Dragon. After reviewing Lynn's current status panel, Lynn E noted that it bore no distinction from the last time he had examined it. It was virtually identical. However, the evolutionary analysis, due to the presence of the poison dragon pearl, had resonated with Lynn's bloodline, adding an evolutionary path that centers on the poison dragon pearl, with supplementary materials included. Chapter 91. The Furious Zijin Unicorn. Evolutionary Path. Sanyan Hei Long Ming Yizhu Long. Ming Yizhu Long evolves using the super calamity grade poison dragon pearl as a catalyst, refining its blood with poison, supplemented by Mingyu, Hei Ming Shi, and Chui Du Chao, among others. This evolutionary path to the Ming Yizhu Long, while requiring the super calamity grade poison dragon pearl, which is difficult to procure, has the other materials readily available for reservation at the treasure pavilion. Now, with the poison dragon pearl in his possession, it could be said that the only things standing between Lynn and evolution were the ordinary materials like Mingyu and Hei Ming Shi. Within 10 days at most, Lynn would be able to evolve. Lin E had initially thought that among his spirit beasts, Xingyuan would be the most advanced in evolution, especially since the majority of system task rewards were aimed at Xingyuan's evolution. However, it now seemed that Lin would take the lead. Xiaoling, if the San Yin Hei Long were to directly consume this super calamity grade poison dragon pearl, what would be the probability of evolution? Lin E inquired without haste to stow away the dragon pearl. Xiaoling responded swiftly. This dragon pearl contains the soul of the poison dragon, whose faint consciousness still exists. If the San Yin Hei Long were to consume it directly, despite being of the same dragon lineage, the dragon soul would resist and oppose. The probability of successful evolution is 40. The chance of being possessed is 50. With a success rate of less than half, this was akin to direct failure, especially considering the risk of possession. Lin E promptly grasped the poison dragon pearl. Lin, you should return to the small world for now. Once the materials are gathered, I will use the poison dragon pearl to assist in your evolution. By then, you will be capable of defeating Xingyuan. Upon hearing that he could surpass Xingyuan, Lin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded before returning to the small world. At this moment, Jingyu asked, will Lin break through? Lin E nodded in response. Without this poison dragon pearl, Lin's evolution could take an exceedingly long time. Had this dragon pearl lacked a dragon soul, Lin might have evolved immediately after consumption. However, the presence of the dragon soul poses a certain threat to Lin. Only when the materials are complete, and the formation is set to draw out and seal the dragon soul, will Lin's evolution proceed smoothly. After hearing this, Jingyu gazed at the dragon pearl in Lin Yi's palm, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that this dragon pearl was actually condensed from the energy of a super calamity grade poison dragon. A true miracle. Lin was indeed fortunate. Lin E tucked away the dragon pearl and lightly brushed his fingers through Jingyu's hair. Your day will come as well. Jingyu leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder and nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. At that moment, a wave of calamity-grade fluctuations emanated from outside, causing all residents near the southern gate to simultaneously light their lamps. Even the city lord's mansion was put on high alert. The city guards stood ready. The presence of a calamity-grade spirit beast. Lin E furrowed his brow, for in his memory, there was only one documented calamity-grade spirit beast near Yong City, a calamity, 5-star Zijin unicorn. It resided deep within the Zijin plain by the southern gate of Yong City, an area where the Zijin unicorns thrived. It was an exceptionally large tribe, which not only contained calamity-grade Zijin unicorns, but also several totem-grade Zijin unicorns. Due to the tribe and the terrain, the area also yielded the spirit plant Ziyue flower. Previously, Lin E encountered several Yuling Shi in the Zijin Pingyuan, where the captured Zilin Ma also harbored the bloodline of the Zijin Du Jiaoshou, capable of evolving into a Zijin Du Jiaoshou after proper nurturing. The direction from which the aura emanated indeed pointed south. However, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou is an exceptionally amicable spirit beast. And given that the Federation has seeded Zijin Hu for their tribe's habitation, it should not unleash its wrath without provocation. What could be the cause of this situation? Lynn E was perplexed, but with Dan Tai Mu Yong present in Yangcheng, he felt relieved from such worries. In the interrogation chamber of the city lord's mansion, Dan Tai Mu Yong emerged with a face full of rage, utterly bewildered by the events of the evening. First, there was the destruction of the city square. And now a calamity-level spirit beast was in a furious uproar. Could it be that a relic was about to emerge? As this thought crossed his mind, Dan Tai Mu Yang's anger rapidly dissipated, replaced by excitement. At that moment, Kai Chi Ming hurried over. Young Master Dan Tai, there is an anomaly concerning the calamity-level spirit beast tribe of Zijin Du Jiao Shou residing in the depths of Zijin Hu in the southern part of the city. My strength is insufficient. I implore you to accompany me. Dan Tai Mu Yong did not refuse and nodded. Let us depart. The two ascended the Bai Guanqing Yuan, whose toxins had long been purged, now restored to a formidable strength, no longer merely a Jun Wang Wuxing, but now a Jun Wang Jiuxing. Subtly on the verge of a breakthrough to a totem. Despite this, facing a calamity-level spirit beast, even one registered with the Federation and bound by treaty, Kai Chi Ming still felt a twinge of anxiety. That territory belonged to the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, unlike Feng Yiling, which, although inhabited by the Si Yun Long, still fell under the jurisdiction of Yangcheng, where he held authority as the city lord. Thus, it was reassuring to have a powerful ally alongside. The Bai Guanqing Yuan soared through the night sky, slicing through the air like a cerulean comet, heading straight for the Zijin Ping Yuan. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Zijin Hu. Upon their arrival, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. A Zijin Du Jiao Shou, enveloped in purple lightning, galloped through the clouds, and in the next instant, a column of lightning descended. With a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens, golden light emanated from the back of the Bai Guanqing Yuan, piercing through the dark clouds. The column of purple lightning vanished in an instant. Kai Chi Ming was drenched in sweat, realizing that summoning young Master Dan Tai had been the correct decision. Had he ventured alone, he would likely have been found lying on the ground alongside the Bai Guanqing Yuan. Dan Tai Mu Yong stepped forward. Standing atop the Bai Guanqing Yuan, pointing down at the purple-hued lake and the ethereal purple mountains. Addressing the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, the Federation has designated this land, rich in spiritual energy, for your tribe, allowing you to live and flourish without concern. Yet, due to your imposing presence, the citizens of Yangcheng are in a state of panic. We came to investigate, and without warning, you initiate an attack. Is this how you treat the Federation? The Zijin Du Jiao Shou retorted angrily. Do you truly believe I have nothing better to do? Would I disregard my kin and unleash my fury without cause? It is the Federation that has struck first, though I say nothing about extracting the Zijin Hua. And I remain silent regarding the treaty with my offspring. The horn is the pride of my clan and a symbol of my kingship. And you? Under the cover of night, you ambush my kin, steal the Zijin Hua, and forcibly capture my offspring, shattering my dignity. How can I not be enraged? The Zijin Du Jiao Shou roared, dark clouds once again converging in the sky, with purple lightning swirling like a thunder dragon. Kai Chi Ming and Dan Tai Mu Yong stared wide-eyed at the spectacle, gazing upward. They observed that although the horn above the Zijin Du Jiao Shou's head existed, it was merely a manifestation of gathered energy. The true horn was less than half of that. The horn had indeed been severed. But how could this be? This was the horn of a calamity-level Zijin Du Jiao Shou, not an ordinary creature. How could the horn possibly be broken? And who could have done such a thing? Kai Chi Ming remained bewildered, but Dan Tai Mu Yong immediately thought of Lynn E and the Sanshou Hai Long, whom he had personally seen off from the city. Just as Dan Tai Mu Yong was about to inquire who had broken the Zijin Du Jiao Shou's horn, the creature presented a solution. Return my horn, hand over the 3 water-type spirit beasts that attacked me, and the human involved, or face dire consequences. 3 water-type creatures. The Sanshou Hai Long were unmistakably implicated. Your strength should surpass that of the Sanshou Hai Long. Yet how could you allow them to sever your horn? Dan Tai Mu Yong queried, perplexed. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou had been recorded as having attained calamity level 5 stars many years ago, while the Sanshou Hai Long had been taken by Lynn E from the coast. At that time, Dan Tai Mu Yong had thought it slain. The Sanshou Hai Long had just broken through to calamity level, and by now, it would be at most calamity level 3 stars. With such a vast disparity, how could the horn of the Zijin Du Jiao Shou have been severed by the Sanshou Hai Long? The current situation seemed absurd. Not only had the Sanshou Hai Long broken the horn, but it had also fled. Human, you humiliate me. You are indeed acquainted with those who ambushed me. Perhaps you are all in collusion. Leave me here. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou had no time for further dialogue and unleashed its thunderous wrath. A torrent of lightning surged toward the Bai Guan Qing Yuan, which found itself ensnared and unable to move. This is troublesome, Dan Tai Mu Yang thought, exasperated. Jin Yin Shi Wang, hold off the Zijin Du Jiao Shou for a few minutes while I summon help. The Jin Yin Shi Wang roared and surged into the clouds. Dan Tai Mu Yang pulled out his phone and dialed. Lynn E, what is it? Come to Zijin Hu. What's wrong? Can't you handle it alone? Dan Tai Mu Yang scolded through the phone. Who do you think I am? I simply believe that the trouble your sister caused should be dealt with by you personally. What? Lynn E exclaimed, surprised. What kind of trouble could she have caused? Did she break the horn of the Zijin Du Jiao Shou? You guessed correctly. What did the Zijin Du Jiao Shou say? Dan Tai Mu Yang replied. Perhaps it has grown complacent in its comfortable life. It demands the return of the Sanshou Hai Long and your sister, or it will not relent. Insisting we remain here. I am on my way. The call ended abruptly. Dan Tai Mu Yang gazed at the heavens, where thunder and roars echoed, golden and purple energies clashing with tremendous force. Explosions rang in his ears. At that moment, a portal to the starry sky materialized quietly on the back of the Bai Guan Qing Yuan, and Lin E and Jing Yu stepped through in succession. Where's the Zijin Du Jiao Shou? Lin Yi's voice rang out suddenly, startling Kai Chi Ming, who turned to see the two figures that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, pondering how they had arrived so swiftly. Dan Tai Mu Yang pointed upward. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing this, Lin E slowly articulated, the Federation is in turmoil. First, we will suppress it, then provide it with a thorough education. And finally, you shall offer some form of compensation. Wait, I am to provide compensation? Lin E cast a sidelong glance at Dan Tai Mu Yang. What? Do you expect me to do it personally? I am currently on leave. You are the one assigned to the mission in Yangcheng. Such matters can be reimbursed. You understand? Dan Tai Mu Yang suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, he was on a mission, tasked with maintaining peace in the Federation cities. Using resources to soothe an enraged calamity-level spirit beast, and then he could file for reimbursement. He might even gain some compensation himself. Dan Tai Mu Yang thumped his chest and declared, leave the compensation to me. Jing Yu, at Lin Yi's prompting, stepped forward, flowers blooming beneath her feet as she ascended toward the clouds. Upon entering the clouds, the battle above paused momentarily. Soon, a massive umbrella-like phantom flickered beneath the lightning. And as the phantom dissipated, the clouds gradually parted, revealing the forms of three spirit beasts to the eyes of Lin E and his companions. The Jin Yin Shi Wang remained unscathed, while the Zijin Du Jiao Shou was marred with bloodstains, its scales shattered and bound by emerald vines. Jing Yu dragged the vines forward, inching closer to the Bai Guan Qing Yuan. Kai Chi Ming wisely directed the Bai Guan Qing Yuan to land on the grassland, observing the surrounding Zijin Du Jiao Shou with anticipation. At this moment, Kai Chi Ming felt no fear. With two formidable allies by his side, what was there to dread? The disaster-level Zijin Du Jiao Shou was dragged onto the grass, drawing concerned glances from its kin. Lin E stepped forward, placing his foot upon the shattered scales of the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, gazing into its eyes where lightning coursed beneath the scales. Do you comprehend why I must subdue you? It is because of your treachery. With a crack, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, having just uttered a curse, felt a vine strike its body. If you cannot speak wisely, then silence your tongue. However, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou did not perceive itself as in the wrong. Am I not justified? The Federation struck first, seizing my offspring and diminishing my dignity, fully aware of the injustice, yet now seeks to bind me, compelling me to submit. Lin E turned to Dan Tai Mu Yang. Have you not reasoned with it? Dan Tai Mu Yang shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. I desired to reason, but it would not listen and resorted to violence. Lin E nodded in understanding and then addressed the Zijin Du Jiao Shou. As a spirit beast, I can grasp your fury over the theft of your progeny. Yet, as a disaster-level spirit beast endowed with intellect and having signed a pact with the Federation, you should not contravene the terms of the agreement. When confronted by members of the Federation seeking resolution, while they may hold some blame, you cannot resolve matters through the rules governing spirit beasts. You must adhere to the content of the agreement. Therefore, my suppression of you is entirely justified. Had there been no agreement with the Federation, your prior actions would have endangered it, and I would possess the right to eliminate you. It is solely due to the existence of the agreement that you continue to live. Look at your kin, Lin E continued, gesturing for the Zijin Du Jiao Shou to observe the herd of its kind by the lake. They do not wish for your demise. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou, witnessing the newborns, recalled its earlier desire to vent its frustrations upon these humans and began to grasp the significance of its role as a leader. It seems you have come to an understanding. Let us now discuss compensation, Lin E said, retracting his foot and gesturing to Jing Yu. Jing Yu withdrew the vines, casting forth a green light that swiftly healed the wounds of the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, slowly mending its shattered scales, though its horn remained irreparable. Chapter 93. The situation calms. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou rose, addressing Dan Taimu Yong and Kai Chi Ming. I was impulsive just now. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope you will not hold it against me. Dan Taimu Yong and Kai Chi Ming waved their hands in a gesture of understanding, assuring the Zijin Du Jiao Shou that it was not at fault. As they too bore some responsibility, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou continued, I am willing to offer the Zijin Yuan Yi to resolve this matter. Lynn E blinked in surprise. The Zijin Yuan Yi, produced in small quantities by the Zijin Du Jiao Shou when it is about to bear offspring, is immensely beneficial for the growth of spirit beasts and serves as a spiritual essence for nurturing its progeny. Lynn E acknowledged that he sometimes acted inappropriately. Yet in this situation, he dared not be greedy. If he overstepped, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou might rebel. After all, the fault lay with them. The mastermind behind it all was his younger sister, Lynn E. I believe you have misunderstood. The compensation here is not for us from your Zijin Du Jiao Shou clan, but rather for us to compensate you for your lost offspring and severed horn. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou looked back, stating, I do not require any compensation. I merely wish to reclaim my progeny and my horn. This, Lynn E thought, could prove troublesome. He was unaware of Lynn E's intentions for the Zijin Du Jiao Shou's horn, nor did he comprehend the purpose behind capturing its offspring. But reclaiming them seemed nearly impossible, especially as their whereabouts were unknown. A disaster-level spirit beast, as long as it refrained from emanating its aura and deliberately concealed itself, was exceedingly difficult to locate, unless one employed a spirit beast soul transfer probe for scanning. Yet, he did not possess such a device. As Lin E pondered how to reconcile with the Zijin Du Jiao Shou, a dominant grade Zijin Du Jiao Shou galloped from the distance, and the disaster-level Zijin Du Jiao Shou quickly took flight. My child, you have returned. The tone suggested it was the one captured by Lin E. Though its fate remained uncertain, the three stood silently, watching. The disaster-level Zijin Du Jiao Shou circled its offspring, the severed horn meeting its progeny's horn. And after several minutes, they gently parted, allowing the young Zijin Du Jiao Shou to return to the herd. The disaster-level Zijin Du Jiao Shou approached. That person did not harm my child. It is in good health. Now, I can take a step back and forego my horn. But you must provide me with adequate spiritual essence as compensation. Upon hearing this, Lin E nodded. Naturally, that is not an issue. He then turned to Dan Taimu Yong. I have mediated. The subsequent compensation discussions are now your responsibility. Dan Taimu Yong nodded and stepped forward, initiating negotiations with the Zijin Du Jiao Shou. Rare and exquisite spiritual essences began to manifest in Dan Taimu Yang's hands. Even the blood of the Jin Yanshi Wang was among them. Of course, this blood did not originate from the Jin Yanshi Wang he had contracted, but rather from the revered totem. The only lion that the Dan Tai family revered had long since attained upper-tier disaster status. This Zilei Jin Sui is my last spiritual essence of quality above 9th tier. If this does not satisfy you, I have nothing more to offer. As Dan Tai Mu Yang produced a segment resembling human bone, entirely golden, with purple lightning forming tiny dragons swirling around it. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou's gaze was instantly captivated. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou, a spirit beast of lightning and gold attributes, found the Zilei Jin Sui to be of immense benefit, promptly declaring, this shall be my choice. With a pained expression, Dan Taimu Yang relinquished it. The Zijin Du Jiao Shou absorbed it into its being, not through consumption, but rather as an alternative method of storage. Thus, this matter was settled. As long as you do not act against my clan again, my Zijin Du Jiao Shou clan will adhere to the Federation's agreement, maintaining order and living peacefully in this place. Humans, you may depart. Dan Taimu Yang and Kai Chi Ming clasped their hands in acknowledgement, remaining silent as they mounted the Bai Guan Qing Yuan and took their leave. As for Lin E, he had long since returned home. Once the Bai Guan Qing Yuan vanished, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou turned to its kin in the distance, advising them not to harbor malice toward the Federation. Live as we have in the past. After issuing instructions to the herd, the Zijin Du Jiao Shou leaped into the Zijin Lake, preparing to refine the Zilei Jin Sui. The gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples upon the lake's surface. At the edge of the grassland, several figures cloaked in black moved slowly. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight descended, the door of Ling Ling Pet Shop creaked open under the push of the attendant, Shen Yun. Shen Yun began to tally the number of spirit beasts. Yesterday had been a bustling day, with over 10 spirit beasts sold, leaving only 3 remaining, a Bai Hu and 2 Qing Yi Dai. Uncertain of when the shopkeeper would arrive, Shen Yun pouted, then proceeded to feed the spirit beasts and water the 2 Lan Ing Qing Tung before settling at the cash register. With such a vast shop and only 3 spirit beasts for sale, it was indeed a peculiar situation. Just as Xunyun shook her head, a large truck emblazoned with an aquarium design came to a halt outside the shop. Frowning, Xunyun stepped outside. "Hello, could you please move your vehicle? It is blocking the store." A person emerged from the truck, their expression puzzled upon hearing Xunyun's request. After retrieving the order information to compare, they confirmed the address was correct. Could it be that the notification did not reach you? The individual approached with the order in hand. "Young lady, please take a look at this order." Upon hearing the words, Xunyun accepted the order and glanced at the 2 oversized, robust viewing tanks listed above, along with the address, realizing it was indeed from Yilingling's pet shop, presumably purchased by the shopkeeper. Xunyun cleared the path, saying, "Please, master." The master said little in response, merely stowing away the order before summoning 2 sturdy white apes to begin moving the items. "Young lady, where shall we place these viewing tanks?" he inquired. Xunyun replied, "I am not certain." At that moment, the door curtain was pushed aside, and Lynn E entered, his eyes widening in surprise at the already delivered viewing fish tanks. "What remarkable speed!" he exclaimed. He had only placed the order moments before stepping out, and within a mere 10 minutes, the viewing fish tanks had already been brought indoors. With such efficiency, they certainly deserved commendation. To the right upon entering was the cash register, behind which several spirit beasts were confined, while the left side remained empty. Lynn E pointed to the left and said, "Let us position the viewing tanks against that wall." The installation master glanced at Xunyun, who replied, "That is the shopkeeper. We shall follow his instructions." The master nodded in understanding, but as he surveyed the wall adorned with vines, he pondered the complexity of the installation. Just then, the vines began to rustle and retract, revealing the pristine white wall and the transparent glass across the street. With the obstruction removed, the master immediately commenced the installation of the viewing tanks. Given the substantial size of these tanks, they would naturally house not ordinary fish, and considering this was a shop, it was highly probable they would contain spirit beasts. Some water-type spirit beasts inherently possess the ability to filter water quality. Thus, the structure of the viewing platform was particularly simple, making the installation a relatively effortless task. Before long, the viewing tanks were successfully set in place.